€6 million. However, in the coming years, leasing it to Real Madrid will allow for some recuperation, equivalent to a 10% discount. In the days ahead, Huang Kaiwen and the young lady accompanied Lily and her mother on various excursions, with the young lady relishing a rare holiday while Huang Kaiwen took on the role of photographer for the trio. Calderon fervently sought to assert his presence on television, simultaneously mocking Laporta, as if he had been elected the supreme leader of America, with no force on earth capable of halting his advance. His antics evidently resonated deeply with Real Madrid supporters, who have already begun chanting Calderon's name. Everything hinges on the presidential election for Real Madrid on July 2nd, when he will ascend to power, and the outcome of the election is devoid of suspense. Milan fans, who have been anxious for nearly a month, are left uncertain whether to feel relief or sorrow. At the very least, Huang Kaiwen has not ventured to the Middle East or America to play, but it seems all but certain that his departure from Milan is a foregone conclusion. The English WAGs remain one of the summer's prominent figures, the only ones capable of rivaling Huang Kaiwen, even making headlines for a simple roller coaster ride. Meanwhile, rumors of discord within the Dutch national team have failed to make a ripple. Dutch fans have grown accustomed to such behavior, finding it peculiar when the team is not embroiled in conflict. At the end of June, Lily and her mother returned to Los Angeles, while Huang Kaiwen and the young lady discreetly returned to Milan. On July 1st, the European transfer market officially opened, yet Huang Kaiwen's transfer remained unannounced. Upon her return to Milan, Barbara held a press conference at San Siro. After exchanging contracts with Zlatan Ibrahimovic, she raised the number 11 jersey, stating, "When I left Turin, I called Kevin for advice. He told me that a victor should choose the best team, and in Italy, the best team is AC Milan, which is why I am here." Ibrahimovic smiled as he spoke. The young prince had yet to hone his prowess, lacking the commanding presence he would later possess. Journalists posed a few straightforward questions, all focused on Huang Kaiwen. The young lady interjected with a smile, "Since you have questions, let Kevin answer them himself." With that, the atmosphere surged tenfold as Huang Kaiwen made his appearance. The prince gazed at Huang Kaiwen, who waved and smiled, unable to suppress a sense of camaraderie. Taking his place at the podium, Huang Kaiwen adjusted the microphone and remarked with a smile, "I had intended to meet with you once Italy returned to Milan, but it appears they are straying further away. I must return to Milan first." "Kevin, is your transfer related to Berlusconi handing Milan over to Barbara? It is said that Napolitano has called you several times. What did you discuss? What is your relationship with Phil Collins' daughter? You were seen watching a match together in Madrid? Are you preparing to transfer to Real Madrid due to their higher salary?" The young lady slammed her hand on the table, admonishing, "Quiet down, or you can leave." The journalists promptly fell silent. "Well, as I mentioned previously, I am indeed departing from Milan, and I have compelling reasons for my departure. My presence here today is to bid farewell to the Rossoneri in person. There is a saying that resonates well. Parting now paves the way for a better reunion in the future. Even though I am leaving AC Milan, my support for the team will remain unwavering," Huang Kaiwen stated. "What about other matters?" a reporter inquired. "My relationship with Lily is purely platonic. I genuinely enjoy making friends. As for the notion that Real Madrid offers a higher salary, that is utterly preposterous. Barbara is the president of Milan. Is there any other club that can offer me a more lucrative contract than Milan?" Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile, prompting laughter from the journalists. His assertion held merit. Despite his previous salary of €6 million being substantial, there were already rumors suggesting his new contract would hover around €10 million. Earlier, Zlatan Ibrahimovic mentioned that you persuaded him to join Milan. Do you believe he can achieve success at Milan? Zlatan is an exceptionally formidable player. He possesses agility that belies his height, and his technical skills are remarkable. His performances in past matches against Juventus have already demonstrated that he is a top-tier player. Top players can succeed in any team, Huang Kaiwen remarked. Sitting beside him, Ibrahimovic's smile broadened at such high praise. Will there be more significant players joining Milan soon? That is a question better posed to Barbara and Leonardo of Milan. I am not the transfer director for the club, but I can assure you that there will indeed be new signings. Milan is an ambitious team, Huang Kaiwen winked. Recently, Milan announced the temporary retirement of the number 10 jersey. Do you think this was a wise decision? I cannot say, Huang Kaiwen replied. That is all I have to say. Today, I am not the main focus. I wish Milan and its supporters smooth sailing in the future. He had attempted to persuade the young lady, but to no avail. Upon leaving the press conference, Huang Kaiwen transformed into a whirlwind of activity. Calderon made a flurry of 13 calls urging him to hurry to Madrid. Once the elections concluded and the contract, finalized through discussions between both parties' lawyers, was signed, he would make his grand appearance at the Bernabeu, directly in front of the fans. Calderon had been boasting for half a month. If Huang Kaiwen were to opt to pay the breach of contract and tear up the memorandum, he would undoubtedly become the shortest-serving president in Real Madrid's history. Signing the contract swiftly was imperative for peace of mind. The following morning, Huang Kaiwen bore witness to Calderon's election as president of Real Madrid. Once the elections concluded, Calderon eagerly pulled Huang Kaiwen to the Bernabeu. Over a month had passed since the news of Huang Kaiwen's engagement with the club had circulated, and the patience of the Real Madrid supporters was waning. The contract was even signed in the car. Preparations were already underway at the stadium. Huang Kaiwen felt as if he were being thrust into a spotlight. During the system upgrade, he found himself unable to showcase his skills as he had done at Milan. Nevertheless, he had made considerable preparations, which he hoped would satisfy the Real Madrid fans. Huang Kaiwen awaited in the players' tunnel alongside the entertainers. Calderon stood on the stage, brimming with confidence as he proclaimed, "I am grateful for your choice. I shall prove through my actions that you have made the right decision. Signing Kevin is merely the beginning. From this day forth, Real Madrid shall embark on a new era." In the players' tunnel, Huang Kevin engaged in conversation with two guest performers. One was the immensely popular Spanish singer Shakira, and the other was the recently crowned Latin Grammy winner, Bibi Vera, who could certainly help alleviate some of his pressure. Bibi Vera, born in Valencia, became a fervent Real Madrid supporter after moving to Madrid in 1996 and enjoys considerable recognition among the club's fans. In an effort to divert the attention of Real Madrid supporters, Huang Kevin exerted great effort. The young women from the Spanish-speaking region were notably warm and chatty. Both were in relationships, yet conversed animatedly with Huang Kevin. Shakira's current beau is Antonio de la Rua, the son of Argentine President Fernando de la Rua. "I am thrilled that you have joined Real Madrid, Kevin," Bibi Vera exclaimed. "Playing for Real Madrid is fantastic. The club is incredibly popular in our country," Shakira added. "Then why not wear the Real Madrid jersey while performing?" Huang Kevin suggested with a raised eyebrow. "It would surely excite the fans at the Bernabeu even more." Bibi Vera clapped her hands excitedly, exclaiming, "Yes, I think that's a splendid idea." Huang Kevin turned to Shakira, recognizing her as the key. Having already taken Piqué's jersey once, he thought it wouldn't hurt to do so again, growing accustomed to it. "All right," Shakira nodded in agreement. Huang Kevin promptly instructed the club staff to prepare the jerseys. "My jersey can be a bit bigger," Shakira mentioned. When the Real Madrid staff returned with the jerseys, Huang Kevin understood her request. She had tied the hem of the jersey, revealing her waist. What was once a simple jersey now exuded a unique flair, fitting for Huang's photography collection. As the staff signaled him, Huang Kevin exited the players' tunnel, and the Bernabeu Stadium erupted in a frenzy. The long-quieted arena unleashed its full energy. "Kevin, Kevin, Kevin." As he walked, Huang Kevin waved to the crowd, making his way to the stage. Di Stefano shook his hand and remarked, "I have awaited this day since the Ballon d'Or ceremony. You will become a part of Real Madrid's history." "Thank you. I will strive to do my best," Huang Kevin replied with a smile. When he received the number 10 jersey from Calderon, the Bernabeu erupted once more. "Hello, everyone," Huang Kevin managed to say. But the noise from the crowd surpassed the sound of a plane taking off. He was compelled to pause momentarily, waiting for the excitement of the Real Madrid supporters to subside. Over 80,000 fans were present at the Bernabeu that day, filling the stands to capacity. After a brief 3-minute pause, the crowd of fans fell into a hushed silence as Huang Kaiwen continued. "Long ago, I watched Real Madrid matches on television, never imagining that such a day would come, nor that I would become a professional player. Yet, life is filled with surprises, and no one appreciates unexpected turns, especially during a match. Real Madrid signing me is a measure to prevent such surprises during the game. Kaiwen, Kaiwen, Kaiwen." Countless fans rose, fervently waving their jerseys and scarves. Huang Kaiwen's words resonated with an undeniable authority. Indeed, there has been no player more decisive than Huang Kaiwen in the past 2 seasons. Huang Kaiwen accepted the ball from Di Stefano, signed it, and returned it, but he did not put the pen away. As he stepped off the stage, a staff member promptly presented him with another ball. "Let us grab a few more," Huang Kaiwen suggested. The staff member hurried off to fulfill his request. Calderon approached Huang Kaiwen, saying, "Hand me the pin. It's inconvenient for you to hold on to it." "It's fine. I still have use for it," Huang Kaiwen replied. He bent down to pick up another ball from the ground and inscribed on it, "One-away ticket for the Champions League, including hotel expenses." "You're preparing little surprises for the fans, are you? How generous. I'm sure they will be thrilled," Calderon remarked, suddenly enlightened. "This will need to be reimbursed by the club," Huang Kaiwen chuckled. Calderon's smile began to wane as he observed staff bringing over a net filled with footballs. He wished he could toss both the balls and the staff back. He had yet to savor the wealth of Real Madrid himself. Yet the fans were already reveling in it. Calderon was apprehensive, fearing Huang Kaiwen might write something outrageous. While it might earn him fan affection, the club would feel the financial strain later. Calderon forced a smile as he watched Huang Kaiwen continue to scribble on the balls. It wasn't until the last ball was signed that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Most of the inscriptions were for family tickets or signed jerseys, which wouldn't cost much. Once Calderon stepped aside, Huang Kaiwen casually tossed a ball into the air, juggling it a few times before launching a long pass towards the stands. The Real Madrid supporters eagerly extended their arms to catch the ball. With a series of thuds, Huang Kaiwen kicked several more balls towards the south stand, skillfully maneuvering to other sections. Employing the techniques passed down from the esteemed Carlos Kaiser, perhaps this is what one might call a legacy. Kaiwen, Kaiwen, Kaiwen. After launching over 10 balls into the stands, the atmosphere at the Bernabeu reached a fever pitch. The fortunate fans quickly discovered the inscriptions on the balls, realizing they could exchange them at the club for tickets and signed jerseys. Huang Kaiwen had ensured that all 4 sections of the stands were well attended to. The entire Santiago Bernabeu stadium erupted in cheers as the name of Huang Kaiwen resonated once more in the skies of Madrid. Approaching a staff member, he requested, "Please, may I have another ball?" The staff member, with an expression of concern, replied, "We have exhausted our supply." Huang Kaiwen responded with a tinge of disappointment on his face. What a pity. Yet, internally, he was elated. As long as he kicked the balls into the stands, no one could compel him to perform a shot on the post. "Why not borrow a ball from the fans?" suggested the staff member. "No, we cannot let the fans down," Huang Kaiwen replied with wide eyes, fixating on the staff member as if to say, "Do you wish for my demise?" When BB entered to sing, Huang Kaiwen leaned against the player's tunnel, sipping water. "You performed splendidly during the rehearsal," Shakira remarked. "I've grown accustomed to it. Had it not been for your insistence, I wouldn't have even considered rehearsing." As the fans' expectations are not particularly high, Huang Kaiwen tossed the mineral water aside. "That's simply one do. I am a singer. And we should seize this opportunity for one last rehearsal," Shakira insisted. "Let us skip that." Huang Kaiwen hastily shook his head, even stepping back a few paces. Once BB concluded her solo, the stadium played the prelude to Tortura, a duet by Spanish artists Alejandro Sanz and Shakira. The Bernabeu fans instantly recognized the song. A chart-topping Latin single from 2005. "My beautiful little darling, leave behind those love poems and allow yourself a bit of joy," Huang Kaiwen began to sing, delivering Alejandro Sanz's part. Clad in a cropped Real Madrid jersey, Shakira approached the center of the field, swaying her hips as she held the microphone. "I do not wish for every day to be sunny, nor do I expect a party every Friday, and I cannot demand you return to plead for my forgiveness. If your parched eyes weep only for her, then all your words pertain to her," Shakira sang, while Huang Kaiwen jogged to the center of the field. As they reached the second chorus, Shakira moved closer to Huang Kaiwen, her body undulating provocatively, raising the stadium's excitement to new heights. The cheers of the Real Madrid fans resonated thunderously, accompanied by whistles. Huang Kaiwen widened his eyes in surprise. This woman was attempting a sneak attack. While closed-stage performances were common, during rehearsals, she merely stood to the side, using him as a prop. Now, standing directly in front of him, what was the meaning of this? Shakira turned to Huang Kaiwen, sensing something amiss. He smiled subtly, thinking, "Do you wish to see me falter once more? Such tricks shall not be employed against me twice. To lose you is torment, bringing me pain. You may continue to weep and plead for my forgiveness, but I shall not shed another tear for you." In a moment of distraction, he answered a call, placing the phone to his ear, where Kaka's voice, tinged with sadness, lamented, "Kevin, my holiday has begun." Huang Kaiwen consoled him, "Do not despair, you are still young." 4 years ago, Kaka was but a shadow, accompanying the illustrious players to the World Cup. Now, He has emerged as a vital member of the Brazilian team, yet Brazil was eliminated by Zidane and a cadre of seasoned veterans. Unfortunately, it seems that Kaká and the Brazilian squad are still far from realizing their dream of a sixth star. The Spanish team of 2010 is arguably the most formidable in the world. We can only strive for the next tournament, Kaká remarked. Shall we take a vacation together? Juan Kaiwan inquired. I have already arrived in Madrid. Where is your new home? Kaká replied. Goodness. Kaká has taken the initiative, moving ahead without prior consultation. Juan Kaiwan asked. Should I have Albert pick you up? No need. I can communicate just fine with the Spaniards, Kaká assured him. Then I will send you the address via text. So you don't get lost, Juan Kaiwan said. Rest assured, Kaká replied with a smile. After Juan Kaiwan sent the address to Kaká, he instructed Albert to prepare some food. As Kaká had likely not eaten, he himself was also feeling hungry. After waiting for half an hour, Kaká called to say he had arrived at the doorstep. Upon stepping outside, Juan Kaiwan saw Kaká with a plethora of bags and teased. Are you planning to move in with me? I brought you some souvenirs from Germany. As well as a housewarming gift, Kaká said, his smile radiant. Is this just a little? It appears as though he emptied the store shelves. Juan Kaiwan took one of the suitcases from Kaká, leading the way while asking, Where's Beatrice? I thought she was in Germany cheering for you. Why didn't she come along? She returned to Milan. Your new home is truly spacious. Kevin, Kaká exclaimed with excitement. In that case, why not stay a few more days? After all, we are not very familiar with Madrid. We can treat it as a vacation, Juan Kaiwan suggested with a smile. That sounds good to me. Kaká nodded in agreement. After Kaká placed his luggage in the guest room, he and Juan Kaiwan sat down for dinner. This time, Brazilian fans are quite disappointed. We didn't even reach the semifinals, Kaká said, his mood somber. Having been champions in the previous tournament, it was disheartening to stop at the quarterfinals. And as a prominent star on the team, Kaká faced some criticism. Football is not a one-man show. While Zidane's performance was remarkable, that conceded goal was utterly inexcusable. Juan Kaiwan replied, shaking his head. This Brazilian squad was touted as the most dazzling lineup in history, yet it harbored numerous flaws. Ronaldo's decline due to injury, overlapping positions in the front line, and several players requiring excessive ball control meant that neither Kaká nor Ronaldinho played to their fullest potential. In contrast, the veteran Zidane shone brilliantly, showcasing the prowess of a true superstar. As for that goal, during France's free kick, Carlos was tying his shoelaces on the edge of the penalty area, neglecting to mark Henry at the back post. No one could fathom what Carlos was thinking. There's nothing more to be done. Let us play a game later, Kaká sighed. He felt an urgent need to vent his frustrations in legend. Sounds good. Juan Kaiwan nodded in agreement. After dinner, the two individuals promptly embarked on their journey through the realm of legend. Upon reaching the 100th district, everything began anew. The process of leveling up proved to be an exceedingly monotonous endeavor. They found themselves training in the Centipede Cave, simultaneously on the lookout for easily obtainable potions and equipment. Juan Kaiwan and Kaká encountered a rival faction attempting to seize their monsters, and amidst their intense skirmish, Juan Kaiwan's phone rang. At such a moment, he certainly could not answer. Yet, the calls persisted. Perhaps you should take the call, Kaiwan, Kaká suggested. Juan Kaiwan glanced at his health bar, which was still adequate, and hurried over to answer the phone. Tilting his head, he held the phone with his shoulder and inquired in Italian, Who is it? Brother. A voice on the other end exclaimed, laced with tears. Brother, it's me. Ah, it's you. Congratulations on earning over $1 million ahead of schedule, long ago. Juan Kaiwan replied with a smile. Brother, stop joking. I'm not jesting. Isn't it splendid that you found a job in Barcelona? Juan Kaiwan countered. What am I supposed to do now? Isn't it quite favorable? After all, your studies didn't seem to promise much. Just stay in Barcelona for a few years. Once your contract ends, you won't even have to spend your own money on games, and buying a house for your parents won't be a problem. Juan Kaiwan continued. His cousin, Li Chonglong, was the child of his aunt and had just graduated from high school. He spent his days in internet cafes, unable to even qualify for a junior college entrance exam. Securing an offer from Barcelona, one of the top 14 clubs in football, was akin to winning the lottery. But I don't know how to play football. The translator said that it was your girlfriend who persuaded them to sign me, and that you would also come to Barcelona. Now that you haven't arrived, they are quite upset. Fear not, they won't harm you. I am well acquainted with the players at Barcelona. They will take care of you. Juan Kaiwan laughed, covering the mouthpiece for a moment before continuing. Really? Absolutely. Juan Kaiwan encouraged. If all else fails, just tell Laporta. Mr. President, You wouldn't want others to know you were deceived, would you? For the sake of his reputation. He must acknowledge your football prowess. If necessary, you can always feign injury. Wait, brother, why does that sound so familiar? Cough, cough. Never mind, let us end the call. After hanging up, Huang Kaiwan decisively turned off his phone. He had nearly disclosed his secrets as the king of football. Once Kaka heard Huang Kaiwan's tale, he expressed concern. Shouldn't we have Ronaldinho look after him? Not necessary. Huang Kaiwan shook his head. That lad had previously assisted in acquiring gold bricks, demanding several thousand in running fees, and even misreported the price of the bricks. Did he truly believe Huang would be oblivious to the conversations of others? What harm could a little hardship cause him? Enduring difficulties is the path to greatness. There would be no peril in Barcelona. At worst, he would be compelled to train alongside professional players, regardless. Barcelona would be unable to terminate his contract without cause. They were not lacking in resources to support a few high-salaried players. Did they require an additional 200,000 euros for a benchwarmer? A contract worth 200,000 euros per year was hardly a burden. The exchange among the forum members would surely evoke great amusement. It is not merely the prospect of training alongside the players that excites them. Even the thought of sharing a meal with them brings them joy. Kaka ceased his persuasion, and after a while, Huang Kaiwan took the initiative to call Ronaldinho, requesting him to keep an eye on his cousin in Barcelona. With Ronaldinho's oversight, it was unlikely that the lad would face any bullying. Barcelona, situated 616 kilometers from Madrid, is home to the renowned La Masia Youth Academy. Young players whose families reside far away typically opt to stay in the youth team dormitories. Huang Kaiwan's cousin, Li Chonglong, was assigned to one such dormitory. Although Li Chonglong was not fluent in Spanish, his intelligence was not in question. The translation had elucidated the situation clearly. His cousin's girlfriend had leveraged Barcelona as a bargaining chip against Real Madrid, believing that signing him would facilitate his cousin's transfer to Barcelona. Previously, during a medical examination, Barcelona had discovered that his physical attributes were rather average, and he had admitted his lack of footballing prowess. This situation resembled a hostage-like signing. Now that his cousin had joined Real Madrid, Li Chonglong's value had diminished considerably. Consequently, his forthcoming days were likely to be challenging. It remained uncertain whether the president of Barcelona would permit the youth players to bully him. If he were to be assaulted, would he resort to calling the police or seeking assistance from the embassy? He yearned to return home, yet he was in unfamiliar territory and felt unable to escape, fearing potential international disputes. As a recent high school graduate, he was utterly oblivious to the ways of the foreign land, feeling small, vulnerable, and helpless. Moreover, he was reluctant to forego his salary from Barcelona. Previously, he had read in the newspaper that the average housing price in Yanjing last year was 7,543 yuan per square meter, meaning that 200,000 euros could yield over 2 million. Even if he did not fulfill the 3-year contract, a year's persistence could still earn him 2 million. Should Barcelona clinch the championship, he might also share in the bonuses. With a target in sight, Li Chonglong exhaled in relief, contemplating that perhaps he could earn a championship medal after all. With his worries alleviated, Li Chonglong opened the notebook he had brought from home and double-clicked on the fantasy game icon. The figure of a swordsman clad in black appeared in Chang'an City. Though the 3-dye technique was too costly, and his hair and flowing ribbons were fashioned from simple materials, Li Chonglong still found the character incredibly stylish. He clicked the mouse to control the character and sought out Cheng Yaojin for a quest. "What game is this?" came a voice in Spanish. Startled, Li Chonglong looked up to find his roommate, Boyan Kokik, who appeared to harbor no ill intent. However, he could not comprehend the language. Li Chonglong rummaged through his belongings to find the dictionary left by his translator, asking Boyan to neatly write down what he wished to convey. Thus, the two began to communicate through this method. After more than an hour, Boyan controlled a character adorned in yellow robes and blue hair. Racing from Donghai Bay towards a sunken ship, they played games until past 2 in the morning. By the time Huang Kaiwan awoke, it was already noon. Kaka was seated at the dining table, sporting dark circles under his eyes, and waved to Huang Kaiwan, saying, "Kevin, just in time. Mr. Albert has prepared lunch. And you've awakened just right." "That sounds delightful," Huang Kaiwan replied with a smile as he took his seat. "I read in the newspaper this morning that your transfer fee is astonishingly set at 100 million, with additional clauses potentially elevating it to 1.2 billion euros, exclaimed Kaka in sheer amazement. This is nothing compared to when Zidane transferred to Real Madrid for $64.5 million a few years back. Considering inflation, our transfer fees are likely not far apart, Hwang Kaiwan responded. At that time, both Figo and Zidane had transfer fees exceeding $50 million. The football world was indeed rocked to its core back then. In recent years, transfer fees in football have generally escalated. But 100 million euros sounds significantly higher than Zidane's transfer fee. It's all quite similar. The high transfer fees do not benefit me, Hwang Kaiwan remarked. It dawned on him that he might have been mistaken. He could still maneuver for his desired transfer fee. After all, Milan was under his command now. Kaiwan, you should be aware that the new coach for Real Madrid next season is Capello, formerly of Juventus, Kaká noted. I know. He signed with Real Madrid before I did. Hwang Kaiwan nodded. I feel he is not as genial as Carlo. He appears rather stern, Kaká expressed with concern. Judging by appearance is not appropriate. Yet I see your point. He seems to be the type of coach who is quite strict, Hwang Kaiwan agreed, feeling a tinge of apprehension. He wondered whether Capello would be as accommodating as Ancelotti. What if he denied him a sick leave? Was it possible that such a Ballon d'Or winner would be forced to play against Celta? At Milan, he played just over 10 matches in a season, earning €600,000 in salary. However, at Real Madrid, he would earn €1.5 million. If he played too many matches, it seemed he might be at a loss. On July 5th, Kaká departed from Madrid, as Milan's pre-season training was about to commence. On television, Calderon relentlessly pursued Laporta, mocking the Barcelona president for signing Hwang Kaiwan's cousin, who allegedly could not play football. Observing Calderon's relentless attempts to foster animosity, Hwang Kaiwan called his cousin, who surprisingly assured him not to worry, as he had already made friends in Barcelona. Bored, Hwang Kaiwan opened a forum and noticed that the discussions remained unchanged. Do you think Hwang Kaiwan's cousin can play football? He has never undergone any training, one user speculated. I doubt it. Hwang Kaiwan is an anomaly. How could someone who has not been trained play? Didn't the Real Madrid president say that Barcelona intended to leverage Hwang Kaiwan's cousin to sign him, only to be outsmarted? Another user countered. That may not be entirely accurate. Laporta mentioned that Lee Chong-long is quite skilled at football. If he adapts in Barcelona's youth team, he could make it to the first team, another chimed in. That would indeed be impressive. Soon, the Spanish derby could transform into a Chinese derby. Let's wait until he represents Barcelona's first team before making judgments, another suggested. I always knew Hwang Kaiwan would transfer to Real Madrid. It would feel lacking if a football superstar did not play there. Indeed, Hwang Kaiwan is worthy of the title superstar. I am utterly tired of seeing those legends singing praises for Hwang Kaiwan. It feels as if they are being paid to do so. Is there no one discussing the grand ceremony of Hwang Kaiwan? That woman is named Shakira, isn't she? Her waist twisting resembles an electric motor. I truly envy Hwang Kaiwan for associating with her. After all, she is the queen of Latin music. But don't get your hopes up. Haven't you seen the news online? Shakira's boyfriend is the son of the president of Argentina. Goodness. That's quite similar to Hwang Kaiwan's situation. In truth, Hwang Kaiwan is indeed a winner in life. Not only does he earn a handsome salary at Real Madrid, but he hasn't even stepped onto the field yet. With just a few signed jerseys, he has managed to win over the Real Madrid fans. European fans truly lack discernment. They've been deceived by Hwang Kaiwan. Hwang Kaiwan is quite impressive. He previously predicted that France and Italy would reach the finals. And lo and behold, those two teams have indeed made it. Having a good eye for talent and possessing low standards are not mutually exclusive. No doubt about it. My friend, Hwang Kaiwan typed responses one by one. After more than 10 minutes, he discovered that his account had been banned. What the hell? These trolls can't take a joke. Accusing him of taking money to sanitize his image was already outrageous, but now they've gone and restricted his access. He never thought he would face such a day. Hwang Kaiwan closed his computer and stood up to make himself a cup of tea. Suddenly, an important thought struck him, and he called Albert over, saying, "When you have time, make sure to connect with the editors of AS and Marca." "I understand, sir." Albert nodded in acknowledgement. "All right then. That's all," Hwang Kaiwan replied. "Understood, sir." Later that evening, Hwang Kaiwan received a call from Calderon, inquiring if he had any preferred locations for preseason training. Hwang Kaiwan suggested that Calderon make the decision himself. This is absurd. Preseason training is about to begin, yet Real Madrid hasn't even settled on a location? It feels like a joke. On July 9th, at the Berlin Olympic Stadium, Zidane ultimately received a red card for head-butting Materazzi in the chest. During the penalty shootout, Trezeguet missed his penalty. The great Italian left-back Grosso scored in the 5th round, eliminating the Gallic Roosters. The Italian coaching staff and substitutes rushed onto the field. After the phone scandal erupted, the entire world, including the Italians themselves, had little faith in the Italian team's prospects. Yet, against all odds, they advanced step by step to claim the pinnacle of the world. Many Italian players shed tears of joy. The children of several Milan players made their appearances once more. Gabriel became the most visible girl in football during this period. Even in Madrid, Huang Kaiwan could imagine the atmosphere on the Apennine Peninsula. Excited fans must be filling the streets, and fireworks would soon follow. Huang Kaiwan felt genuinely happy for his teammates. Maldini draped himself in the national flag and could no longer contain his tears. Once he regained his composure, he stood in front of the camera and exclaimed, "Kevin, thank you, buddy, I love you." Huang Kaiwan shook his head with a smile. That Paul, getting all emotional in such moments is normal. Surely, there won't be any scandals arising from this. During the post-match interview, Maldini addressed the reporters with palpable excitement, expressing profound gratitude towards Kevin. "I was on the verge of declining the national team call-up, believing my age would hinder our performance. To my astonishment, I ended up lifting the World Cup trophy with the team. I am immensely thankful to Kevin. Everyone shares this sentiment. Without his support, we would not have reached this milestone." Beyond the players' families, Kevin Huang emerged as the most frequently mentioned name among the Italian players. They believed that his previous speech on television had successfully invigorated the team's spirit, propelling them to victory, thus positioning him as one of the unsung heroes behind Italy's triumph. Kevin himself was taken aback. He had become the greatest victor of the World Cup. The Italian squad attributed their success to him. Global media outlets reported on his successful prediction of the final teams after the Champions League match against Arsenal. Chinese media even recreated the iconic moment from the legendary advertisement featuring Kaka headbutting Materazzi on television. On July 15th, when Kevin reported to the team, he was nearly overwhelmed by reporters waiting at the entrance. Upon entering the locker room, his first teammate he encountered was Cassano. "Hey, you miraculous lad, you're late," Cassano remarked with a hint of mischief. "And you?" Kevin inquired. "I've known Fabio for ages," Cassano replied with a grin. "Well, I was cornered by reporters at the door. Otherwise, I would not have been late," Kevin explained. "You're in trouble then. Fabio is not known for his leniency." Cassano deliberately waited for Kevin to change before heading out together. As they walked towards the training ground, Cassano recounted his enjoyable experiences with Capello during their time in Rome. Kevin spotted his teammates warming up on the pitch, and Capello, observing from the sidelines, had already noticed the two of them. With a stern expression, Capello greeted Kevin in somewhat imperfect Mandarin. "Good morning, Kevin." "Good morning, Fabio," Kevin replied with a smile. Capello walked alongside Kevin, enthusiastically gesturing towards the training field. "I never expected to see you at Real Madrid. This is wonderful. I am filled with confidence upon returning to coach here. You should know the guys on the field. They should certainly know you. I have discussed your contract with the president. You truly deserve this treatment, so there is no need for concern. Feel free to share privately with me whom you believe you would work best with." Kevin marveled at Capello's demeanor, which starkly contrasted with his previous impressions. The current Capello was a far cry from the one who had once stated in Tuttosport that Kevin was not invincible and that he had discovered a way to handle him. Previously, Kevin had worried about not receiving a sick leave. Now it seemed there would be no issues, which was a relief. One must love their craft. Injuries are the essence, while players belong to a secondary role. Cassano stood wide-eyed, scratching his tousled blonde hair, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. "Fabio, what on earth has changed in you? While in Rome, many believed you would not smile, yet it turns out you even differentiate when you do." Capello paid no heed to Cassano and addressed Huang Kaiwan, saying, "Come on, you should greet your teammates." "All right," replied Huang Kaiwan. Observing the two making their way to the training ground, Cassano hurriedly jogged after them. "Hey, Kevin," Ronaldo exclaimed, flashing a broad grin. "Ronnie, good to see you again." Huang Kaiwan smiled in return. "Indeed, I mentioned back in Germany that you ought to join Real Madrid. It's wonderful to play together. And I believe we can win numerous championships together," Ronaldo said, chuckling as he patted his bald head. "You must take good care of this newcomer," Huang Kaiwan remarked. "Rest assured," Ronaldo said, squeezing beside Huang Kaiwan and linking arms with him. Capello stood there, mouth agape. Had his role been usurped just like that? Noticing Capello's expression, Cassano couldn't help but laugh, receiving a glare in return. You'd best be cautious. That lad's number 10 jersey has been claimed by you. And he might play dirty during training, Ronaldo pointed at Robinho. Don't listen to his nonsense. Robinho chimed in enthusiastically from Huang Kaiwan's other side. I had already said I would give you the 10. I requested it myself. Thanks, mate. Let's hang out sometime, Huang Kaiwan replied to Robinho. Even at Real Madrid, one must not forget their roots. Opportunities to bond with teammates should be seized. Football is not merely a battle. It involves human relations. Upon hearing Huang Kaiwan's words, Ronaldo's eyes sparkled. He was well-versed in outings. He immediately began to sway his ample figure, declaring, "Perfect. I can introduce you to the warmth of Latin girls. You should try belly dancing, Ronnie," Robinho teased. Huang Kaiwan joined in the laughter. There was no need for such warmth. On that fateful day of the numerous events surrounding the Real Madrid presidential election, Huang made his appearance at the Bernabeu. Surprisingly, the old Bernabeu restroom was under repair, marked by a sign. Little did he expect Real Madrid to be more perilous than he imagined. He was abruptly thrust into an empty stall, left powerless. To combat the dark forces and break free from societal shackles, Huang, the king of football, paid a considerable price. Fortunately, his exceptional upbringing and relentless training earned him the respect of rivals from various prestigious clubs. At a crucial moment, a fierce roar summoned the spirit of Liverpool's great left-back, ensuring Huang did not walk alone and ultimately securing victory in his Bernabeu debut. A powerhouse, he triumphed over Bourne. Throughout his life, he was never inferior to anyone. Nevertheless, the following day, he was sore all over. The pain remained unspoken. Faced with his friend Kaka, he could only force a smile, often humming softly in the stillness of the night. I, with my final stubbornness, clench my fists and refuse to let go, whether the next stop is heaven or not. Even in disappointment, I shall not despair. He was not inherently powerful. He was simply born with the will to be strong. Hey, are you back with us? Ronaldo waved his hand as a reminder. Seeing Raul before him, Huang Kaiwan smiled and said, "Hello, Captain. I am an intern from Milan. Do not jest. How could you be a youth training player?" "Welcome, our Ballon d'Or laureate," Raul replied, embracing Huang Kaiwan. All right. Huang Kaiwan struggled to respond. Alas, he was indeed quite popular. On his very first day at Real Madrid, he was met with such warmth from both coaches and the captain. It seemed that his illustrious reputation had already reached Madrid, surely not merely due to his skills as a fan favorite. With Raul on his left and Ronnie on his right, his treatment here was no less favorable than at Milan. Barely a minute after stepping onto the pitch, Huang Kaiwan became the focal point of the training ground. "That fellow is Ramos, a bit reckless, but not a bad person," Raul chuckled. Huang Kaiwan nodded, reflecting on the days when he scrolled through news articles, recalling that he had not yet shaken hands with Ramos. It appeared that tensions between them were not yet high. "Welcome to Real Madrid, Kaiwan," Ramos said, extending his hand. "Please tread lightly during training, Sergio." Huang Kaiwan waved his hand dismissively. "It seems you've heard about me, rest assured." "I am a technical player," Ramos replied with a grin, playfully punching Huang Kaiwan's shoulder. Huang Kaiwan thought, "So, am I the physical type?" Ramos was 3 years younger than Huang Kaiwan, yet appeared far more seasoned. "Roberto Carlos, I presume you are quite familiar with him, the scapegoat for Brazil's elimination," Huang Kaiwan remarked. "Ha ha ha, good to see you again, Roberto." He couldn't help but laugh. "Yes, Kaiwan," Carlos nodded tersely, casting a pointed glance at Ronaldo. No one relishes being labeled as a national team's failure, and returning to the squad only served to reopen old wounds. "Welcome aboard, mate," Guti said, pushing past Raul. "At Real Madrid, you must remember one thing. We are the world's foremost club." "Hey, Jose," Huang Kaiwan smiled and nodded. Guti warmly draped an arm around Huang Kaiwan's shoulders and led him over to Beckham, saying, "His wife is even more famous than he is. Their entire family is part of the entertainment industry." Observing Guti and Beckham engaged in lively conversation, while glancing at Casillas standing at a distance, Huang Kaiwan felt he had stepped into an extraordinary realm, the training ground imbued with an air of philosophy. The veracity of the news remained uncertain, likely fabricated. Nevertheless, Huang Kaiwan felt that until he clarified matters, it was safer to change in the locker room with his back against the wall. "Fortunately, this meeting isn't on the pitch. Everyone at Manchester United finds you quite a headache," Van Nistelrooy remarked to Huang Kaiwan. "He has only just transferred here," Guti added. "I saw the news, mate." Huang Kaiwan replied with a smile, nodding at Van Nistelrooy before greeting Reyes, who was on loan from Arsenal to Real Madrid. Upon closer examination, it appears that the newly transferred players at Real Madrid have all been vanquished by a certain individual in the Champions League. Additionally, they have exchanged pleasantries with a few lesser-known teammates. Juan Kaivan noticed several young talents standing at the periphery of the training field. Guti took the initiative to clarify for Juan Kaivan. Javi Garcia and Juan Mata are currently training with the first team, but once the season commences, they will revert to the youth squad. The competition for positions within the team is exceedingly fierce, making it quite challenging for young players to emerge. Guti's observations were indeed accurate. Possessing talent does not guarantee a young player's success at Real Madrid, as they must patiently await their opportunity. For instance, Iker Casillas ascended to prominence only after the starting goalkeepers for both the national team and club suffered injuries, thereby granting him the chance to showcase his abilities in a pivotal role. Numerous players at Real Madrid do not even receive the opportunity to play a few matches to acclimatize. Mata is one among many in this predicament. The quality of Real Madrid's youth training is already commendable, and with the club's financial prowess allowing for the acquisition of star players, it is even more arduous for young talents to break through compared to other elite clubs. Consequently, players from Real Madrid frequently find themselves compelled to leave in pursuit of their dreams, only to return with experience when called upon. Some may even be sold off for profit upon their return. Mata is neither the first to depart from Real Madrid, nor will he be the last. Currently, Huang is burdened by his reputation. It is widely acknowledged that he possesses an astute eye for talent. Should he express excessive enthusiasm for Mata? What if Real Madrid decides to extend Mata's contract? Juan Kaivan could only maintain a facade of indifference. He nodded towards Mata and Garcia, who, despite his silence, appeared utterly elated. Later, he contemplated having someone approach Mata to facilitate a loan to Milan for development, with the intention of selling him to Abramovich for a profit. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Real Madrid's youth academy has sustained La Liga and is not solely reliant on Milan. Establishing a swift passage from the Real Madrid academy to the Milan medical facility could create an entirely new industrial chain. Even the underworld has engaged in the player trade, underscoring the considerable profits involved. While laboring in Madrid, he also aimed to generate value for his family, envisioning a day of triumphant return akin to the Glazers, collecting dividends annually. Juan Kaivan smacked his lips, feeling he had gleaned a valuable lesson. There is a reason Real Madrid is regarded as the world's premier club. Even a mere trickle of their resources is sufficient to satiate others. As the most renowned star of the current Real Madrid, Juan Kaivan felt a sense of responsibility to frequently visit the youth teams and impart the correct values for the future of the club. What? Our hotel has been rented by a championship team? Do they possess such wealth? Calderon exclaimed to Mijatovic. Apologies, but English teams are indeed quite affluent. Mijatovic replied with an impassive expression, then resolved the matter. Do you wish for the world's finest stars to reside in a leaky pigsty? Calderon retorted. Mijatovic nodded and departed. Calderon's trusted technical department secretary, Portugal, inquired, what shall we do now? I am unsure, aside from Kevin. There is not a single individual who provides me with peace of mind. Calderon sighed, realizing that the situation at Real Madrid was far more intricate than he had anticipated. The former players, club ambassadors, and various members proved to be quite challenging to manage. Additionally, not all the staff shared his vision. The transfers orchestrated by Mijatovic raised red flags. Was he really hoarding all the advantages for himself? Calderon felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Fortunately, not all news was bleak. Those individuals were indeed a source of trouble, even advising him against acquiescing to Kevin's demands. Yet, Calderon, against all odds, signed Kevin with sincerity. Now, the benefits were evident. Both the club and he personally reaped countless rewards. Since Kevin Huang joined Real Madrid, sponsors eagerly funneled funds into the club. Betting companies offered exorbitant sponsorship fees for advertising on the team's jerseys, even providing him with substantial public relations funds. Other sponsors scrambled to support Real Madrid, igniting fierce competition on the streets of Madrid. The club's visibility soared, not only in Asia but also across Europe and various other regions. Journalists camped outside the training base, and latecomers had to settle for sleeping far from the entrance, with prime spots fetching exorbitant prices. Was there ever such hype, even during Florentino's first Galacticos era? The Pope even invited the entire Real Madrid team to the Vatican before a match, Such an honor was rare for any team. As for him, both his reputation and finances flourished. The Christians believed he had thwarted the infidel schemes, elevating his personal fame from obscurity to global recognition. Calderon mused that by the end of his term, he might even run for president. With these joyous thoughts, he waved dismissively at Portugal, letting him leave. Once the Santiago Bernabéu Stadium was renamed Ramón Calderón Stadium, he would apply to the Madrid government to have the impoverished neighbor's stadium renamed. There could only be one Calderón in the world, and that was him, Ramón Calderón. He pulled a small mirror from his suit pocket and softly asked, "Mirror, mirror, who is the greatest president in Real Madrid's history?" A few days later, Kevin Huang embarked on his first overseas training trip with the team. Austria, once a European powerhouse, piqued Huang's curiosity. Ronaldo remarked to Huang, "Your recent form has been lackluster. Haven't you missed the World Cup?" "Some things just take time to resolve," Huang replied dismissively. The system had not yet upgraded properly. Wait until the system is fully functional and then reassess. Although the transfer could activate the human centraline boo trait, significantly boosting his abilities, it still paled in comparison to the performance enhancements from his top-tier skill templates during matches. Juggling the ball towards the stands was manageable. However, he struggled to connect with his teammates. If all else failed, he would have to resort to the Carlos Caesar method of running laps on the sidelines. On July 24th, during his debut at the Bernabéu, Real Madrid arrived in Austria the following day. As early as 2002, Real Madrid conducted a training camp in Uerdingen, Austria. At a time when the team boasted stars like Zidane and Pavin, now transformed into the likes of Raul and Kevin. "I have some unfortunate news for you. You will be playing a friendly match against Portsmouth," Calderon announced to the players during breakfast. "Damn it, will playing against them result in a flood of goals for me?" Cassano grumbled, pouting. "Perhaps you could opt for surgery like Ronaldo," Capello shot back, glaring at Cassano. "Who knows if that guy is deliberately avoiding training?" Cassano muttered. Noticing Capello's piercing gaze, Cassano quickly fell silent. "I regret returning early," Raul whispered to Kevin. Kevin nodded, preparing to feign an injury. He was highly skeptical of the truth behind Cassano's words. Just days ago, Ronaldo had been steadfast, only to suddenly inquire about the Milan laboratory situation from Kevin, who naturally suggested Ronaldo undergo surgery there. Ronaldo's abrupt decision to have surgery undoubtedly stemmed from Capello's rigorous training regimen. "We agreed to return early to welcome you and prepare for the new season, but it seems I may not survive even one season," Salgado lamented quietly. The players at Real Madrid were beginning to fear Capello, and it wouldn't be long before a rebellion ensued. "Coach, I'm feeling a bit unwell," Kevin announced, rising from the table with his tray after finishing his meal. Capello, concerned, asked, "What seems to be the problem? Do you need the team doctor to take a look?" "It's a stomach ailment, an old issue. I might just need to rest for a while," Kevin replied, his face pale. Tom Hanks' acting is indeed impressive. "Then go back to your room and rest. Don't train with the team today," Capello instructed. "All right, coach," Kevin nodded, placing his tray down and hastily departing. "Fabio, I'm not feeling well either," Cassano exclaimed, clutching his stomach, his expression exaggerated like Jim Carrey, as if he were about to transform into the Green Mask. "I'll have the team doctor examine you. Those feigning illness will receive extra training as a reward," Capello said, adjusting his glasses with a glint in his eye. Cassano straightened up with a jolt, forcing a smile as he said, My stomach seems to be fine now. Is there anyone else feeling unwell?" Capello surveyed the dining room. Seeing no one speak up, he continued, "Very well, rest for a while and prepare for training." "Coach, I have a matter to discuss," Raul said, rising to approach Capello. "Kevin has a stomach issue and feels unwell. He might need someone to prepare lunch for him or fetch him some water. The staff may not be familiar with him, which could make him uncomfortable. As the team captain, I believe I should stay back to look after Kevin." Capello scrutinized Raul for a moment before nodding. "You may stay to take care of Kevin. Everyone should learn from the captain. Each individual must shoulder their own responsibilities." The remaining players were left dumbfounded. Is this truly possible? With such quick-wittedness, he truly lives up to his title as captain. This summer, the weather in Uerdingen was rather dismal. Aside from occasional showers, the temperature hovered around a mere 14 degrees, rendering the climatic conditions quite unfavorable. Coupled with the influx of fans and media at Real Madrid this year, Capello's training regimen was particularly intense. Naturally, the players sought to evade practice. Upon returning to his room, Raul found Huang Kaiwan engrossed in a video game. "Hello, Kaiwan," Raul inquired as he settled onto his bed. Previously, He had shared a room with Redondo, and after a series of roommates, he now temporarily shared quarters with Huang Kaiwen. Not great. But one must find something to distract oneself, Huang Kaiwen replied, setting aside his game console. What brings you back? I figured you needed some care. Mainly because I wished to avoid training. I experienced his first coaching stint at Real Madrid, and training under him was hardly a pleasurable affair, Raul candidly admitted. Well, let us hope we can return to Madrid soon, at least for better weather, Huang Kaiwen remarked. Indeed, at least for some pleasant weather. Later on, the trip to Austria encountered further complications, as Carlos, Diogo, and Robinho were afflicted with gastroenteritis and hospitalized. Capello and Calderon were in a state of utter disarray, while Baldano and Mijatovic exchanged blame. Just as Huang Kaiwen grew weary of his time in Austria, he approached Capello to request a temporary leave from the team to recover. To his dismay, Portsmouth still expected him to participate in a friendly match. Such aspirations were rather ambitious. Every time the illustrious Huang Kaiwen graced the field, he commanded a fee exceeding €1,000,000. Makeup was the only skill Huang Kaiwen had excelled in without relying on the system. A talent he had honed out of necessity. After all, evading the incessant scrutiny of journalists was no easy feat as he stepped out of the hotel. Sporting a backpack and camera around his neck, he was swiftly intercepted by several reporters. One journalist inquired, "How did you gain access? Aren't journalists prohibited from entering for interviews?" "Oh, I have a good rapport with Raul. We had made arrangements beforehand," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile, departing the hotel without a backward glance. Those reporters were incessantly eager to interview him. Being with the team necessitated frequent appearances, making it more appealing to return home and recuperate. Upon arriving in Vienna by train, Huang Kaiwen reconsidered his plans. How could one visit Vienna without touring the Vienna Academy of Fine Arts? He spent €2 at the train station for a travel brochure and swiftly located his destination. After incurring a substantial taxi fare, he arrived, only to find himself somewhat disappointed after the tour. Is this it? Established in 1692, yet lacking a performing arts department? He would not even consider attending. An art academy without a performing arts division is fundamentally inadequate. After a brief phone call with the young lady, Huang Kaiwen promptly flew back to Madrid. Enduring a flight exceeding 3 hours, by 10 p.m., he had returned to Madrid. Arriving home past 11, he found the young lady bustling in the kitchen. "Darling, you must be starving. You haven't had dinner, have you?" The young lady turned around with a smile and said, "Yes, but how come you are cooking by yourself?" Huang Kaiwen approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist, and inquired, "I just wanted to prepare something for you." The young lady playfully protested, "Don't tease me. Let's discuss it after dinner. Next time, don't make Chinese food so late. It's quite troublesome." "You ought to serve me instead," he replied. "All right," she said, gently pushing him away. "You should step outside. Don't disturb me while I cook." "Have you seen the transfer news about your new teammates?" the young lady in the kitchen asked. "No. Has Real Madrid made another signing?" Huang Kaiwen replied, holding the remote control. "Yes, they signed Cannavaro and Emerson, spending a total of €30,000,000, she said with a mischievous smile. "So expensive," he exclaimed. "Because of competition from Milan. Real Madrid had to pay a bit more. This was part of our previous agreement for introducing Inbu," she clarified. Huang Kaiwen felt overwhelmed. Previously, Barcelona had inflated the prices, and now Juventus was doing the same, with Real Madrid footing the bill. Calderon must appear foolish to you all, right? Such financial prowess is no idle boast. Having already spent considerably during the summer, they could still muster €30,000,000, a sum that exceeds the transfer budget of some teams for an entire season. During dinner, Huang Kaiwen asked, "With Juventus earning so much money, haven't they considered sharing some with Milan?" "No, but when we sell players to Inter Milan next time, they will cooperate with us," the young lady replied with a smile. Huang Kaiwen nodded. It seemed Maratti was inescapable. The Holy Alliance was still struggling, and Inter's future appeared bleak. Beatrice mentioned that she and Kaka are preparing to get engaged and wanted to know if you could return to Milan for the occasion. "That should be fine. Let them choose a good date," Huang Kaiwen said. After all, Kaka's engagement shouldn't coincide with match days, so it shouldn't cause any issues. That night, the two young individuals, having not seen each other for some time, dreamed about the future and did not sleep until the early hours. Huang Kaiwen had no intention of going out, occasionally receiving visits from sponsors bearing gifts. In Austria, Capello was at his wit's end. He had hoped that Huang Kaiwen's departure would lessen the scrutiny the team faced. However, Too many media and fans had already impacted Real Madrid's preparations, and unfortunately, it had not worked out as he had anticipated. Hwang Kaiwan's departure had gone unnoticed, and even now, few were aware that he had returned to Madrid. Consequently, Capello had to hold a brief press conference to explain to the reporters who were incessantly pursuing news about Real Madrid. In the hotel conference room, Capello proactively stated, previously, Kaiwan was unwell, so he requested leave and departed early. Fabio, will Kaiwan be able to make it for the opening match? Will your tactics change moving forward? Who will be Real Madrid's main striker, and what position will Raul play? Mr. Capello, some Real Madrid players have indicated that they are struggling to adapt to your training methods. Will you make any changes? Why did Ronaldo choose to undergo surgery at this time? Hearing such numerous inquiries, Capello felt overwhelmed. He quickly waved his hand and stated, "There are no issues between me and the Real Madrid players. We get along splendidly. As for Raul or the positions of other players, that is a tactical matter, and I will not disclose my strategies at this time. I cannot say whether Kevin will be ready for the opening match." After saying this, Capello left the scene with his assistant, feeling a sense of relief. In Italy, he often had to speculate whether Hwang Kevin would recover. Now, let the coaches of other La Liga teams ponder that. The media worldwide was rife with speculation regarding Hwang Kevin's whereabouts. Some claimed he had returned to Madrid, while others suggested he was in Milan, and some even speculated he had gone back to China to recuperate. It was not until early August when a Vienna airport staff member reported Hwang Kevin purchasing a ticket back to Madrid that the controversy began to subside. "Roni, shouldn't you return home?" Hwang Kevin inquired. Seeing Ronaldo lounging by the pool, Hwang Kevin felt a headache coming on. This fellow had returned to Madrid and made his way to Hwang Kevin's residence, citing the good security as the reason for avoiding interviews. Hwang Kevin thought to himself, with the Golden Prison Award, how could security be poor? "We are friends. You cannot drive me away," Ronaldo lamented, donning sunglasses. The young lady smiled and said, "Since you and Kevin are friends, you may stay here. We have plenty of rooms." Ronaldo proudly tilted his head towards Hwang Kevin. "Should we take him to Milan? His commercial value is significant," the young lady sitting beside Hwang Kevin whispered. Hwang Kevin swatted at her and glared, saying, "He needs to recover now. We will discuss it once he is healed. What is wrong with you? Who would willingly take on an injured player? He should recuperate at Real Madrid for half a year or a year, and only then should we talk." The young lady stuck out her tongue and replied, "Understood." A few days later, Ronaldo returned to his own home. Hwang Kevin remained at his residence, waiting for Kaka to finish training so they could play some games together. On August 20th, Hwang Kevin specifically waited until midnight. The system had finally completed its upgrade. Finally, the system was operational. Upon seeing the notification that "I am the King of Football Pro" version has been successfully upgraded, Hwang Kevin breathed a sigh of relief. He would be ready for the new season's opening match. After all, Calderon had invested so much money. He must show some results, right? Firstly, Hwang Kevin noticed a surge of Fate Points notifications. Shakira had altered the fate of President Pi. The highest amount of Fate Points was awarded to Maldini, who received a substantial 500 points at once, given that Maldini had secured a World Cup championship. His original Fate Points tally of around 4,000 had surged to 6,220, bringing him closer to the pinnacle template. Shortly thereafter, Hwang Kaiwan observed the season summary, which displayed statistics on absences from training and matches. Astonishingly, including even the preseason training sessions, he had already missed 17 days of training. The longer one is absent, the more rewarding the season's end becomes. This was perfectly suitable for him. He then directed his gaze towards the shop. With such an abundance of destiny points, it was time for a prudent expenditure. Special template. Tsubasa Azora Destiny Points Template. Franz Beckenbauer www.com. Bobby Moore www.com. Phil Jones 3,500 points. Skills. Grenade Throw-In 1,000 points. Foot Care Mastery 100 points. Items. 24-hour Injury Immunity Card 20 points. 24-hour Injury Suspension Card 100 points. Indeed, it was a special template. The mention of Tsubasa Azora was self-evident. Purchasing it would essentially result in a grand finale for the football world, capable of decisively defeating opponents. The potential was certainly there, yet in the end, he had failed to deliver. Hwang Kaiwan's impression of him was that of a not-so-bright individual, plagued by injuries for an extended period, who finally found his form only to be misguided by the national coach into playing through the pain in a friendly match, leading to his ultimate downfall. The Grenade Throw-In was quite practical, but for now, it was more important to save up for the template. The other skill, foot care mastery, seemed rather humorous. Could Huang actually go to the roadside to provide foot care? He decided to acquire the 24-hour injury immunity card and 24-hour injury suspension card for 120 points, only to recall that the immunity card had diminished in efficacy. Huang Kaiwen then considered the suspension card, 24-hour injury suspension card, when used during an injury. It immediately restores health, reverting to the injured state after 24 hours or upon voluntary cessation of effect. Huang Kaiwen understood. Essentially, if injured, this card could temporarily restore him for crucial matches, allowing him to recuperate afterward. Quite advantageous. Next, Huang Kaiwen turned his attention to the tasks. Task 1 for the season: alter Ronaldo's destiny, ensuring his career is more enjoyable. Huang Kaiwen couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing this task. Ronaldo's frequent injuries largely stemmed from developmental issues with his knees. The system evidently acknowledged that it was impossible to restore Ronaldo to his peak. Hence the task was to make his career a tad more pleasant. This pleasant aspect held significant implications. Task 2: long-term: change Raul's fate, enabling him to retire successfully at Real Madrid and fulfill his wishes. This task was equally intriguing. Raul lacked for accolades and wealth. His career bore no substantial regrets. His greatest disappointment was likely not retiring at Real Madrid. However, with Florentino in charge, it was not an easy task for the aging golden boy in his 30s to secure that outcome. Task 3: long-term: transform the fate of the future star Juan Mata, allowing him to establish himself in mainstream leagues earlier and develop further. Upon reaching this point, Huang Kaiwen realized that the destiny tasks had indeed evolved significantly. They no longer merely stemmed from a footballing perspective. The tasks concerning Raul and Ronaldo appeared to embody a sense of humanitarian concern. Completing Raul's task would prove to be quite challenging. If one were to suggest that Raul should sit in the stands in Milan, perhaps that would be within the realm of possibility with a certain individual's influence. However, the decision regarding Raul's retirement from Real Madrid is not solely in the hands of that individual. Only Ronaldo and Mata have a chance to fulfill their respective duties. As for the high priest, whether to commence his tasks remains a matter for contemplation at a later time. Kevin Huang resolved to retire for the night. As he drifted into slumber, two individuals in Barcelona and Madrid remained wide awake. Richcard, gazing at the schedule for the 7th round of the league and the newspaper featuring Kevin Huang's photograph, found himself unable to sleep. After much contemplation, he picked up his phone and dialed. "Hello, Wizard Carlin?" In Madrid. Capello scrutinized Kevin Huang's injury report and finally grasped why Ancelotti had earned the moniker of a theologian. How could a player sustain over 40 injuries within just 2 seasons? Goodness. For any other athlete, such an accumulation of injuries might not occur over an entire career. In addition to recurrent stomach ailments, he had also suffered from groin, spinal, throat, ankle, meniscus, and toe injuries, every conceivable affliction that athletes often encounter. Yet Huang had evaded none. Injuries to the spine, for instance, are relatively rare even in combat scenarios, but Huang had somehow faced them. Remarkably, he had managed to rise again. It is no wonder that Christians around the globe attribute Huang's very existence to a miracle. One could hardly explain it otherwise. Capello contemplated reaching out to Ancelotti, inquiring how to ensure that Huang's recovery would not adversely affect his physical capabilities. Previously, he had sought the assistance of a wizard, but the knowledge acquired was focused on cursing others rather than safeguarding them. During matches, Ancelotti's peculiar methods seemed effective. Sighing, Capello lamented the state of his relationship with Ancelotti. Their rapport had never been particularly strong, while they had maintained a semblance of civility post-retirement. Previous conflicts had strained their connection, making it unlikely he could now seek counsel from Ancelotti. It seemed he would have to explore whether Madrid boasted any wizards and what remedies they might offer. On August 26th, Capello intended to call Huang when, unexpectedly, Huang returned to the team on his own accord. Capello had never anticipated such popularity. Each day, numerous reporters pursued him, inquiring whether Huang would participate in the opening match. It appeared an answer had emerged. With some trepidation, Capello asked, "Kevin, is your health in order?" "Much improved. My past injuries were merely recurring issues," Huang sighed. Capello nodded in understanding. "I comprehend. You have endured so much, and your presence on the pitch is a testament to your passion for football." "Indeed. I have an immense love for the sport." Huang concurred. Capello's level of understanding pleasantly surprised Huang, leading him to regard Capello more favorably. Will you train with the team today? Yes, I shall train alongside my teammates, Huang affirmed. Once upon a time, he integrated into Milan due to a task assigned by Kaká, granting him an extraordinary state and establishing a profound synergy with Kaká. Now, with Ronaldo injured, Raul found his duties rather challenging. Huang Kaiwan believed it prudent to train alongside his teammates a few times to enhance their collective understanding. Very well, splendid, Capello exclaimed. I shall instruct security to intensify patrols, ensuring no one captures footage of your training. As long as you are pleased, Huang Kaiwan replied. Indeed, these Italian coaches were increasingly cunning. As the evening training concluded, while changing in the locker room, Raul inquired, your performance today was rather average. Do you feel prepared for tomorrow's match? Not at all. I am fully ready, Huang Kaiwan affirmed, giving a thumbs up. That's good to hear. You are conserving your energy for tomorrow's display, correct? Raul asked. Indeed, Huang Kaiwan nodded. He mused that Real Madrid was truly exceptional, from the coaches to the players. They were remarkably understanding. He needed not to fabricate excuses, as they had already alleviated his burdens considerably. Well then, best of luck tomorrow, Raul encouraged, patting Huang Kaiwan on the shoulder. I will, he assured. On August 27th, at the Bernabeu Stadium, in the home team's locker room, Raul noticed the scratch card in Huang Kaiwan's hand and remarked, do not place your faith in luck. I know many who enjoy this, yet none have ever profited. Well, I'm merely indulging, Huang Kaiwan replied nonchalantly. Europeans do indeed possess a fervent enthusiasm for gambling. Spaniards are far more passionate about lottery tickets than their Italian counterparts. To his surprise, when Huang Kaiwan went to purchase a scratch card that morning, he found himself in line. In Spain, a scratch card costs €2, with a grand prize of 200,000 euros, which, compared to Italy's offerings, left Huang Kaiwan feeling somewhat disheartened, as his income had notably dwindled since arriving in Madrid. After scraping the card with a coin, Huang Kaiwan, well acquainted with the layout, chuckled, jackpot. It appeared he was destined for a flawless debut at the Bernabeu. Observing his anticipation meter reach a perfect 100, Huang Kaiwan opted to enter the draw. He obtained a match experience card for the 2011 to 2012 La Liga Round 14. Real Madrid vs Atletico Madrid, featuring Cristiano Ronaldo. Goodness gracious, a golden opportunity. The starting lineup would be disclosed at the latest 1 hour prior to kickoff. And Capello adhered to this schedule. At around 5 p.m. Madrid time, Pellegrini intensely scrutinized the starting list in his hands. He was prepared, yet held a sliver of hope. Ultimately, he could not evade that individual. Last season, he had missed the first leg and was the player who dashed their dreams in the second leg, the €1.2 billion man, conqueror of Istanbul, king of the Stade de France and Louis II Stadium, the friend of Italian people, the miracle of the Christian world. The last knight of Europe, with eyes that pierced the future, the heir to Brazilian football, Kevin Huang, the strongest number 10 after Pelé. Damn Capello. Pellegrini sighed deeply, realizing that he could only advise Roman to exercise caution. It was imperative to prevent Riquelme from receiving another red card. Meanwhile, Kevin Huang, having joined Real Madrid at a record-breaking transfer fee, participated in the training camp in Austria. However, due to injury, his premature departure left fans worldwide anxious about his availability for the opening match. Now that the official roster has been released, we can assure the supporters that Kevin Huang will indeed start today. Director Zhang, beaming with enthusiasm, remarked that Capello's Real Madrid has undergone significant changes since last season, both in terms of the starting lineup and tactics, which would surely astonish the fans today. The forums are already ablaze with heated discussions. Some claim that Kevin Huang's injury is a mere pretext to avoid preseason training. They speculate that he will start today, feign injury in a few days, and then participate in the Champions League and 2 derby matches, only to injure himself again. Given that Real Madrid's crucial fixtures are scheduled early in the season, it seems tailor-made for him. Rumors suggest his salary is $15 million, and AC Milan settled a $20 million loyalty bonus for him. The notion of a loyalty bonus is unfamiliar to some, as it is typically disbursed annually on July 1st or upon the completion of a contract without a transfer. This is not an anomaly. Clubs must settle loyalty bonuses when they intend to sell a player, and Kevin Huang's bonus is merely slightly more substantial than usual. According to Marca, Kevin Huang also received a 10 share of the transfer fee, amassing over $50 million during his 2-year stint at AC Milan. Such arrangements are commonplace. Since Kevin was a free agent when signing with AC Milan, the 10 share seems rather modest. By deducting the amount he earned at AC Milan, the club profited significantly, securing 5 championships and millions in revenue, a truly lucrative deal. Though Kevin Huang may not be particularly remarkable, one should take Marca's claims with caution, as they often err in their assessments. They once heralded a cousin of his as exceptionally talented, yet he has yet to see a minute of playtime, not even in warm-ups. I noticed that this cousin was recently seen frequenting nightclubs with Ronaldinho, seemingly navigating the scene quite adeptly and establishing connections with first-team stars. I concur with Marca that this cousin lacks footballing prowess. Currently, Laporta is merely saving face. As Uncle Ben said, one can walk a few steps without illness. If this cousin possesses any talent, he should be given a chance on the field. It is evident that Kevin Huang, despite his shortcomings, has managed to leverage Barcelona's interest to his advantage, turning the tables on them before even making his official debut for Real Madrid. Today, it appears Kevin may once again showcase his flair. Based on my understanding of his character, a hat trick in his debut at Bernabeu seems a likely starting point. What does Yellow Submarine signify? Villarreal's team colors are yellow, and they adopted the Beatles' song Yellow Submarine to commemorate their rise from the 4th tier to the 3rd tier in 1967. Since then, fans have affectionately dubbed the team the Yellow Submarine. I have learned something new today. During the warm-up on the field, Huang Kaiwen was seeking to find his rhythm, with the combination of an elite template and an enhancement of skills and traits. His performance on the pitch was bound to be extravagant. The improvements in both his physique and technique made the Golden Edge Luo formidable. His teammates were also adapting to Huang Kaiwen's unique playing style. Raul immediately noticed that Huang Kaiwen's ball control felt markedly different from the previous day's training. "Why do you prefer using your heel?" Raul inquired with a smile. "I can do anything. I have no particular favorite part," Huang Kaiwen replied. Cristiano Ronaldo, besides his feet, frequently utilizes his shoulders, chest, and back during matches. Huang Kaiwen appeared to be in excellent form, alleviating any concerns. Today, Capello opted for a 4-3-3 formation, which starkly contrasted with the 4-4-2 he often employed at Juventus. While at Juventus, Capello frequently utilized a 4-4-2 with dual wingers and a diamond midfield. This shift might be due to the differing configurations at Real Madrid, while Pellegrini maintained his preference for the 4-4-2 setup. Let us first examine the starting lineups. Real Madrid's 4-3-3 featured a single defensive midfielder and 2 central midfielders, goalkeeper, Casillas, defenders, Roberto Carlos, Cannavaro, Raul Bravo, Salgado, midfielders, Emerson, Mohamed Diarra, Beckham, forwards, Huang Kaiwen, Van Nistelrooy, Raul. Villarreal, employing a 4-4-2 diamond midfield, goalkeeper, Sebastian Vieira, defenders, Arboleda, Quique Alvarez, Juan Pena, Javi Venta, midfielders, Ruben Cani, Leandro Somoza, Riquelme, Marco Senna. Forwards, Diego Forlan, Nayat Kavasi. Beckham was assigned to a somewhat unfamiliar central midfielder position, a role he had only occupied during his early days at Manchester United. Due to Huang Kaiwen's presence, Raul was relegated to the right flank, and Capello did not choose to start his former Roma teammate Cassano. Villarreal had undergone some changes since last season's Champions League. The Turkish player Kavasi was notably creative, resembling Raul in playing style. Mourinho and Abramovich once attempted to bring him to Chelsea, but he failed the medical examination due to a torn cruciate ligament at that time. In their last Champions League encounter, Riquelme received a red card for fouling Huang Kaiwen, making today's match a chance for Riquelme to seek revenge. The broadcast camera panned to the box at the Bernabeu, where several AC Milan players were present to witness Huang Kaiwen's debut at the Bernabeu. Due to the aftermath of the telephone scandal, the Serie A schedule has been delayed, leaving uncertainty about when the first round will commence. Finally, the referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. Huang Kaiwen received a pass from Van Nistelrooy and immediately surged forward along the left flank. Facing Senna once again, Senna was pivotal in Spain's transformation. Confronting this challenging opponent, Huang Kaiwen straightened his posture and began performing bicycle kicks in place. He and Cristiano Ronaldo shared a similar height. His upright stance provided a high center of gravity. And performing bicycle kicks with a rear-centered weight distribution differed significantly from Ronaldo's method, where each kick propelled his body weight forward. This technique emphasized ball protection over mere dribbling, relying primarily on his exceptional physical attributes to generate explosive movements when bypassing opponents. After a series of deft bicycle kicks, Huang Kaiwen executed a precise back pass to the advancing Carlos, who immediately sent a lobbed pass forward. Upon confirming the ball's position, Huang, with his back turned, elevated his foot, striking the ball with his right foot, causing it to ricochet behind him. Without hesitation, Huang turned and launched himself forward, managing to intercept the ball ahead of Senna. As Javier Venta pivoted to follow Huang's movement, Huang carried the ball to the left side of the penalty area. While Venta hesitated to challenge him, Huang lifted his left foot, feigned twice above the ball, then deftly nudged it to the left and sprinted toward the byline. Venta, slightly delayed, pursued Huang, and as they approached the byline, Huang executed a clever back heel, threading the ball between Venta's legs into the penalty area. Caught off guard, Venta attempted to pivot but lost his balance, crashing heavily at the edge of the small box. Unmarked, Huang sprinted into the area to reclaim possession effortlessly. Huang skillfully deceived Javier Venta, entering the small box and taking a shot, which was deflected by Sebastián Vieira out for a corner. Van Nistelrooy had positioned himself in the center to receive a pass, but Huang, perhaps due to his unfamiliarity with his teammates since joining Real Madrid, chose not to pass. During his time at AC Milan, he had been prolific in assists. Real Madrid earned a corner, yet Huang showed no intention of taking it, allowing Beckham to approach the right corner flag. Beckham's corner kick aimed straight for the near post. Huang leapt for a header. Oh, so close, but it veered off target. His jump was impressive, seemingly surpassing the crossbar, with Juan Peña's shoulder and his knee at a similar height. Raul applauded Huang's effort. Meanwhile, Van Nistelrooy, slightly disgruntled from the earlier non-pass, walked back with his head lowered. Capello observed the visibly pained Pellegrini, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Once upon a time, he had been concerned about Huang scoring, but now he relished the opportunity to impart that pressure to the opponents. Capello could only urge for more passes to Huang. In the backfield, Somoza promptly advanced the ball forward, while Riquelme, upon receiving it, instantly assessed Huang's positioning. Following a controversial foul on Huang that resulted in a red card during their previous Champions League encounter, Riquelme harbored a grudge. Seeing Huang next to Senna, Riquelme deliberately pulled the ball to the right, even casting a taunting expression at Huang. Huang was at a loss for words, pondering why Riquelme, with no defenders in the center, would choose to drift to the flanks. Riquelme made a move, forcing his way between Huang and the sideline with a deft touch of his right foot. Pellegrini covered his face in despair, realizing his pre-match advice to Riquelme might have been in vain. He had urged him to play properly, but it was evident Riquelme was intent on causing trouble. Pellegrini merely hoped Riquelme would focus on playing well and avoid a red card. Riquelme surged down the right flank, and before Carlos could close in, he swiftly swung his arm and delivered a cross with his right foot. The ball arced gracefully from Carlos's head towards the penalty area, but Raul Bravo failed to connect. Cannavaro, sensing the impending danger, found himself backpedaling against Fran, successfully controlling the ball with his chest before deftly feeding it to Beckham. To my surprise, I initially thought Riquelme bore a grudge, yet this pass was evidently imbued with intent. Alas, Real Madrid's defensive line lacked height today. Carlos stood at 1.68 meters, Bravo at 1.75, and Cannavaro at 1.76. This disadvantage would be glaring during aerial duels. One must ponder if Capello's tactical arrangement was perhaps lacking foresight, particularly with Ramos and Alvaro Mejia available on the bench. As Real Madrid initiated their offensive, Beckham delivered a long pass to the left flank. Huang Kaiwen leaped, controlling the ball with his chest, gently nudging it with his thigh before deftly redirecting it with his left foot. Carlos, ever the eager attacker, received the pass from Huang. Brazilian defenders share a common trait. During his time at AC Milan, Serginho was offensively assertive, and now at Real Madrid, Carlos mirrored that zeal. Huang Kaiwen should be well acquainted. Having previously collaborated effectively with Serginho, Carlos prepared to surge diagonally into the center, only to be brought down by Xavi Vento, granting Real Madrid a free kick in the left attacking zone. It remained to be seen whether Huang Kaiwen or Beckham would take it. As Huang approached, he noticed Beckham jogging over and hesitated at the foul spot. Let Kaiwen take it, step aside for him, Capello shouted from the sidelines. Beckham turned to Capello, incredulous, pointing at his own head in disbelief. Yes, I mean you. Allow Kaiwen to take the free kick, Capello insisted. Reluctantly, Beckham yielded his position. Huang shrugged at Beckham, indicating that this opportunity was not usurped by him. The foul was not far from the penalty area, yet from the left side. The diagonal distance to the goal still remained approximately 30 meters. Previously, Huang had focused on striking the goal. Today, having drawn Cristiano Ronaldo, he was even more compelled to aim for the net. After positioning the ball, Huang stood at a slight angle behind it. Inside the penalty area, players from both teams anxiously sought their positions, while the makeshift wall formed by Kiko Alvarez and Juan Pena appeared somewhat flimsy. The linesman stood nearby, raising his flag beside Huang. All eyes were fixed upon Huang Kaiwen. The Real Madrid fans held their breath in silence, fearful of disturbing his concentration. In the VIP box, Inzaghi scoffed, "Kaiwen is already playing, and we have no idea when the league will resume. I truly envy that guy. No more complaints, Filippo. We won the World Cup last summer, and now you should be wishing Kaiwen well," remarked Maldini. "It doesn't matter. Kaiwen is bound to score," Kaka chimed in, beaming with optimism. "I doubt he will," Inzaghi countered, wagging a finger. "A bet on the season opener, then? How about under 50,000? Kaka raised an eyebrow. "Fine. Let us make it 100,000. Inzaghi gritted his teeth. "Damn it." Huang Kaiwen stepped up. He was poised to make his mark. Kaka pays little heed to the 100,000 euros. His gaze is fixed on Huang Kaiwen on the field, silently praying. "Kaiwen, score a goal." Standing behind the ball with his feet apart, Huang Kaiwen exhales, then propels himself forward with a swift run. After 2 strides, his left foot reaches the side of the ball. He swings his right foot, the inner edge striking the ball's rear. With a resounding thud, the ball spins rapidly, soaring past the wall into the penalty area. Its flight is low, descending swiftly, as Van Nistelrooy and Arcarina allow it to slip beneath their legs. Sebastian Vieira reaches out, brushing against the ball, yet its vigorous spin sends it hurtling towards the right side of the goal, too late for Vieira to intervene. The ball nestles into the netting within the goalpost. Boom. Kaiwen. Kaiwen. The announcer proclaims this name, echoing around the world. Half of Madrid erupts in jubilation. The Spanish commentator continuously exclaims goal. Meanwhile, across the Adriatic, all of Italy is captivated by the live broadcast on 7 Gold. Crudelli passionately shouts once more, "Kaiwen. Kaiwen. Goal." In the 9th minute of the first half, Kaiwen's stunning free kick pierces Villarreal's defenses. And even outside the Champions League, Villarreal cannot evade their fate of conceding to Kaiwen. I have always harbored a distaste for Capello, finding his football philosophy rather unappealing. However, he possesses a singular virtue, clarity of mind. As Beckham prepared to take the free kick, Capello resolutely commanded him to relinquish the responsibility. Now, he reaps the rewards. Fully aware that as long as Kaiwen is comfortable on the pitch, his team is destined for triumph. Although I feel a twinge of sorrow seeing Kaiwen don the Real Madrid jersey, I hold on to the belief that one day, the finest players will return to Milan. Until then, all we must do is patiently await that moment. Congratulations to Kaiwen on scoring his first goal in La Liga. I am convinced this is merely the beginning. Di Stefano applauds for Kaiwen, this Real Madrid legend soon to witness the birth of a new legend. The players from Milan appear in the box. Behold. Inzaghi is so moved he could weep. Kaiwen, truly the most beloved player of Milan. After scoring, Huang Kaiwen waves to the box, only to be embraced by Raul and Carlos. "Well done on your goal," Raul exclaims with a smile. "Your goal reminded me of the young Juninho," Carlos adds, looking up. Huang Kaiwen nods with a grin. "I still didn't execute it perfectly. The ball had a spin. Normally, it shouldn't have." He muses. "Next time I'll try to use my knee for a curling shot." Capello, on the sidelines, bursts into hearty laughter, as if his hands are not his own, clapping vigorously. The significance of this goal transcends mere points on the board. It signifies that Fabio Capello's coaching career is now on the fast track, with no one able to obstruct his ascent as the finest coach in Europe. Yet, before that, he may require a touch of assistance. One wonders how much Ancelotti spent on that sorcerer. The last time, the master he consulted charged only $82.50. Capello believes that money should not pose a concern. After the restart, Villarreal maintained their offensive stance. Pellegrini's tactics have never been passive. He emphasizes possession. Yet what he seeks is effective control of the ball. Last season, Villarreal had a possession rate of merely 52%. But their attacking players maintained a high degree of freedom while continually moving. Pellegrini firmly believes that possession is meant to create opportunities, not merely to dominate the ball. When Riquelme has the ball, the 2 fullbacks of Villarreal push forward. Upon receiving the ball, Albelda is immediately pressured by Beckham, yet he dismisses Beckham's presence. Aiming to accelerate past him, Beckham seizes the moment and easily pokes the ball away. Mohamed Diarra advances the ball forward. Suddenly, Capello shouts, "To the left, damn it." To the left, who do you think you are? Diarra turns to observe and passes the ball to Juan Carlos, then retraces his steps. Juan Carlos launches towards the ball. This time, Senna reacts swiftly, but in the physical confrontation, he finds himself at a disadvantage, unable to secure a forward position against Juan Carlos. The two entangle and sprint forward. Javier Venta is ready to press in support. Suddenly, Juan Carlos executes a sharp stop, flicking the ball with his left heel to the right, pivoting while raising his arms to control the ball. Juan Pena, still waiting for an opportunity to intercept, finds himself at a disadvantage as Juan Carlos half-turns and strikes the ball from behind. Juan Pena and Javier Venta quickly turn to block the shot. The ball arcs over Pena's shoulder, heading straight for the right side of the goal. Sebastián Vieira leaps, but the ball slips past his arms, nestling into the intersection of the post and crossbar. Kevin. Merely 1 minute and 13 seconds after the last goal, Kevin strikes again. A long-range shot. A right-footed effort. Both of Kevin's goals today have come from his right foot. I previously mentioned that one could hardly discern whether Kevin's dominant foot is his left or his right. Juan Pena, fixated on Kevin, waits for an opportunity. How about that? Kevin doesn't even consider using his left foot. To target him based on that would be a folly. The Serie A may not have begun yet, but I believe this year's La Liga will be even more thrilling. The discussions on the forum have erupted. Wow, Kevin has once again showcased his prowess. Is that not entirely expected? Kevin plays exceptionally well. Damn, that long-range shot I mistook for Kaká. Kevin has rarely taken long shots before, though I hesitate to admit it. Kevin's arsenal is impressively diverse. His reluctance to shoot from distance is merely a matter of choice. Juan's remarks hold merit. It seems Kevin is not far from achieving a hat trick. I've said it before. There is probably no one who understands Kevin better than I do. Given the time, I shall compose a technical analysis of Kevin for you all to behold. Wow, Juan, you're amazing. I eagerly await your analysis. In the private box, Kaká glances at Inzaghi and asks, "Shall we place a bet? I wager Kevin will score a hat trick." Uft, Inzaghi scoffs. Everyone knows he is in good form now. If you're capable, bet on him scoring 4 or more. All right, I accept, Kaká nods. That is your claim. Inzaghi, fearing that Kaká might not acknowledge him, extended his pinky and hooked it around Kaká's finger, saying, "This time, you can expect to pay 200,000. Meanwhile, Real Madrid launched another offensive. Beckham initiated a counterattack with a long pass from the backfield. The ball was perfectly delivered just outside the penalty area, where Roberto Carlos turned and dribbled towards the box. Juan Kaiwan sprinted quickly to the right, while Raul willingly vacated his position, lurking just outside the penalty area. Carlos accelerated, shaking off Javier Ventas with a deft maneuver, and then swiftly delivered a cross. The speed of the cross was astonishing, heading directly toward the outer side of the right post. Quick Alvarez underestimated the pace of the ball, and as he sprinted, it flew past him. On the other side, Alyabarina had already spotted Juan Kaiwan. However, after his run-up, Juan Kaiwan leapt high into the air, and Alyabarina raised his head and arm in an attempt to thwart Juan's header. Yet, how could a mere mayfly shake a tree? With the momentum of his run propelling him upward, Juan Kaiwan was utterly unstoppable. In the broadcast footage, his shoulder surpassed the crossbar, which stood an impressive 2.44 meters high. More strikingly, his knee was already above Quick Alvarez's shoulder. Even if Alvarez was only 1.80 meters tall, it was still a remarkable feat. The Real Madrid fans behind the goal gaped in astonishment. The previous jump by Juan Kaiwan had already been extraordinary, but this was even more astonishing. What kind of aerial prowess was this? He seemed to soar for nearly a second before connecting with the ball, using his forehead. Bang! Sebastián Vieira barely had time to react as the ball struck the back of the net, nestled within the goal line. Hooray for St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! The Bernabeu Stadium, with a capacity exceeding 85,000, erupted in frenzy. From the first goal to completing a hat trick, only 4 minutes had elapsed. They had never anticipated such efficiency from an attacking player. Kevin. Goal! In just 4 minutes and 11 seconds, Kevin achieved his hat trick. A feat second only to Gerd Müller, surpassing Robbie Fowler's 4 minutes and 33 seconds hat trick against Arsenal. I believe Kevin has the potential to surpass Müller. Muller himself has acknowledged that the only player capable of breaking his record is Kevin. A free kick that curled like a falling leaf. A long-range shot that found the absolute dead corner. And a header showcasing Kevin's astonishing physical attributes. His jumping ability would make him a star in basketball as well, with his knees eclipsing the shoulders of opposing players. Such remarkable leaping prowess is likely unmatched, even by Michael Jordan. During the summer, the Catalans mocked Calderon for being a fool, but now it appears that paying a full 100 million euros was a wise investment for Real Madrid. Kevin's market value is at least 500 million. There are only two types of players in the world. One is Kevin, and the other is everyone else. Capello, the unfortunate one, failed to secure even a single point against Milan in the past 2 years, yet now he is on the brink of claiming every championship. He truly is a fortunate man. Observing the unflustered Juan Kaiwan, Pellegrini shook his head and returned to the coaching bench. It seems Spain is on the verge of a transformation. He knew that conceding consecutive goals would impact the team's morale, yet he found himself at a loss for solutions. He is an engineer, not a bard or a sorcerer. In such circumstances, he struggles to communicate effectively with the players. Can merely standing on the sidelines truly uplift the team's morale? Just as Pellegrini envisioned. After the restart, the Villarreal players appeared restless, rushing forward with the ball without any organization. Ruben Cani, in possession, opted to take on Beckham, attempting to exploit his speed, yet Beckham successfully intercepted once more. Diarra received the ball and passed it to Beckham. Beckham surged forward along the right flank, but was immediately pressured by Leandro Somoza, prompting him to swiftly pass to Salgado, who had advanced on the right. Salgado delivered a cross, but Van Nistelrooy was slow to react, allowing Sebastian Vieira to claim the ball just as he approached the small box. Villarreal did not showcase their true potential in today's match. The continuous scoring from Juan Kaiwan has left Villarreal bewildered. Within less than 20 minutes, they found themselves 3 goals down. Can they recover those 3 goals in the remainder of the match? I doubt it. Consequently, the players' mentality has deteriorated. A leader must emerge to unify the team's mindset on the field. Indeed, whether in attack or defense, a coherent thought process is essential. Villarreal is currently facing this dilemma. While some players rush to attack, others wish to maintain composure and control the pace, a perilous situation indeed. Riquelme advanced past the midfield. He aimed to take on both Diarra and Beckham, but the ball was intercepted, indicating Riquelme was a bit too eager. Beckham initiated a counterattack with a long pass. Upon seeing Beckham's delivery, Juan Kaiwan immediately surged forward, with KK Alvarez positioned ahead. Both accelerated, and Villarreal's goalkeeper, Sebastian Vieira, had already come off his line. As the ball descended, Alvarez extended his leg to nudge it, preventing Vieira from securing it, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Juan Kaiwan raced to the left side of the small box to regain possession. Vieira and Alvarez quickly closed in to apply pressure, prompting Juan Kaiwan to execute a back pass to Van Nistelrooy, who aimed to strike for an open goal without pausing for control. The shot, though accurately aimed, lacked finesse. However, Vieira reacted swiftly, diving to parry the ball out of the box. Raul, rushing up, intercepted the ball. He deftly maneuvered with his left foot and accelerated towards the penalty area. Alvaro Arbeloa followed Raul as they entered the box, but Raul abruptly halted, successfully evading Arbeloa, and quickly turned to pass. Arbeloa, quick to respond, managed to intercept the ball slightly. The ball soared into the air, heading towards the center, where Juan Kaiwan, sprinting from the baseline, turned with his back to the goal. He leaped with power, his upper body leaning back, stretching in midair, driving his right foot downward while his left leg swung up. Juan Pena leapt to contest, but he was a fraction too slow compared to Juan Kaiwan's left foot. With a resounding strike, Juan Kaiwan connected with the ball, and this time, the once quick-reacting Vieira could only watch as the ball sailed into the right side of the net. In that moment, it felt as though the entire world had been paused. In the private box, Kaká erupted in ecstatic cheers, joy radiating from that enclosure. Currently, on page 3 of 4, the atmosphere of excitement is gradually spreading. On the stands, Di Stefano is left astounded. He realizes that modern football is vastly different from his era. The defense has become significantly more rigorous, and scoring now requires greater skill in dribbling and breaking through tighter defenses. Yet today, Real Madrid's new number 10 is poised to demonstrate that with enough prowess, one can indeed score 4 goals in just 6 minutes in contemporary football. Remarkably, these 4 goals consist of a right-footed free kick, a right-footed long-range shot into the corner, a header, and a left-footed bicycle kick. How could there be such a versatile player in the world? Di Stefano, touching the sparse hair left on his head, begins to reconsider his opinion of Calderon. Perhaps the new president possesses a more discerning eye than they did. Huang Kaiwan lowers his head to evade a front flip from his teammate as he runs, landing gracefully and extending his arms wide, akin to a gymnast acknowledging the audience. The Bernabeu erupts in thunderous cheers once again. The night in Madrid will not descend until around 9 o'clock, yet the sun at 6 remains fiercely bright, casting a golden hue across Huang Kaiwan's back. A photographer on the sidelines captures this moment, pressing the shutter. Tomorrow, a photograph titled "The New King of Madrid" will grace the pages of the newspaper. The expressions of the 21 players on the field vary, yet they all stand in awe of the efficiency Huang Kaiwan has displayed. Even as elite professional athletes, they have never witnessed such terrifying scoring efficiency. In the VIP box, Inzaghi's mouth hangs open, his face a mixture of shock, regret, disappointment, and a hint of excitement. Huang Kaiwan's few minutes have cost him 300,000 euros. And feeling even a semblance of excitement is commendable. Riquelme stands with his hands on his hips in the midfield, turning to scold his defenders. Do you lot have a problem with your intelligence? I have never seen anyone score 4 goals in such a short span. If you don't want to play, then get off the field. Fool. If it weren't for your red card last time, we might have secured the Champions League. Alvarez retorted angrily. Riquelme, cursing under his breath, was about to sprint back. Senna quickly embraced Riquelme from behind, advising, "Don't be impulsive, Roman. If you take out your own teammate, that could lead to serious trouble." Pena urged Alvarez, "Don't be upset. Roman didn't mean it. He just lost his temper after conceding too many goals. It was not malicious. Calm down." Alvarez shot a glare at Riquelme, turning his head away in frustration. Persuaded by Senna and Somoza, Riquelme returned to the half to prepare for the restart. Huang Kaiwan has caused discord within Villarreal. Previously, he was a coach's nemesis, and now he is beginning to affect his opponents. Zhang, the coach, remarked accurately. Although the current situation may be grim, it is undeniable that Huang Kaiwan's 4 goals in 6 minutes have rendered Villarreal players devoid of any hope of victory, making even an equalizer seem insurmountable. Thus, Riquelme's frustration is understandable, considering the match has only just begun, having played merely 15 minutes. The Bernabeu Stadium has transformed into a joyous sea. The supporters wave everything they can find in celebration. In recent years, the failure of Zidane and Pavin's policies has left them in a prolonged state of discontent. Calderon boldly proclaimed the future acquisition of burgeoning stars such as Kaká, Robin, and Fabregas, garnering considerable support from Real Madrid fans. A commentator from Catalonia's television station remarked with palpable disdain, "Real Madrid has acquired a player who scored 4 goals in 6 minutes, a player with immense commercial value." Last year, he topped global jersey sales. Within 24 hours of joining Real Madrid, he sold 30 million worth of jerseys, while we ended up with his relative. Laporta has made Barcelona the laughingstock of the world. On the pitch, Villarreal continued to organize their attacks. Senna, in possession of the ball, hesitated to pass it to Riquelme, feeling that the team's core had lost its composure. Receiving the ball on the right flank, Senna accelerated towards Huang Kaiwan. This Brazilian player, possessing not only defensive skills but also exquisite ball control, had the opportunity to join Spain. As he approached Huang Kaiwan, he deftly maneuvered past him with a swift touch and burst of speed. Villarreal's formation pushed forward, and as Senna veered from the wing towards the center, Riquelme had made an advance, yet Senna chose to pass to Fran, positioned just outside the penalty area. Cannavaro executed a precise slide tackle, snatching the ball away from Fran. Cannavaro's tackle was clean and efficient. However, the ball found its way to Riquelme. Kouaji called for the ball in an open space, but Riquelme did not pass. Instead, he dribbled past defenders. While his ball control is exceptional, it is said that Riquelme can be difficult to work with. Look at this splendid opportunity. He opts not to pass to his teammate. Alas, Cannavaro has successfully intercepted again. Riquelme's ball control is too excessive. Real Madrid launched another counterattack. Previously, Diarra was criticized by Capello for holding onto the ball too long. Now, upon receiving it, he dashed towards the left and delivered a direct pass to Huang Kaiwan. Huang Kaiwan, with his back to the play, intercepted the ball, sending it behind him. With a powerful turn, he left Senna, who had rushed in to press him, trailing behind. With his agility and various enhancements, Huang Kaiwen felt his explosiveness rivaled that of Roberto Carlos. Senna turned to pursue him, yet in a mere second. He found himself 5 meters behind Huang Kaiwen. As the advertising board sped past, the electrifying pace igniting the atmosphere in the Bernabeu Stadium. "Stop him," Alvarez shouted. The defensive midfielder, Leandro Somoza, charged towards Huang Kaiwen, executing a flying tackle. Anticipating the move, Huang Kaiwen deftly flicked the ball with his left heel to the right side and resumed his diagonal sprint towards the penalty area. Senna, now trailing closely behind, struggled to keep pace with Huang Kaiwen. As he neared the center, Huang Kaiwen contemplated a long-range shot. Both a long run and a direct confrontation would enhance his chances of success from distance. With this thought in mind, he cleverly concealed his intention to approach the center while controlling the ball. Javi Vinter believed that Huang Kaiwen would veer towards the sidelines. With an unstoppable momentum, he charged towards Huang Kaiwen, who, in a burst of speed, swiftly changed direction and surged towards the center, just before the penalty area. Juan Pena and Alvarez both lowered their centers of gravity, continuously adjusting their positions to prevent Huang Kaiwen from suddenly bursting into the box. Yet, as he approached the edge of the penalty area, Huang Kaiwen unexpectedly struck the ball. His right foot stepped to the side of the ball, and with a powerful thrust from his knee, he engaged his taut calf, suddenly swinging his left foot behind the ball. The impact was both subtle and forceful. The ball glided across the turf, swiftly threading its way between Juan Pena and Alvarez. The vigilant Sebastián Vieira, sensing the ball's trajectory, lunged to intercept it. Despite his rapid reaction, he could not outpace the ball. It sailed past him, crashing into the net with fervor. The crowd behind the goal erupted in jubilant cheers. "St. Kaiwen! St. Kaiwen! St. Kaiwen!" The chant spread throughout the Santiago Bernabeu in mere seconds. "Kaiwen! Kaiwen! 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 Kaiwen goal!" Cladelli shouted exuberantly. Kaiwen has orchestrated a masterful display at the Bernabeu. 8 minutes and 14 seconds. In just 8 minutes and 14 seconds, Kaiwen scored 5 goals. Today, any La Liga coach watching this match should grasp the nature of the opponent they will face when encountering Real Madrid. All they can hope for is that Kaiwen is in a generous mood and scores fewer goals. Beyond that, they are powerless. The lion has transitioned from the savannah to the forest, yet remains the king of beasts. Kaiwen reigns at the Bernabeu. In his debut match, he is crowned the king of the Bernabeu. From this day forth, Real Madrid may as well be renamed Kaiwen and his comrades. While the club boasts a plethora of exceptional players, Kaiwen is inimitable. There has never been a player like him before, and there will not be one after. Calderon has truly struck gold this time. The entire Bernabeu stood in unison, showering Kaiwen with applause. Last year, they lamented the presence of Ronaldinho, a football sprite at the Bernabeu. But now it is the Catalans who should be concerned. Apart from fouling, no defender can thwart Kaiwen. The Real Madrid players, too, demonstrated their understanding. Witnessing Huang Kaiwen's quintet of goals, they refrained from encroaching on his moment. This was Kaiwen's time to shine. Any attempt to celebrate together would merely pale in comparison to the brilliance of Huang Kaiwen. As he sprinted towards the corner flag, commentators and fans from over 220 countries were curious about how he would celebrate. After lowering his arms, Huang Kaiwen raised his left hand and shook it twice, then leaped high, executing a 180-degree turn in midair. As he landed, he spread his arms wide and shouted, "Thuh!" The posts on the forum surged at an astounding rate, with new threads appearing every second. Wow! Lo and behold, Huang Kaiwen has seemingly abandoned all pretense of modesty today. Villarreal, a team that reached the quarterfinals of the Champions League last season, finds themselves utterly dismantled, conceding 5 goals in a mere 8 minutes. If this continues, Huang Kaiwen might as well be a shoe-in for the Ballon d'Or. The brutality of his performance is staggering. It appears to be yet another day of envy directed towards Huang Kaiwen. Brother, don't be disheartened. Aside from his good looks, wealth, superior football skills, athleticism, and charm with women, what else does he possess that could possibly eclipse your own merits? Damn, I can't even jump as high as Huang Kaiwen, and it infuriates me. With such vertical prowess, why doesn't he try his hand at basketball? Is it conceivable that Huang Kaiwen might also excel in basketball? Given his physical attributes, he should manage just fine. After today, those in Spain who lack discernment will undoubtedly treat Huang Kaiwen as a treasure. How can Europeans be so naive? The camera shifts to Pellegrini, then to Capello, and finally to the stands where Di Stefano and AC Milan players sit in their box. The expressions of these football professionals are remarkably uniform. They are all holding their heads in disbelief. 3 goals in 4 minutes, 4 in 6, and 5 in 8. Whether they are current players or former stars turned coaches like Capello, none have witnessed such an extraordinary spectacle during their careers. Even in youth leagues, where defensive quality is often lacking, no one has managed to score 5 goals in such a brief period. Moreover, Huang Kaiwen is facing Villarreal, a team that performed admirably in both the League and Champions League last season. Even if the opponent were a relegation-threatened side, such scoring efficiency would warrant wild acclaim. Huang Kaiwen's performance today is nothing short of divine. The scoreboard reflects the astonishment etched on the faces of the players on the field. As play resumes at the center circle, the Real Madrid players wear expressions of ease, while Villarreal appears as if dressed for a funeral. Kawagi starts the play with a quick return pass, but Riquelme, in a rare moment of misjudgment, loses possession to Raul. Raul attempts to return the ball, but is brought down from behind by Ruben Cani. Villarreal players are now beginning to commit fouls. Real Madrid should exercise caution, particularly with Huang Kaiwen, who has already scored multiple goals today and is prone to injury. He has likely become a focal point for the opposing team. Capello has also considered this. He contemplates substitutions, but to replace the 1.2 billion man just 20 minutes into the match would be unfathomable, even to him. Such a decision would carry an air of insult, unless it is due to injury or a red card. Substituting a player for performance reasons in the first half is a grave affront. Even with Capello's iron will, he refrains from taking such a risk. It would surely offend Kaiwen. Now he understands why Ancelotti has become somewhat superstitious. In such circumstances, he too seeks a form of psychological comfort. On the pitch, Beckham once again passes the ball to Huang Kaiwen, who accelerates down the left flank, charging forcefully into the penalty area. Without a word, Harvey Vinta launched into a flying tackle. With a swift motion, Huang Kaiwen deftly lifted the ball over Vinta's outstretched leg, maneuvering around him to reclaim possession near the baseline. With an elegant flick of his instep, he directed the ball towards the left post. Van Nistelrooy, poised at the right post, made a desperate attempt to score. But his shot ricocheted off Sebastian Vieira's torso and went out of play. As a corner kick opportunity arose, Beckham glanced towards Huang Kaiwen, mindful of avoiding any reprimand. Seizing the moment, Huang Kaiwen approached the corner flag, receiving the ball from the ball boy and preparing for the set piece. Inside the Villarreal penalty area, players jostled for position, each seeking an advantageous spot. Huang Kaiwen surveyed the scene, sensing a lack of favorable opportunities. Noticing the opposing goalkeeper's positioning close to the left post, he recognized a vulnerability at the far end of the goal. After a few measured steps, Huang Kaiwen struck the ball with the inside of his right foot, sending it spiraling with a powerful spin into the penalty area, arcing gracefully towards the far corner of the net. In the ensuing chaos, players struggled to anticipate the trajectory of the ball. Sebastian Vieira, glancing back in alarm towards the right side of the goal, realized too late that he could not intervene. The ball struck the crossbar and rebounded into the small box, where Albelda, anticipating Beckham's approach, cleared it with a decisive kick. Oh! Huang Kaiwen goes for a direct shot from the corner. His desire to score today is palpable, one commentator exclaimed. It's his debut at the Bernabeu, and Huang Kaiwen is eager to net several goals. While 5 goals in 8 minutes is nothing short of remarkable, he is not the type to be easily satisfied. Riquelme loses possession again, another noted. As previously mentioned, Riquelme is a player whose performance is heavily influenced by his mood. When he is in good spirits, he plays like Zidane. When he is not, he tends to be rather ordinary. This temperament can indeed affect his teammates. Emerson advanced, seeking out Huang Kaiwen, while Riquelme pursued him from behind. The pass reaches Huang Kaiwen on the left, but he is immediately confronted by a double team from Vinta and Somoza. Riquelme surges forward, tackle. In a moment of recklessness, Riquelme fouled Huang Kaiwen from behind. Caught off guard, Huang Kaiwen only managed to evade slightly due to his injury alert warning, but even this small adjustment was insufficient, as his sock was instantly stained crimson. The pain rendered him speechless, and he internally cursed his misfortune. On the sidelines, Capello's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly reacted, shouting in alarm, "Team doctor! Team doctor!" The medical team from Real Madrid was far less efficient than that of AC Milan. By the time they hurried onto the field, 2 minutes had already elapsed. Capello anxiously jogged alongside the stretcher, urgently inquiring, "Kaiwen, how do you feel?" Unbeknownst to him, The dawn of his dynasty was threatened before it had even begun. Not well, Huang Kaiwen replied softly. Though there was an element of dramatics, this injury was no mere fragility transformation. He was genuinely concerned about the potential impact of this injury on his performance. After the upcoming Classico, he knew he must invoke the High Priest. No wonder his former teammates envied him for not letting injuries affect his prowess. The impact of injuries on a player's career can be devastating. Damn it, he's committing murder. Capello bellowed. You should focus on managing the game, coach, Huang Kaiwen advised. They had already entered the player's tunnel, and if he continued to chase after them, he would soon find himself outside the Bernabeu. All right, just take care of yourself, Capello said with evident concern, glancing back repeatedly as he approached the tunnel's exit. Kaiwen, your phone has been brought to you, one of the team doctors mentioned. Thank you, Huang Kaiwen replied, dialing the number only to discover that the young lady and others were waiting for him in the stadium's underground parking garage. Since you've already helped me with the initial treatment, I'll head to Milan to recuperate, he stated. Aren't you going to recover in Madrid? The chief physician asked, eyes widening in disbelief. No, Huang Kaiwen replied calmly. Are you not aware of your own capabilities? Ronaldo insisted on having the Brazilian national team's doctor for surgery, while post-Ronaldo paid out of pocket for his treatment. I, the king of Huang, fear that I might end up a cripple under the care of these mediocre doctors at Real Madrid, which would be akin to embodying Garrincha. Upon arrival, his bodyguard Neo assisted him into the car and settled him comfortably before returning to the driver's seat and swiftly accelerating out of the parking lot, leaving the Real Madrid medical team in disarray. Are they still watching the game? Huang Kaiwen inquired, resting his head on the young lady's lap. No, they have already left for the airport. They came to support you, and naturally, they will return to Milan with you now that you're injured, she replied. Well, I didn't expect to be heading back to Milan in this state, Huang Kaiwen said with a wry smile. I told you the Real Madrid medical team was inadequate, she remarked. Perhaps we should allow Milan's doctors to work at Real Madrid. They would surely accept additional compensation. Absolutely not, Huang Kaiwen retorted, slapping her leg firmly and glaring at her. If I must return to Milan due to my injury, it's merely a 2-hour flight. There is no way I will compromise the Milan medical team. This matter is non-negotiable. All right, I understand, she replied, displeased. She suspected that Huang Kaiwen's insistence on keeping Milan's doctors was for Kaká's sake, as his playing style often led to numerous injuries, and without skilled physicians, Kaká's condition could indeed be jeopardized. Huang Kaiwen chose not to clarify. The journey from the Bernabeu to Madrid airport took less than 20 minutes. After passing security and boarding the plane, Huang Kaiwen received a warm welcome from his former teammates. Wow, our 5-goal hero enjoys special treatment. Being able to lie down on the plane, Inzaghi quipped sarcastically, only to be swiftly subdued by a chokehold from Maldini behind him. Is your injury serious, Kaiwen? Kaká asked, looking worried. It should be fine. I managed to avoid anything major, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. The Real Madrid doctors had assured him earlier that his Achilles tendon was unharmed. That's good. I never expected Riquelme to be such a person, Kaká sighed, expressing his discontent. Who knows? Never mind him. Did you bring the game console? I need some diversion to take my mind off things, Huang Kaiwen inquired. Kaká rummaged through his backpack and handed the NDS to Huang Kaiwen, then sat beside him, watching as he played. The young lady sitting next to Kaká, who happened to be his girlfriend, could only sigh upon witnessing the scene. As Huang Kaiwen and the Milan players flew to Milan, the season opener at the Bernabeu had already concluded. Riquelme received a red card and left the field, while Raul scored from close range. Salgado netted a header from a corner, and the substitute Guti added another goal, leading Real Madrid to an emphatic 8-1 victory over Villarreal. In the post-match press conference, Capello sternly stated, I have always regarded Riquelme as an exceptional player, yet his brilliance stems solely from his talent. As a person, he has never been commendable. He has had numerous conflicts with his teammates in the national team, and last season in the Champions League, he committed a malicious foul against Kaiwen. Today, he has once again fouled him, and such behavior must be met with strict punishment. Pellegrini dryly explained, Roman is not a bad person. He is merely a bit impulsive. I believe he realizes his mistake, and upon my return, I will deliver a stern reprimand. Raul, the captain of Real Madrid, remarked during an interview, Kaiwen is the finest player in football, akin to a healthy Ronaldo, as if he hails from another planet. Today's match showcased just how exceptional Kaiwen is. For such a player to be maliciously fouled in his debut will have a profoundly detrimental effect on Spanish football, thus the federation must address this matter seriously. Spanish football is renowned for its technical prowess, and we must safeguard those who exhibit remarkable skill. However, the situation was far from resolved. Following the conclusion of the World Cup, the England WAGs quietly withdrew. Juan Kaiwan, who had successfully predicted the final teams and made a high-profile move to Real Madrid, reached new heights. His injury would trigger a cascade of repercussions. After returning to Milan and discovering that he was not severely injured, Juan Kaiwan drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, editors worldwide were fervently at work. Whether it was Juan Kaiwan scoring 5 goals or Riquelme sending him off on a stretcher, both held immense news value. In Calderon's opulent mansion, the Real Madrid president furiously shattered numerous items. Since Juan Kaiwan's injury, several sponsors had reached out regarding his condition. Although contracts were signed, sponsors could not reduce their financial support, yet they subtly indicated that if Juan Kaiwan were to be sidelined for an extended period, it might jeopardize their future collaborations with Real Madrid. Riquelme's reckless tackle threatened to undermine millions in sponsorships, and Calderon longed to find someone to deal with Riquelme, as well as the inept medical staff. When sponsors inquired about Juan Kaiwan's injury, he called the medical team but received no definitive information. Damn it! These scoundrels serve as stumbling blocks to his becoming the greatest president in the history of Real Madrid. Calderon firmly believes that fatalism is merely an excuse for those lacking in willpower. As a person of strength, he is prepared to take action against the medical team of Real Madrid. On August 28th, a day after the unveiling of La Liga, European media inundated the airwaves with reports on Juan Kaiwan's debut. La Gazzetta dello Sport proclaimed, "Kaiwan's performance was flawless. He is the true deity of the football field, while Riquelme is a heretic who deserves to be condemned." Marca stated, "Riquelme is sabotaging Real Madrid's future. He has become the most despised figure at the Bernabeu. He would do well to avoid appearing there again, lest he find it difficult to leave the stadium." Mundo Deportivo remarked, while Ronaldinho smiles in congratulation to a worthy opponent. Riquelme opts for revenge. This is the distinction between great players and ordinary ones. The Times noted, in the opening match of La Liga, Kaiwan scored 5 goals in 8 minutes, a miraculous feat on the pitch, though regrettably, his debut did not conclude perfectly. Bild criticized, "Riquelme's poor character limits his potential to become a great player." As a staunch supporter of Juan Kaiwan, Pelé expressed in an interview with the São Paulo page, "Football is regressing due to the increasingly ruthless actions of defenders. Kaiwan is the finest artist on the pitch today, yet he has fallen victim to too many malicious fouls." Riquelme's infractions reveal the base nature of a person who longs to be the center of attention but cannot match Kaiwan's 5-goal prowess. Thus, he resorts to injuring Kaiwan, a reprehensible act. I watched that match. Kaiwan did not even confront him once. It was Riquelme who sought conflict intentionally. His foul was not a mere accident. He aimed to incapacitate Kaiwan. One day, if football devolves into mere mechanical coordination, with every player operating like an assembly line, Riquelme and those who frequently commit malicious fouls will be the executioners of the beautiful game. Juan Kaiwan had yet to rise when he received a call from Calderon. Upon learning that he was not seriously injured, the sleepless president of Real Madrid finally succumbed to slumber. Awakened by the commotion outside, Juan Kaiwan discovered news vans stationed at his doorstep, preventing him from stepping outside. Not far away, in the Yimbia Peninsula, a throng of fans had gathered at Riquelme's residence in Villarreal, brandishing banners and chanting for him to leave Spain. In the afternoon, Juan Kaiwan received another call from Calderon. With the national team match day approaching, Calderon hoped he could still travel with the team for the second round of the league on September 10th, despite his injury, and appear in the stands as a spectator. Naturally, Juan Kaiwan declined. What a farce. Even ordinary injured players are not obligated to accompany the team on away games. Should he, the illustrious Juan, endure such inconvenience merely for the sake of a few sponsors? The timing is perfect for him to remain in Milan to recuperate. On August 31st, the Italian Football Federation finally unveiled the schedule for the new season. The Serie A opener is set to commence on September 10th. The announcement of the new season's timetable has provided a sense of relief to Serie A players, with the Premier League having already kicked off for half a month. The delay in Serie A's commencement had left players contemplating departures from Italy, fostering an unsettling atmosphere as if Serie A could dissolve at any moment. After spending a day engrossed in video games, Huang Kaiwen eagerly awaited the store refresh at dawn. His attention was immediately captured by a notification. Ding. Intercepted Cristiano Ronaldo's celebration move. Unfortunately, the skill could not be successfully activated. He then turned his gaze to the store. Special template. Ryoma Ekizan, Fate Value. Template. Puskas, www.com. Kanigia, 8,000 points. Woodgate, 3,500 points. Skill. Cruyff Turn Mastery, 1,000 points. Piano Proficiency, 100 points. Item. 24-hour Injury Immunity Card, 20 points. Special Item. Benzema's Pot, 800 points. What piqued Huang Kaiwen's interest was the absence of Injury Suspension Card in this refresh. It was indeed a matter of probability, though he wondered if this probability was akin to a horse's chance. If so, he might be destined to hold just one in his lifetime. The special templates remained a mere spectacle, representing entities capable of obliterating planets with a tennis racket. Once acquired, not even Federer or Hitler could wield their influence. As for Puskas, it needs no elaboration. The award for the best goal in the future bears the name of this legendary Real Madrid figure. The forward partnership of Puskas and Di Stefano was considered the most formidable in Europe at the time, with Puskas being the only player to score a hat-trick in consecutive Champions League finals. Kanigia was a trusted ally of Maradona. Regarding Woodgate, this player had a stint at Real Madrid, known for his fragility and a litany of off-field controversies, including incidents of violence against international students, rendering him a despicable character. In light of his injuries and inability to perform, Huang Kaiwen could only wish him a swift demise. The seasonal tasks concerning Ronaldo and Raul remain unchanged, with the sole modification being the third task, Task 3 long-term. Transform Sergio Ramos' playing style to become an elegant defensive master. Upon reading this task, Huang Kaiwen shook his head. For younger players, it might be feasible, but for those in their 20s, their playing style is deeply ingrained. Altering it is no simple feat moreover. A redefined Ramos may not necessarily flourish. After some contemplation, Huang Kaiwen accepted Raul as task. Ding, long-term task 2 accepted, abnormal status increased. Abnormal status, Raul's close friend. Although their acquaintance is brief, Raul feels as though he has known you for ages. He perceives you as a sage, eager to heed your counsel. On the pitch, you complement each other seamlessly. Once Raul's fate is altered, the abnormal status will vanish, and the relationship will evolve according to your closeness with Raul. Huang Kaiwen nodded, realizing that accepting this task would expedite his integration into the attacking formation of Real Madrid. As for whether Raul can retire at Real Madrid, we shall take it one step at a time. Ronaldo's task is to ensure that he enjoys a fulfilling future in his professional career. Much like Dida's previous mission, Huang Kaiwen believes he can accomplish it effortlessly. Even if he opts out, this approach to tasks seems most reasonable, as it can enhance his immediate impact. Upon rising in the morning, in celebration of receiving the task, Huang Kaiwen indulged in video games throughout the morning. Meanwhile, across the distant land of China, he made headlines at 7 p.m. During the news broadcast, at 7:14 p.m., a scene of Huang Kaiwen holding a Real Madrid jersey appeared. The host, with a resonant voice, announced, "Our player Huang Kaiwen has joined Real Madrid for €1.2 billion. On August 27th, during the La Liga opener, Real Madrid triumphed over Villarreal with an 8-1 victory, where Huang Kaiwen scored 5 goals within 8 minutes, setting a new record. His unique celebration has sparked a global trend. The scene shifted to the streets of Brazil, where an older gentleman, after scoring in a local game, mimicked Huang Kaiwen's celebratory gesture. Huang Kaiwen, known for his flamboyant playing style, has garnered a substantial following worldwide, with the Brazilian people affectionately referring to him as the yellow-skinned Brazilian player. The footage transitioned again. In the midst of the rekindled battles of the American Football League, Huang Kaiwen's celebration was also observed. At the Ajax youth training camp in the Netherlands, young players celebrated by imitating Huang Kaiwen. Currently, Huang Kaiwen is recuperating from an injury sustained during a match against Argentine player Riquelme, and we wish him a swift recovery to return to the pitch in full glory. Due to the time difference, it was several hours later when the young lady returned, allowing Huang Kaiwen to showcase his prowess. On September 10th, Real Madrid faced a 1-4 defeat against Levante away from home. Huang Kaiwen had not rejoined the team, leaving Calderon in tears. Following this, the Real Madrid president called daily. Huang Kaiwen checked the schedule and, as he had recovered, returned to Lyon to reunite with his teammates. Lyon had been a troublesome opponent for Real Madrid. "Welcome back." Raul greeted Huang Kaiwan with an enthusiastic embrace. "I was afraid you wouldn't return and we would lose." Huang Kaiwan chuckled. "As long as I'm back, that's what matters." "Is your injury fully healed?" Raul inquired as he led the way. "Yes," Huang Kaiwan nodded. Once Raul opened the door to the room, he playfully remarked to Guti, who was lounging on the bed watching television, "You should switch rooms. Let Kaiwan sleep here." Guti gave Raul a thumbs up, saying, "You're taking revenge on me for that Atletico business." "Ha ha ha. Go on now," Raul urged Huang Kaiwan. "I used to be at the Atletico Youth Academy. But the club president Hill disbanded the youth team to cut costs, so I moved to Real Madrid." "I've heard about that," Huang Kaiwan replied. "You can sleep in my bed. I haven't used it yet," Raul offered. "All right," Huang Kaiwan agreed, settling onto the bed. Huang Kaiwan sensed an unusual state had emerged. Yet Raul's demeanor remained largely unchanged. Was it because Raul had held a high regard for him from the very beginning? Nevertheless, the enhancement of on-field chemistry remained paramount. The following day, they arrived at Lyon's home ground, the Gerland Stadium. Capello approached Huang Kaiwan and remarked, "Kevin, since your return from injury, you haven't engaged in much training. Today, you'll start as a substitute. If necessary, you may take to the field later." "Understood, coach," Huang Kaiwan replied with a nod and a smile. Not playing meant he could still earn his salary, and perhaps even receive additional bonuses when the season concluded. However, he was uncertain if his teammates could triumph over Lyon. Huang Kaiwan's name appeared on the roster, yet he remains off the pitch today. "You need not return to the locker room to warm up. You may enter the game directly in the second half." Huang Kaiwan nodded and commenced warming up on the sidelines. He noticed a young player across the field staring at him. Goodness, wasn't that Benzema? It dawned on Huang Kaiwan that Benzema hailed from Lyon. He nodded at Benzema, who promptly turned and jogged back to the players' tunnel. In the forum, comments flowed. Real Madrid is trailing 0-2. Huang Kaiwan is warming up on the sidelines. This scene feels all too familiar. Real Madrid is disappointing. They can't even outplay Lyon. Yet they insist on giving Huang Kaiwan this chance to show off. Don't underestimate Lyon. Since the 2000 season until last season, they have secured 5 consecutive championships. Such a feat is no trivial matter in mainstream leagues. Lyon's players are indeed formidable. Many of them participated in the World Cup this summer. Participation in the World Cup means little. Even if they were all first-team national players, could they withstand Huang Kaiwan's prowess? Frustrating. We will have to witness Huang Kaiwan's showboating again. It's all Real Madrid's fault for not being up to par. As the second half commenced, Huang Kaiwan suddenly recalled he had yet to draw a card. Observing his full 100 expectation value, he opted to draw. Ding. Obtained. BQ Morning Love Yi Lianshan 0181. It's Benzema's fault. Ding. Obtained a single match experience card for the 2007-2008 season, League 1 Round 11, Lyon vs Metz, featuring Karim Benzema. Benzema. Early in his career at Lyon, Benzema was often compared to Ronaldo, showcasing impressive skill with his dribbling. His style on the pitch was a reflection of Ronaldo's influence, and his footwork was indeed flashier than Ronaldo's, embodying the essence of Brazilian players. It was only upon joining Real Madrid that Benzema altered his playing style. Although he hadn't drawn the peak version of Benzema, the Lyon edition was still commendable. Upon seeing Huang Kaiwan standing by the sideline, Lyon's coach, Gerard Houllier, placed his right hand over his heart. Back in 2001, while managing Liverpool during halftime in a match against Leeds United, he had suffered a heart attack and was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. This French coach had long grappled with heart issues. Football coaching has always been a profession susceptible to cardiac problems, with sudden goals and losses exerting immense pressure on their hearts. Houllier pressed his right hand against his heart, while his left hand rested in the pocket of his suit, firmly clutching a small charm. He pondered the efficacy of the curses uttered by those Algerians. The whole family had long adhered to such traditions. England's head coach Hoddle had brought a sorcerer to the World Cup in '98, and now it was Hollier's turn. Once you step onto the field, do not feel any pressure. Capello warmly embraced Huang Kaiwan's arm and advised, just play your game. Lyon will not be able to contain you. Play according to your instincts. By the way, whom do you wish to substitute? Huang Kaiwan realized after some deliberation that he, Huang, was both player and coach, with the authority to influence formations. Had he known earlier, he might have joined Chelsea, renowned for such traditions. Nevertheless, since Capello had inquired, Huang felt obliged to respond graciously. The pace of the game was rapid. But Huang Kaiwen's reflexes were even swifter. With his left foot, he nudged the ball forward. Before Gervinho could react, Huang deftly pulled the ball back with his left foot, sending it to the right, and with a flick of his right foot, he surged ahead. Turan, recognizing the threat, rushed to the flank to defend alongside Thiago Mendes. With a deft heel pass, Huang returned the ball to Beckham, then circled around Turan, charging forward. Beckham delivered a precise long pass, landing perfectly at Huang's feet. Controlling the ball with his chest, Huang continued his relentless sprint down the left flank. After eluding Lioness right back, Reveler, who was desperately trying to catch up, both raced towards the byline. Just a meter from the line, Huang executed a sudden stop with his right foot, leaving the unsuspecting Reveler to tumble to the ground as he turned. Turan, closing in, stretched out his leg, but Huang adeptly shifted the ball to the left, then resumed his advance, skirting past Reveler and charging into the penalty area. Sighting Van Nistelrooy inside, Huang sidestepped and lofted a pass with his right foot. Van Nistelrooy, outpacing Chris, hurled himself into the air, connecting with a header that rocketed towards the goal. The Lion goalkeeper, Coupet, could only watch helplessly as the ball nestled into the lower left corner. Rising from the ground, Van Nistelrooy acknowledged Huang with a thumbs up before joining Roel and their teammates in celebration. Huang, however, paid little mind. In his earlier debut at Bernabeu, he had failed to pass to Van Nistelrooy when the opportunity arose, which had displeased him. Familiar with Van Nistelrooy's selfish tendencies from reading Ferguson's autobiography, Huang understood that regardless of their personal rapport, he was expected to deliver the ball in the heat of competition. Hence, Van Nistelrooy was not particularly endearing in Huang's eyes. Before leaving Manchester United, Van Nistelrooy had clashed with nearly everyone, making it evident that the club was eager to part ways with him. Huang found little charm in Van Nistelrooy's disposition. One could cultivate a good relationship, yet a single instance of withholding the ball would lead to complaints. Thus, Huang chose to maintain his distance from him. In the years to come, Van Nistelrooy would seek Ferguson's forgiveness, a tale of maturation for a young man. In Ferguson's words, it was quite remarkable for a player, once exalted by the media, agents, and fans, to humbly apologize. Van Nistelrooy has scored a goal. Huang Kaiwen, upon his second touch after coming onto the field, provided a magnificent assist for Van Nistelrooy. His explosive breakthrough down the left flank completely bewildered the Lion defenders. His footwork was remarkably agile. Although Huang Kaiwen employed no elaborate maneuvers, his ability to control and redirect the ball demonstrated immense explosiveness, effortlessly evading all defenders with his deftness. Hollier's expression was far from pleasant. He retrieved a pill bottle from his pocket, a precautionary measure for his heart condition. On the bench, Benzema caressed his bald head. As a young prodigy, he had always harbored a subtle rivalry with Huang Kaiwen, believing only his idol Ronaldo deserved the title of the world's best, viewing others as mere stepping stones. However, after watching numerous matches featuring Huang Kaiwen, Benzema began to feel that Ronaldo might not stand up to Huang Kaiwen, let alone himself. Considering that Huang Kaiwen was born in '83, several years his senior, they could hardly be regarded as contemporaries. Changing idols seemed a weighty endeavor. Yet emulating Huang Kaiwen's playing style proved to be a formidable challenge. He had previously imitated Ronaldo, whose style followed a predictable pattern. But Huang Kaiwen's ever-changing approach left him perplexed. The young Benzema found himself in a quandary. Lion resumed play. Captain Juninho received the ball, observing for a moment before delivering an exquisite pass to the left flank. Maluda, upon receiving the ball, showcased his speed. He and Govou, flanking left and right, relied on their pace. Govou on the right was slightly faster, while Maluda's passing was superior. However, both players struggled to convert opportunities. As Maluda encountered Carlos's pressing on the left, he quickly passed it to Mendes, who returned it to Juninho. Juninho then sent a long pass to the right. Govou, with the ball, swiftly broke through Sisinho's defense, who was in hot pursuit, but under the pressure. Govou's run culminated in a loss of control as he crossed the goal line. Cafu II versus Henry II. Their weaknesses are more apparent than their predecessors. One commentator remarked, "Indeed, while Sisinho excels in assists, his defensive prowess pales in comparison to Cafu's. Govou possesses remarkable speed and decent technical skills. Yet he tends to be reckless. When faced with defenders, he often lacks the composure that Henry exhibits. Thus, evolving into a star player is no simple feat. Sisinho frequently advances, but struggles to return. Capello has altered the defensive lineup in consecutive matches. While this approach may expedite the discovery of an optimal formation, constant changes hinder the development of synergy among players. Ramos is tasked with covering Cicinho's defensive shortcomings, but if this continues, Ramos may find himself substituted soon. Casillas initiated the play from the back. Ramos, advancing with the ball, demonstrated commendable technical skills. As Fred applied pressure, Ramos shifted the ball laterally to Diarra. Diarra, lifting his head to assess Hwang Kaiwan's positioning, noticed an abundance of defenders surrounding him and opted for a direct pass to Emerson. Emerson also lifted his gaze. As a former Juventus player, he possessed a deeper understanding of Hwang Kaiwan's prowess than his Real Madrid teammates. Time and again, after enduring a barrage of defeats, Emerson profoundly grasped the essence of passing the ball to Hwang Kaiwan and awaiting victory. His decision to join Real Madrid was partly motivated by the desire to share the pitch with Hwang Kaiwan. Surrounded by defenders, Emerson surged forward with the ball, waiting for the relentless pressing of little Juninho before he deftly laid it off to Beckham. Without lifting his head, Beckham swung his right foot, shooting the ball behind Mendes. In a sudden burst of speed, Hwang Kaiwan dashed forward to receive the ball, leaving Mendes a step too slow. Turulen sought to waste time, awaiting his teammates. But Hwang Kaiwan had already begun to perform his dazzling footwork. Quick, the rhythm beneath Hwang Kaiwan's feet was astonishing. Benzema watched from the sidelines, his eyes wide in astonishment. As Hwang Kaiwan shifted his weight, his feet glided over the ball, his shoulders propelling his body forward, causing Turulen to hesitate in his challenge. A pendulum dribble. This movement was one Benzema had practiced countless times in private, yet he could not execute it with the same effortless grace as Hwang Kaiwan in a match. When Hwang Kaiwan's left foot brushed over the ball for the second time, his right foot suddenly nudged the ball, surging forcefully towards the center before he struck it with his left foot. The ball struck Cristiano and soared high into the air. Riva hurriedly headed it forward. But Turulen's attempt to pass was intercepted by Emerson. Without even glancing, Emerson instinctively flicked the ball with his right foot towards the left flank. In motion, Hwang Kaiwan noticed the ball had been directed behind him. He slightly slowed down and lifted his heel, nudging the ball forward. As the ball hit the ground and bounced up, Turulen was in pursuit. Hwang Kaiwan lowered his head and made contact with the ball. Mendes approached from the left, leaving Hwang Kaiwan with little time to control it. In that moment, he tapped the ball with his right foot, causing it to bounce again, and as he half-turned, he flicked the ball over Mendes's head. Hwang Kaiwan charged ahead to seize the ball before Mendes could intervene, nudging it with his heel to Carlos, who was making a run. Beautiful. Hwang Kaiwan showcased his magical footwork on the left flank, attracting 4 defenders, allowing Carlos to advance unopposed and deliver a cross, which struck Cristiano and went out for a corner for Real Madrid. Beckham glanced at Hwang Kaiwan. Hwang Kaiwan smiled and said, "You go ahead." Beckham nodded and made his way to the corner flag. Hwang Kaiwan was not particularly pleased with this situation. It felt as though he was the one directing the play. His teammates hesitated to take set pieces without his approval. Alas, the world misunderstood him far too often. Go ask the Milan players who knew him. Who wouldn't attest to Hwang being the easiest to talk to? Damn, even Beckham has to read Hwang Kaiwan's signals before he dares to take a corner? Beckham may have his accolades, but when it comes to football, Hwang Kaiwan is undoubtedly the best in the world. Although Hwang Kaiwan hasn't scored today, he's already started to dazzle with his skills. The Lion players displayed a lack of resolve, left bewildered by the dexterity of Hwang Kaiwan. Brother, spare me the sarcastic remarks. If your entire family were to run for half an hour, they wouldn't even graze the ball at Hwang Kaiwan's feet, came the retort. Damn it. Hwang Kaiwan's feet are astonishingly agile. I've made my decision. I shall no longer refer to Hwang Kaiwan in such a derogatory manner. After Ronaldo's injury, I thought I would never witness the pendulum dribble again. Yet here is Hwang Kaiwan demonstrating it. Hwang Kaiwan has always been fragile. The pendulum dribble is particularly taxing on the knees, so he ought to employ it sparingly. Beckham, having assessed the situation on the pitch, began his run, swinging his arm as his right foot connected with the ball beneath. The sphere soared from the corner flag directly towards the center of the penalty area. Positioned at the left post, Chris, upon noticing Hwang Kaiwan's positioning, rushed to the goal line to head the ball out of the penalty box. Players from both sides turned to charge into the penalty area to seize the ball. Suddenly, a diminutive figure clad in a Real Madrid jersey dashed towards the ball, swinging his robust left leg at the bouncing sphere. A thunderous crack echoed as the ball transformed into a streak of light, hurtling into the penalty area. Huang Kaiwen instinctively turned to evade the lethal long-range shot. Even so, the force of the ball stirred a painful breeze against his shins. Lions goalkeeper, Coupet, had already lunged in an attempt to save as Carlos unleashed his shot. However, the power of Carlos's strike was overwhelming. From the moment of the shot to the ball finding the net, not a second elapsed. Coupet remained airborne, unable to land before the ball nestled into the net, producing a rustling sound. "You nearly took my life, Robert," Huang Kaiwen exclaimed, rushing to Carlos's side. Given the height of that shot, it was clearly aimed to strike between his legs. Without an immunity card, it could easily result in calamity. "Fear not, I am well aware," Carlos replied with a smile. Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement, reflecting that if Carlos truly had awareness, he wouldn't have fathered so many illegitimate children. The private lives of Brazilian players are notoriously tumultuous. Carlos's acknowledged offspring alone could form a complete 11-man team. Raul wore a radiant smile, also gesturing towards Huang Kaiwen, embodying the sentiment that at last, there exists someone who understands him. The fans of the League One champions ceased their revelry, leaving only the euphoric cheers of the Mellinger crowd. In the midst of serenity shines the splendid virtue. The sound of tranquility yields remarkable merit. The distant shot of a divine dragon illuminates, arching gracefully like the bow of the emperor. "What a remarkable Huang Kaiwen! What a magnificent long-range shot!" Hiwei exclaimed in astonishment. He aptly employed this verse to encapsulate Huang Kaiwen's performance. The initial couplet alludes to Buddhist enlightenment, broadly referencing Huang Kaiwen's renown in the Christian world, while the latter lines vividly describe his long-range shot, turning an ordinary football match into a poetic spectacle. The comments section was awash with lamentations. "Damn. I knew that with Huang Kaiwen on the field, he would show off. Initially, I didn't think that shot was particularly impressive, but after hearing Hiwei, I feel as though Huang Kaiwen is akin to Yi Guqing. You may have watched Huang Kaiwen's extraordinary goals too often, dismissing a long-range shot that struck the inner post as unremarkable. It's not that. Why has Huang Kaiwen only scored once? I feel as though he is the star of today's match. Indeed, congratulations on your keen intellect once again shining through." In the first half, Real Madrid was pressured by Lyon, and it was only after Huang Kaiwen entered the field that they began their counterattack. Sigh. Is there no team capable of halting Huang Kaiwen's relentless advance? What has become of this world that allows the virtuous to weep while the wicked rejoice? Can this world ever be mended? Brother Huan, although Huang Kaiwen may not be a paragon of virtue, he is certainly not as bad as you might think. Mind your words. How dare you speak to me, Brother Huan, in such a manner? Aside from once agreeing to run naked and twice joking about eating excrement, he is truly a commendable individual. Is a substitution imminent? Both teams have their substitutes lined up at the sidelines. If Capello had any sense, he should replace Huang Kaiwen now. Capello, however, would not substitute Huang Kaiwen. Which star player is replaced after playing less than half an hour? He genuinely feared for Huang Kaiwen's safety, yet he was too apprehensive to make the change. Previously, he had sought the counsel of a sorcerer in Madrid, only to be duped by those gypsies, who, when exposed, snatched his wallet. Is the heart of theology truly in Italy? In the vast Iberian Peninsula? Is there not a single soul to assist him? With a sigh, Capello patted Guti on the shoulder and instructed, "Make sure to pass to Kaiwen frequently." "Understood, coach." Guti nodded. Having previously worked alongside Capello, he was well acquainted with his temperament. Lyon made 2 substitutions, with Wiltord replacing Govu and Benzema taking the place of the lone striker. Fred. Benzema sprinted to the center circle, awaiting the kickoff. As he observed Huang Kaiwen returning to the center circle amidst his teammates, he shyly inquired, "Will you swap jerseys with me after the match?" "Me?" Huang Kaiwen asked. "Yes, I think you play exceptionally well," Benzema replied, nodding vigorously. "I've studied Ronaldo's style for a long time, yet I cannot play as effortlessly as you do." Huang Kaiwen smiled and promptly responded, "You possess great talent. I have high hopes for you. Keep it up." Benzema nodded excitedly, reminding Huang Kaiwen, "Remember, we agreed to swap jerseys after the match." "Yes, I won't forget," Huang Kaiwen affirmed. He never anticipated that today he would captivate the true Benzema. After enhancing his skills, his performance as Benzema indeed surpassed that of the original. As Benzema initiated the play with a lateral pass, he glanced back at his teammates' positions and sprinted forward, determined to impress Huang Kaiwen with his performance. Mendes, in the backfield, encountered Guti's pressing and diagonally distributed the ball to the left flank. Abidal, carrying the ball past the halfway line, utilized his speed to forcefully maneuver past Emerson, reaching the edge of the box and delivering a diagonal pass with the outside of his right foot to Benzema. Unaware of the perils of the world, Benzema hesitated and did not rush to meet the ball immediately. Ramos extended his arms and sprinted forward to seize the ball. Abidal surged forward to reclaim possession, but Ramos deftly brushed the ball with his left foot, executing a half bicycle kick before nudging it with his right foot, allowing the ball to slip through Abidal's legs. Ramos maneuvered past him, reclaiming the ball and continuing his advance. Goodness, Real Madrid's attack. Ramos, Cicinho, and Carlos on the left are all surging forward. This scene feels remarkably familiar. Indeed, during his time at AC Milan, Serginho, Maldini, and Cafu frequently charged forward as well. Nowadays, defenders in football possess an offensive mindset. Ramos, having advanced into the attacking zone, refrained from passing the ball. Capello immediately remarked that Real Madrid's strategy revolves around finding Juan Kaiwan, who, upon receiving the ball, decides how to play. This over-reliance on a single core player makes their strategy vulnerable to counteraction. Ramos did not pass immediately. He continued forward until little Juninho rushed towards him, at which point he turned and passed back to Guti. Guti received the ball. Noticing Juan Kaiwan making a run from the left flank toward the penalty area, and promptly delivered a lofted pass with his left foot. "Give it to me." Van Nistelrooy called out to Juan Kaiwan, positioning himself against Patrick Muller. Both Juan Kaiwan and Rivera raced toward the ball's landing spot. A step ahead, Juan Kaiwan skillfully nudged the ball with his chest, lifted his right foot high, and flicked the ball over his head, twisting away from Rivera. Turan, trailing behind, reached out to grasp Juan Kaiwan. With a deft touch, Juan Kaiwan flicked the ball to his left with his right foot, then used his left foot to maneuver around Turan's grasp. Chris, aware that he could not wait for Juan Kaiwan to break through one by one, dashed toward him diagonally, executing a sliding tackle. Without time to adjust his balance, Juan Kaiwan, with the tip of his right foot, caught the ball behind him and flicked it forward, leaping over Chris's legs in the process. A rainbow flick. Both the right back and right winger of Lyon were left in his wake. He advanced down the left flank unchallenged. "Give it to me, quickly," Van Nistelrooy shouted, waving his hands while positioned close to Muller. Van Nistelrooy's call caused Muller, who intended to rush towards Juan Kaiwan, to hesitate. Seizing the opportunity, Juan Kaiwan dribbled diagonally into the penalty area from the edge. At this moment, Muller had no choice but to abandon Van Nistelrooy and chase after Juan Kaiwan, while Abidal rushed to cover Van Nistelrooy. The atmosphere at the Gerland Stadium was tense, with both sets of fans holding their breath, fearful that any noise might disrupt their players' defensive or offensive efforts. Within the penalty area, a 2-on-2 situation, despite the presence of a goalkeeper, remained perilous for the defenders. Lyon fans were filled with trepidation. Swiss international Patrick Muller, a composed and decisive defender, approached Juan Kaiwan, ready to extend his foot. Suddenly, Juan Kaiwan flicked the ball diagonally toward the goal and lifted his right foot, prompting Muller to hastily intervene to block Juan Kaiwan's shot. However, to his astonishment, Juan Kaiwan's right foot gently lowered, pushing the ball toward the center as he swiftly resumed his run toward the right side of the small penalty area, with his center of gravity lowered. Coupet followed Juan Kaiwan's movement, while Abidal abandoned Van Nistelrooy to close in on Juan Kaiwan. Juan Kaiwan opened his arms, turned, and nudged the ball from his left foot to his right, switching his supporting foot before pulling the ball toward the goal with his right foot. Marseille turn. Abidal, standing beside Juan Kaiwan, became merely a spectator. At the very moment Abidal was poised to commit a foul, Juan Kaiwan swiftly brushed the ball with his right foot. After executing a half bicycle kick, he found himself in front of the goal. As Lyon's goalkeeper, Koop, dove to intercept, Juan Kaiwan deftly flicked the ball beneath him. The crisp sound of his boot striking the ball echoed through the air. Koop reached out, but the ball sailed past his arm, his gaze growing increasingly desperate as it followed the ball's trajectory, ultimately crashing into the net. "St. Kevin," echoed through the stadium, the voices of the supporters of Merengues for the first time overpowering those of the home fans at the Gerland Stadium. The away supporters, clad in the regalia of Real Madrid, fervently waved anything they could grasp. Juan Kaiwan, transferring to Spain, he has swiftly become a matador, evading defenders with a series of deft turns, all while brandishing a vibrant red cape. His footwork resembles the passionate flamenco of Spain, showcasing both strength and grace on the pitch, delighting Real Madrid fans while shattering the hearts of Lion supporters. Lion had executed a flawless first half. Yet football matches are played over 2 halves. A butterfly flapping its wings in Brazil can trigger a tornado in Texas. The entrance of a Ballon d'Or winner can entirely alter the course of a game. Lion had performed admirably, but they faced an insurmountable adversary. Even with their 5 consecutive League One titles, they could not contend with the might of Real Madrid, bolstered by Hwang Kaiwan. With little time remaining, Lion's priority was to adjust their strategy and play well in the remaining 5 matches, still holding a glimmer of hope for progression from the group stage. In far-off New York, the Brazilian football king, Pelé, was as exuberant as a child, bouncing on his sofa. The Brazilian team's exit in the quarterfinals of the World Cup had left him heartbroken. Only by watching Hwang Kaiwan's matches could he find joy again. Indeed, Hwang was the ambassador of Samba football he revered. What a stunning goal it was. From a chest control to a rainbow flick. Then a feigned shot to deceive the defender's balance. Amid the encirclement of the goalkeeper and defenders, he executed a Marseille turn followed by a half-bicycle kick, ultimately completing a lethal strike. Pelé saw in Hwang Kaiwan the remnants of a playing style that had once ruled the world, an approach he had mastered himself. In the current football landscape, only 2 individuals possess the capability to resurrect this style, Ronaldinho and Hwang Kaiwan. Among the 2 young talents, Pelé favored Hwang Kaiwan's future, believing that as a fellow Brazilian, he understood the essence of Brazilian football more profoundly. In contrast, Hwang Kaiwan seemed more likely to elevate Samba football to the pinnacle of the world. As Pelé envisioned the future of Samba football, a piercing shout erupted from the television, "Team Doctor, Team Doctor." The article discusses the recent developments surrounding Kevin and his integration into the team, particularly in light of his injury concerns. According to Marca, Kevin celebrated a goal in a manner reminiscent of Raul, who also acknowledged Kevin's performance, indicating his successful assimilation into the squad. Capello now faces the pressing challenge of addressing Kevin's injury, with Calderon expressing his intention to invite top sports injury specialists to join the Real Madrid medical team, which is promising news. As reported by AS, Kevin silenced the critics at the Gerland Stadium. The Frenchman may need to invite Zidane back to mount a challenge against Kevin, contingent upon his willingness to play in Lion. Mundo Deportivo highlights that Kevin's frequent use of intricate dribbling techniques in the UEFA Champions League group stages has placed significant strain on his knee, raising concerns that he may be sidelined for the remainder of the season. Rijkaard was astounded by Kevin's cousin, Lee, whose right foot is akin to one crafted from gold, suggesting that a Chinese player will shine in the upcoming derby. Lee from Barcelona. On a personal note, Kevin has recently taken an interest in honing his finger dexterity for gaming. However, he finds solitary play rather dull and resorts to watching cartoons for amusement. As he reflects on a challenge presented to him, he notes the handwriting resembles that of an elementary school student. At that moment, the young lady enters and playfully suggests that he could step outside for a change. Yet, he finds the animation captivating enough to stay put. The young lady then mentions that Calderon had called, proposing that Kevin promote a product during a home match. Kevin expresses disinterest, unwilling to pose with a product like Ronaldo. However, the young lady clarifies that it is not the type of product he imagines. It is a health device aimed at affluent individuals, and should he agree, a substantial income could follow. Intrigued, Kevin asks about the financial specifics, to which she responds that she did not inquire, but could do so if he consents. Later, after dinner, the young lady, having spoken with Calderon, shares that he mentioned the possibility of creating a dedicated space for Kevin at the Bernabeu for recovery during his injuries. Kevin responds pragmatically, questioning the financial arrangement and the nature of the endorsement, emphasizing that while the dedicated space is not a priority, he does not wish to miss out on financial compensation. The young lady assures him that it would be club sponsorship income and offers to negotiate further with Calderon if he is interested. Kevin agrees to proceed with the discussions. Hwang Kaiwan nodded and, upon lifting his gaze, felt a wave of dizziness. He inquired, "Have you ever heard me play the piano? Do you actually play the piano, dear?" The young lady asked, her voice brimming with delight. "Of course. Come, let me show you," Hwang Kaiwan replied, rising and guiding her toward the bedroom. Soon, the room resonated with Beethoven's Symphony No. 5. On September 17th, both AC Milan and Real Madrid had matches. Hwang Kaiwan opted to watch the live game at Milan's home against Parma, intending to return home in time to catch the tail end of the Real Madrid match, which started later. The DJ at San Siro announced, Today we have a special guest in attendance, none other than Milan's legendary player, Kevin. Kevin, Kevin, Kevin. Huang Kaiwen stood up from the stands, greeting the enthusiastic fans. This was the moment he had long awaited, rather than watching from a private box. The fans still welcome you, Maldini remarked. They welcome you even more. Time speaks volumes, old man. Huang Kaiwen chuckled in response. I feel too old. Perhaps I should retire sooner. Look, I've been injured again. It might be time to make space for the younger generation, Maldini said. Should you announce your retirement at the end of the season after today's match? Huang Kaiwen teased, unaware that Maldini still had several seasons left in him. Ahem. Let us not rush. I'll consider retirement when I can no longer play, Maldini replied awkwardly, acknowledging the difference between talk and action when it came to retirement. Uncle Kevin, I'm currently learning to play as a left winger. Young Daniel exclaimed excitedly, looking up. Is that so? That sounds promising, Huang Kaiwen responded. Though he knew Daniel's talent in the forward position was limited. I want to play for Real Madrid just like you. Daniel continued. Wonderful, Huang Kaiwen said, noticing the dismay on Paolo Maldini's face. I'm sure you'll wear the number 10 jersey. Indeed, I believe you will. Huang Kaiwen affirmed with a vigorous nod, aware that the boy might be in for a scolding at home. Paolo Maldini sighed. Today's youth are quite troublesome. Cristiano is like this, and so is Daniel. By the way, why haven't I seen Cristiano? Huang Kaiwen asked curiously. He has been grounded for repeatedly making excuses to avoid his homework. If he doesn't submit his assignments at school, I'll have to accompany him, Paolo Maldini lamented. I think you should consider having another child. Maybe the third one will be easier to manage, Huang Kaiwen suggested. With the first two being unreliable, it might be wise to hasten the arrival of a third. We'll see. The two I have are already quite a handful, and Adriana doesn't have the energy for another, Paolo replied. You could always hire someone to help. Huang Kaiwen remarked. On the field, Seedorf scored a goal. After Huang Kaiwen's departure, Seedorf finally secured a stable position. Moments later, Kaká unleashed a long-range shot that found the net. In the 85th minute of the second half, Kaká embarked on a long, determined run into the Parma penalty area, only to be brought down from behind by Massimo Pezzini. A penalty was awarded to Parma, and Kaká took it upon himself to convert the spot kick successfully. Milan triumphed over Parma with a score of 3-0 at home. After the match, Inzaghi, who had sat on the bench throughout, suddenly regained his spirits upon seeing Huang Kaiwen. Mate, our trio has reunited in Milan. On such a day, we ought to celebrate, Inzaghi exclaimed, throwing an arm around Huang Kaiwen's shoulders. Filippo, even now tales about your love child linger. Can't you find a steady girlfriend? Huang Kaiwen inquired. I've aimed for meaningful relationships, but if they don't work out, what can I do? I can only switch partners. Inzaghi replied with an innocent shrug. Well, you go ahead. I have matters to attend to at home, Huang Kaiwen stated. What could possibly be more important than celebrating together? Inzaghi questioned, a hint of annoyance in his voice. You wouldn't understand. I have to participate in a competition. Ricardo, let us go. Huang Kaiwen pulled Kaká along. Recently, he and Kaká had entrusted their character, Legend, to a proxy gamer, creating a level 69 competition character. Just days prior, they had acquired an unrestricted account. Such items are now quite affordable, and Huang Kaiwen had managed to procure everything available in their district, as the treasure house had yet to launch, making the trading quite laborious. After investing so much, it was all for the sake of the competition. Due to the time zone difference, a good night's sleep would align perfectly with tomorrow's contest, so returning home to apply temporary buffs would ensure his character remained online. After the competition, Huang Kaiwen promptly departed from Milan, a place tinged with sorrow. His cousin, Kaká, and two youngsters from Barcelona's youth academy had been grouped together, while he was assigned to a different team. Initially, he sought to find better teammates, but soon realized that suitable allies were scarce. Consequently, Huang Kaiwen opted not to form a team, entering the arena to dismantle opposing squads, concluding his competitive journey. He even abstained from participating in the second match altogether. Huang Kaiwen had deliberately crafted a trend-setting skeleton-themed character, equipped with a level 130 unrestricted account, yet it proved ineffective. Such events hinge heavily on luck. With 5 players in a team, lacking strong allies renders individual prowess futile. The notion of spending money on gaming felt almost like a mockery to Huang Kaiwen, leading him to contemplate joining another game entirely. As a person of some repute, he found it unacceptable to spend money only to be defeated. After more than 2 hours, Huang Kaiwen landed at Barajas Airport and powered on his phone, promptly receiving a call from Calderon. "Mr. President?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "Wonderful, you finally answered, Kaiwen. Barbara mentioned that you agreed, right? The Bernabeu Stadium is currently undergoing urgent renovations." Calderon spoke rapidly on the other end of the line. "Yes, I agreed. This will benefit the club," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile, which also bore a slight advantage for himself. "That's splendid news. Additionally, I'm pleased to inform you that I've reached an agreement with Dr. Melchior, Chelsea's chief physician. He will soon join Real Madrid. So you won't need to fly to Milan for medical consultations anymore," Calderon exclaimed with enthusiasm. Huang Kaiwen, how can Calderon speak like this? He quickly added, "You might want to reach out to that miraculous physician from Bayern. I believe Dr. Melserman is somewhat inferior. Since you suggest it, I shall give it a try." Calderon replied. Once Calderon hung up, Huang Kaiwen felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Although Dr. Melserman was a good friend of his, Huang Kaiwen had no desire to encounter him, particularly in times of injury. Numerous stars had suffered setbacks under the care of the Real Madrid medical staff, and even more had been mishandled by Melserman. Should Melserman join Real Madrid and collaborate with their veterinary team, the medical room would transform into a veritable slaughterhouse. One would feel embarrassed to claim they had sustained an injury while serving the club without enduring some lingering aftereffects. On September 23rd, during the match at home against Real Sociedad, Huang Kaiwen arrived at the Bernabeu Stadium early at Calderon's request. After all, Calderon was also a good friend of his, and not everyone possessed the audacity to offer a salary of 15 million euros. Maintaining a good relationship could lead to a contract extension at the end of the season. "Kevin, you've arrived." Calderon greeted him with a smile and a wave. "Yes, what about the physiotherapy equipment from the sponsors?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "Come, follow me," Calderon beckoned. He led Huang Kaiwen to the intersection of the south and west stands, where a strikingly prominent small swimming pool caught Huang's attention. "This is our sponsor's high-tech swimming pool, particularly effective for injury recovery and alleviating fatigue. With fatigue gone, longevity will surely follow. They've invested a fortune this time," Calderon exclaimed, clearly pleased, as he had pocketed a fair amount of commission from this sponsorship. "Wait, are those logos on the pool's exterior also from the sponsors?" Huang Kaiwen questioned, gesturing toward the pool's edge. The branding was more ostentatious than that on an F1 racing suit, with over 20 logos visible at a glance. "Indeed. Some belong to our previous sponsors who paid a nominal fee to display their logos here, while others are new sponsors. We are still in the process of securing additional partnerships, and later, we will negotiate with the broadcasting team to ensure they capture the sponsors' logos when they pan the camera to you," Calderon explained excitedly. "All right then. As long as my payments remain intact," Huang Kaiwen nodded. The influx of sponsors was advantageous for him as well. "Rest assured, it still appears to be a dual swimming pool. You could invite 2 slender ladies to lounge here, enjoying the massage system behind the pool while watching the match," Calderon suggested. "I shall consider that," Huang Kaiwen replied, nodding. Once Calderon departed, he phoned Ronaldo. By 4 in the afternoon, fans began to fill the stands. Ronaldo and Huang Kaiwen were already soaking in the pool. "This is indeed a splendid spot for watching the game. If only we had a larger pool and could find a couple of supermodels, it would be even better," Ronaldo remarked. "Then we might find ourselves making tabloid headlines tomorrow. Besides, it may not look quite right if you're embracing ladies while your teammates are in the match," Huang Kaiwen said, resting one arm on the edge of the pool while holding a cup with a straw in the other hand. "Indeed, but I am not that kind of person. I wouldn't monopolize 2 supermodels," Ronaldo remarked with a grin. "No, your point is misplaced. It is not a matter of supermodels," Huang Kaiwen replied, pressing his temples. Ronaldo continued, "Let me tell you, I have far more experience in dating than you do. I'll take you to Brazil sometime." In high spirits, he even swayed his body, splashing some water from the pool. Zhang, the coach, who was discussing the lineups, was taken aback when the camera panned to the stands. "Isn't that Huang Kaiwen? Both he and Ronaldo, the ailing duo, have secured a VIP seat." Huang Kaiwen, dressed in tropical swimwear, drink in hand, appears utterly relaxed. No wonder Capello predicted Huang Kaiwen would be with his teammates today. It seems he received the information in advance. This spot is quite splendid. It must be the VVVIP section of the Bernabeu. The online forum was buzzing. Wow, Huang Kaiwen can flaunt even without being on the field. Honestly, compared to Ronaldo, Huang Kaiwen looks even more dashing. His physique is impressive. Huang Kaiwen is clearly doing this on purpose. he definitely sought out Ronaldo to watch the match together. Have you noticed how the girls around them are not as appealing? It perfectly accentuates his own appeal. Damn, it's another day of envying Huang Kaiwen. I was contemplating saving up for a pilgrimage to Highbury, while Huang Kaiwen is lounging by the pool, watching the game, and even has an umbrella. The disparity between people is greater than that between humans and dogs. Highbury, Arsenal's home ground, has been moved to the Emirates. What can we do? The Emirates has the funds. If our owner were Abramovich, we wouldn't have lost the naming rights to the stadium. Are there no brands outside the pool? I bet Real Madrid has to pay Huang Kaiwen a handsome sum. Are you suggesting each brand is a sponsor? Isn't it obvious? Can Audi and Red Bull be from the same company? The match commenced at 5 p.m. Real Madrid played rather lethargically in the first half, with the broadcast frequently cutting to Huang Kaiwen and Ronaldo. Fans around the world were captivated, watching as the duo enjoyed their vacation. In the 70th minute of the second half, Reyes broke the deadlock, scoring from the right flank. As the match approached stoppage time, Robinho assisted Raul, ensuring Real Madrid triumphed 2-0 at home against Real Sociedad. At the post-match conference, not a single journalist inquired about the game. Capello could only hold his head in confusion, genuinely unaware of how much the sponsors had contributed. In his office, Calderon received numerous calls, all inquiring whether one could join Huang Kaiwen by the pool to watch the match. When his assistant reported that the commercial department had received even more calls, Calderon was ecstatic. He truly was a genius. The following day, the headline photograph in Marca features Huang Kaiwen and Ronaldo watching a football match in a pool. They noted, while there is no information yet on the financial gains Real Madrid has achieved from this commercial venture, the number of sponsors suggests that it has been a remarkably successful business case. Calderon's exorbitant acquisition of Kevin has truly realized a dual triumph in both competitive and commercial realms. Around 10 in the morning, Huang Kaiwen, still in the throes of sleep, received a call from Calderon. "Hello?" he groggily inquired, reaching for his phone on the bedside table, rubbing his eyes. "Kevin, this is fantastic," Calderon exclaimed with palpable excitement. "Your appearance with Ronaldo in the pool yesterday has sparked a global conversation, and our sponsors are exceedingly pleased. Even the beverages you were consuming have piqued widespread curiosity. If you were to establish a beverage brand, it could instantaneously captivate the world." Upon hearing this, Huang Kaiwen felt invigorated. He had previously contemplated harnessing tea to activate Messi's traits to enhance his own prowess. Now, Calderon's suggestion resonated with him. The idea of launching a brand such as Sad Tea or Kevin's Tea seemed promising, with the potential to flourish throughout Europe and subsequently expand into Messi's homeland in South America and Asia. He understood that anything gaining popularity in Europe would command a premium in Asia, while brands from Asia attempting to penetrate Europe would need to lower their prices. Huang Kaiwen was acutely aware of this dynamic. As long as it thrived in Europe, it would be an overwhelming success in Asia. Once he concluded the call with Calderon, Huang Kaiwen promptly reached out to the young lady. She found his idea commendable and planned a meeting to discuss it further, suggesting that it wouldn't be long before they could inaugurate their first store in Madrid and Milan. With a clear objective in mind, Huang Kaiwen remained indoors for several days, diligently crafting a business proposal. By the end of September, he had developed a preliminary version, even sending the advertisement jingle to the young lady. The brand was to be named Kevin's Ice City, offering milk tea, coffee, fresh juices, and a variety of tea beverages. He composed several charming anecdotes to infuse some romantic allure into Kevin's Ice City, specifically aimed at enticing the petite bourgeoisie. For instance, there was the tale of an English noblewoman during World War II who sent her beloved off to war with a pot of milk tea. When the young man fell gravely ill due to poor care, he reminisced about the distant lady and, after sipping the milk tea, miraculously recovered. Alternatively, there was the story of a descendant of Napoleon's illegitimate son embarking on an adventure with friends to the ruins of Babylon, traversing mountains and confronting zombies and monstrous lab creations, ultimately battling the Queen of Babylon to obtain treasure, which included an ancient Babylonian court recipe reputed to prolong life and enhance vitality, ultimately landing in Huang's hands. Were these tales not more captivating than the claims of French mineral water curing cancer? Huang Kaiwen felt like a genius in the realm of business. Once the store in Madrid was established, he planned to open another in Barcelona, specializing in yerba mate for Messi. After a day brimming with excitement, Huang Kaiwen began to feel the weight of fatigue. However, he persevered, waiting until midnight. The monthly refresh of the system store was indeed the most joyous occasion. At the stroke of 12, the system store would refresh. Special template. Yuan San Roran 1, 000 fate points. Template. Maradona 10, 000 points. Ravel Morrison 3, 500 points. Skills. Rainbow Dribble Master 2, 000 points. Ear Cleaning Mastery 100 points. Items. 24-hour injury immunity card 20 points. If he could afford the special template, Huang Kaiwen would certainly not choose Yuan San Roran. While formidable, this player was prone to conceding goals in the presence of the great Ozora Tsubasa. Maradona needs no further introduction. His prowess is well known. Morrison, overshadowing both Lin Huang and Pogba, was regarded as the finest talent in Manchester United's youth team at the time. However, this player harbored significant personal issues, exhibiting a volatile temperament and even domestic violence, not sparing his girlfriend's mother either. His off-field antics had exhausted Sir Ferguson's patience, leading to his transfer to West Ham. In terms of skills, Rainbow Dribble was not particularly practical and came with a hefty price tag. As for Ear Cleaning Mastery, Huang Kaiwen recalled the earlier Foot Care Mastery, which seemed to suggest a future working at a club after his retirement. Who in their right mind would seek a male therapist at such establishments? Glancing at the 980 fate points, Huang Kaiwen decided to acquire the immunity card. After 2 matches, he found that immunity card to be quite beneficial. New tasks had appeared. Season task, alter Beckham's destiny, prevent him from becoming a substitute. Upon seeing this task, Huang Kaiwen remembered that Capello did not particularly favor Beckham. Ideally, this season, Capello should rely on Beckham alongside a few players he disdained to secure the La Liga title. The second task remained unchanged, still concerning Raul. Long-term task, change Gudi's destiny. Allow him to retire at Real Madrid. This was no easy feat, primarily because of age. He wished to remain at a prestigious club, but would have to significantly reduce his salary. Huang Kaiwen felt powerless in this regard. After reviewing the refreshed system store, a weary Huang Kaiwen drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, Huang Kaiwen felt invigorated. Early in the morning, club staff presented him with shopping vouchers and cash. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, he anticipated another wave of gifts. Albert, take this to purchase some ingredients. I would like to invite my teammates over to celebrate after the match. Huang Kaiwen instructed his elderly steward. Are we having barbecue, my lord? Albert inquired. That works. It's simple enough. Also, prepare some beverages, including that royal grape wine, Huang Kaiwen continued. Understood, my lord, Albert replied before heading out. The old steward was remarkably efficient, demonstrating little fault aside from occasional lapses in thought. In the afternoon, Huang Kaiwen and his teammates headed to the Bernabeu. The Madrid derby was conveniently scheduled for the first day of October. After the match tonight, everyone come to my house to celebrate. As Huang Kaiwen changed his clothes, he remarked, very well, I shall call home now. Raul chuckled in response. Raul, who had married the Spanish beauty Maman Sanz in 1999, was now the proud father of 2 sons. Are you going to prepare the drinks, you affluent fellow? Beauty inquired. Huang Kaiwen exclaimed, whatever you wish to drink. Let me procure it. Do not skimp on expenses, indulge as much as you desire. Long live Kaiwen. Came the cheers. How generous of you. We shall gather at your residence this evening. May we bring our families? By all means, feel free to bring whoever you wish, Huang Kaiwen replied. Since joining Real Madrid, this was his inaugural invitation to his teammates to visit his home. All right, since you wish to celebrate, you must first secure a victory, Capello addressed the players. Go out there and win the derby. Then you may relax splendidly later. A wave of cheers erupted in the locker room. At this moment, everyone was in high spirits. Glancing around, Huang Kaiwen, having already utilized his immunity card, opted to draw a card. Ding! Acquired a single-match experience card for the 2014 to 2015 Premier League, round 34. Manchester City vs Aston Villa, featuring Sergio Aguero. The forward for Atletico is Torres, correct? Huang Kaiwen asked Raul. Indeed, that lad is quite formidable. What is it? Raul inquired. Nothing, Huang Kaiwen replied. Today's Madrid derby would showcase the clash of 2 generations of Atletico's striking prowess, Acuin versus Titi. Regardless of whether it is Aguero or Torres, both are undoubtedly elite forwards. Huang Kaiwen had watched Aguero's interview, where he spoke of the 5 players who ignited his imagination in his youth and whom he aspired to emulate: Owen, Saviola, Tevez, Riquelme, and Ronaldo. The brilliance of Ronaldo lay in his ability to inspire. Regardless of one's success and imitation, any forward would seek to replicate him. In comparison to Ronaldo and Riquelme, Hwang Kaiwan believed that Owen had the most significant impact on Agüero. Both being diminutive forwards, Owen's style of play provided Agüero with profound insights. From evading defenders to sudden movements that allow for opportunistic rebounds, Agüero himself attested that he drew experiences from Owen's gameplay. Agüero possesses commendable ball control, yet his passing lacks remarkable creativity, which is a stylistic concern. His attributes include a keen sense for goal, exceptional shooting, a propensity for dropping back to assist in play, agile positioning, and impressive dribbling skills. He shares a penchant for shooting before the goalkeeper can establish their position, reminiscent of Romario. When uninjured, Agüero is remarkably consistent, though he sometimes lacks the element of awe. Consistently lingering around the 15th spot in the Ballon d'Or rankings is insufficient for a top-tier forward. Another striker produced by Atletico, Torres, serves as a prime example, having once graced the top 3 of the Ballon d'Or. Torres's defining characteristic is his incredible speed. The sprinting speed is astonishing, with rapid acceleration and swift secondary bursts. Coupled with an impeccable physique, explosive power, agility, balance, and flexibility, he consistently outpaces others both in static and dynamic scenarios. Executing a quick turn while receiving the ball with his back to the defender, he deftly maneuvers past top-tier defenders or accelerates while in motion, leaving renowned defenders like Ferdinand trailing behind, maintaining balance as he surges into the penalty area to strike. This style of play is truly captivating. Against formidable teams such as Barcelona, Real Madrid, and the elite of the Premier League, Torres has consistently delivered remarkable performances. In contrast, the bulkier Agüero in the Premier League seems to have diminished his flair, lacking significant standout moments, with his decisive goal against Queen's Park Rangers offering little persuasion. Hwang Kaiwan believes that the role of a shadow striker better suits Agüero. His performance as a lone striker has become increasingly mediocre, a disappointing outcome for a player once likened to Maradona. As they exited the dressing room to warm up, Capello called Hwang Kaiwan, inquiring if there were any issues with today's starting lineup. "I think it looks good," Hwang Kaiwan replied with a smile. He felt that Agüero might be more suited to a central role, yet he hesitated to meddle in formations, wary of the potential repercussions if exposed by the press, which could tarnish his own reputation. Capello's inquiry seemed unnecessary. Perhaps he should simply let Hwang Kaiwan take on a coaching role. "That's good," Capello nodded, smiling. During his tenure at Juventus, he had suffered 5 humiliating defeats at the hands of Hwang Kaiwan's Milan, leaving him with a profound psychological scar. He was unsure how Ancelotti managed to coach Hwang Kaiwan, but for elite players, ensuring their comfort on the pitch was paramount. Following a viewing at the pool, both Hwang Kaiwan and Ronaldo made the matchday squad, with Hwang starting and Ronaldo on the bench. Ronaldo's injuries were more severe than Hwang Kaiwan's, though Hwang had faced more injuries overall. Remarkably, he always managed to return to fitness, lending credence to Ancelotti's views in European football. Some phenomena defy scientific explanation and require a bit of playful mystery. Today's Madrid derby is laden with intrigue. This summer, presidential candidates for Real Madrid, Sanz, Palacios, and Baldasano inquired about Torres's potential transfer, which he declined. Additionally, on the Atletico Madrid bench sat the prodigious Agüero, who made his debut at the age of 15 years, 11 months. In 20 days, breaking Maradona's record for the youngest appearance in the Argentine league. The young number 10 from Independiente is hailed as Maradona's successor, showcasing remarkable talent alongside Atletico's other promising forwards. Javier Aguirre, who previously led Mexico to the 2002 World Cup and guided Osasuna to a 4th-place finish over 4 seasons, is known for his aggressive and solid coaching style. Upon taking the reins at Atletico, he expressed a commitment to continue with his established philosophy, and Hwang Kaiwan must remain vigilant against today's adversaries. Now, let us examine the starting lineups for both teams today. Real Madrid, employing a 4-3-3 formation, features goalkeeper Iker Casillas, defenders Roberto Carlos, Fabio Cannavaro, Alvaro Mejia, and Sergio Ramos, midfielders Emerson, Mohamed Diarra, and Guti, and forwards Hwang Kaiwan, Ruud van Nistelrooy, and Roll. Atletico Madrid, on the other hand, adopts a 4-4-2 formation with double defensive midfielders, goalkeeper Leo Franco, defenders Mario Pena, Antonio Lopez, Luis Pereira, and Jurka Siateridis, midfielders Petrov, Petlusin, Manish. and Maxi Rodriguez, and forwards Fernando Torres and Miguel Mista. Atletico Madrid boasts a significant South American influence within their squad, with 5 South American players in the starting 11, 4 of whom hail from Argentina. Indeed, Atletico's technical prowess, combined with the cunning characteristic of South American football, alongside the coaching style of Javier Aguirre, presents a formidable challenge for Real Madrid. As they stand in the center circle awaiting the kickoff, Juan Kaiwan glances at Torres and inquires, if the opportunity arises, would you consider joining Real Madrid? Torres firmly declines, responding, I would not. What about AC Milan then? Juan suggests, leaving Torres momentarily taken aback. Real Madrid initiates the match. Van Nistelrooy plays a lateral pass, followed by Juan's return to Emerson. As a Brazilian midfielder, Emerson not only excels defensively, but also showcases considerable ball control, partnering effectively with the equally gifted Guti, born in '76, to ensure the rhythm of the game for Real Madrid. Guti, upon receiving the ball, promptly surveys Juan's positioning, only to discover that 3 defenders are surrounding him, while Mista, a commendable forward, also hovers nearby. Juan gestures towards the right flank, and with a swift motion, Guti delivers a delicate pass. Raul, with his back to the goal, deftly uses his left foot to redirect the ball behind him. Raul turns, preparing to evade Martin Petrov. But Petrov's speed is astonishing. In an instant, he bursts ahead to Raul's side. Raul, extending his arms to maintain distance, skillfully retracts the ball, forcing Petrov to pivot and re-engage. Raul nudges the ball with his right foot, accelerating once more towards the goal. Petrov, losing his footing, fails to keep pace, allowing Raul to break free entirely. Pena charges towards Raul, while Van Nistelrooy positions himself to receive a pass from the captain. With a deft turn, Raul sends a long ball with his left foot, and Juan, sprinting from the left flank into the center, seizes the opportunity. As Ciateridis stretches to intercept, Juan deftly controls the ball with his right foot, veering from the center to the left. Attempting to shift his weight, Ciateridis tumbles to the ground. Juan takes a couple of strides before pivoting, unleashing a left-footed shot from the edge of the penalty area. Leo Franco leaps to make a save, but fails to make contact, and the ball strikes the outer side of the left net. So close, just a bit more adjustment would have sufficed, Juan laments, shaking his head as he reaches out to assist Ciateridis. This Greek defender, who effectively neutralized Figo in the 2004 European Championship final, played a pivotal role in Greece's triumph, providing a financial boon for the team. It is worth noting that Ciateridis owes Juan a slight debt of gratitude. After all, the king of Juan believes in repaying favors. Should goodwill prevail, perhaps he might tread lightly in their encounters today, or perhaps he should venture to the center more frequently, showing Ciateridis a measure of respect. Yukas Ciateridis, caught off guard, rose and playfully patted Juan Kaiwan on the arm as a gesture of camaraderie. Luis Pereira inquired, "Do you know that young fellow?" "It's our first encounter." "I'm equally perplexed," replied Pereira, scratching his head, bewildered as to how his Greek partner had captured the attention of the Ballon d'Or winner. Standing at the sidelines, Capello adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with intrigue as he resolved to closely observe Ciateridis. Should he excel, the prospect of bringing him to Real Madrid could very well materialize. Upon Atletico's kickoff, Maxi Rodriguez, receiving the ball on the right flank, found himself under pressure and passed back to Manish. Manish, immediately upon receiving the ball, sought to advance, aiming to execute a 1-2 with Rodriguez. Emerson, however, astutely anticipated the play, swiftly moving left to intercept. Before the opposition could reclaim possession, he delivered a pass behind Manish. Juan Kaiwan surged from the left, accelerating towards the center, and deftly maneuvered the ball with his right foot, charging towards the penalty area. Peter Luzin pursued, seeking an opportunity to intervene. Juan Kaiwan quickly discerned that the striker he had drawn, Agüero, possessed an exceptionally high rating, and despite various skill enhancements, he did not feel particularly formidable while in possession. Deliberately moderating his speed to create an illusion, he allowed Luzin to keep pace alongside him. Just as Luzin reached out with his foot, Juan Kaiwan suddenly altered his rhythm. Initially employing the small, rapid steps favored by shorter players, he abruptly pushed the ball forward, accelerating with long strides towards Atletico's penalty box. Both Luis Pereira and Ciateridis charged toward Juan Kaiwan, spotting Van Nistelrooy calling for the ball. Juan Kaiwan lifted his right foot high. Pereira sidestepped to block, but Juan Kaiwan's foot gently descended, nudging the ball behind him, which rolled along the ground. brushing past Pereira's leg to the edge of the penalty arc. As Van Nistelrooy received the ball, Huang Kaiwan had already advanced past Pereira into the box. Glancing at Huang Kaiwan, Van Nistelrooy opted to dribble past Antonio Lopez, drawing closer to the small box. Mario Pena slid in from the side, intercepting Van Nistelrooy. The latter collided with Pena's leg and fell, looking to the referee with hands raised in protest. Franco dove for the ball, relieved to see the referee remain unresponsive. Van Nistelrooy, Huang Kaiwan thought, the space is wide open. A simple pass would lead to an empty net. Dutch players are often characterized by their selfishness. In youth teams, the environment fosters such behavior, where every additional goal could attract the coach's attention. With numerous prodigies in youth squads, standing out necessitates a certain degree of self-centeredness, particularly among attacking players. Even if opportunities are scarce, they tend to force shots rather than passing to competitors, a habit ingrained since their formative years. Huang Kaiwan had clearly intended to execute a wall pass with Van Nistelrooy, only to find that the wall refused to return the favor. Huang Kaiwan was not well suited to play alongside a finisher like Van Nistelrooy. While he often provided assists to his teammates, he preferred his partners to create opportunities for him during their coordinated runs. It cannot be said otherwise. Huang Kaiwan's movement can indeed attract defenders, thereby alleviating some of the pressure on Van Nistelrooy. Just moments ago, Huang Kaiwan found himself unmarked. Yet one could see four Atletico players retreating in pursuit, such as Huang Kaiwan's intimidating presence. He undeniably possesses the capacity to draw the attention of numerous defenders. Yet this inevitably sacrifices his offensive prowess. As the player with the highest market value in history, it is unreasonable to expect Huang Kaiwan to consistently play a supporting role for the forwards. Capello stood on the sidelines, arms crossed, his expression dark and brooding. Yet he refrained from lashing out. At present, the team has few forwards available. Ronaldo has yet to recover, and Cassano is incapable of fulfilling a central role. The previous play could have offered a better opportunity for Kaiwan, Raul remarked as they tracked back. Van Nistelrooy remained silent, his temperament being selective in its expression. Atletico reorganized their attack without error. Penalva swiftly passed the ball to Manish. The moment Manish received the ball and lifted his gaze, his right foot was already in motion. Look for Torres. Torres turned to receive the ball with a fluidity akin to water flowing, explosively shaking off Guti. Positioned forward, Ramos extended his foot in anticipation. Torres struck the ball several meters ahead, sending it behind Maija. Torres was still over 3 meters from Maija, who was evidently closer to the ball. Yet a moment that left Real Madrid fans agape unfolded. Both players raced towards the ball, and Torres accelerated, closing the distance with Maija, ultimately seizing possession first. Maija attempted a sliding challenge, but Torres deftly evaded him. Torres turned to face the penalty area, delivering a low cross with the inside of his right foot. Miguel Mista burst forth from beside Cannavaro, capitalizing on the opportunity to score with a right-footed strike. Madrid's Atletico, battling for victory, echoed the sentiments of their exceptional supporters in the Bernabeu Stadium. In stark contrast, the stands occupied by Real Madrid fans fell silent. The 22-year-old Torres and the 26-year-old Mista embraced, while the bench featured the 18-year-old Agüero, 3 generations of forwards, each with their distinctive style. Harken back to the earlier era of Vieri. From this moment onward, Atletico emerged as a prolific producer of exceptional strikers. Huang Kaiwan turned to observe the opposing team's celebration, and Raul approached, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "One goal is not a concern. I understand. Rest assured, I shall seek opportunities to collaborate with you," Raul reiterated. "All right." Huang Kaiwan nodded in agreement. As the game resumed from the center circle, Huang Kaiwan received the ball and began his solo breakthrough down the left flank. Maxi Rodriguez was formidable in attack, yet equally diligent in defense. From the moment Huang Kaiwan initiated his dribble, Rodriguez shadowed him closely, employing distracting movements in anticipation of an opportunity to challenge. Manish surged forward, and Huang Kaiwan recognized that he could not carry the ball any further. Without turning back, he executed a backheel pass, running forward only to find Carlos successfully receiving the ball. Their synergy remained commendably intuitive. Carlos, upon receiving the ball, angled inward to penetrate the defense, while Manish returned to his position, colliding with Carlos. Though both players were not particularly tall, Carlos exhibited a significantly stronger capacity for physical confrontation. As they sprinted a few steps together, Manish, whose center of gravity was precariously balanced on Carlos, was abruptly left behind by Carlos's explosive burst of speed, causing him to stumble and crash heavily to the ground. Observing that Kevin Huang had already advanced into the center, Carlos opted to drift wide. He carried the ball down the left flank, forcing Ceteridis to relinquish his pursuit of Kevin Huang and revert to his defensive position. Before Ceteridis could position himself properly, Carlos delivered a swift horizontal pass. Suddenly, Kevin Huang, lurking along the defensive line, sprang into action, deftly allowing the ball to pass between his feet, leaving both Van Nistelrooy and Antonio Lopez, who were a beat too slow, in his wake. At the moment Raul prepared to pass, Kevin Huang decelerated, allowing Luis Pereira to move ahead of him, before swiftly accelerating once more. Raul's pass soared directly toward the center of the small penalty area, and Kevin Huang, arriving ahead of Franco, executed a delicate flick with his left foot, arching the ball over the approaching Atletico Madrid goalkeeper. Franco turned to see the ball tracing a parabolic arc as it crossed the goal line and gently nestled into the net. A goal! A goal! A goal! In the 31st minute, Kevin Huang had leveled the score for Real Madrid. During this offensive maneuver, Kevin had proactively moved into the center, ceding the left flank to Carlos, and elegantly allowed the ball to slip through to Raul in the penalty area. His final deceleration to evade Pereira's offside trap was nothing short of brilliant. It is no surprise that Kevin Huang, who shares a close rapport with Inzaghi, has absorbed the nuances of offside evasion from him over the past 2 seasons. After all, Inzaghi had previously remarked that Kevin's shooting technique was inspired by him. Atletico Madrid players raised their hands, claiming Kevin was offside, but the referee was unequivocal. He had clearly observed Kevin's decisive deceleration and subsequent acceleration, pointing to the center circle without consulting the linesman. Goal awarded. The Bernabeu erupted with a terrifying energy after half an hour of suppression. The voices of the merengues reverberated throughout Madrid. In the front row, Real Madrid supporters stretched their arms, as if such gestures could breach the advertising boards and connect with their new king. Kevin Huang sprinted towards the south stand, propelling himself over the advertising boards, high-fiving every outstretched hand of the fans, reigniting the fervor within the Bernabeu. Damn, Torres must be feeling the pressure. He had performed admirably, having provided the assist for the earlier goal, skillfully maneuvering past 3 defenders, and ultimately using his speed to dominate. A sight I could hardly contain my excitement over. Torres is indeed remarkable. He will surely join a prestigious club, as Atletico Madrid cannot hold on to talents of such caliber. After all, the club had previously faced bankruptcy and relegation, and they have yet to regain their former strength. This situation bears resemblance to Dortmund. Damn it. I feel that Atletico's squad is not lacking. How could they fail to compete with Real Madrid? This only serves to elevate Kevin Huang's status further. Let us be honest. Van Nistelrooy's presence on the field has even influenced Kevin's performance. Had Shevchenko been in his place, Kevin would likely have already netted a hat-trick by now. After Atletico restarted the game, Petrov on the left flank surged forward with the ball, relentlessly pressing ahead. Encountering Gudi's aggressive challenge, Petrov quickly delivered a diagonal pass. Torres turned his head, tracking the ball's trajectory as he sprinted forward, while Ramos lowered his center of gravity and collided with him. On the ground lay Torres, his head buzzing, still bewildered by the unfolding events. His innocent expression elicited a chuckle even from the foulmonger Ramos, who extended a hand to help him up. As Real Madrid formed their wall, Petrov unexpectedly launched a strike, curling the ball with his left foot towards the center of the penalty area. Several Real Madrid defenders were caught off guard. Torres seized the moment in the middle, attempting a header, only for Casillas to block it with both hands, sending the ball out of the box. Diarra seized possession, initiating a counterattack. Real Madrid narrowly escaped another ambush. To clarify the situation regarding the free kick, it is essential to note that the referee had issued yellow and red cards and raised the whistle before organizing the wall, which necessitated listening for the signal before executing the free kick. Thus, Atletico's quick free kick was permissible. Capello, an impatient coach, shouted instructions to his players from the sidelines, urging them to maintain their focus. Gudi, upon receiving the ball in the attacking third, immediately scanned for Huang Kaiwan's position, surrounded by too many defenders. Gudi opted not to pass to Raul, but directed the ball to Van Nistelrooy instead. Van Nistelrooy received the ball just outside the penalty area, pivoting to evade Pereira. Yet Antonio Lopez remained in front of him. Capello's gaze remained fixed on Van Nistelrooy within the box, muttering under his breath, "Pass, pass, for heaven's sake, pass." Huang Kaiwen charged into the left side of the penalty area, and Van Nistelrooy made a forced attempt. His left-footed shot struck Lopez's outstretched leg, soaring high over the crossbar. A furious shout echoed. "You bloody well should have passed that ball to Kaiwen." Beckham was absent from the field. Huang Kaiwen, undeterred, made his way to the corner flag. Executing a corner kick does not require exceptional footwork. Merely crossing the halfway line suffices. Both Kaiwen and Kane were capable. However, the crucial aspect lay in observing the situation within the penalty area. Some players with refined technique struggle to register assists from corner kicks due to their inability to find optimal positions and unfamiliarity with teammates' movements. Yet, Huang, the King of Yellow, was particularly adept at identifying vulnerabilities, making him a formidable corner taker. As Huang Kaiwen positioned himself at the right corner flag, Atletico's players appeared more anxious than when faced with a free kick. Franco, in a moment of haste, shouted in Italian. Argentina, being a multilingual nation, added to the confusion. Noticing his teammates' bewilderment, Franco quickly advised, "Keep an eye on your marks. Don't fall for his tricks. He's the master of deception." Franco's voice boomed, and even Huang Kaiwen at the corner flag could hear him. The King of Yellow shook his head, reflecting on how his reputation had suffered. In his previous days playing in Italy, he had sensed a gentler nature among the players. Why was the Atletico goalkeeper so wary of him? As times advanced, so too did the erosion of trust between individuals. Shaking his head, Huang Kaiwen took a running start, gently prodding the ball with his right foot. Ramos dashed from the right post into the penalty area, receiving the ball and sprinting towards the outer edge of the box. After a couple of strides, Ramos executed a backheel pass, and Huang Kaiwen, seizing the moment, delivered a cross towards the goal. Emerson leapt high at the left post, twisting to head the ball into the net. The Atletico defenders raised their hands instantly, and the linesmen followed suit, flagging the play. Kevin Huang hastily approached the referee alongside his teammates to contest the decision. Kevin Huang's tactical corner kick has been disallowed again. His corner has led to Inzaghi's goal, posing a challenge to the officiating team. Was there a foul? Was there an infringement? No, nothing at all. Well then, let us examine whether there was an offside. We did not quite catch that last play. The replay has already been shown. At the moment Ramos passed the ball, it is unclear whether Huang was offside. As Huang dribbled down the flank, the ball was ahead of Emerson, so this back pass certainly could not be offside. The critical question is whether Huang was offside at the moment he received the ball. Another slow-motion replay. You see, at the moment Huang received the ball, Luis Pereira was trailing behind, and Huang was positioned ahead of him. Alas, what a splendid play, now invalidated. Indeed, it is not the first time Huang's corner has been disallowed. Guti received a yellow card for his protests. Guti stared wide-eyed at referee Stromp, having indeed protested. Yet Huang had resorted to foul language. Is this selective officiating? Guti glanced at Huang, who appeared equally baffled, shrugging in response. Raul, noticing Guti's impending eruption, quickly wrapped an arm around his shoulder, advising, "Let it go. You've worked hard." The referee's whistle signaled the halftime break, bringing merriment to the forum. Doesn't Coach Zhang say Atletico plays fiercely? Yet I only see Ramos tackling Torres. I remember when Ramos was at Sevilla, his attacking prowess was remarkable. But now his defensive play is truly ruthless. To be fair, Real Madrid committed more fouls in the first half. Perhaps it's because Huang has been less involved. Have you not noticed? He is not dribbling much today, mostly passing and then moving to receive the ball in the center. Is it possible that Huang hasn't fully recovered? In the past, he would return from injuries as if on performance-enhancing substances. Yet today he has not showcased his usual level. Damn, now you've got me worried. Huang is a formidable opponent. If he continues to decline, my future will be exceedingly lonely. Hey, if you keep boasting, I'll print your post and stick it up at Nanda. In the home locker room, Capello paced back and forth with a stern expression, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority. The atmosphere in the Real Madrid locker room was tense. Capello is a notably strict coach, often offending several players during his tenure. When he left Juventus, Del Piero nearly set off fireworks. Raul and Guti had previously collaborated with Capello, and they refrained from speaking up during such moments, even if they were unafraid. It was unnecessary to create conflict with the coach at the start of the season. I trust some of you remember when Seedorf contradicted me. Capello addressed Raul and Guti. I brought that lad from Sampdoria to Real Madrid, and then he told me how to do my job. At that time, I was ready to leave. But the players persuaded me. I assure you, I am unlike previous coaches. I still maintain the same attitude. Not all of you are players I have signed. Yet I am willing to offer each individual an equal opportunity, provided you set aside your celebrity spouses and off-field matters, along with your previous scoring records. Regardless of who you are, once you don the Real Madrid jersey, you must adhere to the directives of the coach. As long as I am at the helm of Real Madrid, those who do not comply with the tactical arrangements will find themselves seated on the sidelines. All eyes turned towards Van Nistelrooy and Beckham. Noticing the silence, Capello continued, in the second half, Van Nistelrooy will be substituted, Raul will take the forward position, and Reyes will move to the right flank. Understood, coach, Raul nodded. Cassano stood there, his head bowed, fiddling with his fingers. After being substituted early in the match against Lyon, he had nearly come to blows with Capello in the locker room, and subsequently voiced his grievances to the media. Since then, Cassano had not been afforded any playing time. Wait, I'll go to the center, and you take the left, Huang Kaiwan said to Raul. Raul glanced at Capello, as Huang Kaiwan spoke without lowering his voice. Then you should play on the left, Capello nodded in agreement. As the second half commenced, Real Madrid made a substitution, with Reyes coming on for Van Nistelrooy. Was Huang Kaiwan assuming a forward position? Huang Kaiwan has played as a forward a few times during his tenure at AC Milan, with commendable results. Given Ronaldo's ongoing recovery and Van Nistelrooy's mediocre performance today, allowing Huang Kaiwan to assume the forward role is indeed a wise choice. After Atletico Madrid kicked off, Petarov advanced down the left flank, crossing the halfway line before seeking out Torres. Spotting Ramos beside Torres, Petarov opted to pass to the advancing Maniche. Maniche combined with Maxi Rodriguez, executing a wall pass, and swiftly unleashed a long-range shot that struck Cannavaro and rebounded. Maniche attempted another long shot, which veered wide of the post. Maniche is also a part of Portugal's golden generation and a favored disciple of Mourinho. Previously, he was acquired by Dynamo Moscow and subsequently loaned to Chelsea. But after failing to integrate there, he was sold to Atletico Madrid. Maniche's style aligns well with Atletico Madrid. His defensive prowess is formidable, and he frequently produces spectacular long-range strikes, as evidenced by his memorable goal that eliminated the Netherlands in the 2004 European Championship. Real Madrid organized an offensive from the back. Casillas played the ball forward, and Cannavaro immediately laid it off. Roberto Carlos, with his powerful left foot, propelled the ball ahead, his muscular thighs generating speed as Rodriguez surged forward. Carlos accelerated, forcefully breaking through. Maxi Rodriguez attempted to pursue, but Carlos had already gained several meters. Maniche hesitated to offer support on the flank. Huang Kaiwan stood close by. If Maniche dared to move an inch, Carlos was certain to deliver a pass to the center. Carlos advanced with the ball, and after Raul vacated his position, Yukas Sitaridis recognized the urgency of the moment. Otherwise, he risked being overtaken by Carlos's sudden burst of speed. Therefore, he charged towards Carlos. Rather than passing, Carlos nudged the ball forward, explosively accelerating past Sitaridis before turning and delivering a lateral pass. Raul surged forward at the edge of the penalty area, drawing away his companion, Luis Perez. As he glanced back, he was startled to find that Kevin Huang was surrounded by no less than 3 defenders, making it impossible for him to receive the ball within the box. On the right flank, Reyes quickly took off, and Mario Pena, without a trace of hesitation, lunged forward, sending both Reyes and the ball hurtling out of bounds with a fierce tackle. Upon rising, Pena immediately bent down, placing his fists beneath his eyes, and mockingly taunted the wailing Reyes, exclaiming, "Mama, I'm scared, take me home." This was a jibe referencing Reyes' infamous encounter during the 2004 to 2005 Premier League season against Manchester United, where he was unceremoniously tackled by Gary Neville. A Spanish radio station even sought out a mimic of Real Madrid's sporting director, Butragueño, to call Reyes, inquiring about the possibility of his transfer. Reyes, almost pleading, implored Real Madrid to rescue him, and this recording aired on the program, rendering Reyes a figure of ridicule. While Kevin Huang found the incident amusing, he knew that as teammates, he could not allow Pena's antics to go unchecked. He promptly pushed Mario Pena aside. A wave of Atletico players surged towards Kevin Huang, who found himself facing 4 opponents, defiantly locking horns with the foremost, Antonio Lopez. Raul stepped in to mediate, only to be met with a chorus of boos from the Atletico supporters. Guti charged towards Luis Perez, while Ramos, having raced from the backfield to the front, inadvertently stepped on Perez's hand, collapsing to the ground with his hands raised, leaving spectators unsure whether Ramos had indeed trampled his opponent or if Perez's fingers had merely intruded upon Ramos's boot. The referee, Stromp, blew his whistle repeatedly as the situation spiraled out of control. "Goodness, it nearly erupted into chaos," one commentator remarked. Derby matches are inherently tense, with Reyes being taken out. The Real Madrid players are understandably agitated. The referee issued 4 yellow cards in quick succession to Ramos, Kevin Huang, Luis Perez, and Mario Pena, while Guti narrowly escaped a second booking, having already been cautioned once. It appears Reyes has sustained an injury, prompting another substitution for Real Madrid. In the forum, reactions poured in. "Wow, Kevin Huang really stepped up in a crucial moment. Look at Atletico, none of them dared to retaliate. Such cowards. Who on earth would dare to strike Kevin Huang? He could easily feign injury. If someone landed a punch on him, he'd be out for half a year. And the assailant might as well retire on the spot." Honestly, Kevin Huang looked quite impressive, facing 4 opponents without flinching. "Ramos had me in stitches." He stomped on someone's hand, and then threw his hands up in confusion. "Today I realized that Ramos is fierce in defense, but once Torres gets going, he turns into a formidable threat." Assuming he can catch Torres, who has repeatedly exploited his speed to break through, leaving Ramos to swipe at nothing but air. The tardy Real Madrid medical staff finally arrived to carry Reyes off the field. Ramos turned to Kevin Huang and assured him, "Don't worry. Just wait and see how I deal with them." "Aren't you a technical player?" Kevin Huang inquired. Upon their first encounter, Ramos remarked with a smile, "I have recently undergone a transformation." Huang Kaiwan responded with a thumbs up, noting that this audacity rivaled that of Inzaghi. Both teams prepared for substitutions. Robinho came on to replace Reyes, while Agüero took the place of Mista for Atletico Madrid. As players entered the field, Guti approached Huang Kaiwan at the foul spot and inquired, "Are you taking the free kick?" "You go ahead. I will position myself for a run," Huang Kaiwan replied. Guti signaled an OK gesture, and Huang Kaiwan moved into the penalty area, instantly attracting the attention of Atletico's defenders. Luis Pereira and Soteridis quickly closed in on Huang Kaiwan, while the other defenders primarily focused on Ramos and Emerson. With a whistle, Guti delivered the ball, prompting Huang Kaiwan to dart from the center towards the back post. As Luis Pereira and Soteridis followed him, they realized they had been deceived. The central area of Atletico's penalty box opened wide, and both Antonio Lopez and Ramos failed to connect at the front post. Franco, stationed near the near post to guard against Ramos, had yet to react when Raul surged in from outside the box, extending his left foot to meet the ball, which ricocheted off and into the net. Following the goal, Raul raced towards Huang Kaiwan, leaping onto his back. Huang Kaiwan mused that Raul must have learned this from Kaká, as he seemed to leap onto him every time he scored. Having already jumped, they might as well celebrate together in front of the south stand. Meanwhile, Guti stood still, running his fingers through his flowing medium-length hair, puzzled. Hee, Raul has turned the game around, and Guti was waiting for him to celebrate. But Raul went straight to Huang Kaiwan instead. Such scenes are common at AC Milan. Kaká and Inzaghi often sought out Huang Kaiwan for their celebrations. In fact, Raul's goal was significantly influenced by Huang Kaiwan drawing away 2 defenders as he made his run towards the back post. Atletico's defensive focus was primarily on Huang Kaiwan, completely forgetting that Raul is a prolific scorer in his own right. Huang Kaiwan and Raul bantered as they walked back to the center circle. He frequently accompanied the young lady in her study of military strategy, recalling the wisdom of the ancients. The true masters of warfare do not seek glory, and the finest healers do not crave fame. If they wish to fixate on Huang, they may do so. His positioning can still aid his teammates. Meanwhile, Rodriguez surged from the right flank into the center, spotting Torres making a run and delivering a precise through ball. Torres, receiving the ball on the right side of the penalty area, took a touch to maneuver laterally before unleashing a powerful shot with his left foot, sending the ball soaring into the stands. Real Madrid is set to utilize their final substitution, with Beckham entering the fray. Beckham's presence will be significant. During Huang Kaiwan's tenure at AC Milan, he benefited from the artillery supplied by Pirlo, and Beckham can fulfill a similar role. Pirlo's passes are characterized by their foresight, allowing you to sprint forward and receive the ball, while Beckham, on the other hand, assesses your positioning to deliver a perfectly arced ball to you. His previous assist to Zidane in the penalty area from the flanks epitomizes the pinnacle of long passes in football. Beckham indeed excels at crosses upon entering the pitch. He replaced Guti, while Emerson remained to maintain a balance between offense and defense. As Kevin received the ball for the first time after Beckham's entry, he maneuvered to the flank and delivered an exquisitely curved pass, finding Hwang Kaiwen in the attacking front. Without waiting for the Atletico defenders to press, he nudged the ball forward and unleashed a powerful long-range shot. Bang! Antonio Lopez, positioned just outside the penalty area, leaped sideways, and the ball struck his shoulder. Soaring towards the goal, the advancing Raya Franco retreated, realizing the ball was heading for the net. He could only backpedal to the goal line, leaping high to deflect it off the crossbar. Wow, Hwang Kaiwen is on fire today, launching a shot from 35 meters out. Had it not been blocked, it certainly had the potential to score. The rebound almost led to a goal as well, hence the defense against Hwang Kaiwen must not be relaxed. With a corner kick opportunity for Real Madrid, Beckham and the Atletico players turned their gaze towards Hwang Kaiwen. Apart from his status within the team, Hwang's tactical corner kicks have an impressively high success rate. Although one was disallowed today, the opponents still dared not lower their guard against him. Hwang gestured to Beckham, indicating he would not take the corner. Tactical corners are effective when used sparingly, as their unpredictability is their strength. If overused, they lose their intimidation factor. Akin to a nuclear weapon, a failed pass leading to a counterattack would be utterly laughable. Beckham nodded and made his way to the corner flag. The discussions on the forum were rife with impatience. Come on, Beckham, can't you be a bit more assertive? Why wait for Hwang to give the signal? I thought Hwang would become a subordinate to Real Madrid, and now he's acting like a prima donna after barely playing a few matches? He even substituted Van Nistelrooy because he wasn't passing to him. Capello is too lenient with Hwang. He gets to call the shots on substitutions? Come on. Don't listen to their nonsense. Even if Hwang is exceptional, he cannot dictate terms to the head coach. Capello is not someone to be trifled with. And it's likely Capello instructed him to play as a forward. True, even if Hwang is a Ballon d'Or winner, he cannot act superior in front of the coach. Look at Cassano. He was Capello's favorite, yet after speaking out of turn following the match against Lyon, he hasn't seen a chance to play since. Hwang stood in the center of the small penalty area waiting for the corner kick. Luis Pereira and Sataridis exchanged glances. Would they come? The towering Sataridis positioned himself in front of Hwang, resolute in his decision not to budge this time. Raul was closely marked by Aguero, as the old golden boy's ability to strike from the shadows left Atletico wary. Hwang Kaiwen stood firmly in the center, seemingly inviting his opponents to mark him. Thus, he remained motionless. With a slight nod, he exchanged a knowing glance with Ramos, who stood at the far post, responding with a gentle nod in return. As Beckham initiated his run, he swung his arm back and delivered a corner kick, the ball curving gracefully towards the edge of the small penalty area. Hwang Kaiwen and Ramos surged forward simultaneously. Hwang Kaiwen darted past Sataridis towards the near post, clearly a target that drew the majority of the defender's attention. Meanwhile, Ramos leaped high at the small penalty area line, ready to head the ball. Raul Franco looked up at Ramos, his eyes filled with trepidation. With a resounding thud, the ball struck the crossbar and rebounded out of play. The Real Madrid fans behind the goal, now on their feet, could only cover their heads in despair, unable to believe their team's misfortune on this day. Both Hwang Kaiwen and Ramos had struck the woodwork in succession. With Beckham now on the field, Atletico's defense of Hwang Kaiwen became increasingly stringent. Peter Luzin shadowed Hwang Kaiwen closely, while Manish would also provide support during offensive plays. Whenever Hwang Kaiwen received the ball, Atletico's entire defensive line shifted towards the center. In the 77th minute, Maxi Rodriguez executed a flick to evade Hwang Kaiwen, provoking the latter to pursue him relentlessly. As he spotted Carlos charging in, Rodriguez quickly delivered a lateral pass. Aguero, making a run from the edge of the penalty area, received the ball and deftly nudged it into the box with his heel. Torres surged forward from the left flank, outpacing both Ramos and Macia. But having been bypassed multiple times, Ramos executed a desperate tackle from behind, bringing Torres down. Ramos has lost his composure this time. It's a red card. He committed a staggering 7 fouls today and somehow avoided a red until now, the commentator remarked. Ramos is visibly agitated. This young player, 3 years Hwang Kaiwen S. Jr. and only 20, has long hair that gives him an artistic appearance, yet his defensive style is ferociously aggressive. Cannavaro stood in front, unable to restrain Ramos. Diarra, attempting to intervene, was pushed aside by Ramos. Huang Kaiwan hurried over to embrace Ramos, who still seemed intent on retaliating. However, upon noticing Huang Kaiwan's lack of resistance, his aggression diminished significantly. It was not just the opponents. Even teammates feared injuring Huang Kaiwan, the beloved son of Catholic Spain. "I got the ball," Ramos insisted defiantly. "Ah, yes, indeed, you got the ball," Huang Kaiwan replied somewhat dismissively, having clearly seen Ramos foul Torres' heel. "Damn the referee. It will be even harder to play once I'm out," Ramos said with a worried expression, his eyes slightly reddening. Despite his ferocity, he was still only 20 years old, and receiving a red card in such a crucial Madrid derby filled him with apprehension. "Don't worry," Huang Kaiwan reassured him, putting an arm around Ramos' shoulders as they walked towards the sideline. "How can I not worry?" Ramos replied in a low voice, unwilling to leave the field. Huang Kaiwan pushed Ramos onto the sidelines, seemingly draining him of all his strength as he sank down beside the field. "Do not worry, I've got everything under control." Ramos, with reddened eyes, turned back to see Huang Kaiwan striding towards their penalty area, his right hand raised high with a thumbs up directed toward the sun above. Torres sprinted forward to take the penalty kick himself, scoring to equalize the score for Atletico Madrid. A chorus of boos erupted from the Bernabeu stadium. Minutes later, Robinho, overly attached to the ball in the front, lost possession. Mario Pina sent a long pass to Torres. On the left flank, Torres delivered a cross into the penalty area, where Agüero darted past Cannavaro. Agüero, unable to control the ball with his right foot, let it bounce to his left. He swiftly turned and struck the ball with his left foot, sending it flying past Casillas into the net. Sergio Agüero, the new Maradona, at the tender age of 18 years and 121 days, scores at the Bernabeu, helping Atletico Madrid take the lead. Just 13 days prior, this record-holding striker for Atletico had netted his first goal in La Liga, and now he has breached the defenses of Real Madrid's goal. The rise of Atletico Madrid's new number 10 is akin to a rocket launch. With Fernando Torres and Sergio Agüero, this young and talented forward duo is destined to become a nightmare for defenders across Europe. Let us remember these names. Indeed, Cannavaro has been underwhelming since the Champions League match against Lyon, failing to display the form he exhibited during the World Cup. A longtime friend, who has known me for a decade, recommended this book series, saying it doesn't bode well for Real Madrid. Although Emerson filled in at right back, his absence from midfield significantly impacted Real Madrid's dynamics. Beckham struggled to manage both the center and the flanks. This goal was facilitated by Maniche's advance, drawing Beckham's attention, allowing Petrov to find an opening to pass to Torres, who provided the assist. Atletico Madrid is preparing to make a substitution, with Castilla coming on for Torres. Javier Aguirre aims to maintain their one-goal advantage in the dwindling minutes of the match, leaving Real Madrid with little time. Huang Kaiwan stood with hands on his hips at the center circle, addressing Raul. "It's futile to reinforce the defense now. A failure to score equates to defeat. We must focus on attacking." "They are currently employing 3 defensive midfielders, making an offensive approach challenging," Raul murmured. "I understand, but we have no other options," Huang Kaiwan sighed. Beside him, apart from his bodyguard Peter Luzin, he faced the formidable Portuguese midfield duo of Maniche and Castilla from the 2004 European Championship. Even Mourinho would weep at such defensive prowess from Atletico. "Robson, we need you to draw the defense on the right. But do not hold on to the ball for too long," Huang Kaiwan instructed, covering his mouth as he spoke to Robinho. "I will be mindful," Robinho replied, slightly embarrassed. "All right then, let us give it our all," Huang Kaiwan exclaimed, clenching his fist. "Let us go," Raul and Robinho shouted in unison. As the ball was kicked from the center circle, Huang Kaiwan discerned that Atletico Madrid's defense had reached an outrageous level. As soon as he crossed the halfway line, both Peter Luzin and Castilla immediately charged towards him, while Maniche lurked nearby, seeking opportunities, and the flanking Rodrigue and Sataridis were eagerly poised to join the fray. In the forums, voices of concern echoed. "Goodness, am I about to witness Huang Kaiwan's first professional defeat? Has Huang Kaiwan ever lost? I recall AC Milan occasionally facing defeat. While Huang Kaiwan is on the pitch, neither AC Milan nor Real Madrid has tasted defeat, with only a draw or two that I can scarcely remember. I must admit, Huang Kaiwan is indeed formidable. Although he has not shown as brightly today, Atletico is still on high alert." Raul and Robinho, one a former Spanish golden boy and the other the second coming of Pelé from Santos, have been overshadowed in his presence, with Atletico scarcely defending against them. Though I am not particularly fond of Huang Kaiwen, I truly do not wish to see him lose. After such a long time, I have developed a sense of attachment. Goodness, Huang Gu. I never expected you to be this kind of Huang Gu. I was ready to pop open a beer in celebration. And you tell me you don't want to see Huang Kaiwen lose? Damn it, I just realized Huang Gu is a fan of Huang Kaiwen. Who remembers that paper he wrote, summarizing in thousands of words that Huang Kaiwen has no weaknesses? Huang Gu must have been expelled from the fan club. Unless one day he can prove he is not a supporter of Huang Kaiwen. Meanwhile, on the pitch, Beckham advanced the ball into the attacking zone, opting for a direct pass to Huang Kaiwen. Utilizing Aguero's explosive speed, Huang Kaiwen surged past Peter Luzin and Maniche to seize the ball. Before him stood Atletico's two central defenders, Antonio Lopez and Luis Pereira, with Castilla trailing behind in pursuit. Nearby, the Real Madrid supporters felt the opportunity had slipped away, as Atletico's defense was impenetrable. No matter how skilled one is at dribbling, breaching a wall head-on is an insurmountable challenge. However, Huang Kaiwen did not relent. He accelerated, claiming the ball just ahead of Castilla. At the moment of possession, he executed a deft touch with his right foot, spinning in place. The previously acquired trait, the magic of love turns around, Xavi, came into play. Huang Kaiwen exhibited exceptional control over the rhythm of his movements, and after a second touch and turn, he positioned himself to the right flank, delivering a swift through ball with his right foot. Robinho dashed past Mario Pena into the penalty area to receive the ball, accelerating rapidly into the 6-yard box. The rhythm of Robinho, the second coming of Pelé, was impeccable, putting immense psychological pressure on Franco. Unable to withstand the strain, Franco dove prematurely, and as he landed, Robinho struck the ball, which nestled snugly between Franco and the right post into the net. The Bernabeu erupted in jubilation. Kaiwen, Kaiwen, Kaiwen. What defines the greatest Ballon d'Or winner in history? It is the ability to provide an assist even when the team is one man down and trailing. Amidst a 5-man defense, Robinho, having scored, swiftly dashed to Huang Kaiwen's side, kneeling before him and lifting his right foot, meticulously polishing his football boots with the hem of his jersey, as if tending to a priceless antique. The exhilarated Real Madrid players surged forward, leaving only Casillas standing bemused on the goal line, a smile plastered across his face. Capello, animated on the sidelines, fervently waved his arms, exclaiming, "I knew it. I knew it." In crucial moments, we must rely on Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen. Even when faced with tight defenses in the center, you remain uncontainable. It's no wonder the Italian media asserts there are only two types of players in the world, Huang Kaiwen and all others. In pivotal moments, he is truly dependable. The match has entered the first minute of injury time. It is unlikely either side will score again in the next 3 minutes. We can preemptively congratulate Huang Kaiwen for maintaining an unbeaten record. For Real Madrid to reclaim the glory of 5 consecutive championships, their greatest challenge is not their opponents, but rather the team's medical staff. From the undefeated record during Huang Kaiwen's appearances, we can conclude that as long as he remains healthy, Madrid's performance has a baseline. Moreover, whenever Huang Kaiwen is fit, his performances are consistently outstanding, thus establishing a ceiling for success. Therefore, the key to Real Madrid's achievements lies in ensuring Huang Kaiwen's health. Both AC Milan and Chelsea boast highly skilled medical teams, yet have failed to keep their players healthy. Huang Kaiwen has left AC Milan's medical experts at a loss, while Chelsea's players, despite treatment from the renowned sports injury specialist Dr. Melserman, remain plagued by injuries. Thus, the unpredictability of such matters is evident. As the emotions of his teammates finally began to settle, Huang Kaiwen chuckled as he walked back. Robinho, with an exaggerated expression, exclaimed, "Did you pass with a sniper rifle scope? You effortlessly evaded 3 defenders in front. Such penetration is extraordinary. I never imagined you could deliver that pass. I merely attempted to make a run to see if I could receive it, and lo and behold, it actually reached me." Huang Kaiwen smiled and turned his head, only to notice Ramos observing the match from the players' tunnel. He raised his hand once more, giving a thumbs up. Ramos, lifting both arms high, displayed 2 thumbs up in return. He was truly impressed. Despite being 3 years Huang Kaiwen's senior, Ramos felt that even if given another 13 years, he could never reach half the prowess of Huang Kaiwen today. Just moments ago, he declared, "Everything is within my grasp," only to subsequently deliver an assist amidst relentless pressure. It is no wonder so many exceptional players regard Kaiwan as the best in the world. Both Pelé and Beckenbauer have sung his praises. The newly crowned Ballon d'Or winner not only speaks eloquently, but also delivers on the pitch. Remarkable. Beyond remarkable, Ramos struggled to find any words that could adequately describe Juan Kaiwan. At the restart, Atletico Madrid clearly exhibited no intent to attack. They sought to secure a draw at the Bernabeu, content to leave with a stalemate against Real Madrid. The players of Real Madrid also showed little inclination to press forward. The absence of a player in battle inevitably intensifies physical exertion. Having finally equalized the score, the priority now shifts from scoring to preventing any further goals, ensuring that the hard-earned point does not slip away. Today, it seems both sides have settled for a draw. One observes, Juan Kaiwan remains pivotal to the match. Although he netted a goal in the first half, his subsequent contributions were markedly subdued. A stark contrast to his usual performance. After Van Nistelrooy's departure, Juan Kaiwan's game immediately ascended to a higher level, another notes. Indeed, Juan Kaiwan thrives on a substantial share of the ball. His core playing style demands it, even when he distributes to the forwards. He relies on their return passes once he advances into the penalty area. He is better suited to partner with strikers like Drogba or Bergkamp, as Van Nistelrooy's singular focus on finishing complicates their collaboration. Absolutely, when Juan Kaiwan is at the top of the arc, it is evident he seeks a wall pass. Van Nistelrooy tends to shoot immediately upon receiving the ball. Their playing styles are misaligned. Even if Raul were positioned up front, lacking Van Nistelrooy's physicality, I believe the outcome would still be more favorable than relying solely on Van Nistelrooy. Raul possesses exceptional ball control and a harmonious understanding with Juan Kaiwan. However, I feel Raul is better suited for the attacking midfielder position. When stationed at the forefront, he risks losing himself amidst the opposing defender's physicality. This is a dilemma that Capello must contend with. He could opt for a 4-3-3 formation with Raul as a sole attacking midfielder, or revert to the 4-4-2 diamond formation reminiscent of his time at Juventus. Juan Kaiwan requires a player akin to Kaká alongside him, with additional cover up front to unleash his full potential. Indeed, after Juan Kaiwan's departure, Kaká's offensive prowess has been further unleashed. If anyone were to suggest a rift between Juan Kaiwan and Kaká, it would be met with disbelief. The two spend their holidays together, and even when Juan Kaiwan was injured, he flew to Italy to spend time with Kaká. Yet, during the game, when a core attacking player is too dominant, it necessitates sacrifices from others in their positions. For Real Madrid to center their strategy around Juan Kaiwan, he must be afforded the comfort to perform. Capello, too, is grappling with this issue. Unbeknownst to him, Juan Kaiwan's lackluster performance today stemmed from being out of position. In his perspective, the primary concern lies with Van Nistelrooy. Juan Kaiwan appears constrained when Van Nistelrooy is on the field, a valid observation. Capello reflects on Ancelotti's tactics. Over the past 2 years with AC Milan, the 4-4-2 diamond midfield has been notably irregular, with Kevin positioned further forward, Gattuso providing defensive support, Pirlo orchestrating from the center, and Kaká facilitating in the middle. Real Madrid's roster could nearly replicate AC Milan's tactics, yet the players' styles diverge significantly. Raul lacks the explosive impact of Kaká. While Raul can draw defenders and create space, his dribbling does not possess the same efficiency, often leading to a scenario where Kevin has surged ahead during his prolonged possession. Beckham and Pirlo are entirely different archetypes. As Capello wrestles with these thoughts, a hush falls over the Bernabeu stands. Curious, he glances toward the field, only to discover that Juan Kaiwan has unexpectedly ventured to the right flank. Robinho, having swiftly maneuvered past defenders, delivers a backheel pass. Juan Kaiwan took 2 strides forward, lifting his right foot and striking the ball with fervor. Once again, it was from a distance of 35 meters. Thud! The shadow raced with the flowing water, and beams of light fell like shooting stars. Costinha, who rushed to Juan Kaiwan's side, had not yet extended his foot when the ball swiftly ascended, soaring into the penalty area. Mario Pena and Antonio Lopez could hardly react. The ball had already whizzed past their heads, leaving them to watch its trajectory in resignation. When Juan Kaiwan unleashed his shot, Laufranco had already launched himself sideways in a desperate dive. However, the long-range shot had a pronounced downward arc, and Laufranco realized too late that he had misjudged the trajectory. In midair, he could not exert force and could only watch as the ball approached, ultimately soaring over him and nestling into the net. Capello gaped in astonishment. Damn it, Can't we overcome a little adversity for the sake of victory? If not, then we should buy someone. Isn't the chairman always boasting on television about how much money Real Madrid makes? It's high time we made some acquisitions. Whoever has synergy with Kaiwan will hold the key to success. I became quite familiar with him during my time in Serie A every season. I had to devise ways to defend against him. Clearly, I failed, but I never anticipated that upon returning to Real Madrid, I would soon be teammates with Kaiwan. Finally, I no longer have to suffer the headache of defending against him. Substituting Van Nistelrooy was merely a tactical decision. I maintain a good rapport with my players. Sergio is a fine lad, and I believe he understands his mistake without the need for further punishment. The reporters immediately turned their attention to Juan Kaiwan. Kaiwan, what are your thoughts on Ramos's performance? Juan Kaiwan smiled and replied, Sergio is a good friend. His playing style is somewhat unique, but he is no villain. His technical skills are exceptional, and possessing such prowess often requires a bit of cunning to protect oneself. He will be back on the pitch soon. The reporters collectively rolled their eyes, perhaps realizing that the Sergio they spoke of was not the same. In the latter stages of today's match, you sustained an injury. Is there anything you wish to say? Juan Kaiwan responded, Injuries are a part of a professional career. Those that do not defeat me only serve to make me stronger. Could you elaborate on your relationship with your Real Madrid teammates? Juan Kaiwan smiled and said, I get along well with everyone. I speak multiple languages and learned a few more while in Milan, so communication with each teammate is quite seamless. Including Van Nistelrooy, I have no personal grievances with Ruud. Please do not overanalyze. What happens on the pitch is one matter, and off the pitch is another. Coincidentally, I have invited everyone to my home for a celebration, so I must take my leave. With that, Juan Kaiwan stood up and departed. Capello followed suit. Javier Aguirre remained, shrugging at the reporters as he began to answer questions. That evening, most of the teammates accompanied Juan Kaiwan home. Upon arrival, they discovered that his residence was vast, covering over 6,000 square feet. The old butler Albert and other servants had already prepared the venue and barbecue grill. The house was so expansive that managing it without assistance was quite a challenge. While weeding, the grass had withered, presumably because Albert was still preoccupied. Indeed, you are the wealthiest in the team, Beauty exclaimed in astonishment. Juan Kaiwan gestured with his thumb and forefinger, saying, I'm merely a tad wealthier than you. Let us not spare any expense for this fellow today. He travels by private jet, Ronaldo declared as he uncorked a bottle of champagne, spraying it around, prompting cheers from his teammates. Juan Kaiwan remained silent. If they were aware that the expenses for his private jet were also covered by the club, they would surely be consumed by envy. He decisively demonstrated his stance by producing a case of expensive champagne, proclaiming, I have plenty of rooms at home. If anyone gets drunk, they must stay over. No one is permitted to leave sober. As it turned out, Juan Kaiwan had overestimated the situation, with the likes of Cassano and several Brazilians present. Even those teammates accompanied by partners were reveling heartily, entirely disregarding decorum. A tipsy Cassano vacillated between laughter and tears, incessantly cursing Capello's entire family. Juan Kaiwan was astonished to discover the plethora of invectives embedded in the Italian language. He hastily retreated indoors to fetch his camcorder and began recording. Mamanson stifled laughter. Turning to Raul, when conversing, Kevin seems quite mature, yet now he is indulging in mischief. Raul nodded in agreement, stating, Kevin is a splendid friend, we resonate well together, and I foresee many future visits. Upon noticing Juan Kaiwan recording, Cassano grew even more exuberant, hurling insults at the camera. Fabio Capello, you ungrateful bastard. You, who have been nurtured by my efforts, are utterly shameless. I defended your reputation while at Roma, yet you treat me thus. Unless you kneel and lick my feet, I shall never forgive you. Beware, for one day I may find myself sleeping in your master bedroom. Juan Kaiwan gave a thumbs up. Should this footage be sold to a television station, it would fetch a handsome price. However, he was not that kind of person. It was merely a light-hearted jest. Tomorrow, when Cassano sobered up, he would witness his own ridiculousness. Beauty, with an arm around both Ronaldo and Robinho, hummed an absurd little tune. Juan Kaiwan found the scene amusing as Ramos approached him with 2 bottles of liquor, saying, I've heard that in China, respect is shown by finishing a drink in one go. Thanks for today's match, mate. Juan Kaiwan widened his eyes at the whiskey Ramos held. If consumed in one gulp, a trip to the stomach pump seemed inevitable. Ramos tilted his head back, gulping down a significant portion before becoming inebriated. his eyes fluttering closed and his body swaying as he began to spew. Huang Kaiwen quickly stepped back to avoid the initial wave of projectile, then rushed to support Ramos, hoping he wouldn't stumble and create a scene. Raul shook his head. The coach is too strict. They've accumulated quite a bit of pressure, hence the chaos. Is that so? I don't perceive any pressure, Huang Kaiwen inquired. Raul silently rolled his eyes. Perhaps this was the fate of individuals in similar circumstances. Everyone knew Capello regarded you with a different lens. After a while, few remained sober. Huang Kaiwen and Raul assisted Albert in gathering their teammates into 2 guest rooms. The primary concern was to prevent them from choking on their own vomit, thus consolidating them for the servants to tend to was deemed prudent. After seeing off the Rauls, Huang Kaiwen began reviewing footage with his DV. An ingenious idea struck him. He commenced editing and recording voiceovers, ultimately deciding to retire for the night while uploading the content. The following day, fans discovered that Huang Kaiwen's account had uploaded something new, titled Frontfield Boys 20. Upon opening it, the lip movements of Ronaldo, Robinho, and Guti were evidently mismatched, yet the voice that played was unmistakably Huang Kaiwen's. Kevin's tea has a flavor called home. Isn't this a song by Jay? One fan remarked. That Huang Kaiwen has lost his mind again. This is Grandpa's tea, taking advantage of his inebriated teammates to play the role of a grandparent, another added. What if Guti learns the truth? Won't he be furious? Alas, who can convey the truth to Guti? I've picked up a trick from Huang Kaiwen. Tonight, I'll buy a case of Erguo 2 and some peanuts to bring back to the dormitory, officially letting the 7 grandsons recognize their roots. By tomorrow, once they sobered up, they'll treat you like the Scorpion King. Remember to get a DV. It's hard to identify someone with a Nokia camera. With a DV, you could showcase it in the lecture hall, allowing more people to understand your connections. You all truly revel in chaos. Probably nothing will come of it. We're all good brothers. At most, it'll just lead to a minor injury. In the morning, when Huang Kaiwen awoke, some teammates had already departed. He glanced at the 2 rooms, which were somewhat disheartening. It was unclear what dreams they had experienced, but their disheveled attire suggested a wild night. Fortunately, there were no excessively inappropriate scenes. Cassano was the second to last to awaken. Upon regaining consciousness around noon, he groaned, clutching his head. Did you serve me fake liquor yesterday? My head aches terribly. Huang Kaiwen raised a middle finger at Cassano. During this time, he had grown quite familiar with Cassano. While Cassano undoubtedly possessed talent, it was his sharp tongue that was even more remarkable. He often spoke without thinking and remained obstinate in his words, even when regretting them. Despite this, he was not a bad person. Sporting a messy hairstyle, Cassano sauntered to the refrigerator, retrieved a carton of juice, and drank directly from it. After finishing, he carelessly returned the juice carton to the fridge, prompting Huang Kaiwen to feel a surge of irritation, planning to discard it once Cassano had left. Cassano treated the place as if it were his own home, grabbing utensils and sitting beside Huang Kaiwen to munch on a sandwich. Huang Kaiwen deemed it necessary to impose some discipline on Cassano. He pulled out the DV and played the footage for him. Cassano's reaction was priceless. After watching, he defiantly stated, I only spoke the truth. I wouldn't care if you showed it to that guy. Is that so? I've already sent someone to deliver the tape to Fabio, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Cassano spat out a mouthful of water, staring at Huang Kaiwen in silence for quite some time. If you call me boss, I might just have someone retrieve the tape. It should not have been delivered yet, Huang Kaiwen remarked. This obstinate fellow was quite entertaining, especially the satisfaction derived from compelling others to change. It was akin to those who relish in persuading wayward souls to mend their ways, offering moral lessons as if they were imparting wisdom. I did not speak incorrectly, Cassano retorted defiantly. Well then, since you believe you are in the right, I shall not worry. I even had someone send a copy to the Italian television station. I trust Fabio's wife will be thrilled to learn you desire to sleep in their master bedroom, Huang Kaiwen teased. Indeed, I am quite the charmer. Perhaps she has fancied me all along, Cassano replied with a forced grin. He was acutely aware of Fabio Capello's history, having known his wife since the age of 14. They had scarcely spent a day apart, resembling conjoined twins. If Cassano were to insult Capello, the worst he would face would be being benched. However, Capello knew Cassano's tendency to jest about his wife, Laura, and it could very well lead to a scandalous affair worthy of a detective novel, where even Sherlock Holmes would struggle to piece together the evidence. Perhaps you should have someone retrieve the videotape, Cassano suggested with a dry laugh. Are you afraid? Huang Kaiwen inquired, grinning. Who, me? Afraid? Cassano widened his eyes and exclaimed, I merely had too much to drink. I do not regret calling that scoundrel Fabio names. He ought to be groveling at my feet, if not my rear, especially since Laura took such good care of me when I was in Rome. I might have misspoken. Huang Kaiwan lifted the DV camera towards Cassano and asked, What will you do about it? If you think I'll call you boss, think again. Cassano persisted with a stubborn demeanor. Well then, Mrs. Capello will only be a bit sad, Huang Kaiwan replied nonchalantly. Aside from teasing Cassano, Huang Kaiwan also aimed to keep some evidence. After all, Cassano had a big mouth. Should this man speak ill of him on television after retirement, a recording would serve as a swift rebuttal. Boss, Cassano muttered quietly. What? I did not hear you, Huang Kaiwan replied. Boss, you are the boss, fine. You are better at football than I am, but you are a scoundrel. Cassano shouted impatiently. Huang Kaiwan, barely containing his amusement, put away the DV camera and said to Cassano, I shall keep this recording. Do not speak ill of me in public. Humph. You should have had the person delivering the tape return, Cassano grumbled. I did not send anyone with a tape. I invited you to have fun. And capturing it while you were intoxicated to present it to the coach would be too cruel, Huang Kaiwan chuckled. Cassano gaped, his expression a mixture of astonishment and incredulity. In the end, all words coalesced into a singular gesture. You are truly despicable, Cassano remarked. Aren't you heading home? Huang Kaiwan asked. Not a chance, Cassano declared. Cassano exclaimed in frustration. You have deceived my feelings. I must drink every drop of your family's wine to find solace. I hope you can manage that, Huang Kaiwan replied, stamping his foot. We have a climate-controlled wine cellar beneath our feet. If you fancy it, you may stay there tonight. Damn it. Those wealthier than I should be sent to the gallows. Cassano grumbled before plopping down on the sofa to watch television. Good afternoon, Kevin. Ramos greeted Huang Kaiwan. His hair tousled from sleep. Good afternoon. Would you care for something to eat? Huang Kaiwan inquired with a smile. Why didn't you ask me earlier? Cassano protested from his position on the sofa. Ramos retorted, Perhaps because your thick skin renders such inquiries unnecessary. You scoundrel. How dare you, with your dirty playing style, criticize me? Cassano shouted, his temper flaring. At least I'm better than you. Who doesn't even get the chance to come off the bench? Ramos continued to taunt. Damn it. You're asking for trouble. Enough. Sergio, you eat first. Antonio, you watch television. Huang Kaiwan interjected, positioning himself between the two. Cassano and Ramos both turned away with a huff. No, I didn't perform well just now. I demand another round. Cassano insisted. The young lady arrived in Madrid to find Ramos and Cassano engrossed in a football video game in her home. They've started arguing. I cannot allow them to brawl. I'll just suggest they settle it through the game, Huang Kaiwan lamented. How long have they been at it? The young lady asked curiously. From just past 2 in the afternoon until now. Over 6 hours, Huang Kaiwan replied. Both Cassano and Ramos were not particularly skilled at the game. They excelled in other areas. Huang Kaiwan had recorded several hours of their clumsy exchanges. This evenly matched contest fueled their competitive spirits, neither willing to concede. Are you not going to intervene? The young lady questioned. Let it be. There is leftover food at home. And they are adults who do not require our concern, Huang Kaiwan said, leading her toward the bedroom. If they wish to linger in his home, so be it. Huang Kaiwan was not one to begrudge his teammates a meal. After both had finished showering, which had taken over 2 hours, the cleanliness enthusiasts took their time. The young lady leaned against the bed and remarked, I believe we should call it Kevin's tea. Kevin's Ice City lacks clarity. In Europe, directness is preferred. Like Paul's Bakery or David's Family Restaurant. Then let it be Kevin's tea, Huang Kaiwan nodded in agreement. His greatest virtue was his willingness to heed advice, listen to counsel. And one shall be well fed. We have already contacted the singer you wanted to invite, the young lady informed him. Just proceed as you see fit, Huang Kaiwan replied, nodding. He was not suited for meticulous tasks. He preferred to provide broad directives. Such is the way of most prominent figures. The following day, Huang Kaiwan awoke to find the young lady had already departed. Her assistant had selected several locations, and she had gone to inspect and finalize the site for the flagship store in Madrid. Once it is operational, we shall leverage the platform of Real Madrid for promotion. Subsequently, we shall establish a tea culture center to elevate our prestige further. High prestige coupled with low prices is not inherently contradictory. The elevated status arises from the rich historical legacy of tea drinking, which also promotes health. By engaging a few historians and medical professors, one could convincingly claim that indulging in milk tea could extend one's lifespan. for the price of a single Starbucks beverage. An entire family could enjoy the exclusive drinks once reserved for ancient emperors. What could be more prestigious than that? The affordability and accessibility of our offerings will allow Kevin St. to flourish in the bustling streets of Europe, aspiring to become a part of the daily lives of Europeans. In the future, Spaniards might find themselves queuing for milk tea after enjoying their seafood paella, while Italians may pair their pizza with it as well. Kevin has a grand vision. Once the number of outlets increases, he intends to create a stir to generate publicity. The Milanese rivals serve as the perfect medium for this. The Inter Milan barbecuing faction favors mate tea, while the Milan supporters prefer another variety. Yet they must both be from Kevin St. collection, as only his tea possesses the authentic flavor. At that point, he could incite debates in newspapers and on television about which drink is superior, thus piquing the curiosity of fans who would inevitably want to sample both. The beverage favored by idols must be deemed delightful by their admirers. This could even open the door to expanding the business into South America. We could conduct a survey quantifying how many cups of mate tea were purchased by Argentinians and how many of the other variety by Brazilians, publishing results every week to stoke the flames of competition. This strategy could be replicated in Japan and Korea, mirroring the celebrity rankings, with some individuals possibly buying without consuming, simply to boost the numbers. Kevin has already envisioned the advertising slogans. Not drinking is akin to not being part of the Rossoneri, the Milan faction. Drinking milk tea fuels the dreams of aspiring footballers, contributing to the aspirations of children from impoverished families. We all owe Kevin a cup of milk tea. Love her? Gift her the first cup of milk tea every day of the week. For the pride of the cold, dark realm, we cannot falter against the Lithuanians. Kevin believes the world could hardly withstand such a challenge. In critical moments, Kevin can even feign unconsciousness, yet the milk tea will remain in high demand. Who would wish for Kevin's revival without purchasing milk tea? The more he contemplates, the more exhilarated he becomes. For him, football presents no true challenge. It cannot evoke that particular sensation. One must always strive to push their limits. Kevin is also curious to discover how much he must earn to regard money merely as a number. At present, he lacks that sentiment. Upon descending the stairs, Kevin was startled to find Ramos and Cassano still seated before the television. He quickly inquired, "Have you been playing all night?" "He refuses to accept defeat," Ramos replied, his expression numb as he pointed at Cassano. "That's because you played unfairly," Cassano protested. "Stop lying. You simply cannot admit your loss. Bastard, come again if you dare." "Enough, enough," Kevin interjected, glancing at his watch. "Gentlemen, the day of rest has ended. Training has commenced for over an hour now." "Damn, I forgot." "It's all your fault, you scoundrel." Ramos cast aside the controller and exclaimed, "We're doomed." Cassano lamented, still managing to press the pause button while dashing outside, calling back, "Don't touch the television. I intend to continue my lesson upon my return." "Stop boasting. You lost more games, 55-48. Huang Kaiwan remarked as he picked up the controller from the ground and set it down properly. He silently prayed for Ramos and Cassano, hoping Capello would go easy on them. Later that evening, Huang Kaiwan welcomed Calderon into his home. He instructed the old butler to prepare afternoon tea and chatted amiably with Calderon, saying, "Mr. Chairman, you often appear on television and in newspapers. What brings you to my humble abode?" "Just call me Ramon," Calderon retorted with a hint of irritation. His current prominence was entirely due to having signed Huang Kaiwan, and he could hardly afford to be angry with him. "Very well, Ramon. Did you come specifically to visit me today?" Huang Kaiwan inquired, casually crossing his legs. Noticing Huang Kaiwan's relaxed demeanor, Calderon smiled and replied, "I did come to see you, but there are other matters as well. You know, your previous poolside viewing of the match with Ronaldo created quite a stir. Many people joined you in watching the game there." "I'm aware." Huang Kaiwan responded with a slight headache. If this continued, he would truly become the centerpiece of Real Madrid in every sense of the word. Just as well, he possessed a certain proficiency in massage, which could entice guests to extend their time. Huang Kaiwan quickly shook his head. Having him as a masseur would demand no less than several million euros. Seeing Huang Kaiwan's refusal, Calderon promptly added, "I previously discussed with Ms. Berlusconi. Moving forward, we will primarily focus on inviting celebrities to enhance our influence. Then we can adopt a format similar to Buffett's, conducting an auction where you will receive a portion of the proceeds. Real Madrid will take a share, and the club will also donate some to the children's charity." A longtime friend had recommended a book to me, stating, Jennifer Lopez and Penelope Cruz are both Real Madrid fans. You youngsters should be more familiar with celebrities than I am. 3 options now lay before Hwang Kaiwan. He swiftly dismissed Nadal, primarily due to his lack of interest in tennis. In the UEFA Champions League group stage's second round, Real Madrid faced Dynamo Kiev at home. Hwang Kaiwan, currently recovering from an injury, did not make the squad list. However, he arrived early at the Bernabeu dressing room to await his teammates. Kevin, aren't you supposed to be out of the squad today? Raul asked curiously upon seeing Hwang Kaiwan. Yes, but I'll be in the stands today. Hwang Kaiwan replied with a smile. I'm truly envious of you. You still get to enjoy yourself by the pool, Cassano remarked with a look of envy. Hwang Kaiwan, unwilling to delve further into the topic, said, let's talk about you. I'm quite interested in filmmaking. Filmmaking is not as glamorous as it appears. It's not easy for a Spaniard to succeed in Hollywood, Cassano replied. Previously, I had the opportunity to visit Italy. However, I ultimately found myself in the United States. During filming, one must repeatedly go through the scenes, and the director insists on perfection, Lopez remarked. That sounds rather tedious, Hwang Kaiwan replied. Indeed, it is quite monotonous, compounded by various other pressures. There's little to discuss. Let us talk about the life of a player instead. I find their existence much more intriguing, Cruz interjected, squeezing closer to Hwang Kaiwan. Feeling a playful jab on his arm, Hwang Kaiwan hastily responded. The life of a player is quite simple, playing football and celebrating. Could you elaborate? For instance, who is the most entertaining in the Real Madrid locker room? Who is the most popular? Hwang Kaiwan gently pushed Cruz's hand away and said, everyone is decent. Players' thoughts are not overly complex. Most have had little exposure to the outside world, and they tend to believe whatever their agents tell them. Sensing Cruz reaching out again, Hwang Kaiwan quickly reminded, they've already started warming up, don't get caught on camera. Though he wouldn't mind trying out a new facial cleanser in a different location. He certainly didn't wish to embarrass himself during a global broadcast. The footage captured by the crew would be edited later. Even with his remarkable talent, Hwang Kaiwan knew he could not directly attempt complex maneuvers. The match was set to commence shortly, and the director was frequently cutting to Hwang Kaiwan and Cruz. Today, Hwang Kaiwan is once again watching the match from the pool, one commentator noted. Joining him is the renowned Spanish actress Penelope Cruz, who just won Best Actress in the main competition at Cannes this past May, and importantly, she is a Real Madrid fan. We must focus on the game. Capello has employed a 4-4-2 formation today, clearly seeking change. With Guti positioned as a left winger, Hwang Kaiwan observed. He was engrossed in the match, albeit with a different perspective. Cruz, a fervent supporter of Real Madrid, displayed great interest in the club's stars. The compact pool could accommodate both Hwang Kaiwan and Ronaldo, yet left Cruz's hands with nowhere to rest. After several adjustments, Hwang Kaiwan recognized the strength of habit and ceased to push Cruz's hand away. In the 45th minute, Reyes received a pass from Diarra, surged into the penalty area, and scored with a shot into the far corner, prompting the director to cut back to Hwang Kaiwan. The online forum erupted in excitement. Wow, it seems Hwang Kaiwan is genuinely on vacation. Just look at how relaxed he appears, one commenter exclaimed. Cruz pulled something from the water and brought it to her mouth. Are celebrities really that frugal, picking up food they drop? Another chimed in. Oh, yet another day of envying Hwang Kaiwan. I too wish to watch a match at the Bernabeu with a starlet, someone else lamented. If you desire the treatment Hwang Kaiwan receives, you must first learn to play football. His privileges are earned through his skill, another commenter asserted. Do you think Hwang Kaiwan has made any advances on Cruz? One speculated. I have a feeling he has, only pretending it was accidental, came the reply. You all seem foolish. With Hwang Kaiwan's stature, she would likely welcome such advances, another added. Hwang Kaiwan turned to Cruz, his eyes wide with surprise. Cruz, with a playful wink, asked, is there something peculiar? Not at all. You simply ought to wipe your mouth, Hwang Kaiwan replied. The Spaniards are known for their exuberance, and Spanish actresses are even more uninhibited. Hwang Kaiwan truly did not expect her to behave in such a manner under the persistent gaze of the camera. Cruz extended her tongue to meticulously lick the corners of her mouth, and then delicately tended to the spaces between her fingers. It is no wonder that women are often likened to cats. As the 90-minute match concluded, Real Madrid triumphed over Dynamo Kiev with a resounding score of 5-1. With the final whistle blown, Hwang Kaiwan wrapped herself in a towel and departed, having made plans with her teammates to celebrate at home. After all, they could not delay their business. Once again, they opted for a barbecue, primarily due to its convenience and preparation. Having previously celebrated at Huang Kaiwen's residence, the teammates felt quite at ease. They gathered in the yard, sharing laughter and occasional exclamations of frustration. Raoul took a seat beside Huang Kaiwen and remarked, "It has been quite some time since the team gathered so frequently. This feels truly delightful." "Why is that?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "I can't quite articulate it. Perhaps no one wishes to gather, despite the fact that the team harbors no significant conflicts," Raoul sighed. "There will be ample opportunities to celebrate in the future. You are not even 30 yet, so why all the nostalgia?" Huang Kaiwen patted Raoul on the shoulder. "Indeed," Raoul chuckled. "I even forgot that I have yet to reach 30. Playing for Real Madrid is both an honor and a burden. It requires harmonious relations with teammates, satisfying the president, maintaining a good rapport with the media to prevent misinformation, and learning to appease the fans. That is indeed no small feat exactly. If we were to lose against Barcelona, you would witness white handkerchiefs waving in the Bernabeu. Believe me, that is not a pleasant experience," Raoul lamented once more. "Don't be foolish." Huang Kaiwen rose with a smile. "I have never tasted defeat on the pitch, and I intend to maintain that streak. Ronaldinho will not receive applause at the Bernabeu this time. Victory shall be ours." Raoul looked up at Huang Kaiwen. Raising his glass, he declared, "To victory! To victory!" Huang Kaiwen echoed joyfully. Only a few teammates raised their glasses alongside Huang Kaiwen. As the rest had succumbed to inebriation, Cassano, who had claimed the sofa early on, was making a ruckus indoors. Upon entering the room, Huang Kaiwen spotted Penelope Cruz on the television. The actress is truly dedicated, having attended a late-night talk show after watching the game at the Bernabeu. "What did I eat?" "Those were Kaiwen's chips. He dropped them, and I picked them up to avoid wasting food, which is a virtue." "Oh, Kaiwen's chips!" Cassano exclaimed with excitement. Huang Kaiwen was at a loss for words. Chips indeed. Even through the somewhat unclear footage, it was evident that they were not merely chips. "Hey, how do you feel?" Cassano asked, winking. "What do you mean, how do I feel?" "I advise you not to drink too much and stay at my place tonight," Huang Kaiwen warned. She was feeling dizzy from soaking in hot water and had little inclination to tease Cassano. "Hey, you can't single me out like that. Look at that bunch of rascals who have already passed out on the floor." Cassano pointed at Raoul Bravo sprawled on the ground. Huang Kaiwen covered his head and waved his hand, unwilling to engage with Cassano any longer. On the national team match day, he did not return to Milan but welcomed a guest from the city. "Brother, are you surprised to see me?" Inzaghi exclaimed as he opened his arms to embrace Huang Kaiwen. "Were you dismissed by Carlo?" Huang Kaiwen rolled his eyes and inquired. "How absurd. I am a pivotal figure for Milan. It's merely an injury that led me to inform Carlo of my plans to visit Spain for a few days, and he agreed." Inzaghi replied. "That's quite fortunate." Huang Kaiwen refrained from exposing Inzaghi's fib. Presently, the primary striking duo for Milan consisted of Inbu and Tony. Their formidable pairing performed consistently without injury, making it difficult for Inzaghi to reclaim his position even if he were fit. "What do you mean by quite fortunate? Aren't you pleased to see me? As a resident of Madrid, you should show me the local nightlife. It's basic etiquette," Inzaghi protested, dissatisfied. "Apologies, but I have little interest in that lately. Would you prefer I introduce you to Ronaldo? He hasn't reported to the national team," Huang Kaiwen suggested. "Perhaps another time. I'm not particularly acquainted with him," Inzaghi replied, wrapping his arm around Huang Kaiwen's neck. "Your home is quite spacious. Do take me on a tour." After half an hour of a brief tour, Inzaghi encouraged, "With such a large space, it would be a shame not to host a party. I know someone who could fill your yard with supermodels in just 2 hours." Huang Kaiwen remained silent and walked inside. Inzaghi called after him. "Even if we don't invite that many supermodels, 2 each would be splendid. Barbara will be back soon." "I hope you can still say that then," Huang Kaiwen reminded him. "What have I said? I'm simply visiting you in Madrid," Inzaghi retorted. Barbara, the club president, was far more formidable than Galliani. Inzaghi, at his age, still contemplated retiring in Milan. On the national team match day, Capello returned to Italy. Unable to find suitable candidates in Spain, he decided to search in Italy. Upon landing in Turin, he promptly called for a taxi. Guided by memory, he found the alley. The weather in Turin was pleasant today. Yet, the alley still exuded an eerie atmosphere. Such places were often hotspots for criminal activity. From a distance, the alley appeared endless. Capello frowned as he stood at the entrance for 2 minutes before finally steeling himself to step into the darkness. To savor the light, one must first embrace the shadows. These were merely minor obstacles on his path to success. Fabio Capello would not be intimidated. The pungent odor was identical to his memories. A nauseating stench reminiscent of rotting fish mingled with various kitchen refuse assaulted Capello's senses, prompting his stomach to protest. He quickened his pace again. After a few more steps, he felt a slippery sensation beneath his feet. Capello pulled out his phone, crouched slightly to illuminate the ground, and cursed, "Damn it." He wasn't trying to show off his English. He had genuinely stepped in something unpleasant. Capello disdainfully rubbed his foot against the wall a few times, sighed, and continued on his way. Fortunately, the alley was not long. After a minute, he finally reached the end. In the dim light of day, he spotted a familiar sign. With a creak, he pushed the door open. Capello keenly lowered his head to avoid a decorative ornament hanging from the doorframe. The Real Madrid coach finally wore a smile. Not everything was bleak. "Welcome, welcome." A short man looked up, revealing a sycophantic grin. "Master, hello." Capello responded in Mandarin with a precise accent. The short man paused for a moment before replying in Italian. "I haven't been back in a long time. It's better to speak in Italian." "Very well." Capello nodded and inquired. "I need you to protect a Chinese individual from harm for a period of time. Can you manage that?" Yes. Chinese do not harm their own." The dark-skinned, short man vigorously nodded. "That is splendid." Capello sighed in relief and asked again, "Will it be troublesome? If so, I may not be able to handle it properly." Not troublesome. The man repeatedly waved his hands, propping himself against the counter, and began rummaging through the drawers. He opened several, but found nothing. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and rummaged again, quickly walking to the door and pulling down a portrait. The image depicted a Taoist in a yellow robe, surrounded by the 8 trigrams. Capello nodded to himself. Based on his understanding of China, these were indeed authentic Chinese elements. It seemed that such matters required the expertise of a Chinese person. The short man handed the portrait to Capello, saying, "Place this within 100 meters of your target. At a distance of 5, not a single step less. If it is less, the heart is not sincere, and without sincerity, it will not work." Capello handed over 100 yuan note, stating, "The excess is a tip." "What is the incantation?" "Incantation?" The short man, taken aback by Capello's question as he accepted the money, quickly nodded. "Yes, the incantation and the incantation." He began pacing in the room, biting his lip. Capello held his breath, afraid to disturb the master's train of thought. Incantation, I've remembered." The man exclaimed, clapping his hands. "Emperor, I was wrong. Do not strike again. The incantation is this." Capello listened to the precise Mandarin, slightly nodding. A master is indeed a master. Even outside of China's linguistic environment, his proficiency in incantations remained impeccable, with an accent identical to that of a Mandarin tutor. "Emperor, I was wrong. Do not strike again," Capello silently recited, finding it somewhat awkward. He pulled out a recording pen from his pocket, noticing it was still recording, and finally felt at ease as he turned and pushed the door to leave. Capello remained vigilant, having witnessed last season's UEFA Champions League final. Ancelotti and Rijkaard engaged in a battle of wits from a distance, with the details reported by the Sun leaving Capello utterly astonished. The intricate web of intrigue was unexpected. A blend of sorcery and football from around the globe intertwined seamlessly. Capello seemed to have embarked on a new chapter in life. Akin to a character in a dramatic urban narrative, suddenly confronted with an individual boasting of extraordinary wealth as their sole superpower, transforming his once familiar existence into a spectacle of excess. "Kevin, could you fetch me a drink?" Inzaghi, clad in swim trunks, lounged on an air mattress, beckoning to Huang Kevin. "When will you return to Milan?" Huang Kevin inquired, standing at the pool's edge. "We are good brothers." Inzaghi exclaimed with a grin. "Aren't you pleased to see me?" "Not at all," Huang Kevin replied without hesitation. In October, temperatures in Spain hovered between 10 to 20 degrees Celsius. Inzaghi, feeling the pool was a tad chilly, kept the heating system running. At this rate, he could be consuming up to 17,000 kilowatts of electricity in a month. After purchasing the villa, he rented it to Real Madrid. Yet the utility bills were his responsibility, and he was on the verge of becoming as extravagant as Huang Xiaofei. Huang Kevin returned to the house, tossing a drink to Inzaghi from a distance, saying, "I have guests coming over in a couple of days, so you better behave." "Rest assured, I have mingled with the elite," Inzaghi replied, shaking his drink. "Do you think I look handsome in this? If I make it to the Champions League final, I could step in as goalkeeper, right? As long as Carlo agrees, I have no objections." Huang Kevin stifled a laugh. Who truly believes anyone could play goalkeeper in a Champions League final? Inzaghi was aware of his limitations and swiftly changed the subject, asking, "When will you take me to a match? Let us go watch a game at the Bernabeu. I doubt there will be an opportunity. You're heading back to Milan after El Clasico, and the 2 matches before it are away games. I don't plan on traveling with the team," Juan Kevin replied, shaking his foot dismissively. Real Madrid's upcoming opponents were Getafe and Steaua Bucharest. Juan Kevin had little interest in traveling to Romania, a place steeped in poverty. The beautiful women of Romania were known to work in Amsterdam and Hamburg. Getafe was a mere 13 kilometers from Madrid, yet it still counted as an away game. Juan Kevin, the king of home matches, had little fondness for away games, whether playing or spectating. This would also save the club 20,000 euros in gift expenses. Unless the opposing team was exceptionally formidable, Juan Kevin would only venture out for away games when absolutely necessary. But, against a team like Getafe, didn't Real Madrid have everything under control? October 13th, Madrid Barajas Airport. Has she arrived yet? Is she a female singer? Inzaghi asked for the 4th time. "I told you to wait at home. You insisted on coming along," Juan Kevin said, pushing Inzaghi away in annoyance. "I am not concerned about you encountering danger. As the Three Musketeers, we currently have only 2 members in Madrid, and it is only natural that we support one another. As the leader of the Three Musketeers, I must ensure your well-being," declared Inzaghi with a resolute demeanor. Upon seeing the person emerge, Juan Kaiwan took the initiative to approach. The other party looked up and assessed Juan Kaiwan, saying, "Hey, not bad. I've heard you're quite skilled at gaming. Let us find time to spar." "Let us not. I'm not that impressive," Juan Kaiwan replied with a smile. "In that case, I'll give you some leeway," Zhou Jieluan remarked with a playful smirk directed at Juan Kaiwan. "Then you must truly let me have my way," Juan Kaiwan replied, his hands behind his back, almost creating an illusion with his gestures. "Are you serious? I'm exceptionally skilled at Warcraft," Zhou Jieluan proclaimed proudly. I am. Just so you know. I can play Warcraft too," Juan Kaiwan laughed. "Perfect. But don't mimic my speech," Zhou Jieluan protested. "This is our country's singer, Zhou," Juan Kaiwan stated, gesturing towards Inzaghi. "This is my former teammate from Milan, Filippo Inzaghi. I've heard your songs before," Inzaghi remarked with a smile. Juan Kaiwan, while translating, couldn't help but tease, noting that even his fellow countrymen might struggle to understand his lyrics. "Let me tell you, football is immensely popular back home," Zhou Jieluan said, equally amused. The two engaged in a light-hearted conversation, enjoying each other's company. Once they arrived home, Zhou Jieluan promptly pulled Juan Kaiwan into a gaming session. Inzaghi, unfamiliar with the game, merely watched the spectacle unfold. Zhou Jieluan adjusted his mouse sensitivity and tested the keyboard, turning to Juan Kaiwan and saying, "Let us have a match." Upon seeing Juan Kaiwan select the Night Elves, Zhou Jieluan remarked, "Night Elves aren't that strong. I'll tell you that orcs are superior. I learned to play through orc warriors." "Indeed, not strong," Juan Kaiwan replied, stretching his fingers. The AP measurement plugin in the upper right corner displayed a figure of 342. Although this was not effective AP, Juan Kaiwan's fingers were undeniably nimble. As the game commenced, Juan Kaiwan quickly trained 3 units, producing several huntresses, and began to pressure Zhou Jieluan's expansion. "Hey, why are you starting without a proper discussion?" Zhou Jieluan protested, his frantic operations failing to prevent his mining units from being wiped out. Juan Kaiwan employed a chaotic mining strategy, realizing that Zhou Jieluan was indeed inexperienced and merely playing casually. Utilizing the agility of his units, Juan Kaiwan established several expansions, continuously harassing Zhou Jieluan. And only after 40 minutes did he finally push for victory. "You're quite impressive. I must say, had I not missed my spell just then, I would have won," Zhou Jieluan insisted, his expression one of disbelief. "Shall we go again?" Juan Kaiwan raised an eyebrow and asked. "Let us do it. Who is afraid?" Zhou Jieluan quickly selected orcs again. Juan Kaiwan opted for humans, his forte. Having seen the human emperor, Sky, clinch the championship in a magazine, Juan Kaiwan, who had no understanding of AR3 at the time, began to diligently practice with the humans. After over a decade of honing his skills, he had essentially mastered them. In the realm of gaming, losses were few and far between for Juan Kaiwan. Had it not been for the surge in live streaming and his advancing age, he might have pursued a career as a gaming streamer. After a brief interlude of over 10 minutes, Zhou Jieluan resignedly typed out GG. "Let me tell you, I rarely find time to play games, but my basketball skills are quite commendable," Zhou Jieluan remarked. "I believe you, but let's hold off for now." "I'm not fully recovered yet," Juan Kaiwan advised. Gaming, at least, remained a pastime among amateurs. However, when it came to sports, Huang, without needing to draw cards, could easily outmatch Zhou Jieluan with his current physical prowess, possibly leaving him questioning his very existence. It would be unwise to inadvertently instill a psychological shadow upon him. Very well, once you're healed, we shall have our match, Zhou Jieluan stated, lifting his gaze. All right, but first, take a look at the song I wrote. You will be responsible for singing it, Huang Kaiwen replied dismissively. Ah, you can write songs too? Just a little, Huang Kaiwen gestured with his thumb and forefinger. Accepting the song sheet handed to him by Huang Kaiwen, Zhou Jieluan clapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Finally, he had found a way to regain his pride through Huang Kaiwen. Zhou Jieluan began to hum. I love you. You love, Kevi, is this your song? If not, shall I write one for you? It wouldn't do to waste your money. No need. This will suffice. Huang Kaiwen waved his hand with a smile. It was time for the European audience to experience this catchy tune. But this is truly difficult. I can't possibly sing such a song, Zhou Jieluan said. His face contorted in distress. He was, after all, a person of some dignity. Yet you signed a contract, Huang Kaiwen reminded him with a grin. Zhou Jieluan thought to himself, damn, being wealthy certainly has its perks. Having signed the contract, he found himself obligated to sing. Zhou Jieluan felt he should challenge Huang Kaiwen to a basketball game to demonstrate his prowess. During dinner that evening, the young lady personally prepared the meal, extending courtesy to Zhou Jieluan. After the meal, Zhou Jieluan noticed the piano in the living room and inquired of Huang Kaiwen. You play the piano as well? Huang Kaiwen indicated modestly with his thumb and forefinger, just a bit. Zhou Jieluan silently retreated to the guest room, deciding not to engage in petty competition with Huang Kaiwen. The following day, October 14th, Huang Kaiwen ultimately made his way to the Alfonso Perez Stadium. After all, Zhou Jieluan had traveled a considerable distance and deserved some hospitality. Once the match commenced, Getafe displayed an intent to challenge Real Madrid. Inzaghi found the unfolding drama quite engaging. Zhou Jieluan, however, was already yawning. He had never been fond of football. His earlier statements were merely polite banter. As a dual organizational committee member for both AC Milan and Real Madrid, Huang Kaiwen pulled a deck of cards from his pocket and asked, shall we play cards? Absolutely. Zhou Jieluan replied with a smile, let me tell you, I'm quite skilled at cards. Excellent. I relish a worthy opponent like you. Have you ever heard of a game called Do de Jeu? Huang Kaiwen deftly manipulated the cards, showcasing various tricks. I haven't tea, but I learn quickly. That is perfect. Huang Kaiwen smiled and mentioned to Inzaghi that they should play Do de Jeu. Inzaghi immediately expressed his enthusiasm, stating, I never expected such an activity in Madrid. If you intend to enrich me, I cannot be blamed. The match concluded after 90 minutes, with Real Madrid suffering a 1-0 defeat against Getafe. Huang Kaiwen seized the hands of Inzaghi and Zhou Jieluan, pressing their fingerprints onto a promissory note with an ink pad of unknown origin. After watching the match, Zhou Jieluan hurriedly departed Spain, fearing that staying in Madrid might bind him to work for Huang Kaiwen for decades to come. As he watched the plane ascend into the night sky, Huang Kaiwen sighed wistfully. The depths of the peach blossom pool are 1,000 feet. Yet they do not compare to the affection Jieluan has bestowed upon me. With this farewell, I wonder when we shall meet again. Although Huang Kaiwen had only recently met Zhou Jieluan, he felt an inexplicable connection, as if they were long-lost brothers. Alas, the distance was vast, and both had to strive for their respective careers. Their next encounter might find them changed beyond recognition. For now, he could only hold on to the promissory note with an annual interest rate of 8%, reminiscing about their time together. On October 17th, some players traveled to Romania. Capello prioritized the impending national derby. Nevertheless, even with a partially manned squad and substitutes, Real Madrid triumphed over Bucharest Star with a resounding 4-1 victory. That evening, Cruyff appeared on a television program. The rivalry between the Spanish giants had already commenced, now that both teams had concluded their Champions League group matches. The anticipation for the national derby would only intensify in the coming days. On the show, Cruyff remarked, Kevin and Milan defeated Barcelona, but Milan is Milan. And Real Madrid is Real Madrid. Each team is entirely different. Even now, as I walk the streets, people still express their gratitude towards me. For the 1992 Champions League was pivotal for Barcelona. I shaped the very soul of Barcelona. The current team possesses a resilient spirit, and the youth academy children embody the Barcelona DNA. Xavi, Iniesta, and Messi will be crucial in the matches ahead, with commendable values and exceptional skills. The applause for Barcelona players will resonate within the Bernabeu once more. The following morning, the media was inundated with reports about the national derby. Maldini responded to Cruyff's comments in the Gazzetta dello Sport, saying, "Milan is a great team, and Real Madrid is also a great team. But Kevin is one of a kind. Possessing Kevin is akin to having it all." Cruyff claimed last time that Barcelona would win the Champions League final, only for them to lose, and I fear history will repeat itself. Marca stated, Cruyff may be losing his touch. Real Madrid's number 10 has never lost a match when he has taken the field. If Barcelona were to bolster their defense and adopt a defensive stance for 90 minutes, they might secure a point at the Bernabeu, though that would be quite a challenge. AS reported that Ancelotti, during an interview with them, explicitly criticized his former teammate Rijkaard, declaring him a scoundrel who only brings harm. He warned that in the upcoming matches, Capello and Real Madrid must be wary of Rijkaard's underhanded tactics that could endanger Kevin. The World Sports Daily reports, Barcelona is an exceptionally formidable team, having remained undefeated against Real Madrid last season. Ronaldinho received applause at the Bernabeu, and while Real Madrid has acquired Kevin, Barcelona has also secured Lee, marking the beginning of Lee's legendary journey in the national derby. Upon flying from New York to Madrid, the football king Pelé remarked during an interview with Madrid TV, "Will Barcelona win? That is simply impossible. Kevin will triumph in this match. I have come to Spain solely to witness the manner in which Kevin secures victory." Juan Kevin, upon meeting Pelé, could not help but smile wryly, saying, "That is not quite fair. What if we lose?" Pelé chuckled, responding, "I believe you and Real Madrid will not face defeat." Juan Kevin sighed, "Let us hope so." If Pelé had remained silent, he would have felt confident. However, now that Pelé had spoken, Juan Kevin felt a twinge of anxiety. In Catalonia, Rijkaard sat in his home, staring blankly at the dossier on Lee Chong-long. This young player could hardly be labeled a prodigy. His physical attributes were ordinary, and his footwork lacked finesse. Yet, Laporta had entrusted him with a mission to ensure victory in the derby while granting Lee Chong-long some playing time, thereby showcasing to the world that Barcelona had signed a genius. Having praised Lee Chong-long extensively, Rijkaard himself had begun to believe in his potential. However, upon reviewing reports and footage, he noted that Lee Chong-long struggled even with basic ball control, which raised doubts about his suitability for the national derby. Tossing the report aside, Rijkaard approached the guest room and knocked on the door, asking, "Wizard Carlin, are you asleep?" Wizard Carlin quickly wrapped a thick stack of money in newspaper and stashed it under his pillow before opening the door, replying, "I was just meditating." "Is there something you need?" Rijkaard inquired. "Do you possess a method that can enhance someone's abilities?" "Enhance abilities?" Wizard Carlin looked at Rijkaard quizzically, the request seeming overly vague. "I mean to make someone stronger for a limited time, even just a few minutes." Rijkaard clarified. "I understand," Wizard Carlin responded with a knowing look, rummaging through his suitcase to retrieve a small vial, which he handed to Rijkaard, stating, "Consume this 30 minutes prior, and you will experience unprecedented strength." Rijkaard sensed something was amiss, yet considering Laporta's directive, he felt he had no choice but to comply. On October 22nd, at the Bernabeu Stadium, prior to the National Derby press conference, Ronaldinho grinned broadly, stating, "Today will be a football feast. I relish challenging opponents and the thrill of derbies. I have faced Kevin before and tasted defeat, but this time, I shall not lose." Juan Kevin adjusted the microphone before him, turning to face Ronaldinho, and declared, "Winning or losing is not determined by words. If you wish to avoid defeat, you'd better perform well." Ronaldinho chuckled, saying, "My teammates and I will give it our all." However, the friendly atmosphere at the press conference abruptly ceased after the statements of the two players. Rijkaard, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Real Madrid is a formidable opponent. We have prepared extensively to ensure victory, and one must focus on targeted defense." Capello, observing Rijkaard with a sardonic smile, remained silent, as he knew that one would truly understand the essence of targeted defense once the match commenced. Upon returning to the locker room, Juan Kaiwan hurriedly changed his attire. Typically, teams arrive at the stadium 90 minutes before the match, or even earlier. After polishing their boots and changing gear, they engage in casual banter to ease the tension, consuming half of the time, followed by a warm-up session. Today, due to the press conference and interactions with celebrity fans, Juan Kaiwan found that his teammates had already begun warming up by the time he returned to the locker room. with only Raul remaining behind to wait for him. Let us go, or we won't have enough time for warm-up. Raul gestured from the locker room entrance. All right, Huang Kaiwan nodded in agreement. Earlier at home, he had already redeemed his prize, which was a second-tier reward. Thus, he anticipated a favorable outcome when drawing cards today. Observing his full 100-foot expectation value, Huang Kaiwan opted to draw a card. Congratulations, you have obtained the experience card for the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals 2009 to 2010, Bayern Munich versus Manchester United. Featuring Arjen Robben, the notification chimed. Huang Kaiwan smiled. Having previously drawn the stick hero, today he had drawn the iron rod hero, and he was curious as to when he would finally acquire the electric rod hero. Today, Master Huang with the iron rod would showcase to Barcelona what it truly means to execute an unstoppable inward cut. The Spanish El Clasico is about to commence, and I am already filled with excitement. I believe today Kevin will bring us solace, exclaimed Crudeli in the AL5 live broadcast room. Just minutes prior, he had commented on Milan's home defeat to Palermo, and he indeed needed to witness a thrilling match to alleviate his melancholy. When he received the invitation from AL5, Crudeli immediately agreed to commentate on the Spanish El Clasico without hesitation. Since Huang Kaiwan's transfer to Real Madrid, the viewership of Real Madrid matches in Italy had significantly increased, and the legends surrounding Huang Kaiwan on the Apennine Peninsula remained undiminished, frequently appearing in newspapers and on television. Capello's Real Madrid bore a striking resemblance to an Italian team, endearing itself to Italian fans. Even with two former Juventus players in the lineup, it was not easy for them to witness Huang Kaiwan on the pitch. Italian fans had grown accustomed to this, as Huang Kaiwan's attendance during his time at Milan was also sporadic. The guest commentator, Cesare Maldini, reclined on the sofa, stating, I have observed Capello's tactics at Real Madrid. It puzzles me why he insists on not employing a 4-4-2 diamond formation. Indeed, Capello has not allowed Kevin to showcase his full potential. The previous 8 minutes, where 5 goals were scored, were a testament to Kevin's capabilities. Capello needs to establish an option for Kevin in the midfield, Crudeli remarked, turning to Albertini. Demi, having played at Barcelona before. What do you predict will be the outcome of today's match? Frank was my former teammate and also served as my coach. I can only say that his coaching abilities are certainly not as remarkable as his playing skills, Alberti remarked with a smile, entirely dismissing the issue of victory or defeat. At that moment, the live broadcast shifted, and a reporter approached several fans for an interview. Are you here to witness the Spanish National Derby? The reporter inquired in English. One fan, who had been stopped, bowed to the camera and shouted with clenched fists, Kevin is the best in the world. Let's show those Barcelona fans a thing or two. Don't shout recklessly, Kubo. Remember to take your trash with you when you leave, a fellow fan reminded him. Why take the trash away? When you watch matches at home, you don't take your trash, and why don't the European fans take theirs? You revel in the praises of European fans, yet you exhibit a despicable slave mentality, the reporter, who could not comprehend the conversation, awkwardly replied. We all know that China has many dialects. Although I understand some Chinese, I cannot grasp everything completely. In the live studio, Cruyff chuckled, stating, an increasing number of Chinese fans are appearing at San Siro and Bernabeu. Kevin is immensely popular in China and Asia, especially among the youth, where he is regarded as a national idol. On a forum, comments flowed. Huang Kaiwan is just faking an injury. How else could he return so promptly? Damn. He didn't show up for Real Madrid's match against Getafe, and they ended up losing. The whole world has been duped by Huang Kaiwan. Just the other day, Jay Cho mentioned in an interview that he is good friends with Huang Kaiwan. My goodness, has he been compromised by him? Coach Zhang just mentioned that the big cousin has made the squad. Today might be a Chinese derby. Stop boasting. Let the big cousin at least step onto the field first. What good is being on the roster if he doesn't play? The big cousin and his brother, these two are something else. One fakes an injury, and the other fakes an illness. If the big cousin can play, I will run naked like Huan Ge. Anyone can talk. At least Huan Ge left a name and a school behind. You leave nothing. If the big cousin plays, where will we find you? Look, he doesn't even reply to comments. Ever since Huan Ge became famous overnight, there have always been people like this. Both teams have returned to the players' tunnel, and the match is about to commence. Ronaldinho and Huang Kaiwan are greeting each other, while Puyol and Casillas are whispering. They are teammates in the Spanish national team. Today, the contemplative Acelrati opened his eyes, stood up, adjusted his suit, and walked reverently towards a table guarded by several Vatican guards. The table was adorned with a cushion, upon which lay a reliquary. The reliquary was embellished with a golden cross, which is said to contain fragments of the cross upon which Jesus was crucified. This treasure was donated to the Vatican by King Justinian, who has always regarded it as a precious relic, utilized during the most solemn Christmas and Easter ceremonies. Asselrati brought forth the Vatican heirloom, which also conveyed the Pope's sentiments. He cautiously lifted the soft cushion, stepping out of the VIP room under the vigilant escort of the Swiss guards, each stride guarded with unwavering resolve. Any bold individual attempting to approach would find themselves facing drawn swords. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, the guards might have even brandished their long spears. As the players engaged in a coin toss, Cardinal Asselrati emerged from the players' tunnel, cradling the sacred relic box. The once boisterous Bernabeu Stadium fell into a hushed reverence, with numerous fans rising spontaneously. The Vatican guards stood resolutely at both sides of the players' tunnel entrance, serving as the visible security detail. The Spanish and Real Madrid clubs had also employed a considerable number of security personnel, ensuring the utmost safety of the sacred box. Its value in the Christian world was beyond measure. One could only imagine the schemes of some misguided wealthy individuals seeking to uncover the secrets of resurrection or desiring to hoard the relic for themselves. Rijkaard glanced at the two toads inside the jar he held, then shifted his gaze to what Asselrati was carrying, sensing that today's match might not unfold smoothly. Standing at the sidelines, Capello hurriedly approached, saying, "I truly appreciate your assistance, Cardinal Asselrati." "It is my duty," Asselrati replied with a smile. Together, they positioned the cushion on the coaching bench. Capello exhaled in relief, turning to see Rijkaard squatting at the edge of the field, wearing a sardonic grin. Who would have thought? On the field, Raul won the coin toss against Puyol, allowing Real Madrid to kick off first. Raul initiated the play, passing back to Guti, who swiftly delivered the ball to the left flank. Kevin Huang found himself matched against Messi, a player who had made his debut as a right winger. Upon seeing Huang with the ball, a look of seriousness washed over Messi's youthful face. He had reviewed numerous match recordings of Huang and concluded that Huang possessed far greater talent than he did. Huang, dribbling with his right foot, demonstrated remarkable control akin to Robben, whose defining trait was his exceptional ball mastery. Although defenders were aware of Robben's intent to cut inside, they often found themselves incapable of countering him. This was primarily due to Robben's close ball control, maintaining a rapid rhythm and quick changes of direction. Frequently, he would not require elaborate dribbling moves. Merely a touch would mislead defenders, making it seem as though they had lost their balance in the face of his prowess. Huang's understanding of Robben's style was profound. Transitioning to his left foot, Huang accelerated past Messi's outstretched leg, maintaining steady control of the ball and advancing with rapid, short steps. Iniesta rushed towards Huang to provide defensive support, extending his arm in an attempt to intercept. Suddenly, Huang shifted gears, sprinting past Iniesta with a second burst of speed. Zambrotta and Thuram exchanged glances before simultaneously charging towards Huang. If it were within their power, they would prefer not to see Huang on Spanish soil. Compared to their Barcelona teammates, they harbored a deeper psychological shadow concerning Huang. Huang deftly redirected the ball, taking a quick touch that left the nearest Xavi hesitant to challenge. For Huang's ball control was too close to his body. Thuram dashed in front of Huang Kaiwan, attempting to poke the ball away, but Huang, with a sudden deft touch of his right foot, maneuvered past Thuram on his left. Zambrotta, who surged alongside Thuram, had not anticipated Huang's swift movement. By the time he reacted, Huang was already gliding along the edge of the penalty area. After a few strides, Huang pivoted and unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot, sending the ball soaring into the stands. Huang Kaiwan attempts a shot on his very first touch, remarked the commentator. Indeed, it's evident that Huang's offensive spirit is quite high today, replied Guti, turning to Huang. Why didn't you just drive into the box after bypassing two defenders? I didn't think much at that moment, Huang chuckled in response. Robben often dribbled along the penalty area line, executing a series of turns to shoot. Huang wished to emulate that style. There's no need to rush. We will support you when the opportunity arises, Raul reassured him as they retreated. Yes, I understand, Huang nodded in agreement. Puyol observed Huang's retreating figure, silent for a long moment. From his understanding of Huang, the lad clearly relished cutting in from the flanks of the penalty area. Yet today he seemed to be sticking to the line. Puyol hesitated to close down Huang's shooting angle, mistakenly believing Huang was waiting for him to advance to create space for a dribble, only to be surprised by Huang's immediate shot. After previously consulting Casillas, who could not clarify Huang's playing style either, the Barcelona captain sighed, urging, "Everyone, stay focused. Today is no ordinary match." From the coaching bench, Rijkaard turned to inquire, "Karim, is the blood of the vulture prepared, and have the two female toads been released? Why is he still so lively?" "Youth, my friend. Only those who can endure will achieve their goals, as Franklin once said," replied Karim, displaying a crooked smile. Rijkaard suppressed an urge to strike him. After all, he had invited this old charlatan. He vowed never again to seek a sorcerer from his homeland of Suriname. Meanwhile, Barcelona pressed forward, the ball reaching the left flank. Ronaldinho had not yet gained momentum when Ramos surged ahead. Emerson, noticing this, quickly retreated to cover for Ramos. Ramos, in his haste, committed fully. Ronaldinho, with a flick of his left foot, pulled the ball back and sent it behind Ramos before darting past him, evading Emerson with ease. Continuing his run, Ronaldinho prepared to deliver a through ball as Elguera advanced to challenge. However, his pass was slightly too ambitious, allowing Casillas to intercept the ball first. Huang Kaiwan, amused by Messi trailing beside him, reflected on the current dynamics. Ronaldinho remained the core of Barcelona's strategy, while Messi was relegated to the role of a hopeful star, closely adhering to the coach's instructions to shadow Huang, the Yellow King. As Real Madrid initiated play from the back, Carlos delivered a direct pass, and Huang Kaiwan resumed his little quick steps. Today, facing Messi, Huang felt quite pleased. With possession primarily concentrated on Ronaldinho's side, Messi had fewer opportunities, allowing Huang to dominate the encounter against the illustrious Ballon d'Or king. Huang Kaiwan resolved to return home today to meticulously edit footage, ensuring the preservation of precious materials that would serve as irrefutable proof of his prowess as the illustrious Huang Ball King. As Messi surged towards him, extending his hand to thwart Huang Kaiwan's advance, this defensive maneuver proved utterly futile. With a deft flick of his left foot, Huang Kaiwan accelerated, prompting Messi to veer towards the flank. However, as Huang Kaiwan deftly touched the ball with his left foot once more, he adeptly redirected it outward. Sprinting diagonally towards the center with his right foot, Xavi hastily abandoned Guti to pursue Huang Kaiwan. With a swift motion, Huang Kaiwan nudged the ball to Guti with his right foot, then surged forward. While Robin may prefer to carry the ball straight into the penalty area for a shot, Huang, the king of the yellow ball, demonstrated a willingness to collaborate with his teammates. Guti, upon receiving the pass, promptly delivered a piercing ball to the left flank. In a sudden burst of speed, Huang Kaiwan raced towards the left side of the penalty area to receive the pass, while the retreating Zambrata lowered his center of gravity within the box, bracing for Huang Kaiwan's breakthrough. Thuram hesitated to assist, wary of Huang Kaiwan's capacity to dart along the penalty area line. As former Juventus players, they were acutely aware of Huang Kaiwan's offensive prowess. Huang Kaiwan cut into the penalty area, evading Zambrata's advance. With a deft flick using the outside of his left foot, he propelled the ball away from the penalty area, accelerating to create space and positioning himself for a curling shot with the inside of his foot. With a resounding thud, Valdez, stationed centrally on the goal line, instinctively leaped to his side, extending his arm and glancing towards the ball. As it hurtled ever closer to the post, he realized his save would come too late. Visions of the Champions League final flooded Valdez's mind, tinged with a flicker of hope. The last time he had closed his eyes, he nearly embarrassed himself when Huang Kaiwan scored from a free kick, so this time, he kept his eyes wide open, anticipating the ball to ricochet off the post and out of play. However, his hopes were dashed as the ball arced beautifully into the top right corner of the net. The ball had found its mark. Kaiwan. With his second shot, Kaiwan breached the Barcelona defense. Is it the team clad in blue that Cruyff spoke of, destined for victory? Before Kaiwan, there shall be no victors. Zambrata and Thuram, having departed the Apennines, believed they could escape their nightmares by leaving Turin, only to find themselves confronted by Kaiwan. According to my statistics, Zambrata is the player most frequently outmaneuvered by Kaiwan. In the AL5 live broadcast, Cruyff's commentary returned with fervor. Following Huang Kaiwan's transfer to Real Madrid, though he remained a devout Milanista, something had always felt amiss in his commentary. Italian fans have finally discerned what that missing element was. Kaiwan. After scoring, Huang Kaiwan dashed to the sidelines, fists clenched and head turned. Observant fans recognized that he was emulating Michael Jackson's performance at the concert in Romania. The fervor of the Bernabeu crowd mirrored that of the Bucharest audience during that legendary concert, a divine confluence of greatness from two realms. It is certainly not as simple as 1+1. Some female fans are clutching their chests, mouths agape, their faces betraying a look of suffocation. Without liberation from their constraints, they find it nearly impossible to breathe. A few fans are already streaming with tears. One might mistakenly think they were invited to support the show I Am a Singer. Inside the VIP box, Inzaghi is left dumbfounded, having never anticipated such a spectacle. Pele, seated in the stands, beams with delight, feeling that witnessing the match live today is truly worthwhile. However, this is not the end. Hwang Kaiwan slowly leans forward, inclining at a 45-degree angle. Robinho crouches at Hwang's feet, clasping his legs to prevent him from falling. The name of Hwang Kaiwan echoes once again through the Bernabeu. St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin. Lionel Messi stares wide-eyed at the center of attention in the Bernabeu. At this age of 19, during the El Clasico, he stands as an onlooker. When Kevin first arrived in Milan, his skills were far inferior to what they are now. I taught him positioning and shooting. Inzaghi animatedly recounts within Hwang's exclusive box. Nadal strains to comprehend Inzaghi's words. Compared to Federer and Djokovic, who command multiple languages, he considers himself lacking. As he only speaks Spanish, French, and English, Spaniards struggle somewhat with Italian, while Italians find Spanish easier to understand, allowing for a tenuous communication. However, I have watched numerous match recordings of Kevin charging onto the field, and back then, his shooting was quite remarkable, Nadal exclaims, eyes wide. Inzaghi scratches his head. Having forgotten this detail, he realizes he must improve his communication for future discussions. Quickly feigning ignorance, Inzaghi responds, "What did you say? I don't understand." Despite Nadal's earnest explanations, Inzaghi remains obstinately uncomprehending. Determined, Nadal resolves to enroll in an Italian language class upon his return today. Hwang Kaiwan shares a laugh with several Brazilian teammates after a celebratory high five. Most Real Madrid fans remain in a state of exhilaration. Actually, we could have continued dancing. Robinho expresses, still craving the moment. After all, even as a backup dancer, one must consider for whom they are performing. He inherently enjoys dancing, and the sensation of performing before 80,000 spectators is exhilarating. Let it go, Hwang Kaiwan replies. You think we can dance for 4 minutes after scoring a goal? How long would the stoppage time need to be? After the restart, he receives a pass from Gudjohnsen. Messi attempts to showcase his skills before Hwang, making small left-footed steps to nudge the ball as Hwang approaches. Hwang casts a resentful glance at Ronaldinho. Why, as a key player, does he not take possession from the outset, opting instead to pass to the right? Hwang, the king of the yellow ball, is acutely aware. He cannot defend against Messi. In such moments, it is essential to blow the whistle and call for assistance. Hwang discreetly gestures to Diarra with his fingers while giving Guti a look, urging them to come over for support, all the while lowering his center of gravity and spreading his legs. His center of gravity was significantly higher than Messi's, and he only had one opportunity to intercept the ball, which he ultimately failed to do. As Messi approached, Hwang Kaiwan pivoted to allow for a passage along the flank, aiming to thwart Messi's advance through the center. With a swift flick of his left foot, Messi accelerated, attempting to maneuver between Hwang Kaiwan and the touchline. As Hwang Kaiwan extended his left foot, Messi deftly changed direction with his right foot. Not fully shifting his weight, Hwang Kaiwan retracted his left foot and extended his right. But Messi again maneuvered with precision. With a deft touch of his left foot, he carried the ball along the sideline, while Hwang Kaiwan, unable to adjust his stance in time, struggled to regain his balance and pursued him with determination. Later that evening, an anonymous submission to the World Sports Daily revealed that Rijkaard sought to marginalize Ronaldinho in favor of Messi's rise. Hwang Kaiwan, the king of yellow, intended for Messi to feature prominently in his dribbling highlights, rather than merely serving as a backdrop. Carlos and Diarra charged toward Messi, and Hwang Kaiwan anticipated that Messi would surely carry the ball back toward the center. Once again, he accelerated, showcasing an explosive burst of speed reminiscent of Robin. As Messi maneuvered past Carlos, Hwang Kaiwan slid in with a tackle, and Messi, unable to evade, collided with Hwang Kaiwan's leg and fell. Carlos surged forward, launching a counterattack. Hwang Kaiwan reached out to Messi, who looked at him with mild surprise as Hwang Kaiwan helped him to his feet. Patting Messi on the shoulder, Huang Kaiwen whispered. Would you consider playing for Real Madrid? Messi, with a conflicted expression, replied, Barcelona has treated me well. They even spent money on my medical treatment. Then perhaps you should consider a move to Milan. The dressing room there is harmonious and loving, and as you age, you need not fear being cast aside. As the premier club in Serie A, they have a vast global following. I have not yet contemplated a transfer, Messi responded, shifting the conversation. How is it that you can so easily alter your playing style? I find it quite challenging. Huang Kaiwen explained, habits and muscle memory are formidable. Suppressing them is futile. When faced with defense, one instinctively reverts to their familiar playing style. Truly, you are the king of football. Huang Kaiwen silently applauded Messi's insight. Was this not a piercing question? Since transfers were off the table, they turned to discuss commercial matters. Huang Kaiwen remarked, I often indulge in tea, as it is beneficial for the body. A healthy body naturally excels in football. My prowess is a testament to my lifelong tea consumption. Is it mate tea? Messi inquired, his eyes wide with curiosity. Huang Kaiwen replied, I do enjoy mate tea, but not all teas have such effects. Even mate requires a specific blend and technique. The intricacies are profound. To share the joy of tea with my fellow brothers at Barcelona and enhance their football skills, I plan to open several shops in Barcelona, offering specially blended mate and other beverages. When the time comes, I shall send you a few membership cards. For every 100,000 spent, you receive an additional 2,000. For 200,000, an extra 5,000, and for 1,000,000, an additional 10,000. The more you recharge, the more you receive, with numerous benefits. Additionally, the membership will connect globally, allowing you to use it regardless of where you play in the future. With the card, one can enjoy a remarkable 99.8 discount. For every 100 cups consumed, a complimentary drink is awarded. On their birthday, one can acquire a classic tea set and an exquisite collection of small tea canisters for merely 29,800. Later, you and Ronnie are invited to my home for a discussion regarding the endorsement. I perceive great potential in you, and perhaps a lifetime contract should be bestowed upon you. Messi, with a perplexed expression, gazed at Huang Kaiwen, overwhelmed by the influx of information that he struggled to fully comprehend. Yet, he sensed the goodwill emanating from Huang Kaiwen. The notion of a lifetime spokesperson sounded prestigious, akin to the lifetime contracts of icons like Michael Jordan. Beyond the contract, the recognition from Huang Kaiwen elicited a thrill within Messi. After all, Huang Kaiwen epitomized personal heroism, having single-handedly secured several trophies for Milan. First, he invited him to play, and now he wished to appoint him as a lifelong ambassador. This was indeed a strong endorsement. The youthful visage of the football king, Messi, was illuminated with smiles, while the handsome face of Huang Kaiwen mirrored the same joy. Henceforth, Huang's tea would flourish alongside Messi, providing the most heartfelt care. Even Messi's father could not predict the extent of Messi's growth, could he? Signing Messi would undoubtedly be a lucrative decision. In the online forum, reactions poured in. Wow, Huang Kaiwen's laugh is truly insincere. It seems like there's nothing good to come of this. He must have been duped by Huang Kaiwen, yet another victim after Jay Cho. I genuinely believe Messi plays well. I hope he doesn't fall for Huang Kaiwen's tricks. It's over. Materazzi and Zanetti have already been swayed by Huang Kaiwen, praising him in interviews. Messi will likely succumb as well. Damn it. Is there no one who can unveil Huang Kaiwen's true nature? The more matches I watch, the more I envy Huang Kaiwen. He plays with flair, receives praise from peers, and attractive female fans practically flock to him. During his faked injuries, he can watch games in a pool with starlets. Surely, even the King of Spain doesn't enjoy such privileges. Buddy, I don't want to dampen your spirits, but I must inform you that Juan Carlos, I had a mistress count in the 4 digits. No footballer can compare in that regard. What the hell? I strongly condemn the King of Spain for disrespecting marriage. I must protest. Moments later, Real Madrid launched another offensive. Diarra passed the ball directly to Huang Kaiwen. With a deft touch using the outside of his left foot, Huang quickly flicked the ball to his right. There was no need for theatrics. He merely wished to showcase his skills to Messi. Messi instinctively extended his foot to intercept, but Huang took a step forward with his left foot, deftly nudging the ball behind him with his right foot. He surged past Messi, who was caught between him and the sideline. Xavi, ever vigilant, rushed to cover the flank. Huang Kaiwen maintained a series of nimble steps, and as he pushed the ball with his right foot, Xavi shifted his position. In a playful display, Huang suddenly curled the ball inward with the inside of his right foot. Xavi followed Huang's lead, and after a 360-degree spin, he ultimately fell short in keeping pace with Huang, who had gained a two-body advantage. Huang Kaiwen accelerated with nimble footwork, his steps quick yet small, veering diagonally towards the center. As Thuram lunged to intercept, Huang deftly shifted the ball with his right foot, darting towards the left, deceiving Thuram into adjusting his stance for another attempt. With a flick of his outer foot, Huang swiftly maneuvered past Thuram. Spotting Puyol approaching, he transferred the ball to his left foot, preparing to enter the penalty area from the left side. Puyol, in relentless pursuit, fell short by 2 body lengths. This scene ignited a wave of excitement among the fans. Huang noted Gudi's advance from the center and quickly turned, delivering a pass with his left foot. Just as the ball was about to reach its target, Puyol, in a sudden display of agility, extended his leg in a split-second defense, thwarting the pass. That ball was on its way, remarked one observer. Thuram was bypassed, Zambrata failed to trace back to the box, and with Robinho and Raul diverting Silvio's attention, that pass would have led to a one-on-one opportunity. Indeed, despite Huang Kaiwen's offensive prowess today, he also assists his teammates when the opportunity arises. Another chimed in. Puyol's intervention was crucial. He seemed to lag behind, yet kept chasing. Huang likely did not anticipate Puyol's sudden extension during the pass, making this defensive play pivotal. As Huang walked back with Gudi, he glanced over his shoulder at Puyol. The earlier pass had nearly slipped between Puyol's legs, a testament to the captain's tenacity. An anxious Rijkaard turned to the wizard Carlin, inquiring, "How much longer must we wait?" It's been 30 minutes, and his breakthroughs seem even more formidable. Youth is indeed a double-edged sword, Carlin sighed. Please provide me with a photo of him. Rijkaard retrieved a bundle of Huang Kaiwen's photographs from his coat pocket and handed one over. Carlin produced a charcoal pencil from his trousers and inscribed several crooked Chinese characters on the back of the photograph. Upon seeing the inscription Tian Bing Baozi Hang, Rijkaard inquired, "What does this mean?" To deal with the Chinese, one must employ their language. This is the most venomous curse. Ensure it is placed in the refrigerator, Carlin instructed, referring to a dumpling shop he often frequented. "I understand now," Rijkaard exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. "Putting it in the refrigerator will indeed slow him down, correct?" "Precisely. Go prepare it," Carlin replied with a smile, accommodating his client's wishes. If Rijkaard continued to seek his assistance, the funds from the Surinamese Chinese would be sufficient for a new, spacious home. Meanwhile, Capello, who had been closely monitoring Rijkaard's actions, sensed growing unease as he observed Rijkaard's assistant departing with an item in hand. Turning back, Capello glanced at the Taoist photograph affixed to his chair, murmuring, "Your Majesty, I was mistaken. Please, no more punishment. Your Majesty, I was mistaken. Please, no more punishment." Barcelona initiated another offensive down the left flank. After Xavi and Deco bypassed Gudi, they advanced the ball across the halfway line. Emerson observed Xavi's sluggish pace as he advanced to apply pressure. Yet Xavi's ball control was slow while his passing was remarkably swift. Having meticulously studied the passing lanes, Xavi executed a precise diagonal pass that found Ronaldinho on the left flank. The moment Ronaldinho received the ball, he deftly redirected it towards the center, where Iniesta surged forward and delivered a piercing-through ball aimed at the space behind Ramos. In an instant, Ramos turned and extended his left foot. Ronaldinho skillfully pulled the ball back, evading Ramos's outstretched leg. The nimble Brazilian darted past Ramos and charged towards the penalty area. As Elguera approached, Ronaldinho glanced towards the left, executing a subtle through pass with his right foot. Cannavaro, who had fallen to the ground, successfully intercepted the ball and knocked it to Elguera. "Cannavaro is in fine form today," one commentator remarked. "Every player experiences a slump, but with time, they tend to regain their rhythm. Real Madrid's counterattack is exceptionally swift." Another noted as Gudi received the ball, delivering a direct pass. Raul turned and played a return ball to Huang Kaiwen, who aimed to maneuver between Puyol and Thuram. However, it was a feint. Huang Kaiwen skillfully sidestepped to the right, causing Puyol to tumble. What on earth is happening? Referee Alfonso Brunel blew his whistle, awarding the free kick to Barcelona. Huang Kaiwen shook his head in disbelief. "Damn it, I've been deceived. There had been contact." And raising his arm to maintain balance was entirely natural. Yet, his height advantage made it easy for his arm to reach Puyol's face. Huang Kaiwen was clearly unaware of any contact. Nevertheless, Puyol clutched his nose and fell to the ground. Huang Kaiwen cast a glance at Puyol. All right, I'll remember this grudge. King Huang, he mused, stroking his neck with a smile. So it's about theatrics, is it? If our roles were reversed, you'd soon learn the meaning of cruelty. Barcelona surged forward to restart play, with Huang Kaiwen symbolically pressuring the ball. Xavi promptly passed it to Iniesta. Rijkaard's assistant coach returned to the sidelines. Is it done? Rijkaard inquired. I wrapped it up, found a cold drink shop, and paid them to store it in the refrigerator, the assistant responded. Good to hear, Rijkaard nodded. On the pitch, Iniesta skillfully navigated past Emerson and swiftly delivered a pass to Gudjonsen, who charged into the penalty area, pursued closely by Cannavaro. Casillas began adjusting his position to thwart Gudjonsen's impending shot. In a moment of brilliance, Gudjonsen executed a backheel flick, prompting Ronaldinho to burst forward from Elguera's side, receiving the ball and immediately striking towards the far corner with the inside of his foot. Casillas, exhibiting lightning reflexes, launched himself in a spectacular side dive, securing the ball in his hands. Applause erupted from the nearby stands. What a magnificent save! Casillas' reaction speed is remarkable. He, along with Buffon, Van der Sar, and Cech, ranks among the finest goalkeepers of our time. With 4 minutes of stoppage time remaining, Real Madrid maintains their lead. Casillas initiated a counterattack with a throw, reaching Ledilla, who passed to Huang Kaiwen, who proactively drifted to the right, swapping positions with Robinho. Huang Kaiwen exhibited remarkable ball control today, his footwork characterized by an extraordinary rhythm. Just in front of him, Deco launched an attempt to intercept. As Xavi approached to defend, Huang Kaiwen proactively drifted towards the right flank, receiving the ball on the right. He faced Silvio, the Brazilian left-back of Barcelona, who, while more offensively inclined, was by no means slow. Observing Huang Kaiwen's advance, Silvio lowered his center of gravity, shifting his stance in an attempt to coax Huang Kaiwen towards the sideline. However, he was acutely aware of Huang's propensity for cutting inside. With deft touches, Huang Kaiwen maintained his dribbling while simultaneously surveying his teammates' positions. Noticing Xavi's approach, he understood that he could no longer afford to hesitate. Utilizing the outside of his left foot, he nudged the ball away, prompting Silvio to shift his weight. In an instant, Huang Kaiwen deftly pulled the ball back with his left foot and flicked it past Silvio. He then surged forward, carrying the ball along the right sideline towards the baseline. In the center, both Robinho and Raul sprinted forward, while Valdez positioned himself towards the right. Just as Huang Kaiwen reached the baseline, he pivoted and delivered a cross with his right foot. Silvio, in pursuit, was a moment too late, allowing the ball to slip through his legs and into the penalty area. Puyol and Raul, entangled with each other, both missed the front post, and Valdez, believing Puyol would make contact, failed to intervene, allowing the ball to sail towards the back post. Robinho, making a late run from behind Thuram, leaped towards the left upright, but the ball was deflected away from his intended header. That ball! Robinho's positioning and leap were exceptional, yet the header ultimately failed to connect properly, resulting in a mere deflection, remarked one commentator. Huang Kaiwen provided an exquisite opportunity, recognizing that the defenders were focused on his tendency to cut inside. He promptly carried the ball to the baseline for a cross, demonstrating his tactical awareness. Some players, enamored with the idea of cutting inside, neglect to observe the dynamics on the field, another added. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen discerned that Raul and Gudi's runs into the center attracted Barcelona's defensive attention, preparing to cross for Robinho. Alas, Robinho was not particularly adept at headers. Despite his dazzling footwork, came the response. Look, Carlos is positioned quite forward. Zambrata hesitates to take possession and hastily sends a long ball towards Real Madrid's half. As he retraced his steps, Robinho raised his hands in apology towards Huang Kaiwen, who merely smiled and shook his head. The opportunity had indeed been promising, yet expecting Robinho to execute a header felt somewhat unreasonable, as some players simply prefer not to utilize their heads. Huang Kaiwen returned to the center line, while Ramos, in the backfield, carefully timed his arm swing before delivering a long pass. The ball bounced upon reaching the midfield, and as Huang Kaiwen lifted his gaze to track its descent, he sensed a figure rapidly approaching from the side. Before he could react, he was violently knocked to the ground. Puyol committed a foul. Damn it. He elbowed Kaiwen with reckless abandon. That was brutal. It was almost an act of assault. What is Puyol doing against one of the world's finest players? Kaiwan lies on the ground, appearing gravely injured. For heaven's sake, Puyol should be punished severely, exclaimed Cruyff in the broadcast booth. Doctor! Doctor! Capello, unable to continue his incantation, shouted from the sidelines, hopping anxiously. On the ground lay Huang Kaiwan, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Thankfully, he had used the immunity card. His ribs and nasal bone throbbed painfully. Without the immunity card, he would surely be injured. Puyol, in his defense, was excessively aggressive. In light of this, one could hardly blame the king of yellow balls. The Real Madrid doctor rushed onto the field with a stretcher. Team physician Corralo knelt beside Huang and inquired, Kevin, how do you feel? Are you dizzy? Do you feel nauseous? Is your breathing normal? Huh. Huang Kaiwan, curled up on the grass like a shrimp, stared blankly at Corralo, his neck veins bulging as he struggled to respond. What did you say? I can't hear you. Corralo quickly considered a possibility, pressing his hand against Huang's chest and asking again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kevin, how many numbers did I just count? I heard 5. It's 5, right? Huang Kaiwan replied. Corralo stood up and waved his hand, saying, hearing is impaired, but breathing seems fine. Let us take him down for now. The medical team hurriedly lifted Huang onto the stretcher. After the kickoff, the referee blew the whistle for halftime. Cardinal Asselrati and his arsenal remained stationed, safeguarding the Vatican's treasures. Capello hastened back to the locker room. With a clang, Capello entered and anxiously asked, How is Kevin? Hearing is impaired. I've checked, and there are no ruptured eardrums. It's likely due to the head trauma, Corralo explained. Is it temporary or permanent? Capello grasped Corralo's hand, pressing for answers. Hearing loss due to head injury is generally permanent, Corralo replied, somewhat awkwardly. It would be best for Kevin to go to the hospital. I am not well versed in neurology. Huang Kaiwan nearly succumbed to the urge to give a middle finger. This was the same doctor who had accidentally injected Ronaldo into an artery. Even if he were skilled, Huang did not want him near his head. He had no desire to become a vegetable. Damn it. Capello kicked a shoe on the ground, exclaiming, Kevin, I'm sending you to the hospital now. It's fine. I can hold on, Huang Kaiwan replied with a smile. Raul and a few other players entered. And upon hearing Huang's words, Raul urged, if you need to go to the hospital, you should. We will secure the victory. It's all right. I'll just call a doctor to come to my house after the match, Huang Kaiwan said, moving towards his locker to retrieve his phone and send a message. Seeing Huang's determination, Raul ceased his persuasion. Messi picked up a slice of pizza and asked with his mouth full, Kevin, do you want some? Just give me a slice. Huang replied, Here you go. Why is it so noisy outside? Huang asked. Standing by the door, Raul Bravo turned to look and shouted, Damn it, they're fighting. Huang Kaiwan hastily rose and rushed forward. Sensing his momentum, Capello and Raul positioned themselves on either side to shield him, fearing the repercussions of another confrontation. Upon exiting, Huang Kaiwan spotted Guti, Ramos, and Cassano at the forefront, embroiled in a clash with Barcelona players. Puyol, shielded by his teammates, appeared quite flustered. Realizing he could not join the fray, Huang casually tossed the pizza he had been munching on, striking Puyol directly. The referee is coming, someone shouted. The players scattered like startled birds, rushing back to the locker room. If the referee hadn't arrived, we would have shown them a thing or two today, Guti exclaimed indignantly. Damn it. I took several hits up front, Cassano grumbled as he settled heavily on the bench. Ramos approached Huang Kaiwan with a grin, saying, I landed a couple of kicks for you earlier. Huang gave a thumbs up, observing the scene. He marveled at his status as the most popular figure in the locker room. 3 blonde players had taken on the Barcelona squad in defense of him, provoking Ramos to directly offend his national team colleagues. For the sake of harmony within the Spanish national team, Huang felt compelled to intervene. Standing in the center of the locker room, he declared, Fighting will not resolve our issues. As you have heard, my hearing is temporarily impaired. Whether it will improve remains uncertain, but such trivial matters cannot be compared to the significance of a derby match. I will do my utmost to finish the game. Upon hearing this, Ramos sprang up from the bench, asserting, If Kaiwan can endure through his injury, how can we not strive for victory in his honor? Today, we must make Barcelona pay in kind. Huang Kaiwan thought to himself, what fierce words. With a change of attire and a sword, Ramos could easily fit into a scene from Game of Thrones. Capello wholeheartedly agreed with Ramos's sentiment, clapping his hands and stating, It appears you all are quite motivated. In the second half, let us demonstrate our prowess and secure an early victory, allowing Kaiwan to head to the hospital with peace of mind. Observing the fervent expressions of his teammates, Huang Kaiwen felt a swell of appreciation for his popularity. As the halftime break concluded, Captain Raul rose and raised his arm, calling out, "Ha Madrid! Ha Madrid!" The players returned to the field. As the first half nears its end, Huang Kaiwen was carried off on a stretcher. Yet it seems he can still endure, the commentator noted. Puyol's elbow certainly landed squarely on Huang Kaiwen's head, earning him a yellow card, though that punishment seems rather lenient. I did not anticipate Huang's return to the field. Let us hope he is unharmed. Ridgecard, momentarily pleased, turned to the sorcerer Carlin, bewildered. Wasn't it said that placing him in the refrigerator would suffice? How could he be carried out yet return on his own? Carlin, chin held high, gestured subtly towards the Real Madrid bench. Ridgecard glanced over, catching sight of the impeccably composed Cardinal and the relic box beside him. Ridgecard pressed his temples, visibly distressed. Barcelona initiated the game with a back pass, asserting themselves as the strongest team in defensive organization. With the rise of Xavi and Iniesta, the midfield strength of Barcelona had soared to unprecedented heights. Xavi, upon receiving the ball, surged forward, having already meticulously assessed his passing options. Robinho attempted to press, but Xavi deftly maneuvered past him with a right-footed touch and delivered a precise through ball to Iniesta. As Iniesta received the pass, he found himself confronted by two defenders and cleverly returned the ball to Xavi. Under pressure from Emerson, Xavi turned and retraced his steps, sending a back pass to Puyol from the halfway line. Puyol executed a diagonal pass to the left flank, where Silvio picked up the pace. As Barcelona's formation advanced collectively, Silvio made several strides before attempting to switch the play, but Ramos intercepted the ball with a well-timed challenge. Observing that Huang Kaiwen was closely marked, Ramos opted to carry the ball forward himself. Huang Kaiwen jogged leisurely before suddenly darting toward the center. Guti vacated his position to obstruct Iniesta, who was chasing Huang Kaiwen. Puyol and Thuram converged on Huang Kaiwen almost simultaneously, prompting him to gesture toward the right flank. Ramos launched a long pass. Robinho continued his forward run, drawing Silvio away. The ball landed behind Robinho, who skillfully turned his body to nudge the ball towards Huang Kaiwen. Upon receiving the ball on the right, Huang Kaiwen executed a swift left-footed touch, rapidly dribbling toward the center. Puyol lunged to intercept, but Huang Kaiwen cleverly used the outside of his left foot to flick the ball away, avoiding Puyol's challenge and immediately redirecting his run diagonally back toward the center. Barcelona players surged from various angles toward Huang Kaiwen. Silvio pursued him from the right, while Xavi positioned himself at the edge of the penalty arc, ready to thwart Huang Kaiwen's advance. Iniesta and Deco flanked him, closing in from the left and rear respectively. Barcelona had woven a dense web of defense, awaiting Huang Kaiwen's entry. Unexpectedly, as Huang Kaiwen reached the center, he unleashed a powerful shot. With a resounding crack, his left foot connected with the ball, propelling both himself and the ball with immense force. The ball sailed over Silvio's outstretched foot, bypassing several Barcelona players, and headed for the upper left corner of the goal. Valdez, upon realizing the impending shot, leapt with outstretched arms, but his fingertips grazed the ball just shy of making contact. Ayowa, Kevin, from 35 meters out. A world-class strike at the 106-meter-long Bernabeu Stadium, Kevin scored a phenomenal goal. Barcelona believed their defense was impenetrable, yet they were caught off guard as Kevin struck from 35 meters amidst multiple defenders. This is the prowess of the world's best. Kevin, known for his long-range shots, usually preempts by nudging the ball ahead to accelerate before shooting, but this time he evaded Puyol's challenge and suddenly unleashed his shot after just 2 steps, offering no warning and leaving Barcelona players a fraction of a second behind. When you cannot match Kevin's rhythm, attempting to defend against him is merely a fantasy. Kevin demonstrated textbook-level positional interchange to Barcelona this time, from swapping positions with Guti on the left to receiving the ball on the right and suddenly shooting from the center. Kevin exploited the width of the pitch to cause Barcelona to concede a goal. This is the brilliance of a genius. He can utilize both the depth and width of the field. Football is Kevin's toy, and the green pitch is his playground. No matter how much Ridgecard and Barcelona prepared, they ultimately fell at Kevin's feet. The most tragic part is that they could not even decide how they would lose the match. Cruyff exclaimed with excitement. Huang Kevin waved at Robinho and Guti. As for Raul, that guy was too burdened by his idol image to let loose. Huang Kevin stood in the middle, with Guti and Robinho flanking him on either side. The three of them sidestepped, extending their left foot backward, straightening up, then jumping left, arms outstretched in a circle, and finally standing firm with their right foot extended. A dance infused with personal style once again graced the Bernabeu. A few scattered songs began to ring out from the stands, quickly coalescing into a chorus that resonated throughout the entire Bernabeu stadium. Wow, Juan Kevin is dancing like Michael Jackson again. That last 45-degree tilt was from soulful, and now he's dancing to dangerous. Is he really trying to replicate Michael Jackson's moves? Damn, Juan Kevin truly doesn't regard his opponents as real people. He must have practiced this before the match, just waiting to celebrate. Hey, everyone knows Juan Kevin wants to show off, but no one can stop him. Thankfully, he's already 21 while playing. If he were 16, we'd have to endure 5 more years of this. Bro, you're right. But have you considered that Juan Kevin might not retire at an early age? With a bunch of aging players at AC Milan, he might even play until he's nearly 40. Wow, that would be brutal for the other players. It's the other players who would suffer. UEFA is probably already in a dilemma about whether to award the Ballon d'Or to Juan Kevin. If they give it to him, he hasn't played enough. But if they don't, the fans will be unhappy. Rijkaard pulled a small bottle from his suit pocket, holding it in his hand. He was in the midst of a fierce internal struggle, watching the Real Madrid players joking and returning to the center circle. Rijkaard made up his mind. The club president wasn't pressuring him to put that unstable boy on the field for nothing. If they couldn't score again, he would heed Laporta's advice and let the boy play. Rijkaard poured out a dark, oddly glowing blue pill from the bottle. With little inclination to analyze it, he approached the substitutes bench. Blocking the camera's view with his body, he handed the pill to Lee Chong-long, saying, "Take this, and you might get to play later." Damn, these foreign devils are so malicious. You're not supposed to take anything in sports. Lee Chong-long grumbled as he received the pill. Seeing Rijkaard still standing in front of him, he had no choice but to grab the water bottle at his feet, toss the pill into his mouth, and wash it down with water. In order to secure an annual salary of 200,000 euros, excitement is to be embraced. After the kickoff, the Barcelona midfielder continued to orchestrate play with a back pass. Intriguingly, Iniesta often favored returning the ball to Xavi. When Deco called for the ball, Xavi duly passed it to him. It is difficult to discern who truly embodies the core of the dream team midfield. Xavi possesses superior organizational skills, while Deco excels in ball progression. With Ronaldinho on the pitch, Deco's role becomes particularly evident. After Xavi passed the ball to Deco, he swiftly advanced with it. Emerson rushed forward to defend. Although Deco holds Portuguese nationality, at heart, this is a duel between Brazilians. Emerson displayed excellent positional awareness, sidestepping to guard against Deco's lateral pass. Observing Emerson's positioning, Deco opted to square the ball to Iniesta. Iniesta deftly maneuvered past Juan Kaivin's outstretched leg and delivered a quick pass. Messi, upon receiving the ball, leaned slightly to the left and deftly nudged it to the right with his left foot. Goodness, young Messi nearly deceived Carlos with a feint. Messi is poised to enter the penalty area from the flank, with Cannavaro and Carlos beautifully positioned in front of him. Messi employs the same trick again. Another feint to evade Carlos, driving into the box. He attempts a pass, which is deflected out for a corner by Elguera. He should have taken the shot himself. Gudjonsen was nearby, and Elguera was too. After all, being young, he instinctively sought to pass to his elder forward. Barcelona has a corner opportunity, but given their height, scoring from a corner is no easy feat. However, Cannavaro and Carlos are not particularly tall, and Thuram has made his way into the penalty area. Real Madrid must remain vigilant. Emerson and a few others deliberated their positioning within the box. Watching Carlos sprinting back and forth, Juan Kaiven couldn't help but chuckle. This star, despite his fame, commits numerous fouls. Today he has repeatedly served as a backdrop for Messi, faring worse than the yellow card king. Juan Kaiven decided to wait at the edge of the penalty area. Noticing Juan Kaiven, Messi approached him. "Back to defend me again?" Juan Kaiven asked with a smile. "It's what the coach requires. Others will defend you too," Messi replied with a grin. Deco took the corner from the right flag, and Emerson headed the ball to the edge of the penalty area. Cannavaro anticipated and directed the ball towards Juan Kaiven. Receiving the ball, Juan Kaiven turned and accelerated past Messi. With a long stride, he began to dribble, swiftly nudging the ball forward and quickly pursuing it again. Messi closely trailed Juan Kaiven. Real Madrid's counterattack. Juan Kaiven's pace is remarkable. He has crossed the halfway line. Juan Kaiven's speed in the central corridor was extraordinary. Even Robinho struggled to keep pace. He had to rely solely on himself. Continuously nudging the ball forward with his left foot, he raced ahead to reclaim it and keep advancing. As the match concluded, Kaka, hurrying home to catch Hwang Kaiwan's performance, widened his eyes in astonishment. Kaiwan was replicating his dribbling technique. As he observed Messi relentlessly pursuing Hwang Kaiwan, Kaka was struck by an overwhelming sense of familiarity. During the summer, he had faced Argentina at the Emirates Stadium with the Brazilian national team, and Messi had been in hot pursuit then as well. Yet, watching Hwang Kaiwan play, Kaka felt a greater tension than when he himself was on the pitch. As they neared the penalty area, the remote control in Kaka's hand was gripped so tightly that it emitted a sound of plastic straining under pressure. Though he was entirely oblivious to it, Puyol attempted to closely mark Hwang Kaiwan, but Hwang offered no opportunity for Puyol to succeed. With a deft touch of his left foot, he flicked the ball forward and surged towards the right side of the penalty area. Faced with the advancing Valdez, Hwang had no intention of shooting. Instead, he continued to dribble towards the byline. The anxious Real Madrid fans had risen from their seats, holding their breath, their eyes fixated on the pitch. Valdez adjusted his position as he followed Hwang Kaiwan, and just as they neared the byline, Hwang abruptly halted and spun around. With a flick of his left foot, he sent the ball past Valdez, who stumbled, and then unleashed a powerful left-footed shot. The ball sailed cleanly into the far corner of the net. Upon witnessing the goal, Kaka erupted from the sofa, racing around the living room in a fit of excitement. Hwang Kaiwan turned to help Messi, who had fallen in the penalty area, to his feet. Kaiwan, 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 goal! The commentators exclaimed. Kaiwan's collection of goals could be deemed the epitome of football brilliance. How many long-distance runs has he scored? I can hardly keep track. For the type of goal that some players achieve only once in a lifetime, Kaiwan seems to accomplish with ease, and his tally of long-distance goals continues to rise. Barcelona is solely focused on scoring from corners. Have they not considered the repercussions of being countered? It appears that their defeat in the Champions League final has not imparted any wisdom. At that time, their defense was intact, and Kaiwan scored one of the most exquisite diving headers known to man, yet they still dared to commit so many players to corner attacks. Puyol's brutal foul on Kaiwan in the first half resulted in him being carried off on a stretcher, and now he is reaping the consequences. The Barcelona captain has indeed crossed paths with the wrong opponent. Kaiwan, having completed a hat trick, showed little inclination to celebrate. Instead, he consoled the young Messi from Barcelona. Such is the magnanimity of the world's foremost footballer. Moratti's ambition to lure Messi to Milan for a staggering €100 million to confront AC Milan was evidently far-fetched. Today's direct encounter has proven that no one can thwart Kaiwan's team. Barcelona's earlier intention to exchange Messi and Iniesta for Kaiwan was indeed a clever strategy, but alas, their scheme was unveiled. You did your best. This goal conceded is on your teammates, Hwang Kaiwan said, draping an arm around Messi's shoulders. As Hwang's teammates approached to celebrate, Messi looked up with a strained smile and stepped aside. Hwang cast a wistful glance at the exuberant Robinho, who seemed oblivious to the significance of the moment. Celebrations paled in comparison to nurturing a bond with the great Messi. Every word of comfort he offered Messi could potentially save him hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of euros each year. In front of the television, Kaka, having run several laps, observed Robinho embracing Hwang Kaiwan and mused that he ought to revisit Madrid during his holiday. Rijkaard turned around and succinctly instructed, "Get up and warm up." The Barcelona substitutes were taken aback that the coach would ask that young Chinese lad to warm up. Yet none dared to challenge the coach's authority, especially considering Rijkaard's evident displeasure. Li Chonglong removed his training attire to commence warming up. Although he had no desire to take the field, he was not like his cousin. What if he faltered and was sent back? Moreover, after consuming Rijkaard's provisions, he felt exhilarated, albeit in an oddly misplaced manner. Honestly, I've been using brother a lot lately. After all, cousins can be considered brothers too, right? Hee. They should be the first pair of brothers to simultaneously grace the Spanish El Clasico. An outcry erupted in the forum. Oh my gosh. The big cousin is really going to play. Could it be that we've misjudged him all along? He is truly a football prodigy. Hwang Kaiwan's family must possess remarkable fortune. Two professional players emerging from one household. Who was it that mentioned the big cousin would be entering the field naked? Someone tag him. I'll give it a shot. He probably wouldn't dare to admit it now. What position do you think the big cousin plays? Who knows? I've only seen a few pictures of him involved in the offense, and that's it. Can the big cousin replace Messi and engage in a peak showdown with Huang Kaiwen? Don't get your hopes up, even if he can play. He is likely not as skilled as Huang Kaiwen. In the 79th minute, Rijkaard took advantage of a stoppage to make substitutions. Lee Chonglong replaced Gudjonson, while Jui replaced Deco. Huang Kaiwen, hands on hips, inquired, "Is your coach out of his mind?" "Minds." Messi murmured, "He seems fine." The fact that Lee Chonglong could not play football was something the Barcelona executives had been concealing, yet it was no secret within the youth team. Messi, familiar with several youth players and having trained alongside Lee Chonglong, was well aware of his limited skills. He too found Rijkaard's substitution somewhat questionable. However, speaking ill of the coach was unwise, especially when the one entering the pitch was Huang Kaiwen's cousin. In the box, Laporta, who was watching the match alongside Calderon, wore a furious expression and rose to exit. Once the team returned to Catalonia, he intended to give that Surinamese individual a piece of his mind. Rijkaard was clearly showing him disdain. He had explicitly instructed to ensure victory before bringing that lad on. Was he really expecting him to score after being substituted while trailing 0-3? Lee Chonglong felt he might be the first in the history of Barcelona's youth team to debut in a first-team match. The absence of his good friend Boyan made him somewhat uneasy. The stars of the first team appeared far more intimidating than those of the youth squad. Who could have ever imagined? In June, he was still at the internet cafe running laps, but by July, he had joined Barcelona. In August, he found himself enjoying drinks at a bar alongside the World Footballer of the Year, and by October, he donned the Barcelona jersey to partake in the El Clasico. Lee Chonglong felt that if this continued, the captain's armband and the position of president would not be far off. After warming up, as his blood circulation quickened, Lee Chonglong sensed an unusual discomfort. Why was he feeling this way? Since joining Barcelona, he had certainly gained insights alongside Ronaldinho. Lee Chonglong had begun to suspect that what Rijkaard provided him might be some concoction devised for treating heart ailments. He could only wonder where Rijkaard had acquired such dubious knowledge. Glancing down at himself, he reassuredly noted that he looked presentable. As long as he could secure a salary of 200,000 euros per year, this minor issue was inconsequential. After exchanging a high five with Gudjonson, he jogged onto the field. Standing in the center circle, however, once the match commenced, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his position. Surely he could not remain stationary? With his movements, the flagpole became increasingly apparent. Xavi orchestrated the attack from the back, while Lee Chonglong stirred considerable commotion in the front. Diarra, who had often closely marked Gudjonson, now kept his distance, intimidated by Lee Chonglong's presence which far exceeded that of Gudjonson, who would not be unnerved by an opponent who raised a flagpole. Seeing Deco make a forward run, Xavi immediately delivered a precise pass. Deco, in motion, skillfully allowed the ball to pass, enabling Ronaldinho to receive it successfully on the left flank. Ronaldinho accelerated forward with the ball, while Ramos, unusually, refrained from advancing directly. Anyone facing Ronaldinho would feel the pressure. Countless individuals had fantasized about landing a punch on that smiling face, only to find themselves outmaneuvered as he effortlessly slipped past. With his flashy techniques, Ronaldinho was undeniably infuriating. Confronted by Ramos, Ronaldinho received the ball and whimsically toyed with it using his right foot. Ramos, cautious, lowered his center of gravity, anticipating Ronaldinho's next move. After a couple of feints, Ronaldinho rapidly shifted the ball with his right foot, executing a deceptive turn into the center, prompting Ramos to shift left. In an instant, Ronaldinho nudged the ball forward with his left foot, charging toward the Real Madrid penalty area. Ronaldinho. Last year's El Clasico, he taught Ramos a lesson, and this year, Ramos remains unable to contain him. Entering the box, aiming for the far corner, the shot is parried away by Casillas. Perhaps a strike towards the near post would have been more effective. The young Lee Chonglong applauds Ronaldinho, who then approaches him for a brief exchange, suggesting a strong rapport between the two. Quite delightful. Today, witnessing two Chinese players on the stage of the Spanish El Clasico feels almost surreal. Barcelona earns a corner kick. Xavi prepares to take it. Both teams are fielding undersized defenses today, and Thuram's presence in the box poses a significant threat to Real Madrid. With a stark height difference evident between Cannavaro and Thuram, Xavi sprints to deliver a short pass to Zambrata, who swiftly turns and passes to the far post. Lee Chonglong, pivoting in front of the goal, scores. A goal. Lee Chonglong, a mere 18-year-old prodigy from China, scored his debut goal in Barcelona just 3 minutes into the match. Alas, why has he fallen? He appears to be in considerable pain. Upon reviewing the replay, it becomes evident that the manner of his goal was quite extraordinary. And it is no surprise he collapsed. The force of Zambrata's pass was substantial. The medical team from Barcelona rushed onto the field, leaving us uncertain whether he could continue. The online forums erupted in fervor. Wow, cousin is incredible. Not only did he score, but what a way to do it. Haha, he's a baseball player, right? It's true that anyone associated with Huang Kaiwen seems to have a flair for the dramatic. I declare, the best goal of the season has been unveiled. Cousin's strike epitomizes the pinnacle of men's football. Even though Huang Kaiwen's skills are enigmatic, he still pales in comparison to his cousin. The entire Huang family seems to have a penchant for injury. It's almost as if they're destined to be sidelined. Only 3 minutes on the field. And he's already out. There's no denying the connection to Huang Kaiwen. Honestly, aside from this goal, I haven't seen much of cousin's technical prowess. That goal was rather amusing. Even Coach Zhang and the others seem oblivious to the fact that 2 Chinese players scored simultaneously today, instead focusing on cousin's discomfort. Of course, men can empathize in such moments, right? Now that you mention it, Huang Kaiwen and his cousin have made history, both scoring in the same national derby. Though both Huang Kaiwen and cousin may not be paragons of virtue, today brings joy. Here's the deal. If you share my next statement in 10 groups, you're not truly Chinese if you don't. Seriously, others can share in 10 groups and receive 100 QB, while you can't even manage a single QB. Beauty chuckled, covering his mouth. Your cousin's method of scoring is quite unique. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen responded, filled with astonishment. He never anticipated that the lad, lacking footballing finesse, could still find the net. Huang Kaiwen suspected that perhaps the Real Madrid players were too intimidated to defend closely, granting him an opportunity akin to baseball. We should consider going out together sometime. I believe he has considerable potential, Beauty remarked with a playful sway of his hips. As long as you're happy, Huang Kaiwen replied, shaking his head, unwilling to delve further into the topic. On the sidelines, Ridgecard observed as Li Changlong was carried off the field, utterly bewildered. He had intended to substitute a player as a protest, expressing his discontent to Laporta, unwilling to allow the president to meddle with his tactical decisions. However, a substitute scoring within 3 minutes seemed rather peculiar. Ridgecard glanced at Li Changlong's flag, taking a sharp breath. Indeed, something felt amiss. Now, he had no choice but to utilize his final substitution. Managing Li Changlong's injury on the sidelines was impractical. The Barcelona medical team escorted him into the visiting locker room. Is it true that scoring a goal comes with a reward? Li Changlong weakly inquired. The team of doctors exchanged puzzled glances, completely at a loss with the Chinese language. What is he saying? He must be expressing pain. Scoring like that surely stings. Let us attend to him promptly. How unfortunate. But why does his corpus cavernosum become engorged in such a situation? Soon, anguished cries echoed from the visitors' dressing room. Barcelona has exhausted their final substitution, bringing on Saviola, while Capello has replaced Guti with Beckham. Last season, Beckham was a pivotal player for Real Madrid, but with Capello's arrival, he has been relegated to the bench. Cassano is in a worse predicament. Thinking he would be favored upon the return of his mentor, yet he now sits on the sidelines every day. Cassano's situation is his own doing. After all, he was substituted early and openly criticized Capello in front of the press. Capello had to set an example to maintain discipline in the locker room, and Cassano essentially walked into the line of fire. Beckham entered the fray, assuming the role of an attacking midfielder. Upon receiving the ball, he noticed Kevin Huang nearby and promptly passed it to the left. Kevin paused momentarily, delicately nudging the ball with his left foot. Messi chose to retreat, adopting a stance with his legs apart, ready to pressure Huang should he attempt to advance. After several failed attempts to dispossess him, Messi was determined not to be outmaneuvered again. Observing Huang's leisurely dribble forward, Messi's expression turned grave. Behind Messi, Zambrata and Thuram, aware of Xavi and Iniesta's approach towards Huang, remained vigilant. They were all too familiar with Huang's prowess. Each time, they charged together, only to be effortlessly bypassed by Kaká. Against Huang, complacency was not an option. Zambrata jogged to position himself behind Messi, ready to pounce the moment Huang attempted to dribble past. After all, Messi was not a dedicated defender. Unable to suppress his instincts as Huang inched forward with the ball, Messi launched himself toward Huang. Initially, Huang intended to maneuver past him, But having already outmaneuvered the king of football several times today, he decided to employ a different tactic. Huang deftly pivoted with the ball, spinning in place and nearly completing a full circle, shaking off Messi by several meters as he transitioned from the left flank to the center. Xavi and Iniesta accelerated simultaneously, determined to thwart Huang's advance into the middle. Suddenly, Huang flicked the ball outward with his left foot, quickly redirecting it behind him. With a sharp crack, Beckham arrived at the edge of the penalty area, delivering a precise through ball with his right foot. However, his passing accuracy was not as consistent as his long balls. Thus, the pass was slightly over it. Raul, in pursuit, found his shot blocked by the onrushing Valdez just as he reached the small box. The ball ricocheted off Valdez's raised hand and out for a corner. "Will you take the kick?" Beckham inquired, glancing at Kevin. "You go ahead," Kevin replied. Beckham approached the corner flag. Kevin positioned himself near the small box, while Xavi and Messi closed in from both sides, preparing to defend. Frustrated, the king of football opted to step outside the penalty area. If Huang were to follow him, he would lead them all back to the center circle. Noticing no one was approaching, Huang halted just behind the penalty line. Beckham took a few steps back before launching a curling ball into the fray, where chaos ensued among the players within Barcelona's penalty area. However, upon discerning the trajectory of the ball, they were seized by panic. Xavi turned and dashed towards Huang Kaiwan, yet his speed paled in comparison to that of the ball. Beckham's cross hurtled towards the right side of the penalty area, where Huang Kaiwan, positioned just beyond the penalty line, raised his gaze to assess the ball's descent. He stepped forward onto the penalty line, and, as the ball descended, he pivoted and unleashed a powerful strike with his left foot. Bang! A comet's white plume pierced through the waist, as if a sword flower blossomed from its sheath. The celestial warriors descended upon the snowy jade gates, while arrows rained down like sand upon golden armor. Xavi, having exhausted his strength, lunged but only succeeded in toppling Huang Kaiwan, failing to thwart his shot on goal. Turning back towards the penalty area, Xavi witnessed the ball swiftly zip past through him, heading straight for the lower left corner of the net. Raul sidestepped to let the ball pass, ensuring he did not obstruct Huang Kaiwan's shot. Valdez, diving towards the lower left corner of the goal, attempted to intercept, but the ball, with its rapid speed and downward trajectory, eluded his grasp and found its way into the net beneath his outstretched arm. Boom! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! The jubilant Mellinger fans had already sensed something extraordinary. Yet, the commentators from over 200 countries remained engrossed in their excited descriptions. From the director's perspective, the camera followed the ball's trajectory, oblivious to Huang Kaiwan lying on the ground. The voice of Crudeli resonated through the live broadcast room of AL5. Kevin! 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 In the Spanish National Derby, Kevin has executed a sensational quadruple. His twisting volley, from the left flank to the right, from outside the penalty area to the penalty line, left no position unguarded against Kevin's strike. Barcelona has once again become the backdrop for Kevin's magnificent performance. Beckham delivered the finest assist of his career. On the green pitch, Kevin is the one true deity. Even after departing for Madrid, Kevin remains the most decisive player in the world. Before the match, many Barcelona legends claimed victory, but now, they ought to retire early and indulge in sweet dreams. Kevin is injured. Damn it, those filthy bastards from Barcelona. Perhaps Franco was too lenient with them. Upon noticing Huang Kaiwan's inability to rise, Capello unleashed a series of exclamations, kicking a water bottle holder aside and shouting, "Team Doctor! Team Doctor!" Huang Kaiwan sensed the game was sealed and summoned his exclusive chariot. Damn it, in such a grand club as Real Madrid, the stretcher was anything but comfortable. The team's medical staff displayed inadequacies not only in treating injuries, but also in handling the stretcher. Huang Kaiwan felt compelled to address this matter with Calderon. Perhaps he should recruit a few professionals for stretcher duties from the medical team. Capello returned from the players' tunnel to the pitch, anxiously sitting beside Cardinal Asselrati and inquiring, "Your Excellency, how could such a situation arise? Without trust among men, one cannot earn the favor of the divine. Those who come before God must believe in his existence and trust that he rewards those who seek him." Cardinal Asselrati spoke with a grave demeanor. "Are you suggesting that Kevin's faith is insufficiently devout?" Capello inquired, his eyes wide with disbelief. "No, rather it is that external forces have disrupted our faith. And now they must face the consequences," Cardinal Asselrati declared, rising to approach the Swiss guard stationed in the players' tunnel. After the match concludes, Ensure you keep a close watch on that individual. Should we take direct action? One of the members of the papal guard gestured across his throat. Cardinal Asselradi was uncertain whether to commend his piety or deem him foolish. Did he truly believe we were living in the Middle Ages? If that were the case, the 80,000 attendees today would each require a penance certificate. The cardinal opted against punishing the devout young man and smiled, saying, "Times have changed, and our methods must evolve. Seek assistance from the Spaniards. Capture that heretic and compel him to confess all his transgressions." "Yes, Your Eminence." After the match, Capello hurriedly exited the stadium, foregoing the post-match press conference. His assistant Baldini, alongside Raul, attended in his stead. "Is Kevin's injury severe? I heard there was a significant altercation between the players at halftime. Is that true? Raul, you did not score today. Did Kevin affect your performance? Why does Capello persist in keeping Beckham on the bench? Is there a conflict between them? Could you explain why the Cardinal appeared at the Bernabeu with a relic? Is the Vatican attempting to expand its influence through football?" The final question silenced the room. Some matters are understood by all, yet cannot be voiced aloud. Who knows if there are religious zealots lurking? Should word of this spread, one might find themselves facing trouble from Glasgow or elsewhere, completely unprepared. Baldini remained silent. As he was not adept at handling the media, Raul drew the microphone closer and said, "I cannot ascertain the severity of Kevin's injury. But Puyol's foul in the first half has already resulted in a deterioration of Kevin's hearing. Could you elaborate on what transpired? Will Kevin's hearing be restored?" "So, you're implying that Kevin played the second half while injured, correct?" The reporters were eager to press for more, almost wishing to insert their recording devices into Raul's mouth. This was monumental news. What excellent material. Previously, when Riquelme injured Juan Kevin, their sales surged. Now, with Puyol and Xavi repeatedly fouling Juan Kevin, how could the newspapers resist? "I cannot guarantee the status of Kevin's hearing. The team physician has indicated that hearing loss resulting from a brain injury can be quite serious. I noticed during our communication that Kevin intermittently could not hear my words. Although I was once a member of the Spanish national team, I believe their actions have been excessive. Someone must be held accountable," Raul responded, his expression one of indignation. Upon finishing his words, Raul rose directly, preparing to visit Juan Kaiwan that evening. After Raul and Baldini departed, Rijkaard finally garnered some attention. "Frank, what are your thoughts on Raul's comments regarding the fouls against Barcelona?" Rijkaard replied, "Football is inherently unpredictable. One cannot guarantee players' safety. It is a fiercely combative sport. I can only express my regret regarding Kaiwan's injury. But my players certainly did not act with malice. They would never intentionally foul." The reporters present were skeptical of his statements, well aware of Barcelona's defensive tendencies. Today, Lee scored a goal just 3 minutes after coming on. Can you share your thoughts on him? We still don't know much about his technical attributes. Rijkaard felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing this, as he was the one who had provided that medication. Although the boy lacked footballing prowess, he had not caused any trouble. His injury today was merely a consequence of the struggle between him and Laporta, with the boy becoming an unwitting tool in their conflict. The Barcelona coach believed it best not to add insult to injury at this moment. Sighing, Rijkaard remarked, "Lee is an exceptionally talented player, possessing remarkable speed akin to Eto'o. His technical skills resemble those of Brazilian players, with a commendable sense of spatial awareness and positioning, always appearing in critical moments. Today's goal exemplified his technical attributes. One might say he resembles a more technically adept Inzaghi." Juan Kaiwan was carried off on a stretcher and returned home. He had utilized an immunity card and saw no need to endure further discomfort. Yet upon arriving home, he was greeted by a multitude of medical personnel. The King of Yellow scratched his head in confusion. During the halftime break, he had received a message from Kaká, who had informed him to be prepared for his engagement, which would allow him to request leave to attend the ceremony in Italy. Why then, was there such an assembly of medical staff at his home? "My dear, I arranged for some medical personnel to conduct an examination for you." The young lady smiled. "It won't take too long." "Very well," Juan Kaiwan resignedly agreed. Approaching to undergo the examination, they had even brought a portable CT machine, making it impossible to evade the check. Noticing his displeasure, the young lady spoke in a soothing tone. "Your new toy has already been assembled in the yard. Once the examination is complete, we can go take a look together." "Great," Juan Kaiwan responded with a smile, having eagerly anticipated it, and surprised that it had arrived today. "Based on my examination, Kaiwan seems to have no significant issues," the doctor informed the young lady. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, but I heard from Real Madrid's medical staff that Kaiwan has suffered hearing loss. Huang Kaiwan widened his eyes in shock at the young lady. What was this? Did she have an insider at Real Madrid? That would necessitate further examination at the hospital. I believe it might be neurological, the doctor said with evident concern. Very well, we will make time for that, the young lady forced a smile. As Huang Kaiwan and the young lady escorted the medical staff out, they noticed a vehicle coming to a halt in front of the door. Raul and Ramos emerged from the driver's seat and passenger seat, respectively. The back door swung open, and Cassano and Guti stepped out, one to the left and the other to the right. Finally, Messi alighted, tiptoeing while carrying a gift. What brings you all here? Huang Kaiwan inquired. I wanted to pay you a visit, and they insisted on tagging along, Raul replied with a smile. That Barcelona lad insisted on coming with us, and even bought gifts. Otherwise, we would have arrived much earlier, Cassano complained, striding directly into the house as if it were his own. Kaiwan, are you all right? Messi asked, holding 2 bottles of red wine. I saw you being carried out on a stretcher, so I was a bit concerned. No need to worry, I've just been checked. And I'm perfectly fine, Huang Kaiwan reassured, wrapping an arm around Messi and another around Ramos. You all arrived just in time. I want to show you my treasure. Raul, curious, followed Huang Kaiwan into the yard. It's enormous, Messi exclaimed, gazing in awe at the racetrack before him. In his youth, he had watched others play with such contraptions. Ramos inquired, is this a remote-controlled car track? It's a mini 4-wheel drive. Once you install the batteries, it can race. Would you like to give it a try? Huang Kaiwan offered. Cassano, holding a juice box, approached and remarked, real men should go out on dates. Only those who haven't even sprouted hair play with toys like this. Ignore him. Let us give it a shot. It seems quite entertaining, Ramos shot back, glaring at Cassano. Then choose your car, Huang Kaiwan said, pointing to the boxes on the ground. Albert had just set out the parts and 4-wheel drive boxes beside the track. Messi and Ramos observed intently. Raul, too, was fascinated as he scrutinized the images on the packaging, selecting his preferred model. Assembly, car, track. Who could possibly resist such a delightful combination? Soon, everyone had chosen their favorite models, with Huang Kaiwan opting for the whirlwind charge. Aren't you returning to Barcelona? Huang Kaiwan asked while seated on the ground assembling his car. The match ended a bit late. We'll stay at the hotel for a day before heading back. I informed the coach I'd return later, Messi replied with a grin. Why go back at all? You can stay at my place, Huang Kaiwan declared with a grand gesture. How could the great Messi leave without leaving a mark? He would soon instruct the lady of the house to prepare 2 contracts, one for 10 years, the other for 20. Cassano watched the others assembling their 4-wheel drives with disdain. Thinking Raul, at his age, should not be so childish. The group paid him no mind. Once assembled, they rushed to the track to play. The speed of the cars exceeded their expectations, with Ramos cheering loudly. Cassano, standing by, craned his neck to watch for a while before sitting down to choose a gray car with white stripes to assemble, muttering, just you wait. I'll show you my Super Antonio. 0194 golden right foot Ramos, Huang Kaiwan unusually rose early. The illustrious Messi has secured a lucrative contract in the realms of tea beverages and e-commerce, prompting Huang Kaiwan to ensure his safe arrival at the hotel. Upon waking, Huang took a brief stroll to the guest rooms, only to find that Ramos and Cassano had yet to rise. Raul had returned home the previous night, promising to bring his son along for future visits. Cassano and Ramos had indulged in remote-controlled car racing until the midnight hour. Had it not been for the physical exertion required, Huang felt they could have continued the entire night. Ever since their last football match had devolved into a competitive clash, the 2 golden-haired players had been at odds. Without Huang, the esteemed king of football, mediating their disputes, matters could easily have escalated. Beyond the pitch, maintaining harmony in the locker room was equally crucial, and for his services, he received a hefty sum of 15 million euros annually from Real Madrid. Huang felt his contributions were undervalued and resolved to discuss contract renewal with Calderon at the season's end. Having played only a handful of matches for Real Madrid, Huang was already aware of several areas in need of improvement. As the preeminent football club in the world, Real Madrid must evolve. Rather than entrusting a chauffeur or bodyguard, Huang personally drove Messi to the hotel. Such treatment was reserved for only a select few globally. I truly appreciate your kindness, Kevin, Messi said bashfully from the passenger seat. Not at all, we are good friends. You must visit my home more often whenever you're in Madrid, Huang replied with a warm smile. That would be too much. I can't arrive at your home bearing gifts, Messi remarked, glancing at the remote-controlled car box. It's nothing. I relish sharing with friends, Huang said with a grin. If Messi were to secure a few more contracts, he could easily gift not just remote-controlled cars, but even stakes in Tamiya. Upon arriving at the Hilton Hotel near the airport, Huang parked the car. Well, I shall take my leave, Kevin, Messi stated as he exited the vehicle. Turning back to Huang, Huang waved his hand nonchalantly. Take care. I noticed a throng of fans below the hotel. I understand, Messi replied, slightly embarrassed. The banners held by the fans indicated they were not there to welcome Barcelona. Their chants were rather provocative. It's of no concern. It's not your fault. So don't dwell on it, Huang said, effortlessly revving the engine and speeding away. With Messi's contract signed, there was potential to have Ronaldinho endorse as well. On the pitch, they may be rivals, but off it, friendship can flourish. The players' careers are fleeting, and as a leading figure in European football, Huang felt a responsibility to help outstanding players enhance their earning potential. An additional 100,000 or 80,000 in endorsement fees is indeed alluring. Huang believed that during the next Madrid derby, fostering communication with Atletico's front line would be beneficial. As for Barcelona, they would have to fend for themselves. Judging by the fans outside the hotel, it was evident that the repercussions of yesterday's match had reached a significant crescendo. In fact, news of the Spanish El Clasico dominated the headlines of mainstream media worldwide. The Marca newspaper captured the moment when Puyol elbowed Huang Kaiwan, stating, "Some teams resort to unscrupulous means for victory." After Raul's confirmation, Kevin suffered hearing loss due to this barbaric attack. This represents a tremendous loss for football and the world at large. It is hard to fathom that someone would commit such a heinous foul against a player as noble as Kevin. As Raul stated, the Spanish Football Federation must impose serious penalties. Otherwise, such fouls will merely be the beginning, not the end. AS published a photo of Huang Kaiwan with a few Chinese characters inscribed on the back, stating, during yesterday's match, a person at a nearby refreshment shop in Bernabeu requested to store a parcel in the shop's refrigerator. The proprietor, fearing complications, opened it to find a photo of Kevin, with a curse inscribed on the back. Upon comparison, it was discovered that the person who stored the parcel was Rijkaard's assistant coach. Barcelona attempted to secure victory through dirty tactics. They failed, yet they still harmed Kevin. The coach of Barcelona is as unsavory as their players. According to Mundo Deportivo, Lee scored within 3 minutes of his debut. Had he not been substituted early, Barcelona would have secured victory. Laporta, who returned to Barcelona for business, revealed that he always recognized Lee as a super talent. Lee is not merely an accessory to the signing of Kevin. The attempt to sign Kevin was intended to provide Lee with a familiar environment for playing. We can now anticipate Lee wreaking havoc upon his recovery. Gazzetta dello Sport commented, the unscrupulous Catalans attempted to hinder Kevin with fouls. Puyol's actions resembled those of a mixed martial artist. The environment in Spanish leagues is deplorable. Kevin may face even more fouls in La Liga. Barbara should bring Kevin back to Milan. The Sun reported, on the night of the National Derby defeat, Ronaldinho, accompanied by Silvio and Lee, stealthily exited the hotel to revel at a nightclub in Madrid. As they departed, they took a few young ladies with them. According to our interview with the server, Lee persistently urged Ronaldinho in somewhat clumsy Spanish to hurry, wanting to test whether his injured area was still functional. ABC Diario stated, the esteemed Cardinal Acerlity assisted the Spanish Immigration Bureau in dismantling an illegal entry case, potentially involving coaches and executives from Barcelona. The case is currently under intense scrutiny, and further details will be provided in our upcoming reports. Lastly, the Daily reported, the triumph of Chinese football signifies a victory for China itself. Chinese players Huang Kaiwan and Li Changlong scored in the Spanish national derby, proving to the world that Chinese individuals can become pivotal figures in competitions at the highest level. Asahi Shimbun reported, Japanese football has fallen behind comprehensively. While the emergence of talents such as Huang Kaiwan may seem coincidental, the rise of figures like Li Changlong indicates a continuous influx of players capable of representing top-tier teams. The Chinese national team will soon ascend to become the premier force in Asia, gaining sufficient competitive strength on the global stage. Our players must embody Huang Kaiwan's indomitable spirit. Even in the face of injury, unconsciousness, or spinal damage, with resolute willpower, one can return to the pitch. As men, we must possess the determination to sacrifice everything for victory. In a column for the Nikkei, journalist Takazuki Yukinori noted, Chinese football has cultivated its finest stars. If this trend continues, China could potentially nurture a new World Cup winning team. Japan cannot afford to be complacent, as it seems unlikely that we will produce a player of Huang Kaiwen's caliber. While China appears poised to develop more talents like him given its emphasis and investment in football, the chosen Ilbo commented. Although Chinese player Li Changlong made a splash in the Spanish Derby, the manner of his goal was quite disgraceful, bringing shame to all of Asia. Another standout in the Derby, Huang Kaiwen, possesses the quintessential features of a typical Korean from the northern regions. Based on our speculation, his grandfather likely fled to China during the war. Huang is a traditional Korean surname, and Professor Shin Yong-ha of Seoul University claims to have found crucial evidence linking Huang Kaiwen to Korea. After returning home and having breakfast, Huang Kaiwen noticed that his two little golden retrievers were still asleep, likely exhausted from their play the previous night. He took a couple of photographs with his camera and uploaded them to Facebook. He then opened a forum, bustling with discussions about the match from the previous day. I told you, Big Cousin is fine. He was out partying with Ronaldinho last night. It seems Big Cousin is living the dream. His friend is the footballer of the year, and his cousin is the Ballon d'Or winner. Scoring on his first appearance in the Derby, he has showcased his prowess to the world. He must have had an exhilarating night. Another day of envying Big Cousin. Huang Kaiwen even dashed onto the pitch to present himself for his contract signing. Big Cousin easily signed with Barcelona and has now become a star. At this rate, he might soon surpass Eto'o. Today, I've decided not to criticize Huang Kaiwen. He and Big Cousin shone in the Derby, bringing pride to China, which makes me quite happy. Damn, Huang Kaiwen scored 4 goals again yesterday. Barcelona's fouling couldn't contain him. European football isn't that formidable. Wow, Huang Kaiwen's long-range shot was utterly unstoppable. If this continues, Valdez will soon be overshadowed by Buffon, becoming the perfect backdrop for Huang Kaiwen. I think it was just average. Huang Kaiwen played decently yesterday, but didn't reach his peak performance. Fan brother? Forum admin, please ban him for 10 days. Fan brother still hasn't proven he isn't a Huang Kaiwen fan. Yesterday, the camera caught Japanese fans picking up trash after leaving. Their quality is truly commendable. Indeed, the quality is remarkable. Previously, I had read an article about a summer camp in Japan in Yilan, and I found their training methods to be exceptionally admirable. Upon reading this, Huang Kaiwen could no longer contain himself. He hastily registered a new account to respond. The Japanese are not that exceptional. The Americans dropped 2 atomic bombs on Japan and have yet to make amends. These trolls, who daily feel emboldened online, ultimately fail to see through even the most trivial promotional articles. It all feels rather tedious. Huang Kaiwen opened the system and unexpectedly discovered a notification. Significantly alter the fate of elite defender Ramos, earning 1,000 destiny points. Click below to reveal destiny. Instantly, a scene unfolded. In the opening match of La Liga 2006, Ramos received a red card and left the field. Your reassuring words, "Don't worry, I've got this," coupled with the astonishing feat of 5 goals in 8 minutes, endeared this defender to you as a loyal supporter. During another El Clasico, Puyol fouled you, and Ramos executed a soaring sidekick aimed at Puyol's head, sending the Barcelona captain to the hospital. Thanks to your public support and relentless advocacy in the media, Ramos avoided a lengthy suspension. He was deeply moved and vowed that anyone who dared to harm you would have to contend with him. In the Champions League, Raul earned a penalty, and when Van Nistelrooy attempted to take it, Ramos forcefully pushed him aside, insisting that you take the shot. Capello wholeheartedly approved of Ramos's actions, solidifying his position as a key player. After the match, Van Nistelrooy complained to the media that there was one player at Real Madrid who surpassed all others, and everyone had to play around you. The following day at the training ground, Van Nistelrooy was subjected to a flying kick from Ramos. Riquelme fouled you, and Ramos retaliated with a flying kick that left you on a stretcher. In the Champions League, Terry tackled you from behind, and Ramos sprinted 80 meters into Chelsea's penalty area, delivering a flying kick that sent Terry into the net. Florentino, advocating for change, ousted Calderon and staged a triumphant return. He expressed dissatisfaction with your attendance and salary, intending to pressure you into a pay cut through the media. Barbara and Florentino engaged in a public relations battle, creating a media frenzy across Europe, with fans divided in their support. An overwhelming majority rallied behind you. Ramos and Raul stood up to criticize Real Madrid for failing to support their core player, resulting in Ramos being sidelined. Ramos returned to Milan with you, where Chiellini fouled you and was met with a flying kick from Ramos. Balotelli attempted to challenge you in juggling, only to be met with another kick from Ramos. Pique committed a serious foul against you in the Champions League, resulting in Ramos sending him to the hospital with a flying kick. The scenario mirrored your time at Real Madrid. You were responsible for scoring while Ramos took on the role of enforcer, earning the moniker Kevin's bodyguard. The golden right foot Ramos. At the UEFA Super Cup held at the Louis II Stadium, fervent fans rushed the field seeking your autograph. Ramos sprinted 40 meters to deliver a flying kick, sending an enthusiastic fan crashing into the advertising boards. Cruyff remarked that as long as Ramos was present, no one could approach you. Barbara expressed her utmost satisfaction with Ramos, offering him a lucrative contract extension and stating in the media that Ramos was the finest defender in the world, deserving of a 51 contract even at the age of 35. In 2021, De Paul received his first call-up to the Argentine national team, proclaiming to the media, "I am a loyal supporter of Messi. He means to me what Kevin means to Ramos." In 2030, you decided to retire alongside Kaká and Ramos. At the award ceremony for Inzaghi receiving the David Award, a female celebrity rushed towards you but was swiftly kicked away by Ramos. By 2070, 84-year-old Ramos, suffering from memory loss due to numerous headers, failed to recognize you during your visit to the nursing home, instead wearing a silly grin. A doctor, distracted while walking, tripped over a mop and fell towards you. In a fleeting moment, Ramos leapt from his wheelchair, delivering a kick that sent the doctor flying several meters away. Trembling but giving a thumbs up and turning to assure you, "Don't worry, I've got this." Remarkably, he believed he would alter Raul's fate first, especially with the abnormal state accompanying him. Even if he could not orchestrate Raul's retirement at Real Madrid, he should have been able to change his destiny. To his surprise, it was Ramos who was the first. No wonder Ramos consistently advocated for that certain someone. Since his debut at the Bernabeu, he became a devoted supporter of the Yellow Ball King. Ramos, with his rough style of play, possessed a keen eye. Kevin could only marvel at the power of virtue. Even a headstrong player like Ramos became a faithful admirer of the Yellow Ball King. With this in mind, Ramos would henceforth be a steadfast brother to that certain someone. In the realm of burial of love, the chapter 0195, All Matters Come in Threes, marks the conclusion of a critical period of intense competition. Observing his fate value of 6960, Huang Kaiwan felt it was the opportune moment to activate the High Priest's skill to accumulate a surge of fate value. With a stroke of good fortune, he might even amass 10,000 fate value this season, thus solidifying his reputation as the king of yellow balls. He pondered whether to embody Beckenbauer or Maradona, or perhaps to adopt Pelé, thereby gratifying the vanity of Brazilian fans. The false Pelé too, Robinho, alongside the true reincarnation of Pelé, the king of yellow balls. Upon clicking to activate, Huang Kaiwan was greeted with a notification. Activating the skill High Priest grants the ability to automatically share the burdens of significant injuries with teammates. You may choose to alleviate the injuries of fellow players. Following this sharing, both individuals will experience a considerable reduction in their ailments, and their physical capabilities will remain unaffected. The amount of fate value gained will depend on the severity of the other individual's injuries. Success. His fate value would soon rise. Before long, Cassano and Ramos regained consciousness. Cassano, with his disheveled hair, inquired, "Is there anything to eat?" "I'm starving." The damp-haired Ramos retorted, "You should just go back home and stop lingering here." "The losers have no right to speak," Cassano quipped, shooting a playful glance at Ramos. "Nonsense. My car ran out of battery yesterday. After we eat, we should compete again." Ramos replied, visibly displeased. "Let us compete then. Who is afraid?" Cassano shot back defiantly. As he began to prepare pasta, it became apparent that most players were not adept at cooking, a fact unrelated to their backgrounds. In their impoverished days, securing a meal was merely about survival, while wealthier times led them to dine out or hire chefs. For Cassano, mastering the preparation of simple pasta had become second nature. Not long after, Beauty appeared, seemingly drawn by the aroma. He seated himself at the table and served himself a plate, suggesting, "Let us go out and celebrate tonight. Barcelona's defeat warrants a celebration for us victors as well. I knew you were the most talented in the team," Cassano exclaimed, excitement brimming in his voice. Beauty's suggestion resonated with him, though he wondered what it had to do with talent. Observing the eager Ramos, Huang Kaiwan felt a twinge of concern. Ramos was a good brother to him, while the other two were also allies of the king of yellow balls. However, the dynamics among the trio were rather intricate. Ramos, with his colorful romantic history, was surprisingly the most innocent among them. Gyuri was likely fond of women, and Huang Kaiwan recalled that Gyuri had flirted with Ramos's 2 girlfriends. Cassano, on the other hand, was a notorious socialite, claiming to have dated 600 to 700 individuals. Given the competitive tension between him and Ramos, Huang Kaiwan feared that Cassano might emulate Gyuri's flirtations. Rubbing his temples, Huang Kaiwan realized he must encourage these 3 to engage in healthier activities, ensuring that Ramos's personal life did not interfere with his performance. Otherwise, who would be able to single-handedly defend against Puyol in the next El Clasico? Even if he possesses an immunity card, it would still be rather painful for Puyol to strike an elbow against his head. Although Huang is magnanimous, he must consider the welfare of his fellow players and teach Puyol the virtue of empathy, discouraging him from resorting to reckless fouls, as Ramos is indeed a pivotal figure. They are teammates after all. If he cannot be persuaded to distance himself from Gyuri, perhaps they should refrain from socializing too often. Perhaps next time. Today, those 2 are set to engage in a car race, Huang Kaiwan remarked. A race? What kind of race? Gyuri turned his head to inquire. Are they planning to have a competition in the suburbs? Miniature 4-wheel drive cars, the battery-operated kind, Huang Kaiwan replied with a smile. Who plays with such things? Gyuri waved dismissively. Half an hour later, the 3 golden-haired individuals were at the racetrack, exuberantly cheering as they followed the miniature cars. Master, we have confined him for a day. Shall we proceed with the interrogation? A man in a black suit inquired, bending slightly. Let us go? We shall uncover the truth behind this heretic, Asilradi replied, rising from his seat. The sacred artifact had already been retrieved by representatives from the Vatican. Otherwise, he would have been unable to leave the room, even for a restroom break. Upon reaching the one-way mirror, officials from the immigration department and other sectors were already waiting, nodding in greeting to Asilradi before asking, "Shall we commence the interrogation now? Let us begin. Ensure he divulges everything clearly," Asilradi affirmed with a nod. Several men in black suits entered, moving the desk lamp away from the wizard Carlin, and approached the dazed figure, asking name? Kalisperin Andre Camperfen, Wizard Carlin replied, his voice hoarse. The interrogating man in black waved his hand, and the 2 behind him advanced with a flurry of punches. 30 seconds later, the interrogator scoffed. Andre is your Christian name. Your middle name is also a Christian name, yet you engage in heretical activities before a global audience. I truly do not practice sorcery. Wizard Carlin whimpered. He was merely a charlatan, having observed that the Chinese community in Suriname was quite credulous, prompting him to enter this profession. Many like him existed in Suriname, willing to do anything for profit. We will conduct our own investigation. You merely need to confess honestly. The man in black opposite Wizard Carlin inquired again. Gender? Male? Why are you called Carlin? Because my name is too complicated, and the Chinese in Suriname prefer to call me Carlin. Why have you appeared twice on the football field engaging in sorcery? Because I can speak a little Mandarin, and the Chinese prefer to seek my assistance. When locals saw the Chinese consulting me, they believed I possessed great energy, thus my fame spread, and I became a renowned wizard in Suriname. A relative of Ridgecard found me. I was reluctant to assist, but the Chinese thought that if I did not help, Ridgecard would seek someone else, so they offered me some money to sabotage Ridgecard's plans. The wizard Carlin lamented, I truly do not understand sorcery. Ridgecard only pays me 3,000 euros each time, while those Chinese spend 30,000 at a time. For the sake of money, I would never assist Ridgecard. I am one of my own. Behind the one-way mirror, an official addressed Asilradi, Your Grace, what he claims aligns with the investigation we sought from the Dutch. Should we release him? Such a deceiver seems to pose little threat. Asilradi remained silent. Huang Kaiwan had sustained serious injuries in front of fans worldwide. Without the interference of heresy, would it not suggest his ineptitude? He had even summoned the relic box, yet Huang Kaiwan suffered hearing loss. Surely there must be heresy at play. It could not be denied. There was undoubtedly a sinister force behind it. This incident, if adapted into a film, would surely be a lavish Hollywood blockbuster. The war against heresy would be chronicled in memoirs upon their return. Asilradi spoke. He conceals his true nature well. I sense that all he utters is falsehood. We must not allow him to depart. He is undoubtedly backed by a formidable evil force. But the Catalonians are protesting. The official replied cautiously. The Catalonians have long sought independence. They may not care for this Carlin, but they would not miss any opportunity to protest. Then let us reveal the evidence of this wicked sorcerer's crimes. Whoever protests next shall be deemed his accomplice, and we shall ensure the newspapers report it. The Vatican will lend you support, Cardinal Acerlity declared. Understood, Your Grace. Cardinal Acerlity had lost interest in the matter and turned to leave with his guards. Once the dust settled, he would depart Spain and return to Milan. The young lady woke Huang Kaiwen early in the morning. He sat on the edge of his bed, rubbing his face with one hand and grumbling. Why must I rise so early? I am injured. Having just activated the high priest, he gained 20 points of fate value, having shielded Inzaghi from harm. Although it was merely a minor injury, Inzaghi's age was a concern. Huang Kaiwen's perspective differed. Each injury could potentially impact Inzaghi's career. The same was likely true for Maldini. In this light, the compensation Huang Kaiwen sought from Inzaghi seemed justified, perhaps with him, the king of yellow balls, providing protection. Inzaghi might extend his playing years, effectively recouping his salary. The auction begins in the afternoon. We need to set off for London early, the young lady said with a smile, planting a kiss on Huang Kaiwen's forehead. Very well. Does this mean there will be no need to collect the suit this time? Huang Kaiwen inquired as he threw off the covers and rose. Each time he had to give that old man money, Huang Kaiwen felt quite displeased. A single garment could take months to procure, yet he could part with tens of thousands in an instant. Such a swift robbery. This time it will not be necessary. The tailoring skills in Madrid are inadequate. Once we complete the auction, we can have several suits custom-made in London, the young lady remarked. The term customization was born on Savile Row. The British have a remarkable finesse in tailoring. You have the final say, Huang Kaiwen replied as he made his way to the restroom. Providing him with formal attire was one of the young lady's delights, a pleasure that should not be taken from her life. We have several individuals to meet this evening. Apart from Luca di Montezemolo, the chairman of Ferrari, and Piero Ferrari, the vice-chairman, many others will attend the auction. Did you gather all these supporters? Huang Kaiwen inquired. This was the young lady's strategy. Before opening the shop, she planned to auction some of Huang's works to generate buzz, and when the excitement peaked, they would launch his tea in several locations simultaneously. My dear, do not underestimate yourself. Many are interested in your works, the young lady said, gazing at Huang Kaiwen with tenderness in her eyes. He did not argue. Whether in painting or photography, his skills were undoubtedly refined. Yet art relies heavily on inspiration and state of mind. With his worldly duties, how could he produce anything remarkable? Huang Kaiwen was aware of this. Once the young lady had helped him into a suit, they called 3 taxis for the bodyguards to take them to the airport, avoiding the hassle of driving back themselves. Neo, your daughter has recently won an award, hasn't she? Huang Kaiwen asked with a smile. Yes, replied the formidable bodyguard Neo, a genuine smile breaking across his face at the mention of his daughter. He turned to Huang Kaiwen, saying, She adores you, Mr. Kaiwen. The last signed item thrilled her for quite some time. She performed exceptionally well in the competition, and I promise to bring her a signed jersey next time I return. One jersey won't suffice. Bring several. Huang Kaiwen nodded with satisfaction. Such an exemplary employee, whose family also supported him. My dear, Adriana called this morning. She is already 15 weeks pregnant, and it's another boy, the young lady exclaimed with joy. Really? Huang Kaiwen gasped, turning to her in surprise. Indeed, the Malatini family will soon welcome a new life. That is splendid news, Huang Kaiwen said sincerely. The eldest son had strayed from the path, while the second son had ambition, though his talents were limited. With Paolo Malatini welcoming a third child, perhaps this one could inherit his number 3 jersey. Huang Kaiwen calculated that 15 weeks coincided with the World Cup. It appeared that he had, in some manner, altered Paolo Malatini's life trajectory. Originally, Paolo would not have participated in the World Cup, yet Huang had persuaded him to join, and now his wife was expecting a boy during the tournament. Reflecting on it, Huang Kaiwen realized how much the king of football had sacrificed for Milan. Moreover, they planned to name the child after you, Kevin, the young lady said with excitement. Huang Kaiwen thought to himself, he could hardly endure this aspect of Europe, where it was common to name children and pets after close friends or idols. Previously, according to a survey by the Gazzetta dello Sport, during his tenure at Milan, a considerable number of newly adopted pets in Italy were named Kevin. Occasionally, while strolling through the streets, Huang Kevin would hear passers-by exclaiming, Kevin, stop it. Turning around, he would often witness fans reprimanding a teddy bear that was animatedly clinging to a lamppost. That imagery was nothing short of delightful. This exemplifies cultural differences. Huang Kevin, rubbing his temples, remarked, I shall take a look after the auction concludes. Indeed, You ought to revisit. They had been discreetly withholding this to surprise you. The young lady responded. Juan Kevin nodded, fully aware of what this surprise entailed. The previous persuasion of Paolo Maldini to have another child was motivated by the desire for someone to inherit the number 3 jersey. Although Paolo yearned for a daughter, his obsession with a successor was far greater. The absence of an heir to the number 3 jersey would be a lamentable disappointment for both the fans and Paolo Maldini. As the two engaged in conversation regarding the Maldini family, the driver abruptly slammed on the brakes. Juan Kevin, who was embracing Barbara, collided with the front seat. Hey, buddy. What on earth are you doing? Juan Kevin inquired, rubbing his head. Kevin, there's a peculiar individual in a trench coat blocking the way, the driver replied, visibly troubled. Juan Kevin glanced towards the front of the vehicle and indeed spotted a figure in a women's trench coat obstructing their path. His tight grip on the coat suggested he was not clad in much else beneath it. Surely, this was not someone waiting by the roadside to flaunt themselves? As the individual approached the rear door, Juan Kevin tightened his hold on Barbara, ready to deliver a swift kick if necessary. Hurry. Take me to the Real Madrid Valdebebas training ground, the trench-coated man stated as he opened the door. Fortunately, Juan Kevin reacted swiftly, nearly landing a kick squarely on Cassano's chest. Recognizing the voice, he knew who it was. Cassano looked down at Juan Kevin's foot and then at both him and Barbara, saying, Come on, you needn't welcome me so enthusiastically. What is your situation? Juan Kevin inquired, lifting the young lady and shifting her to the opposite side, away from Cassano. Before continuing, yesterday, I encountered 2 exceedingly enthusiastic fans, and I ended up going home with them. This morning, I couldn't find my clothes and, in haste to reach the training ground, I hastily grabbed something to wear and went downstairs. Cassano settled into the back seat, sighed, and added, upon descending, I discovered someone had stolen my car wheels, but fortunately, my wallet and documents were still in the car. With a pitiful look, Cassano pleaded with Juan Kevin. You wouldn't abandon me in my time of need, would you? Please, take me to the training ground. If I don't hurry, he will surely seize the opportunity to target me. Not a chance. Juan Kevin shook his head. We must head to the airport. We don't have time to detour to Valdebebas. You truly believe the coach will excuse you now? What should I do then? Cassano grasped Juan Kevin's arm in desperation. You must assist me. It was I who took you to the training ground when you first arrived at Rio. All right, release me quickly. I'll handle the coach for you, Juan Kevin retorted, freeing himself from Cassano's grasp. With a fleeting glance at Cassano's open trench coat, it was evident that even though he donned undergarments, it was still quite an eyesore. The fellow had visibly succumbed to a slight indulgence in his physique. Abandoned by Capello, he had evidently given up on himself. I knew you were the most loyal one on the team. Juan Kevin once again pushed Cassano aside and retrieved his phone to make a call. Kevin, aren't you supposed to be recuperating? Is there something amiss? Capello inquired urgently once the call connected. No, I'm perfectly fine. I'm just planning a trip to England. Antonio Cassano stayed over at my place yesterday and accidentally injured himself, which is why he missed training today, Juan Kevin explained over the line. He was with you? That's fine. He can skip reporting to the team for the next couple of days, Capello replied with a chuckle. Upon hearing Capello's words, Cassano's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't he supposed to be the iron-willed coach? Nothing else. I will return to the squad as soon as I recover, Juan Kevin assured. Wait a moment, Kevin, Capello continued. I am preparing for the winter transfer window. If you think of anyone suitable for Real Madrid, do let me know, and I will discuss it with the president. I don't have any thoughts at the moment, but I will inform you as soon as I do, Juan Kevin responded. All right, take care of yourself. We all look forward to your swift return. Sure, coach. After hanging up, Juan Kevin pushed Cassano's face away, as it was almost pressed against his own. Cassano stared intently at Juan Kevin and exclaimed, That voice on the other end couldn't possibly be Fabio Capello. You must have orchestrated this to prank me. Hoping I'd go missing for a few days and return to Madrid only to be relegated to the reserves by Fabio. Your imagination is far too vivid. Juan Kevin retorted, rolling his eyes. Can you not recognize Capello's voice? It shouldn't be like this, Cassano murmured, his eyes vacant. At the airport, Juan Kevin procured a complete outfit for Cassano. The little golden-haired fellow regained his vivacity. Cassano was not one to dwell on heavy thoughts. On the private jet, he peered around, remarking, I always knew you were wealthy, but I never imagined you were this affluent. You see my wealth but fail to recognize the hardships endured to attain it, Juan Kevin replied. Then enlighten me, Cassano urged. Ahem, sharing it with you would be pointless. Huang Kaiwan said, scratching the back of his head to divert the conversation. Reflecting on it, it seemed he hadn't truly struggled to earn his wealth. Perhaps that was the realm of the prodigy. Even without a deliberate pursuit of riches, money would effortlessly flow into Huang's bank account. In the afternoon, they arrived at Sotheby's auction house. Kasano was taken aback. Abandoned by his father as a child, he had lived with his mother in a basement, rarely attending school and often loitering on the streets. Despite this, he had heard of Sotheby's. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that a player could be associated with such a prestigious establishment. "What are we doing here?" Kasano whispered once seated. "Of course, participating in the auction," Huang Kaiwan remarked. "You mean you're going to auction off artwork? Those pieces are nothing but deceit. Look at this painting. It's absurd to auction it with a starting price of 500,000 pounds. I've never even heard of this artist," Kasano scoffed. "That Kevin is me," Huang Kaiwan chuckled. "What?" Kasano exclaimed, leaping from his chair. Noticing everyone's gaze upon him, he quickly covered his mouth and sat down, inquiring, "Your painting can actually sell for 500,000 pounds. That is merely the starting price," Huang Kaiwan replied with a calm smile. Upon returning, Kasano would undoubtedly promote him vigorously. "Then why are you still playing football? You could easily create 2 paintings in a day, earning 15 million euros in just over a week. If I were you, I would retire and take up painting." Kasano excitedly remarked, "Master Antonio, it sounds incredibly cool. Perhaps it would attract more ladies to me. Auctions entail taxes, and no one can paint 2 masterpieces in a single day," Huang Kaiwan corrected him. "The process from conception to completion of a painting is lengthy. Some artists take months or even years to finish a single piece. It took Huang nearly a week to complete his work, The Tavern in Berlin. Regardless, it's a way to earn substantial money," Kasano muttered. "In the past, while hanging out with those street thugs, they claimed my wall art possessed the charm of Picasso's lotuses. Had I known, I would have pursued painting instead of football. The Water Lilies is a work by Monet," Huang Kaiwan reminded him. Kasano lacked any real talent. It was likely that those delinquents had been inflating his ego. Moreover, even if one possesses talent, art requires acclaim to gain recognition. Without support, it is challenging to achieve fame. Minutes passed, and after the hammer fell, Kasano was once again astonished. 5 million pounds. Robbery could not be this swift. "You're truly remarkable." Huang Kaiwan felt a flush of warmth on his face as he was praised. He recognized the buyer. It was the mother of Kaki's girlfriend, the owner of Valentino. There were vested interests involved. His artworks held value, and the products he endorsed would similarly benefit. At least half of those present today were either his sponsors or patrons brought by the socialites. The final item for today's auction also belongs to Kevin. We are auctioning off the jersey worn by Kevin during the UEFA Champions League final of the 2005-2006 season, along with the gloves he wore and the match ball. With a starting price of 1 million pounds, the auctioneer cheerfully announced, "These rags are worth so much." Kasano whispered in astonishment. "This isn't expensive. Even pricier jerseys will emerge in the future," Huang Kaiwan remarked. He recalled that the match-worn jersey from Maradona's Hand of God sold for nearly $10 million. Although he had not retired yet, these 3 items were indeed valuable and would continue to appreciate as his standing in the football world increased. There was also the added allure of faith. Huang Kaiwan believed selling them for 20 to 30 million should pose no issue. 1 million? Miss, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Today's final price cannot be less than 5 million pounds. The 3 items held special significance for her, and she would not allow them to be taken away by others." Shortly, her hired aide would assist in reclaiming them. 5 minutes later, the bidding escalated beyond 7 million pounds. Kasano appeared transfixed. "Is it someone you hired?" Huang Kaiwan inquired softly. The young lady gently shook her head, saying, "No, neither side is affiliated with us. They have been making calls. They must be agents for other bidders. Do not get involved," Huang Kaiwan urged, restraining the eager young lady. There were already fees and taxes to consider. Purchasing the items back at auction would incur a considerable loss. Presenting these items for auction was merely for speculation, and that objective had now been achieved. "But those 3 pieces are of special significance to you," she insisted anxiously. "It's all right," Huang Kaiwan reassured her, patting her hand. "I have not retired yet. There will be even more valuable memorabilia in the future. We shall not participate." Seeing Huang Kaiwan's firm stance, the young lady fell silent, sulking in her seat. Ultimately, the 3 items were sold for a total of 10 million pounds. As they exited, Kasano's legs trembled. "I must return to Madrid," he stated. Very well. I shall arrange for your ticket, Huang Kaiwan replied. They were preparing to fly to Milan, which was not on their direct route. Cassano nodded. The £10 million made Cassano feel that a career in football held great promise. He resolved to train diligently upon his return, perhaps even auctioning his match-worn jersey after retirement to maintain a respectable livelihood. After parting ways with Cassano, Huang Kaiwan accompanied the young lady to Seville Row for measurements. Couldn't we just provide them with your data? Huang Kaiwan asked while the tailor worked. It's better to take precise measurements. As your body will continue to change, the young lady smiled reassuringly. Huang Kaiwan had no further remarks. They later dined with sponsors and those who had come to assist. By the time they flew back to Milan, night had fallen. Kevin, are you awake? Do you need me to provide you with player information regarding transfers? Immediately after disembarking, Huang Kaiwan saw a message from Capello. Having perused Milan's scouting reports throughout the flight, Huang Kaiwan replied, no need. I believe Hamburg's Nigel Dieng, Porto's Kepler Ferreira, and Braga's Diego Costa are all quite promising. Kevin, are you there? Capello heard the text notification from beneath his pillow. Turning his head slightly, he noticed that his wife Laura was still fast asleep. Rubbing his eyes, he retrieved his phone. Capello was usually careful to keep work from intruding on his personal life. But today he had a valid reason not to silence his phone. Upon seeing the message from Huang Kaiwan, Capello fished out his glasses from the nightstand, gradually extricating himself from the covers, and quietly got out of bed. With the faint glow of his mobile phone, he tiptoed out of the bedroom. If he were at his home in Italy, he could navigate his way out with his eyes closed. As Fabio Capello stepped out of the room, the asleep Laura Capello slowly opened her eyes and gazed at the ceiling. It must be that young man who had shifted Fabio's disdain to respect, ultimately proving to be insurmountable. She recalled the news of Kevin's transfer to Real Madrid. Fabio began to feel a sense of anxiety, far more intense than when he first met her father, fearing it might be false news or that Barcelona would snatch him away. When Kevin's transfer to Real Madrid was confirmed, Fabio was so exhilarated that he couldn't sleep that night, unaware of where such energy came from at his age. Now that Fabio was coaching Kevin, she no longer had to worry about her husband. Laura Capello smiled and shook her head, closing her eyes to drift back to sleep. After shutting the door to his study, Capello finally turned on the light to read messages on his phone. Nigel de Jong from Hamburg, Kepler Ferreira from Porto, Diego Costa from Braga, Capello recited, jotting down the three names on a piece of paper. The Dutchman was a primary target for the Real Madrid scouts. The Netherlands is the stronghold of Barcelona and Cruyff. Even if a purchase isn't feasible, it could still serve to inflate prices and annoy Barcelona. De Jong, possessing an economics degree, is the son of a former Dutch international. A defender turned midfielder, he initially scored more goals than yellow cards. But after settling into the defensive midfield role, he accumulated 6 yellow cards in his first 12 matches before being sidelined by injury this season. At this point, Capello did not ponder why Kevin wished to play alongside De Jong. Instead, he contemplated De Jong's positioning. If he were to join Real Madrid, he would likely replace Diarra or serve as a rotation player. His degree in economics also indicated a level of intelligence. Kepler Ferreira, nicknamed Pepe, elicited an expression of realization from Capello upon discovering he was Brazilian. Kevin appeared to enjoy playing with Brazilians. During his time at Milan, he had formed good relationships with several Brazilian players, a trend that continued at Real Madrid. Moreover, Pepe had acquired Portuguese nationality, which was an added advantage. As for Diego Costa, Capello struggled to find substantial reports. Players needing to be loaned out from Braga were never targets for Real Madrid, and the scouts specifically noted that he was a cunning forward prone to sly antics. With dual nationality from Brazil and Spain, he was yet another Brazilian. Capello observed that all three players exhibited tenacious defensive qualities. Removing his glasses and pressing his fingers against the bridge of his nose, Capello sighed. It must be the psychological shadow left by the El Clasico that made Kevin eager to seek out some formidable teammates. He could fully understand how technically gifted players might fear grievous fouls. On paper, it seemed Pepe could establish himself at Real Madrid, while De Jong might only reach the level of a substitute. As for Costa, Capello was not optimistic. He planned to request video footage from the scouting team at the club tomorrow for further analysis. Capello believed he should adopt a dual approach. On one hand, attempting to recruit the first 2 players to reassure Kevin. On the other, he needed to identify a true protector, a stalwart. Reflecting on Kevin's performance, Capello couldn't help but smile broadly. Having joined Real Madrid for less than 2 months, Kevin has already participated in 4 matches, surpassing his attendance during the same period at Milan. What could that hefty Carlo Ancelotti possibly compare to Fabio Capello? Perhaps this season, Kevin could play in 30 matches, a number sufficient to determine all champions. The following day, the diligent Juan Kevin remained lost in slumber. Capello had arrived early at the Real Madrid club and, after reviewing the footage, noted that while Pepe was indeed fierce, his physical attributes and positioning were commendable, although he could be somewhat reckless at times. Defensive players tend to mature with experience, and recklessness is not a grave concern. De Jong has also shown promise in the Bundesliga, and most importantly, his market value is quite reasonable, rendering the risk of trial low. Since Kevin desires him as a teammate, it would be prudent to acquire him for experimentation. With a decision made, Capello swiftly made his way to the president's office. "Mr. President, I have identified targets for the winter transfer window," he stated, presenting 2 player dossiers. "You've arrived just in time. He is here to discuss winter acquisitions as well," Calderon remarked with a smile. He had already reached an agreement with Mijatovic, ensuring mutual benefits. "Pepe? He is also on our radar, but I believe you have miscalculated his market value," Mijatovic commented while perusing the documents. "We estimate his worth to be above 25 million euros. Securing him for 15 million is utterly impossible. As for De Jong, he does not measure up to Real Madrid standards. We should pursue the attacking talent from the Netherlands, who could create splendid combinations with Kevin." These 2 names were suggested by Kevin. Capello raised an eyebrow. Mentioning Juan Kevin invigorated him. "In that case, Fabio, you may return for now. We will consider your recommendations," Calderon stated. "Ramon, if we proceed with a purchase now, we have little time for maneuvering," Mijatovic expressed as he observed Capello's departure. What kind of Real Madrid sports director would one be without kickbacks? However, if it is someone Kevin specifically requests, we must provide him with an explanation, Calderon countered, internally mocking Mijatovic's lack of broader perspective. He has already secured a lucrative contract. What further explanation does he require? Mijatovic queried. "Numerous sponsors have approached us, all drawn by Kevin's presence," Calderon replied, handing Mijatovic a printed sheet. It featured an article from the Times. Yesterday, Sotheby's auctioned Kevin's painting titled The Tavern in Berlin for £1,500,000, and subsequently, the match-worn jersey, gloves, and ball from the 2005 to 2006 Champions League final fetched a price of £10 million. The on-site agent refrained from disclosing the buyer's identity. However, someone has already showcased 3 significant items on social media. Khalid hails from the Middle East, and his father, Sultan, is the king of the Emirate of Sharjah. He, along with his brother, was sent to study in the United Kingdom. Tragically, a few years ago, his brother succumbed to excesses and perished in a mansion. Khalid is now the sole heir to the Emirate of Sharjah. This prince claims to be a fan of Kevin, yet according to our website's polls, fans generally perceive this as a provocation from Middle Eastern powers towards the Christian world. Mijatovic widened his eyes and looked up at Calderon, inquiring, "Is this true? But what does it have to do with the sponsors?" There is a theory circulating online that Kevin's substantial charitable investments have led to financial difficulties, prompting him to auction his beloved artworks and meaningful possessions, Calderon replied, shaking his head. "Isn't that absurd? Just from his image rights alone, one could estimate Juan Kevin's portion of income. With an annual income nearing 100 million euros and a profitable girlfriend, can such a person really go bankrupt?" Mijatovic pressed further. "So they believe that sponsoring Kevin would prevent those Middle Easterners from succeeding again? This is utterly ridiculous." Calderon shrugged. "I cannot speak to that. Perhaps you should reach out to Porto." He was reluctant to comment on the sponsor's actions, for he had also preemptively signed Juan Kevin from the hands of Middle Easterners, gaining immense prestige. They were all engaged in a game of opportunism, none more noble than the other. On October 28th, Juan Kevin made his appearance at the San Siro Stadium. "Finally, all right," Juan Kevin said as he took his seat at the dining table, where Kaka had already set the utensils. The young lady and Beatrice exchanged glances. Kaka excitedly remarked, "Evidence has surfaced that Rijkaard hired a sorcerer to have you arrested. The sorcerer has reportedly been rescued by a mysterious organization behind him. Fans are protesting once again, demanding that the Spanish Football Association impose additional penalties on Rijkaard, Puyol, and Xavi. I always knew justice would ultimately prevail." "You are right," Juan Kevin nodded. "Barcelona is a formidable team, yet their defense is not particularly clean. He has encountered Puyol several times and has certainly suffered as a result. Otherwise, why would he be contemplating gathering a few good brothers? The next time they face off in El Clasico, if Puyol dares to confront him again, he would blow the whistle and instigate a brawl on the field. In the afternoon, as Juan Kevin was engaged in a competitive match with Kaká, he received a call from Calderon. Ramon? Juan Kevin queried. On November 5th, Ferrari hopes you can appear at the home stadium. We have invited Schumacher to watch the game at Bernabeu, Calderon stated from the other end of the line. All right, Juan Kevin replied, ending the call. Real Madrid always makes you watch games from the pool. It feels as if they are profiting off you. Kevin, Kaká expressed his discontent. There's nothing I can do. After all, I am a Real Madrid player, Juan Kevin replied with a smile. Kaká is still quite naive. If he were to discover how much Juan Kevin earns by watching a match from the pool, he would likely be utterly astonished. Since Schumacher has been invited, Juan Kevin still needs to return. The collaboration between the king of football and the king of cars should be quite captivating. It also provides an opportunity to exchange driving techniques. Initially, after purchasing Mastering Driving, Juan Kevin felt he lacked the essential skills and needed to consult a professional player. Later that evening, once Kaká and his girlfriend departed, the young lady eagerly pulled Juan Kevin back to the bedroom. Adorned in special sleepwear, she swayed her hips and inquired, "Didn't you say you like samba? I've learned a bit recently. It seems our interpretations of samba differ," Juan Kevin replied, seated on the bed, retreating with hands and feet until he was cornered against the headboard. The young lady approached him with a charming smile, step by step, before finally leaping into a samba dance. On the evening of October 31st, Juan Kevin once again encountered a refresh in the system store. Special template, Conan Idagawa, 1000. 000 fate points. Templates, Just Fontaine, 10,000 points. Lev Yashin, 10,000 points. Jesse Lingard, 4,000 points. Skills, Powerful Free Kick, 1, 500 points. Billiards Mastery, 100 points. Items, 24-hour Injury Immunity Card, 20 points. Special item, Snyder's Electric Baton, 800 points. Upon witnessing the refresh of two unique templates, Juan Kevin was momentarily stunned. Conan's football skills were somewhat exaggerated, capable of kicking a satellite re-entry capsule to oblivion, with unparalleled physical prowess and an ability to withstand any form of attack. Juan Kevin was particularly curious whether Conan possessed a halo that would follow him wherever he went, potentially incapacitating an opponent's key player before they even took the field. However, the king of football is not the kind to win dishonorably. Victory must be achieved through fair means. As for Fontaine, Juan Kevin had never seen him play. But the remarkable feat of scoring 13 goals in a single World Cup remains unmatched by any subsequent players. Yashin requires no further elaboration. Juan Kevin had personally experienced his prowess. As a goalkeeper, aside from slightly lacking in ball sense and speed, his other attributes were extraordinarily strong, particularly his reflexes and goal line abilities. His record of saving 98 penalty kicks is unlikely to be surpassed by future players. Juan Kevin had also experimented with Lingard. Previously, he thought acquiring a template of the Ling Emperor could be a good idea. Although Lingard is a second-tier player, he shines during peak moments. However, now that Juan Kevin's standards have risen, with his fate points reaching 69,800, he is merely 1 or 2 seasons away from the 100,000 mark, making it unnecessary to invest in an average player. Currently, Juan Kevin has outgrown such templates. The powerful free kick skill likely refers to the style of Carlos, and Juan Kevin deemed 1,500 fate points excessively expensive. He decided to acquire Billiards Mastery and the Immunity Card for 120 points of fate. The skill of Billiards Mastery implies that with a Q, one becomes as proficient as Ronnie O'Sullivan or Pan Shouting. In essence, one simply becomes adept at billiards. Is it truly credible? Juan Kevin felt a twinge of skepticism. Take some time to explore how to register for the Snooker Masters. If it truly mirrors the skills showcased, I might even earn some honor to relish. As for making a fortune playing billiards, that remains an impossibility. The prize money from snooker championships pales in comparison to what the likes of the Golden Boy earns in a single day of training at Real Madrid. Surprisingly, the task has yet to refresh, and Juan Kevin shows no intent of accepting any other assignments. The rapport with Raul is utterly harmonious, both on and off the field, facilitating interactions seamlessly. The grand opening of Kevin's flagship tea shop, the Tea Sage, in San Siro, is a momentous occasion. with the Milanese rivals and their respective presidents in attendance. After exchanging pleasantries with the players, Juan Kevin warmly grasped Maratti's hand. As the most enthusiastic citizen of Milan, he could not let Maratti slip away. "Kevin, I truly know nothing about the wizard," Maratti explained. "I believe you. You are not that kind of person," Juan Kevin replied, slipping a membership card into Maratti's hand and nodding. "Do drop by for tea when you have the time. It's good for your health. Choose between a medium or large cup, and the card offers a discount." "Rest assured, I will," Maratti smiled. Seeing Juan Kevin dismiss the curse incident, Maratti promptly recharged 200,000. However, due to a server error, the gifted amount failed to process, though I trust Maratti would not hold this against them. Come, everyone. Raise your glasses and smile," Juan Kevin exclaimed, clapping his hands. "Today, the players of the Milanese rivals are lending their support, and it must be maximized. When the time comes to enter Asia, a clip of Kaká holding his cup and grinning will be shown, accompanied by a voiceover. Kevin, your business is flourishing, which is truly enviable," Maldini remarked, sipping his red tea with a smile. "It's all small scale. If you do not earn money but merely spend it, you might find yourself bankrupt one day. One must always be vigilant even in times of prosperity," Juan Kevin reflected. "You can never predict when the economy may take a downturn. Thus, one must earn abundantly while times are good." Even with his and the young lady's combined wealth amounting to several billion, buoyed by the high valuation of the e-commerce company, it remains illusory. Failing to earn more will eventually lead to hardship. "I feel that having enough money is sufficient," Maldini responded. "You, old fellow, are also engaged in business," Juan Kevin retorted with a hint of annoyance. Maldini chuckled awkwardly. "We are soon to have another child at home, which incurs substantial expenses. Adriana and I wish to nurture Kevin well." Juan Kevin quickly suggested, "Do not name him Kevin. There aren't many with that name in Italy. Wouldn't names like Francesco or Pierre be better?" "Precisely because it's rare, it's even better. He won't have a common name when he steps outside." "Both Adriana and I think Kevin is a wonderful name," Maldini insisted. Juan Kevin thought to himself, "Damn it, I've been taken advantage of. When he has a son, he might name him Paolo, but Juan Paolo doesn't sound quite right." This realization left Juan Kevin feeling even more aggrieved. Unsure of how to resolve this matter, he could only sulk as he and the lady made their way to the airport. One Kevin Maldini is not to be feared. It seems that Kaká has the intention of naming his future child Kevin. Goodness, one can only imagine the chaos when they are both at home playing Kevin. What kind of life will the illustrious Yellow King lead then? He and the young lady have just landed in Madrid and are rushing to the vicinity of the Bernabeu for a ribbon-cutting ceremony, barely having a moment to breathe. The Spanish fans are even more fervent, and Kevin Huang was nearly overwhelmed by the Real Madrid supporters. Fortunately, his good friend Ramos was there to maintain order, ensuring that not a single fervent fan could touch the hem of the Yellow King's garment. "I love you, you love Kevin," blared the sound system with Jay Chou's new song. Observing the long line of fans waiting for autographs, Kevin Huang couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. He, the Yellow King, had finally brought the joy of queuing for bubble tea to the citizens of Madrid. Meanwhile, in Barcelona, Ronaldinho arrived at the ribbon-cutting event accompanied by Messi, Lee Chonglong, and several youth team players. Here, the butler Albert was in charge. Otherwise, Kevin Huang would surely have been exhausted. After the ceremony, several Barcelona players found themselves besieged by the media. "Ronnie, due to Kevin, Barcelona has faced considerable criticism. Why are you here?" Little Ron flashed a smile and replied, "Kevin and I are good friends. Even though we play for rival teams, our relationship remains strong. I have nothing to say about the match. Football should return to its essence on the pitch. Messi, there have been reports suggesting that Rijkaard intends to make you the focal point, sidelining Ronnie. Is that true? Why are you here today?" Messi looked at the reporter with a troubled expression and said, "My relationship with Ronnie is excellent. We have no conflicts. I am here because I am Kevin's tea spokesperson. Kevin is an outstanding player and a perfect and generous person, both on and off the field. And my admiration for him is unrelated to his being a Real Madrid player. Lee, it is said that you have received a new contract. When will you recover and return to the pitch?" The translator interjected, "That is still uncertain. My injury is quite complex, and the team is preparing to bring in specialists for a consultation." Among the group, Lee Chonglong was the most elated. Laporta and Rijkaard had been singing his praises, and the Barcelona fans took it to heart, prompting the club to offer him a new contract. His new deal amounts to 315,000 per year, along with a signing bonus of 150,000 as a hush fee, and upon fulfilling the 3-year contract, he would receive a loyalty bonus. Previously, translators had been cancelled, but now they were reinstated. Is life not gradually improving? He typically spends his time in the dormitory playing video games, occasionally making an appearance, and plans to recuperate from his injury in Barcelona for a few years before returning to his hometown of Yanjing to purchase a residence. Who would have thought that? Aside from gaming, he possessed no other skills, yet could earn 5 million annually? Indeed, a fortunate upbringing is a blessing, and he is grateful to his mother for having such a wonderful sister, which made him Kevin Huang's cousin. Once he buys a house, Li Chonglong intends to display a photo of his cousin in the living room, offering incense daily to express his gratitude. November 5th. In the match between Real Madrid and Celta de Vigo held at the Santiago Bernabéu, Real Madrid has recently renovated their swimming pool, significantly increasing its capacity. Schumacher, noticing Huang Kaiwen's excitement, remarked, "I have always adored football. I attended both of the previous Champions League finals in person. I heard about the auction of your jersey and intended to purchase it, but I was unable to attend due to prior commitments. Before you leave, I will gift you a jersey," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "I am a fan of the Cologne team, yet I also admire players who excel at the sport." Schumacher explained as they settled into the pool. "I understand," Huang Kaiwen nodded, acknowledging that the remarkable player he referred to was none other than himself. "I have trained with Juventus and participated in charity football matches," Schumacher stated while sipping champagne. "That is wonderful. I also have a passion for charity and even run a foundation," Huang Kaiwen responded. "I have heard of you. Your actions have garnered praise throughout Europe. The Kaiwen Foundation genuinely assists those in need, and I have contributed to it as well," Schumacher remarked. "You are indeed a generous gentleman," Huang Kaiwen sincerely expressed. Schumacher is remarkably devoted to philanthropy, having made numerous donations worldwide. "Please, no more flattery. It makes me feel bashful," Schumacher chuckled. "How many goals do you think Real Madrid will score today?" "I think perhaps 1 goal," Huang Kaiwen replied cautiously, having guessed wrong last time when Real Madrid lost to Getafe. At the conclusion of the match, Huang Kaiwen hurried to retrieve the signed jersey for Schumacher. Real Madrid had indeed lost, suffering a 1-0 defeat to Celta de Vigo. It was 1 goal, but unfortunately, it was Real Madrid who conceded it. Both men tacitly chose not to mention the match further. As they parted ways, Huang Kaiwen couldn't help but advise, it would be wise to avoid dangerous sports. "You are not getting any younger. Rest assured, I will be cautious," the old racing king replied with a smile. Huang Kaiwen was uncertain if his words had been heeded. In the post-match press conference, Capello became the target of media ridicule. "Fabio, can you share your thoughts on today's match? Why does the absence of Kaiwen make Real Madrid's games so unappealing and unvictorious? When will Kaiwen return to the pitch?" "Mr. Capello, Beckham's wife mentioned in an interview that they are preparing to move to another country. Does this relate to your decision to sideline Beckham? Antonio Cassano has been regularly staying for extra training. Will you offer him another chance?" Capello, already appearing stern, looked even more intimidating in his displeasure. He replied with a scowl, "I cannot address so many questions. You should inquire about Kaiwen's injury with Barcelona. The Spanish Football Federation has not suspended Puyol, indicating that his foul was not severe. However, Kaiwen has sustained a serious injury. All I can say is that I hope he returns to the team soon. But Real Madrid can certainly perform without him. What about Beckham and Cassano?" A reporter reminded him. "I apologize, but I do not wish to answer any further questions," Capello grimly stated before departing. Were it not for regulations, he would not have attended the press conference. Capello is not a person of great magnanimity. When Cassano complained, he was cast aside, and Beckham would find no opportunities ahead. Presently, his utmost concern is to ensure the well-being of Huang Kaiwen. The reports on Huang's experiences and injury history are shrouded in mystery, leaving Capello somewhat regretful for having associated with artists. Had he known 2 sorcerers, he might not feel so helpless now. Reports reveal that that rascal Ridgecard had the audacity to invite members of a nefarious organization, which explains why Kevin sustained an injury in the presence of a cardinal. Damn it, it's all Ridgecard's fault. Although the papers claim Ridgecard was unaware, Capello suspects it was intentional. Fortunately, in the subsequent 2 matches, Real Madrid performed commendably, triumphing 14-0 against Osasuna away and 3-1 against Santander at home. On November 21st, Real Madrid drew 2-2 with Lyon, with Van Nistelrooy equalizing in the 87th minute. Unable to contain himself any longer, Capello texted Huang, Kevin, are you busy? Is your injury improving? We have a challenging match against Valencia ahead. Come over when you have time, Huang Kaiwan said as he saw Capello off, waving enthusiastically. On his way back, Huang reflected on how admirable Capello is, so polite. He heard that Capello brought gifts upon learning of his recovery. This matter must be discreetly mentioned to a reporter from Marca, so that future coaches can learn how to treat core players. A few minutes later, returning home after the break, he heard a little imp on the television ask a lady, "Do you like bell peppers?" Huang Kaiwan held the Valencia roster and technical details marked by Capello. He finally understood Capello's concerns. Valencia's players are indeed formidable, boasting both reputation and skill. And on paper, they are no less than the G14 powerhouses. Alas, the King of Huang will return to the field. Such opponents merit a comeback from the King. He had barely utilized the 20,000 reimbursement limit for away games. Traveling with the team to Valencia, he heard that their sherry is quite exquisite, and he planned to buy some to take home. Later, he would call Calderon to inquire if the limit could be accumulated, as he hadn't used it for quite some time. Ultimately, it is the King of Huang who bears all the burdens. That evening, he chatted with the young lady on the phone for a while before hanging up. In Milan, Barbara promptly arranged commentary. Previously, some inept individuals had suggested that AL5 could also provide commentary, but Barbara deemed their skills far beneath what she desired. Cruyff was significantly superior to them. In the away dressing room of Mestalla Stadium, Huang Kaiwan assisted Raul with the captain's armband, saying, "All set." Raul remained silent. Guti proactively explained, "There are several former teammates today. His emotions might be quite complex." "I understand. Is it Morieni's?" Huang Kaiwan inquired with a smile. Raul's close companion had ventured to Valencia for the summer. "It's not that simple," Guti remarked. "If we don't win today, no one will have a favorable outcome. Except for you." Huang Kaiwan felt as though he had already distanced himself from the locker room. He remained silent, quietly lacing up his shoes and securing his lottery ticket for the second prize. The King of Yellow was not particularly fond of money. Rather, he relished surprises. With 100 points of expectation, he chose to draw a card. Ding! He obtained a single match experience card for the 2005 to 2006 Bundesliga season, featuring Werder Bremen versus Nuremberg, with Miroslav Klose. The surprise has indeed arrived. However, he pondered how significantly the "I have no brain" attribute would diminish Klose's heading ability. Bremen's Klose had honed his skills as well, so it should be manageable. "Kevin, it's time to warm up," Ramos urged from the sidelines. "Let us go?" Huang Kaiwan replied with a nod. Today marked another focal clash, and Huang Kaiwan was warming up. It was only now that everyone learned of his return from injury. During the previous Spanish national derby, Huang Kaiwan had endured a severe foul. It remained uncertain whether his hearing had fully recovered. Capello was often misled by Ancelotti's smokescreens during his tenure at Juventus, as Ancelotti would always reveal his plans at the last moment. But is Huang Kaiwan's intent to target Ayala a bit ill-advised? Ayala possesses remarkable jumping ability and fierce defensive skills. Even Ronaldo has faced challenges against him. Valencia is certainly not an easy opponent. Last year, under Flores's guidance, they secured an impressive third place in La Liga and have recruited several strong reinforcements over the summer. Indeed, let us examine both sides. Today, Valencia's flanks featured David Silva and Joaquin, both formidable adversaries. Facing Joaquin might be slightly more manageable. As Real Madrid organizes from the back, Carlos surged forward with the ball. Joaquin abandoned Huang Kaiwan to defend, and Carlos, with a sudden left-footed flick, accelerated past Joaquin, who stumbled before delivering a diagonal pass to the left flank. This pass was a tad hasty, as Huang Kaiwan, disturbed by Baraja, failed to control it and sent the ball out of play. The most discussed player in the forums was Joaquin. Currently, he and Vicente on the bench were Valencia's most renowned figures. Carlos's legs are as robust as my waist, and Joaquin dares to defend against him. Do not be deceived by Carlos's height. His physical prowess is unmatched by most. During the opening moments, Joaquin has been quite prominent, having been intercepted by Huang Kaiwan and then struggling to defend against Carlos, appearing somewhat flustered. I was particularly fond of Joaquin during the 2002 World Cup. I never anticipated he would struggle against Huang Kaiwan. I think Huang Kaiwan's defense is commendable. I recall him successfully defending against Ronaldinho in the Champions League. And Joaquin is not much of a threat. I feel Joaquin peaked during the 2002 World Cup against the diminutive Brazil. That match was truly intense. And Joaquin's assist to Morieni's was ruled out for going out of bounds. Perfect timing, as Morientes is on the bench. Let us bring him on later to rectify that missed opportunity with Joaquin. Such difficulty. With Huang Kaiwen in the mix, Valencia stands no chance. One cannot say that. Valencia is a strong contender for the championship. They have yet to lose a single match, while Real Madrid has faltered twice. Their lineup is certainly on par with that of Real Madrid. The bench boasts formidable players like Vicente and Morientes, and Villa is undoubtedly Spain's finest striker at present. Surely Torres is stronger. I feel he could burst through the screen with his incredible speed. Come on, even if you combine all those players, they don't measure up to Huang Kaiwen. Torres has also succumbed to defeat against Huang Kaiwen. Moderators, Brother Juan is back again, a 10-day cycle. Valencia takes a throw-in, and Joaquin once more seeks out Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen spreads his legs, adjusting his stance to preempt Joaquin's sudden acceleration. With a swift motion, Joaquin nudges the ball beside Huang Kaiwen and skillfully maneuvers along the sideline, circumventing him. Huang Kaiwen, grim-faced, gives chase. Damn it, the state of football truly declines. With everyone taking pride in surpassing the king of the yellow ball, why can't he dribble towards the center to collaborate with his teammates? Carlos swiftly advances towards Joaquin, who, having learned from past encounters, passes the ball laterally to Villa. Villa frequently drops back to orchestrate plays for Valencia. Upon receiving the ball, Villa promptly shifts to the flank and delivers a cross with a swift turn. The ball hurtles toward the left post of the goal. Ramos, assessing the trajectory, is violently knocked to the ground by Baraja, who has surged into the penalty area. Cannavaro, intervening just before Angulo, clears the ball out of bounds. And only then does the referee's whistle sound. The first offensive play of the match has ignited a fierce confrontation. Huang Kaiwen has rushed back to block Ramos, who seems genuinely ready to escalate things. Baraja is a potent offensive force and a fierce defender, though not in the same position as Ramos. Their styles are indeed quite similar. Huang Kaiwen's persuasion appears effective. Although Ramos remains defiant, he is ultimately restrained. In these early moments, defenders should strive to avoid cards, especially a tenacious defender like Ramos. Casillas launches a long goal kick from the back. Guti and Miguel Palencia race toward the ball's landing spot. Physically, Guti falls short, allowing Palencia to head the ball forward. Emerson charges up to seize the ball and quickly shifts it to the left flank. Huang Kaiwen, with an inward eighth turn of his right foot, sends the ball ricocheting off his outer instep towards Joaquin. Joaquin, turning to pull Huang Kaiwen, is evaded by Huang Kaiwen's shoulder shrug. Joaquin, unable to maintain his balance, stumbles precariously. Huang Kaiwen advances along the left side, but Baraja swiftly approaches. Launching into a flying tackle, Huang Kaiwen deftly sidesteps with his left foot, pivoting to pass to the approaching Guti. Guti, eager to return the favor to Huang Kaiwen and execute a wall pass, notices Huang Kaiwen's finger pointing towards the center and alters his course. Guti elegantly strides forward for 2 steps, with Palencia charging at him. Guti, with a graceful turn and a flick of his arm, sends a precise through ball with his left foot. The ball rolls quickly past Palencia, tracing a distinct arc as it heads toward the left side of the penalty area. Emerson and the forward-positioned Ayala failed to make contact with the ball. Suddenly, Huang Kaiwen, closely marked by Luis Miguel, surged forward at the edge of the penalty area. Despite being prepared, Miguel was a fraction slow to react, allowing Huang to dart into the penalty box ahead of him. Although Huang's explosive acceleration was swift, he did not sprint at full power. Instead, he angled his body to bring the ball in front of him and unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot towards the far corner. Canizares widened his eyes and leaped immediately, but the moment he required time to react, he had already lost. The ball outpaced him, slipping past his ribs and ultimately striking the right side of the net. Kaiwen goal. Just 3 minutes into the match, Kaiwen has scored the opening goal for Real Madrid. In this goal, Kaiwen showcased his tremendous explosiveness, flawless physicality, and acute sense of opportunity. Raul occupied Albiol on the right side of the penalty area, and Guti's 20-meter through ball was also commendable. Yet Kaiwen is simply Kaiwen, like a cheetah awaiting its prey. He remained composed, waiting for the ball to arrive at his feet before executing a precise shot. This display of composure under pressure is one of Kaiwen's many virtues. The championship battle has concluded today. No, since Kaiwen's transfer to Real Madrid, the suspense surrounding the La Liga title has already dissipated. Valencia's defense is formidable. They had not yet encountered Kaiwen. Barbara, watching the match from her office, nodded repeatedly. Observing Croy's commentary, she realized the depth of insight he provided. His analysis illuminated aspects she had previously overlooked. This is what exemplary commentary entails, a true understanding of the game. The subpar commentators would eventually find themselves dismissed by her. Capello, seated on the bench with his legs crossed, displayed no change in expression. Kaivan scoring upon his entry was hardly surprising. Capello turned to glance at Valencia's coaching staff. Eager to witness Flores's disappointed countenance, he noticed the opponent clutching a straw effigy. Capello sprang from the bench, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "Damn it! How dare he! These scoundrels deserve to be punished." He retrieved a crumpled poster from his jacket pocket and affixed it to the glass on the side of the coaching area. Then approached the sidelines, whispering fervently, "Oh, dear Lord, I was mistaken. I must strike again. Oh, dear Lord, I was mistaken. I must strike again." Flores, as if sensing something, glanced toward the Real Madrid bench. His eyes widened as he observed Capello, fidgeting and murmuring to himself, a smile spreading across his face. Recently, mainstream Spanish media had been rife with reports on sorcery, and he was curious to see if it bore any effect. Flores pulled a small amount of black powder from his trousers, rubbing it between his thumb and forefinger before sprinkling it over the straw figure using a salting technique. The results were promising, necessitating an increase in intensity. Through the gaps between his fingers, he could see that the fabric strips sewn onto the effigy had turned black, barely legible yet identifiable as bearing the name Fabio Capello. As Juan Kaiwan executed a front flip, the Mestalla Stadium erupted with deafening boos. The goal came too swiftly. Raul exclaimed with excitement. It was primarily due to the excellent pass. Juan Kaiwan replied with a smile, embracing Raul and the approaching beauty. Today, they were the Krasniki and Miku of the Yellow King. Although it was Huang himself who soared high and moved swiftly, Raul indeed played a pivotal role in drawing the defenders away. Robinho, unable to reach Juan Kaiwan in time, could only pat his bald head and retreat. He had previously heard Kaka mention that to celebrate with Kaiwan, one must act quickly. He thought it was a jest, but it turned out to be true. Valencia resumed play as Angulo laid the ball off to Villa, who turned and distributed it to the left flank, finding David Silva. Silva accelerated past the halfway line, but was met with a pressing challenge from Emerson. He deftly nudged the ball behind Emerson and raced to reclaim it. Silva managed to seize the ball first, quickly flicking it with his left foot to evade Emerson's outstretched leg. As Emerson regained his balance and attempted to reach for the ball again, Silva sidestepped and played the ball forward, allowing Baraja to surge in and unleash a powerful right-footed shot. Baraja, what a long-range effort. That shot veered off slightly, noticing Casillas' position too far forward. Baraja took a chance from nearly 40 meters out. Being teammates in the national squad, Baraja showed no mercy. I bet Casillas broke into a cold sweat. He surely won't dare to position himself so high again. Silva's performance on the left flank has been exceptional. Facing the elite defender Emerson, he is unafraid to take risks. I sense a resemblance to Vicente in his play. A team will undoubtedly learn from its older counterparts, which makes Valencia a formidable opponent. With Villa, who scored 25 goals last season, and Angulo up front, flanked by the speedy and skilled Joaquin and Silva, Real Madrid must remain vigilant even if they take the lead. Real Madrid initiated play from the back, with Casillas launching a long ball towards the left. Juan Kaiwan received it with his chest, bringing it down to his feet. Joaquin swiftly positioned himself behind Juan. As Juan attempted to turn with the ball, he noticed Baraja charging towards him and promptly passed back to Diarra. Diarra laid it off to Carlos, who surged forward with the ball. Joaquin feigned ignorance, opting not to defend, leaving Carlos to contend with Baraja. The clash between Baraja and Carlos was a true test of strength and muscle. Carlos, shorter with a low center of gravity, maintained stability as they tussled for a few steps, ultimately managing to nudge the ball along the touchline and accelerating away from Baraja. Juan Kaiwan made a rapid forward run. Luis Miguel immediately closed in on Juan. Even without the ball, Juan was aware of the need for vigilance. Having learned from the previous loss of possession due to a moment's hesitation, Carlos continued his forward advance, while Juan vacated the flank to position himself in the penalty area. Luis Miguel charged towards Carlos, and Ayala marked Juan closely. Carlos dribbled the ball down the flank, unable to shake off Miguel, who exhibited remarkable physical prowess as a Portuguese international. Just as Carlos approached the byline, he pivoted sharply to deliver a cross. However, Miguel managed to deflect the ball out of play. "Are you going to take the corner?" Beauty inquired softly. Huang Kaiwen had perfected tactical corners during training. Forget it. You take it, Huang Kaiwen replied with a grin. He had practiced headers during warm-ups, eagerly anticipating such an opportunity. There was no rush for him to crowd the goal. As Emerson and Ramos were present, his position at the front wouldn't contribute much. Moreover, positioning for set pieces was paramount. Huang Kaiwen stationed himself on the edge of the 6-yard box, allowing him to monitor the trajectory of the cross. Ready to leap for a header or to pivot for a chance at a bicycle kick. The numerous match tapes of the great Huang were not studied in vain. To enhance his performance, he dedicated considerable time each day to learning. Success seldom comes without effort. Flores noted that only Joaquin stood beside Huang Kaiwen, both sharing a similar height. He glanced into the box, assured that there were no significant concerns. Huang Kaiwen was not particularly known for his heading ability, so it was prudent for defenders to mark the taller players first. Let's mark him together, Flores gestured. Miguel Palhinha and Joaquin defended Huang Kaiwen, and Flores breathed a sigh of relief, convinced of their security. Beauty took a run up and delivered the corner. As the ball descended, Huang Kaiwen prepared to leap, but Miguel Palhinha maneuvered from behind him to head the ball clear of the box. Beauty's intention with that pass was quite evident. Huang Kaiwen didn't jump. He seemed unprepared, and his goals from headers are few. Indeed, especially during set pieces, Huang Kaiwen prefers to seek opportunities for a volley rather than a header. That diving header in the Champions League final was during open play. Real Madrid's defense appeared vulnerable, and Valencia's counterattack was swift. Joaquin launched a long ball to Silva, who surged into Real Madrid's half with the ball. Wow, Silva is a whirlwind on the ball. His pace is astonishing. He increasingly resembles Vicente. What a brilliant play by Salgado. Salgado's successful tackle thwarted Valencia's counter. Though Silva was somewhat adhesive with the ball, he should have passed to a teammate sooner. Salgado hurriedly cleared the ball with a powerful kick, and Raul leaped to head it just ahead of Baraja near the halfway line. Huang Kaiwen seized the opportunity, turning and sprinting forward, nudging the ball a few meters with his chest before exploding past Albiol. Both teams had just rushed towards Real Madrid's half, now pivoting back towards Valencia's penalty area. Albiol strained every muscle in pursuit of Huang Kaiwen, but remained unable to catch up. As Huang Kaiwen advanced towards the right side of the penalty area, Albiol opted to shift from Huang Kaiwen's right to his left. The previously anxious Valencia supporters exhaled in relief, as their young defender positioned himself excellently to shoot from the right side of the box. Huang Kaiwen would have to surpass Albiol first. As the match approached its climax, Albiol noticed Huang Kaiwen's movement and instinctively spread his arms to enhance his defensive range, oblivious to the possibility of conceding a penalty. Yet, Huang Kaiwen stepped forward with his left foot not to shoot, but rather to deftly nudge the ball backward. He swiftly turned and regained possession. Albiol extended his leg, but Huang Kaiwen, with the outside of his left foot, deftly flicked the ball to create an angle for a shot. The ball struck with a resounding thud, and Ayala, who had sprinted alongside Raul into the small box, had no time to react as the ball soared past him, heading straight for the near corner of the goal. Canizares, who had been adjusting his position since Huang Kaiwen entered the penalty area, was determined not to concede again. Having come through Real Madrid's youth ranks and played 2 first-team matches under Capello, the goalkeeper was keen to maintain his clean sheet. Upon witnessing Huang Kaiwen's shooting motion, he outstretched his arm in an attempt to make the save. Known for his quick reflexes, Canizares had secured his starting position at Valencia despite standing at only 181 meters tall. Yet, just like the first goal, he was a fraction too slow. A mere fingertip away from making contact with the ball, he ultimately failed. Canizares could only watch as the ball sailed past him and nestled into the net once more. Kaiwen echoed through the silent Mestalla Stadium, with only the away fans cheering in exuberance. In the broadcast booth, Crudeli's voice rang out robustly, his vitality surprising for a man over 60. Kaiwen, goal. This counterattack saw Kaiwen carry the ball all the way to the right, skillfully deceiving the opposition with successive feints. Once he found a shooting angle, he hesitated not a moment in turning to unleash a powerful strike. Though his techniques were not excessively flamboyant, his mastery of subtle skills was evident. Albiol appeared as mere training equipment before him. With a right-footed push into the far corner and a left-footed curl into the near corner, what more needs to be explained? Kaiwen's proficiency with both feet rivals that of the finest strikers. Valencia had previously remained unbeaten, a testament to Canizares' capability. However, it is not his skill that falters, for he correctly positioned himself on both occasions. Yet he faced an insurmountable opponent. Kaiwan not only scored with both feet, but also celebrated with a forward and backward somersault, injecting some joy into the game. It seems he has set himself certain playful rules, perhaps alternating his feet with each goal, lest he quickly lose interest in a sport that offers little challenge. While the somersaults appear impressive, I still hope Kaiwan opts for safer methods of celebration. Italian fans watching from their screens observed Huang Kaiwan executing a somersault in the corner area and suddenly felt relieved that he had departed Serie A. In the past, only Milan had reason to smile at Huang's presence in Italy, but now they need not worry about their team being overwhelmed by the Milanese. Such a beautiful goal, exclaimed the commentator, echoing the sentiment of the moment. Robinho exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Huang Kaiwan felt a fleeting shadow pass by. It was Ramos joining in the celebration. Raul, stationed in the penalty area, cast a glance at Huang Kaiwan, who could only shrug in response. After all, he was quite the popular figure. How about we devise a special celebration together? Robinho suggested as they returned to the center circle. I'm open to it. Do you have any brilliant ideas, Robson? Huang Kaiwan inquired. Absolutely. I have a splendid idea that I'll share with you shortly, Robinho replied, gazing at Villa and Silva on the opposing side. Huang Kaiwan was tempted to employ his persuasion tactics. However, Villa was not easily swayed. It seemed he had left Valencia due to financial woes, and after the match, he would inquire with David Silva about Real Madrid and Milan. Surely one of those clubs would suit him. Valencia resumed play, passing back and then moving the ball to the left flank, seemingly intent on creating opportunities for David Silva. Huang Kaiwan felt a sense of satisfaction. Valencia had finally identified a new core player. David Silva, skillfully dribbling down the left, showcased his speed and dexterity. Although not tall, his low center of gravity allowed for remarkable agility. Emerson, having been bested previously, was determined not to grant Silva any chances and lunged forward, arms outstretched, attempting to reach with his right foot. After Silva executed a turn and returned the pass, Emerson collided with him. Quiroturez received the ball and immediately passed it to Baraja, who deftly sidestepped Gudi's challenge and swiftly shifted the play to the right side. Joaquin, seizing the ball, dashed past Huang Kaiwan. Valencia's defense is challenging due to their dual-wing assault. Not just the wings. David Villa's organizational prowess as a forward is exceptional. His partner, Angulo, is essentially a midfielder by trade. Villa set up Angulo, who broke through on the right flank and delivered a cross, but Casillas managed to parry it away. Villa intercepted the ball ahead of Ramos, demonstrating remarkable speed, and passed centrally to Silva. Silva returned it to Baraja, only for Diarra to bring Baraja down, igniting yet another clash between the two sides. Both teams' players need to exhibit greater composure. Diarra and Baraja were each booked with yellow cards, leading to a free kick for Valencia. Valencia boasts several capable free kick takers. Villa and Baraja positioned themselves behind the ball. Villa took his run-up and scored. David Villa, the runner-up in last season's La Liga scoring chart. In the 35th minute of the first half, Villa altered the score to 2-1, igniting hopes for Valencia's equalizer. Villa, the hero of Mestalla, let us remember this name. Together with Torres, he can uphold the Spanish front line. Huang Kaiwan stood with his hands on his hips, contemplating that once he acquired the template, he should also invest in free kick skills. Exceptional offensive players typically possess a remarkable free kick technique. As a dual-footed player, Huang Kaiwan believed that mastering free kicks would make it more challenging for goalkeepers to predict his shots. After the restart, Huang Kaiwan received the ball on the left flank, but was unable to advance. Following Baraja's challenge, he quickly passed back to Carlos. As Carlos received the ball, he deftly flicked it behind him towards Joaquin, though the pass was a tad ambitious. Huang Kaiwan timed his run perfectly, intercepting the ball just ahead of Luis Miguel. Miguel swiftly sidestepped to his left, positioning himself in the penalty area to obstruct Huang's inward cut. Huang, with a deft touch of his left foot, maneuvered the ball towards the center, prompting Miguel to shift once more in an attempt to thwart him. Huang feigned with a shoulder dip, using the outside of his right foot to flick the ball outward, anticipating a potential back heel. Miguel was caught off guard as Huang hooked the ball back to his left foot, evading his grasp. With a quick jab of his left foot, Huang surged toward the penalty area. Ayala, executing a flying tackle from the side, managed to poke the ball away, forcing Huang to leap to avoid a collision with his opponent's foot. Ayala, that tackle was remarkably decisive. Indeed, Had it been a moment later, Huang Kaiwan would have delivered a cross into the center, where Raul, primed for the strike, would have capitalized on the opportunity. Raul excels in such scenarios. Guti approached the corner flag, while Huang positioned himself on the left side of the penalty area. Surely, they wouldn't deploy two defenders against him. Otherwise, the Yellow King would raise an alarm. Noticing Huang's gesture, Guti made a run-up and delivered a near-line cross. Huang, sprinting towards the near post, prepared to leap as he neared the byline when an opponent launched himself from the right, crashing into him unexpectedly, sending Huang sprawling to the ground. Ramos and Guti exclaimed in unison. Huang quickly rose and grasped the rushing Ramos, reassuring him, "I'm fine, it was just a routine defense. No need to get overly excited." Ramos had already received a yellow card, and another would see him dismissed. Satisfied that Huang was unscathed, Guti pointed menacingly at Ayala, warning, "Watch yourself." Canizares intervened, pushing aside his former teammate Guti while offering words of comfort. Guti then turned back towards the corner flag. Another corner kick. Both sides nearly clashed again, but Ayala's clearance was indeed unproblematic this time. True, Ayala tackles fiercely. He gives his all during headers, and his considerable movements in defense understandably concerned the Real Madrid players. Vieri had previously remarked that he always feared the threats posed by Ayala from behind. Guti took another corner, which was met by Albiol at the near post, directing it to the edge of the penalty area. Poliado swiftly transitioned the ball to Joaquin, who was advancing down the right flank, prompting Valencia to launch another counterattack. The Valencia formation pushed forward as the Mestalla echoed with thunderous cheers. From an aerial perspective, the fluidity of their coordination was evident. Joaquin seized the moment to deliver a horizontal pass. Delea promptly pursued Villa in the center, who again redirected the play to the left flank, where David Silva, without breaking stride, delivered a diagonal pass to Angulo at the edge of the penalty area. Villa, holding off Cannavaro, surged into the box and unleashed a low shot. Casillas, stationed at the near post, dove towards the far side, but was unable to prevent the goal. David. After a tense 45 minutes at the Mestalla Stadium, the crowd finally erupted with joy. Villa sprinted to the sidelines, leaping high into the air, and subsequently embraced Silva. The performances of both Davids today were nothing short of exceptional. During the stoppage time of the first half, Villa scored twice, helping Valencia equalize the score. Valencia's counterattacks were as swift as Arsenal's, and their fluidity matched that of the Gunners. Real Madrid, on 2 consecutive corner kicks, sent too many players forward, leaving their defense vulnerable during counterattacks. Cannavaro's performance today still fell short of his optimal level. Indeed, had it been during his Juventus days, he might have anticipated the play, positioning himself to intercept and clear the ball out of bounds. However, this time he hesitated, granting Villa the opportunity to shoot. "Didn't I just say Valencia is impressive?" one remarked. "I declare myself a fan of Villa from now on." "But didn't you just say you liked Joaquin?" came the reply. "Whoever can thwart Kevin Huang's prowess, I shall support. Although I would enjoy watching Kevin Huang lose a match. Based on my experiences over the past 2 years, he is likely to put on a show in the second half, perhaps even a celebratory 720-degree aerial spin." After the kickoff, the ball was once again passed to the left flank. Huang noted Valencia's lax defense on the right and swiftly executed a long pass to switch the play. Robinho, with deft touches to control the ball, began to weave through defenders on the right side. Raul, making a forward run, called for the ball, but Huang chose not to pass, resulting in the ball being deflected out by Curo Torres. The referee blew the whistle for halftime. Huang and Raul walked back together, and Capello, smiling, handed Huang a towel while remaining on the sidelines. "Coach, aren't you heading back?" Huang inquired. "You all go ahead. I have matters to attend to." Capello replied with a forced smile. "Understood." The Real Madrid players filed into the tunnel. Noticing that Capello showed no intention of returning, many breathed a sigh of relief. Initially fearing a furious outburst following the equalizer, it appeared that Capello's mood was, in fact, rather pleasant. Upon Flores' arrival, Capello sternly stated, "Football should be devoid of extraneous matters. Our personal grievances must not involve the players." Flores widened his eyes in disbelief. "What involvement with the players?" "Don't play the fool. If anything happens to Kevin, I will certainly hold you accountable," Capello warned, his finger nearly poking Flores in the face. With that, Capello turned and strode into the players' tunnel. Left behind, Flores pulled a voodoo doll from his pocket, examining it closely to find Capello's name inscribed upon it. The atmosphere in the away team's locker room was surprisingly upbeat. A real man should be like me. Recently, I've been considering undergoing a procedure to reduce size. Otherwise, it's quite challenging for my dates, Cassano remarked with a cheeky grin. Idiot, do you think we haven't seen you in the shower? Ramos retorted. Do you dare to drop your pants and measure? You scoundrel, Cassano remarked, clutching his shorts. Who was afraid? Ramos retorted just as Capello strode into the locker room. The Real Madrid players were utterly perplexed. Hadn't the coach been in good spirits just moments ago? Why didn't you pass the ball to Raul at the end of the first half? Capello inquired, fixing his gaze on Robinho. Do you not realize that Raul would have immediately passed it to Kevin on the left? Coach, Robinho attempted to speak, but Capello swiftly interrupted. In the second half, I want you to observe how others play. Cassano, sitting there, lowered his head, measuring with his thumb and forefinger, casting a glance at Ramos's shorts. Antonio Cassano, you will come on in the second half, Capello announced. Cassano quickly nodded, realizing, all right, I'll take the field. There is no reason to lose today's match unless you desire to forfeit the championship. When you return to the pitch, execute the tactics resolutely. Do you understand? Understood. Cassano turned to Guti and asked, what tactics have been arranged for today? I haven't heard of them. Get the ball, then pass to Kevin, Guti replied. Cassano suddenly felt less eager to enter the game. This is the best team in the league. We are Valencia club, and we must defend everything. The whole world will cheer for us. As the anthem echoed through the Mestalla Stadium, both teams returned to the field, while Cassano warmed up at the sidelines. Morientes was also preparing. After the kickoff, they commenced their attack down the left flank. Valencia concentrated their defensive efforts on Juan Kevin. As Juan attempted to dribble through 3 opponents, it proved unwise. When he sprinted forward, Joaquin ceased to follow, neglecting to defend Carlos. Carlos, observing Raul positioned forward, executed a long pass with his left foot from the halfway line. The ball soared over Valencia's defensive line, heading towards the goal line, but Raul, in pursuit, was unable to retrieve it before it crossed. Both sides are preparing to substitute. Cassano for Robinho, and Valencia is bringing on Morientes for Angulo. Flores likely believes that Villa's withdrawal is sufficient, adding a tall presence in the box. Morientes, also a product of Real Madrid's youth academy, was once a golden duo with Raul for both club and country. Unfortunately, he fell out of favor and was ultimately loaned out by Real Madrid. In the 2003-2004 Champions League season, Morientes, on loan to Monaco, led his team to eliminate Real Madrid, scoring 9 goals and becoming the tournament's top scorer. Though Monaco ultimately fell to Mourinho's Porto in the final. Following the substitutions, Valencia initiated play from the back once more. With Angulo on the field, their tactics resembled a false 9 strategy. Even so, they frequently delivered crosses into the box, and with Morientes now providing a focal point, Valencia's crosses became even more prevalent. The unique style of play exhibited by the team posed considerable challenges for Real Madrid's defense. In the 66th minute, Joaquin delivered a cross from the right flank, and Morientes, outjumping Cannavaro, narrowly headed the ball over the crossbar. Capello could no longer contain his frustration and called out to Messia to warm up. The height disadvantage of both Carlos and Cannavaro was inherent and unchangeable, necessitating a substitution. Cannavaro's performance, a former player, was also a source of disappointment for him. Real Madrid restarted play from the back. Casillas took a running start and launched a long ball towards the left wing. Juan Kaiwan, upon receiving the ball, skillfully directed it toward the center for Raul. Raul swiftly passed to Cassano. Cassano advanced down the right with the ball, prompting Poliado to charge forward in defense. Despite having gained a bit of weight, Cassano maintained his agility, deftly evading Poliado's center of gravity with a quick touch, allowing him to escape with a flick of his right foot. Oh, what a beautiful dribble by Cassano. He was truly exceptional back in the day when I commented on Serie A. In the 1999-2000 season, during the match between Bari and Lazio, Cassano skillfully dribbled past 3 players in quick succession. His brilliance was undeniable. Compared to the 19-year-old Cassano, his current form has diminished considerably. Cassano lifted his head to survey the field and noticed Juan Kaiwan had moved into the center. He promptly returned the ball to Guti. Fearing another incisive pass from Guti, Poliado rushed forward to apply pressure. Observing Guti preparing to strike, Poliado instinctively extended his leg, only to be surprised when Guti's pass veered not toward the center, but instead to the left. Carlos, struggling to control the ball, found himself closely marked by Luis Miguel. With the ball at his feet, Carlos accelerated down the flank, matching the pace of the impressive mixed-race fullback Miguel. However, this time Carlos gained the initial advantage, reaching the byline ahead of Miguel. Without hesitation, Carlos pivoted and unleashed a powerful strike on the side of the ball. Bang! Few possessed the ability to deliver a cross with such precision as if it were a shot on goal. The ball zipped into the penalty area, heading straight for the center. Huang Kaiwen surged forward, noticing Ayala had already positioned himself well. Taking 2 steps, Huang Kaiwen unleashed a powerful right-footed strike while leaping into the air. Both Huang Kaiwen and Ayala executed synchronized movements, taking off sideways. Yet, Huang Kaiwen's leap surpassed Ayala's by a significant margin. In midair, Huang Kaiwen instinctively supported himself against Ayala with his hands and delivered a powerful header. Bang! Santiago Canizares, strategically positioned at the center of the goal, reacted instantly, diving to make a lateral save. However, the ball was traveling at an astonishing speed. Canizares reached the limits of his capability, even grazing the ball with his fingertips, yet he could not prevent it from finding the bottom right corner of the net. The crowd of 2,000 Valencia supporters erupted in unison. St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! Mestalla Stadium transformed once more into a playground for the Mellinger fans. Ah! Another hat trick for Kevin. I have already mentioned that Kevin is simply seeking a bit of amusement for himself, with his left foot, right foot, and head. Today he scored 3 goals using these 3 different parts of his body. I hereby declare this remarkable feat of alternating goal scoring as the Kevin hat trick. Kevin, mounted on Ayala's shoulders, struck a goal. This is Kevin's response to Ayala. David Villa is an exceptional forward. He has performed admirably, showcasing technical abilities that can be deemed flawless, possessing speed, strength, resilience, and skill. However, when compared alongside Kevin, the contest is no longer equitable, for Kevin is nothing short of extraordinary. Spanish attackers will soon realize that no matter how many goals they score, confronting a team led by Kevin will still result in a futile pursuit of victory. Excited, Carlos rushed towards Huang Kevin, who waved for his teammates to join him. Although Robinho had been substituted, his celebratory scheme remained entertaining and effectively alleviated some teammates' difficulties in gathering around the Golden King. After a brief discussion, Cassano won a game of rock-paper-scissors against Carlos. Kevin executed a gesture mimicking a fishing rod's cast before reeling it in. Cassano, seemingly possessed by the spirit of a performer, lay on the ground, flopping about like a fish pulled from water, protesting on the grass. Carlos, Guti, and Raul lifted Cassano, positioning themselves beside Huang Kevin, while Ramos knelt on one knee, pretending to capture a commemorative photograph of the group. In the stands, Calderon, who was discreetly enjoying the game, beamed with delight. Learning of Huang Kevin's return from injury, he had made a spontaneous trip to the away game, and the current scenario affirmed his prudent choice. Whether it be Kevin's hat trick or today's spectacular celebration, both will undoubtedly ignite considerable discussion. Calderon pulled out his phone to call, informed them that any intent to sign with Real Madrid must involve bidding. There will be no hidden offers, no caps on the bids, and we do not accept exclusivity clauses for competing products. They can only acquiesce to Real Madrid's demands. Also, ensure that the newspapers amplify the publicity. We must secure Kevin's consecutive Ballon d'Or and the World Footballer of the Year title. After hanging up with Valdano, Calderon leaned back, crossed his legs, and inserted a cigar into his mouth, not lighting it, but savoring it with a sense of pride. It had only been a few months since signing Huang Kevin, yet Real Madrid had nearly recouped his 5-year contract salary, and he had profited handsomely. With any hint of news, sponsors from across the globe clamored to offer their support. What if he played less? A limited appearance only adds to his allure. Were it not for the La Liga Association's disapproval, Calderon would have considered commissioning a jersey covered entirely in advertisements, akin to those seen in rally racing. Though the season had yet to reach its midpoint, the accounting firm had confidently informed him that by season's end, Real Madrid would surpass Manchester United as the world's most profitable club. With such circumstances, would sponsors dare to challenge him? Damn it, he is the illustrious Ramon Calderon. By season's conclusion, he plans to subtly probe at the members' assembly of Real Madrid regarding the potential renaming of the Bernabeu Stadium to Ramon Calderon Stadium. Real Madrid's renewed lead did not demoralize Valencia. Rather, it invigorated their offensive approach. Real Madrid has substituted Cannavaro, and Valencia is preparing to make a change as Vicente warms up. Silva has possession on the left flank, with Valencia pressing forward, the two holding midfielders. Baraja and Palop are charging into the attack. Silva once again delivers a long pass, seeking Joaquin, as they effectively exploit the width of the pitch. Carlos, however, was intercepted. And now he counters with the ball, while Valencia's defense remains relatively intact. Juan Kaiwan darts into the penalty area, swapping positions with Raul. And now he finds himself on the right flank. Carlos, dribbling towards the byline, spins away from Luis Miguel and, from the edge of the penalty area, delivers a right-footed assist. Raul, recognizing the quality of Carlos's pass was subpar and difficult to control, lunges in front of Ayala with an acrobatic back heel. Raul's shot lacks power, the ball bouncing erratically towards the goal. Albiol, noticing that Canizares might catch it, slows his pace to avoid interfering with the goalkeeper. Juan Kaiwan springs from behind him, diving in for a header. Canizares swiftly dives to parry, yet the ball slips between his fingertips and the post, finding its way into the net. The jubilant Juan Kaiwan rushes towards the stands occupied by the away fans, leaping high and pumping his fists in celebration. Juan Kaiwan, with a remarkable 4-goal performance. Today, Juan Kaiwan remains unstoppable. Observe how Juan Kaiwan and Raul exchange positions and the impeccable timing of his run. As Raul attempted the back heel, Juan Kaiwan had already launched himself, surprising the goalkeeper with a close-range header that was simply unpreventable. The comments on the forum were filled with lamentations. I told you, Juan Kaiwan is back in form. Just now, I heard Coach Zhang mention past grievances and former Real Madrid players. I thought Valencia would put up a fight. Juan Kaiwan's heading ability is impressive. Coach Zhang was certainly right about his prowess in open play. Damn, Juan Kaiwan must have deliberately overshadowed Ayala with that goal. Ayala even complained to the referee. But to no avail. Goodness, my friend, how can Ayala, such a dirty player, be considered a victim? Today, both Raul and Juan Kaiwan had their fair share of his elbows. Standing at the sidelines, Capello gestured towards Juan Kaiwan. Coach, Juan Kaiwan jogged over to inquire. Kevin, I think it's best to substitute you now to prevent any injuries, Capello said kindly, handing him a water bottle. All right, coach, Juan Kaiwan nodded. Capello, being such a considerate coach, deserved his respect. With over 80 minutes played, it was time for the King of Yellow to allow his teammates some opportunities. A few moments later, Miguel Nieto replaced Juan Kaiwan. The away fans rose to their feet, applauding Juan Kaiwan. He acknowledged them with applause as he made his way towards the sidelines. Hey, you don't waste time. David Navarro from the Valencia bench shouted as he rushed to the sidelines, attempting to push Juan Kaiwan. Capello swiftly stepped in front of Juan Kaiwan, ensuring his protection as he exited the field. Capello, gripping Juan Kaiwan's arm, advised, do not concern yourself with such mediocre players. Engaging in a quarrel is beneath your dignity. You're right, coach, Juan Kaiwan replied, returning to the bench and wiping the sweat from his brow. He requested the travel brochure from Diego Lopez, eager to purchase some souvenirs before the shops closed. Stepping off the field was a rather novel experience for him. As the 94th minute approached, referee Luis Cantrillo sounded the final whistle. Valencia ultimately could not secure a victory, the broadcast commentator noted, shifting the camera to Juan Kaiwan, whose impressive 4-goal performance ensured Real Madrid's triumph. He appeared to be conversing with his teammates, seemingly in high spirits, holding what looked like a map. What on earth is happening? The players from both sides have rushed in and are fighting, exclaimed Coach Zhang. A brawl erupted at the sidelines. It likely stemmed from Baraja's foul on Guti towards the end. Navarro's uppercut was brutal. Ramos sprinted 50 meters to deliver a flying kick at Navarro. The referee never anticipated issuing a red card in the 90th minute, only to hand out 4 after the match concluded. Ramos's kick was quite severe. Navarro has yet to rise. The officiating crew, fearing further altercations, directed the Real Madrid players to exit into the tunnel, as fans had begun storming the field. Well, that concludes today's broadcast. The 90 minutes of play were thrilling, and both teams displayed their tenacity afterward. Farewell to our fans. In the players' tunnel, Juan Kaiwan instructed Raul. Keep an eye on them and have them change quickly. And you? Raul inquired. Rubbing his forehead, Juan Kaiwan replied. I need to attend the post-match press conference with the coach. Sergio is likely to face suspension, and I must assist in clarifying the situation. He was too impulsive. Raul sighed. Be cautious with the coach. After the press conference, we'll head straight to the bus from the parking lot. We are not particularly popular today. Rest assured. Fabio, could you comment on Ramos's behavior at the end? Mr. Capello, Ramos's meaningless red card at the conclusion of the match. Last time you let him off lightly. Will there be any internal punishment this time? What did Navarro say to you, Kevin? The Ballon d'Or ceremony is approaching. Who do you believe will win? Flores was left sidelined, as all inquiries targeted the Real Madrid leadership. Capello, infuriated, remarked, "The environment in La Liga has deteriorated terribly. When I coached here a decade ago, it was a haven for technically gifted players, but now, with the likes of Puyol, Ayala, and Baraja, true talent is filled with doubt about La Liga." Substituting Kevin early was a precaution against further injury. And what do you believe was the primary cause of the post-match altercation? Where? Capello scoffed. It was their players continuously committing fouls. My players continuously rose from the turf, and it was entirely natural for them to lose their tempers in the end. I was aware that Ramos would face suspension. However, had the referee exercised greater vigilance over Valencia earlier, the ensuing conflict could have been averted. Thus, the primary responsibility lies with Valencia, does it not? Indeed, Capello affirmed with a nod. Kevin, what did Navarro say to you? A journalist inquired. Huh, could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it, Huang Kaiwan replied, his eyes wide open. At this moment, it was imperative to remind them of Huang's victim status. I asked what Navarro said to you. He uttered a few curses, but I didn't hear clearly. He likely told me to leave the field promptly, Huang Kaiwan stated. After Ramos delivered that flying kick to Navarro, in retaliation for you and Guti, what sort of punishment do you believe he should face? Huang Kaiwan's expression turned serious as he said, Sergio has always been an attacking genius since his time in Sevilla. He is the Beckenbauer of the defensive line. As our coach mentioned earlier, today's incident occurred due to excessive fouls from the opponent, which led Sergio to lose his composure. Although his actions were indisputably wrong, we ought to extend a measure of leniency towards such a technically gifted and exceptional player. He is merely 20 years old, with a bright future ahead. We cannot impose severe penalties for a single mistake. As for the Ballon d'Or, don't ask me. You might as well consult the editors of L'Equipe. As the Ballon d'Or approached once again, chaos ensued. You bunch of bastards from Madrid. Get lost, hurry back. Don't return to Valencia, or you'll regret it. While en route to the airport, Real Madrid's bus was besieged by Valencia fans. The aftermath of Ramos's kick had already sealed this fate. Huang Kaiwan lamented the missed opportunity to shop, having gone directly to the airport instead. Traveling for work without spending any travel allowance felt akin to missing out on a fortune. Thanks for earlier, kid, Guti said, turning to Ramos. It's not your concern. Ramos muttered. Don't be so stubborn. Next time, you can race ahead, Guti chuckled. Huang Kaiwan nodded in agreement. Nightclubs seemed uninteresting. Playing with mini racing cars felt far more wholesome. With the esteemed Huang around, no one could hope to usurp his close friend Ramos. What did that bastard say to you just now, Kevin? Ramos asked, turning his head. I couldn't quite catch it either. Huang Kaiwan gestured to his ear. As you know, my hearing isn't quite sharp at the moment. Damn Puyol, I'll make him pay next time, Ramos growled. Let us not go too far. It might disrupt the harmony of the national team, Raul, seated beside Huang Kaiwan, cautioned. Following the defeat to Northern Ireland in the Euro qualifiers on September 6th, Aragonés had not summoned Raul again. However, he did not wish to witness discord within the national team. I am well aware of that, Ramos replied, lowering his gaze. Real Madrid arrived at the airport an hour earlier than planned, waiting for a while before boarding their flight back to Madrid. The following day, shortly after 10. Still lost in the realm of dreams, Huang Kaiwan was suddenly jolted awake by a sharp pain in his right foot. With a swift motion akin to a carp leaping from the water, he rolled off the bed and cautiously peeked out to assess his surroundings. Who would dare to harm the king of football? This certainly called for the mastery of the elusive skill of sleeping with one's eyes wide open. Finding no one nearby, Huang Kaiwan lowered his gaze to examine his foot, utterly perplexed. He pulled out his phone to send a message to Albert, confirming that no one had entered the bedroom. A sudden thought struck him, prompting him to check the system. Indeed, assist Filippo Inzaghi in sharing the burden of injury. Gaining 100 points of fate value. Effect of the 24-hour injury immunity card has ended. He read the 2 notifications, which resolved one of the lingering questions in his mind. The immunity card held a higher priority than the High Priest's shared injury, allowing both Real Madrid and Milan to compete in the Champions League without the worry of sudden injuries. However, the immunity card merely deferred the burden, rather than eliminating it entirely. After 24 hours, he still had to bear the consequences of injuries, and he could not expect to exploit the fate value without repercussions. Yet, the timing of Inzaghi's injury was rather peculiar. Milan had played on Saturday, a day earlier than Real Madrid, and Juan Kaiwan had watched the match at home, where Inzaghi had not even taken the field. How could he have sustained an injury? Juan Kaiwan promptly made a call. "Kevin, are you missing me?" Inzaghi's excited voice came through the line. "There have been many brand winterwear launches, and several supermodels have come to town. Want to join me for some socializing?" "No. I heard you got injured, and I wanted to check on you," Juan Kaiwan replied. "You truly care for me. You knew I was injured right away." Inzaghi exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Let me tell you, I accidentally broke a vase this morning and stepped on the shards. Guess what? I went to the doctor, and he said it was a miracle. I have over a dozen cuts, 2 of which are quite deep, yet they won't affect my recovery at all. I perfectly avoided all the critical areas. Lucky me. I must be the consort of Lady Luck. I plan to buy more lottery tickets, and when I win the jackpot, I'll come to Madrid to visit you." Juan Kaiwan cautioned, "Buy fewer tickets. Be careful not to lose money. Don't worry. I'll come to Madrid after Christmas. And when I win big, I'll gift you a new car," Inzaghi responded excitedly before hanging up. Feeling a sense of responsibility as a good brother, Juan Kaiwan knew he must advise Inzaghi. If Inzaghi continued down this reckless path, the king of football would surely share in his suffering. Having discovered the cause of his concerns, Juan Kaiwan breathed a sigh of relief. An additional 100 points of fate value was certainly welcome, bringing him closer to the ultimate template. Descending the stairs, Juan Kaiwan found Albert swiftly preparing lunch. Handing over the day's newspaper, Albert remarked, "Sir, most Spanish media outlets believe you should win the Ballon d'Or. That's hard to say," Juan Kaiwan replied, shaking his head. "In years of major tournaments, the champion teams tend to have an advantage. Besides you, there are only a few Italian players with considerable support, but Cannavaro's recent performance has been lackluster. And the newspapers in Italy are quite pessimistic about him," Albert added. Juan Kaiwan nodded in acknowledgement. This must be the benevolence of a young lady. During mealtime, Juan Kaiwan noticed that the Spanish newspapers were indeed more favorable towards him. After dining, he settled in front of the television to watch cartoons. Shortly after 2 in the afternoon, Albert entered the room with a guest. "Congratulations, Kevin," exclaimed Victor Sine as he shook hands with Juan Kaiwan. "Thank you," Juan Kaiwan replied with a smile. Upon seeing the reporter from L'Equipe, he understood. He had successfully retained the Ballon d'Or. "The voting results are in, and your lead this time isn't as substantial. What do you think caused this?" Victor Sine inquired with a smile. Sitting on the sofa, Juan Kaiwan responded, "It's due to the World Cup and my limited appearances, but it matters little. I won, didn't I? Indeed, congratulations. Could you share your thoughts on the differences between Real Madrid and AC Milan?" Juan Kaiwan pondered briefly before responding. "Milan feels more like a family restaurant, while Real Madrid is akin to a Michelin star establishment. One cannot say that a family restaurant is inferior, as it is a place where everyone enjoys themselves. Children play in the corner, and you can casually converse with neighbors. Milan embodies that relaxed atmosphere." "Are you implying that the atmosphere in the Real Madrid locker room is not as pleasant?" Victor Sine pressed for clarification. "Not at all," Juan Kaiwan shook his head. "In a Michelin star environment, there are numerous regulations, and the same applies at Real Madrid. You are the center of attention. Even minor incidents can make headlines. During my time at Milan, negative press was rare, but at Real Madrid, journalists capture fleeting expressions and fabricate conflicts with teammates, necessitating great caution." "I understand. It's due to the heightened scrutiny, correct?" Victor Sine remarked. "Precisely, that's the sentiment. At Real Madrid, you are not merely a player, you are a superstar, and you must constantly be mindful of your actions and words." With a smile, Victor Sine asked Juan Kaiwan, "Who do you get along with best at Real Madrid? And with whom do you have conflicts?" "Conflicts would be too strong a word, so I shall refrain from elaborating. It mainly concerns tactical disagreements. I maintain excellent relationships with all Real Madrid players. Raul is a good friend. I share a particularly close bond with Ramos, and both Cassano and Guti frequently visit my home. Before his injury, Ronaldo often came by, and Robinho also enjoys joining in the fun. I feel everyone is quite amicable." "One last question. It has been said that you occasionally attend youth team matches. Are there any players there you have your eye on?" Victor Sine inquired. "There aren't any standout players. I simply believe that as a first-team star, my presence at their matches serves as encouragement. I frequently chat with the youth players, motivating them in hopes they may ascend to the first team," Huang Kaiwan smiled as he spoke, mentioning his good relationship with Mata. Very well. That will be all for today. Once again, congratulations, Kevin, Victor Sign said as he rose to shake Huang Kaiwan's hand. Huang Kaiwan escorted him to the door, offering 2 bottles of wine as gifts. A courteous person is never scorned. When the occasion arises, may the esteemed writer pen a few kind words about the king of football. Huang Kaiwan is indeed recuperating at home this time. Originally, he had aspirations to compete in the Spanish snooker ranking tournaments, hoping to secure a spot in the Masters qualifying rounds. However, now he could barely stand, rendering the pursuit of the game impossible. On December 1st, the store welcomed another update. Special template, Noera Shinesuk, with 1,000,000 fortune points. Templates included Stefano, with 10,000 points, Puskas, with 10,000 points, Soldado, with 3,700 points, Skills, Scorpion Tail Mastery, with 1,000 points, Tennis Proficiency, with 100 points. Items, Immunity Card, with 20 points. Special item, Ashley Young's Lucky Bird Droppings, with 400 points. The special template turned out to be a new deity. Strictly speaking, this deity's football skills were rather average, merely capable of kicking with his backside, yet in terms of luck, none could rival him. Shinesuk truly was the chosen one, effortlessly winning whatever he desired. After rolling so many special templates, Huang Kaiwan felt this was the best one. If he truly possessed such an abundance of fortune points, he would not hesitate to make a purchase. Huang Kaiwan noticed that this time, the focus was on the Real Madrid collection. Stefano had been awarded the Super Ballon d'Or by past Ballon d'Or winners. Puskas had once scored for goals in a Champions League final. Both legends of Real Madrid were indeed top-tier players. As for Soldado, it seemed he was still with Real Madrid. This player, too, was not easily assessed. Although his talent was commendable, he had not fully realized it, scoring around 10 goals each season, insufficient for a club of such stature. Huang Kaiwan spent 120 points to acquire Tennis Proficiency and Immunity Card. The next time he encountered Nadal, he could impress him with his newfound skills. Huang, the king of football, believed that once he had enough of football, he could transition into a different realm, much like Michael Jordan. Even without a championship, Tennis Proficiency, combined with the physical prowess of a top-tier template, would ensure he would not embarrass himself at Wimbledon. Real Madrid triumphed over Athletic Bilbao with a score of 2-1 at their home ground. Huang Kaiwan, along with Cannavaro and the club executives, flew to Paris. The top 10 of the 2006 Ballon d'Or included Huang Kaiwan, Cannavaro, Buffon, Henry, Ronaldinho, Zidane, Eto'o, Klose, Kaká, and Pirlo. Among them, 5 had participated in the World Cup final. Such is the nature of a competitive year. Upon arriving at the hotel, he joined the young lady and the Milan players. After returning to his room for rest, Huang Kaiwan, who had just recovered from an injury, found himself injured once more. The system prompted again. Assist Filippo Inzaghi in sharing injuries, earning 100 fortune points. Huang Kaiwan was pleased with the abundance of fortune points. However, was Inzaghi's injury frequency rather excessive? Sitting atop Huang Kaiwan, the young lady noticed the pain etched across his face and inquired, "Darling, what's wrong?" "It's nothing. Just an injury," he replied softly. "Injured?" The young lady gasped, quickly rising. Had her weight increased? That shouldn't be the case. It has nothing to do with you. Huang Kaiwan gently reassured her. How could it not be related to me? The young lady, with a sorrowful expression, declared, upon returning to Italy, "I shall certainly embark on a weight loss journey." "No need for that. A little flesh is quite appealing," Huang Kaiwan replied with a smile, as he preferred a more robust physique over that of a supermodel. "Stop deceiving me. I have made up my mind to lose weight when I return," the young lady said, clenching her fist for motivation. "Do take care not to overdo it, as harming your body is not worth it," Huang Kaiwan advised. The following day, Huang Kaiwan engaged in gaming with Kaká, while the young lady accompanied Beatrice on a shopping excursion. After preparing in the afternoon, the group set off for the Châtelet Theatre in Paris. Last year's ceremony had been held at Place Cardin due to exceptional circumstances, but this year, the Golden Ball Awards were to take place indoors. President Calderon, brimming with confidence, greeted other club presidents. His companion, Stefano, remarked, "Our president is overly focused on business." Huang Kaiwan remained silent, thinking that a focus on business was indeed commendable, as it had proven lucrative for him as well. "I believe the Golden Ball will still be yours this year, Kevin," Kaká said with a grin. Cannavaro forced a smile, He had harbored some hope. But with no visit from the sports newspaper for an interview, he resigned himself to the fact that he would not receive the award. After exchanging pleasantries with some football dignitaries, the awards ceremony commenced at 6 p.m. This year, the young lady was unable to sit beside Huang Kaiwan, as family members and club executives were seated in the back rows. "Congratulations to you," Henry said to Huang Kaiwan from his left. "Are you so certain it is I?" Huang Kaiwan inquired playfully. "Without you, I believe the award might have gone to an Italian," Henry replied, also smiling. "However, your goals in last year's Champions League final were numerous and splendid, and your recent performances have been outstanding, unlike the Italians in the World Cup. Perhaps you are right." Huang Kaiwan nodded, refraining from confirming his victory. As the ceremony unfolded, images of Huang Kaiwan, Cannavaro, and Buffon appeared on the large screen, representing the top 3 contenders for the 2006 Golden Ball. Upon recognizing that Stefano was the presenter, most in attendance had already surmised the outcome. Stefano opened the envelope and excitedly announced, "The recipient of the 2006 Golden Ball is, once again, Kevin." After shaking hands with Henry, Huang Kaiwan rose, only to be immediately embraced by Kaka. Kaka exclaimed, "Kevin, I knew you would win the Golden Ball. You truly have faith in me, Ricardo." Huang Kaiwan chuckled, patting Kaka on the back as he made his way to the stage. "Congratulations, Kevin. You are the pride of Real Madrid," Stefano said with a smile as he handed over the trophy. "Thank you," Huang Kaiwan responded, taking the trophy and positioning himself at the podium. After adjusting the microphone, he spoke. "Last year, I said quite a bit here, so I shall keep it brief this time. I am grateful to my family, my loved ones, and all who support and encourage me. Your warmth, akin to that of family, means more to me than the Golden Ball itself." The hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. The theme of family remains a perennial favorite in Western culture. In Hollywood blockbusters, as long as one's actions are motivated by familial ties, even the most nefarious deeds can be understood. Huang Kaiwan received yet another hint. Ding. Capture Cannavaro's only Ballon d'Or. The affectionate Yi Lianshan expressed. "I will update you next time for your convenience, anticipating more splendid moments." "Congratulations, Kevin," Kaka exclaimed as Huang Kaiwan descended. "You've said that several times already, Ricardo." Huang Kaiwan responded with a smile. "But to win the Ballon d'Or consecutively is no easy feat," Kaka asserted earnestly. "Indeed, it is quite a challenge." "Congratulations to you," Buffon added, patting Huang Kaiwan's arm. "I believe I have significant authority on this matter." Among everyone present, Buffon was the most delighted about Huang Kaiwan's departure from Italy. A top-tier goalkeeper, he had played a pivotal role in Huang Kaiwan's highlight reel over the past 2 seasons, serving as a primary backdrop. Upon learning of Huang Kaiwan's transfer, Buffon had even organized a party to celebrate. "We should celebrate together during the holidays," Ronaldinho grinned. "If there is a celebration, it should be with us," Pirlo interjected. "Everyone can join in," Huang Kaiwan chuckled. His popularity was undeniable, captivating even his rivals with his charisma. However, Huang Kaiwan could not escape the fate of being drunkenly incapacitated. Cannavaro was particularly enthusiastic, perhaps harboring a desire for revenge. By the time they returned to the hotel, Huang Kaiwan was thoroughly inebriated. After Kaka and Barbara managed to carry him into the room, they exchanged glances. The young lady remarked, "Ricardo, you should head back now." "It's fine. I'll stay and take care of Kevin," Kaka replied with a smile. "But Beatrice might feel scared alone in the hotel," the young lady questioned. "Then you should sleep with her. It's been a while since you two met," Kaka suggested. The young lady glanced at the unconscious Huang Kaiwan before turning to leave the room, reassured to leave him in Kaka's care. Before midnight struck, Huang Kaiwan awoke to find someone leaning at the bedside. Startled, he sat up abruptly. Hearing the commotion, Kaka rubbed his eyes and asked, "Kevin, are you awake?" "Ricardo?" Huang Kaiwan inquired, puzzled as to how the person beside him had changed during his slumber. "You were quite intoxicated, Kevin. I noticed Barbara seemed a bit weary, so I encouraged her to sleep with Beatrice," Kaka explained, now fully awake, with a smile. "Oh, I see," Huang Kaiwan nodded, getting out of bed to turn on the light and head to the bathroom. A quick freshening up cleared his mind considerably. "You should get some rest. There are matches coming up, right?" Huang Kaiwan suggested. "It's all right," Kaka replied cheerfully. "The last time we shared a room was during the Champions League final." "Indeed. It seems that way," Huang Kaiwan acknowledged. Kevin Huang reclined against the bed, smiling as he remarked, "You should retire for the night. The Champions League match is imminent." "All right. Good night, Kevin," replied Ricardo. "Good night, Ricardo." Once Kaka settled down, Kevin Huang proceeded to examine the system. Ding. Successfully defended the Ballon d'Or title. I am the king of football pro, undergoing a seamless upgrade. In 72 hours, I shall transition to the prox version of I am the king of football. Ding. Successfully intercepted Fabio Cannavaro's sole Ballon d'Or from Real Madrid. Skill activation successful, characteristic replication achieved. Having secured consecutive Ballon d'Or titles, the rewards paled in comparison to the previous occasion. It appeared that Cannavaro's accolade was indeed less prestigious than Ronaldinho's. Kevin had grown accustomed to the system's upgrades. He continued to read. Characteristic, eternal godfather, Cannavaro. When coaching a wealthy team, it becomes easier to manage the locker room, and the media will lavish you with praise. You may even have the opportunity to coach the national team of the club's home country. Kevin Huang pondered, this characteristic is rather difficult to assess. Would the future king of football coach AC Milan and subsequently become the head coach of the perpetually underperforming Italian national team? Milan could indeed be considered a wealthy team now. Kevin had anticipated acquiring a defensive characteristic, only to be surprised by one related to coaching instead. It seemed that the day of Huang's ascension to the coaching realm was drawing near. Should he eventually coach Milan, he could easily become the longest-serving coach in their history. Exceptional individuals are never dismissed. Having gleaned the information, Kevin Huang lay back down and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, across the vast expanse of the Middle Kingdom, fervor reigned supreme. In his hometown, the city of Beijing, it was already past 7 in the morning. The newsstand owner wore a beaming smile, as if anticipating a windfall from impending renovations. As passers-by strolled by, he called out, exhaling frosty breath, "Come and take a look." Kevin Huang, the pride of Beijing, has once again claimed the Ballon d'Or. If you wish to catch the news, do so promptly. It may sell out. At a breakfast shop, two men engaged in conversation. "Ah, good morning, Master Li." "Good morning to you, sir. I remarked upon the magpies calling this morning, and here I find you, Master Li. Allow me to treat you today. Don't even think of contesting me." "Such generosity, sir." The stout and slender gentlemen took their seats, ordering fermented mung bean milk and stir-fried liver, chatting as they dined. "Have you heard? Kevin Huang has won the Ballon d'Or once more." "Goodness, Master Li, how could I be unaware?" "Allow me to share that Kevin Huang was a classmate of my daughter in the same preparatory class. His father and my uncle taught at the same school, and he even visited my home several times as a child." "Is that so? You have a connection, then?" "Indeed, that rascal was quite mischievous in his youth. I never thought much of him, yet here he is, thriving." "Given that Kevin Huang and your daughter were childhood friends, why did nothing develop between them?" "Oh, let us not dwell on that. We never anticipated his remarkable journey abroad. Master, I am particularly fond of football. If you could assist me in acquiring a signed jersey, I would gladly compensate you. Money is no object. Consider this matter entrusted to me. I shall ensure it is arranged." "Thank you in advance, master." Upon exiting the breakfast establishment, the portly gentleman was beset by a headache. He found himself pondering where to procure a signed jersey of Huang Kaiwan. By midday, Huang Kaiwan and Kaka, along with others, boarded their private flight back to Madrid. In their homeland, it was already 7 p.m., and the evening news was underway. The enthusiastic host proclaimed, "Yesterday, during the 2006 European Ballon d'Or ceremony, our player Huang Kaiwan was awarded the prestigious Ballon d'Or with an overwhelming majority of votes, securing the accolade for 2 consecutive years and becoming the 6th player in the 51-year history of the award to successfully defend his title." In the broadcast, Huang Kaiwan proudly held the Ballon d'Or, flanked by Gianluigi Buffon and Fabio Cannavaro. Standing beside the goalkeeper Buffon, Huang Kaiwan's stature was imposing, though Cannavaro appeared slightly shorter by about a head. The subsequent footage showcased numerous football stars congratulating Huang Kaiwan on his achievement, highlighting his extensive connections within the football world. During an interview, Buffon remarked, "Kaiwan is an incredibly formidable opponent. I am not at all surprised by his win." Some argue that a World Cup champion from Italy should have received the award, yet they may have forgotten that during our triumph, Kaiwan played a pivotal role. At that time, the world did not believe in Italy, and we, ourselves, did not foresee our opportunity. It was Kaiwan's inspiring speech on television that motivated the Italian team. The World Cup victory bears his contribution, though regrettably, he could not celebrate with us. Kaka, beaming with joy during his interview, excitedly addressed the camera, stating, "Kaiwan is the best player in the world. Even in South America, it is challenging to find someone as gifted as he." More importantly, Kaiwan always rises to the occasion during critical moments. When playing alongside him, I never fear losing the championship. As long as Kaiwan remains healthy, he is invincible. Meanwhile, the young internet addict awaited his turn at the forum. Hwang Kaiwan has claimed the Ballon d'Or again. How can this be justified? I thought Cannavaro had potential, but he has been underwhelming since his transfer to Real Madrid. Awarding him the Ballon d'Or would be unreasonable. Ultimately, there haven't been any standout attacking stars this past year. Only Hwang Kaiwan has proven himself. Sigh, Hwang Kaiwan seems to be thriving despite frequently feigning injuries. Nobody sees through him. It seems the FIFA World Player of the Year will also belong to Hwang Kaiwan. Is that true? It can't be. The FIFA World Player of the Year values fame. Do you think anyone has a greater reputation than Hwang Kaiwan? Goodness, this cannot be. Why must the virtuous weep while the wicked rejoice? On the airplane, Calderon, with a sycophantic demeanor, advised Kaiwan for the upcoming away game. You should stay in Madrid to recuperate and try to return to the team for training before the home match. I will do my best, Hwang Kaiwan replied, his head throbbing. Recently, Inzaghi had been plagued by injuries, making it uncertain if he would recover in time. Surely, he could not utilize the precious injury timeout card for a home game. If all else fails, you can showcase the Ballon d'Or trophy at the venue without participating in the match. Calderon inquired, do you have any suggestions for the guest performer? Shakira. She just performed at the World Cup closing ceremony and is a Spanish singer, Hwang Kaiwan replied. He felt that this time, they would be able to reclaim the spotlight. I think so too. It seems we are quite in sync, Calderon responded with a smile. Hwang Kaiwan remained silent. How could he possibly be in sync with you? Though he was a man of means, every penny he earned was through integrity. How could that compare to someone like you, who engages in kickbacks? After landing, Hwang Kaiwan returned home to rest with the young lady. The following morning, she flew back to Milan. Recently, her struggle with her sister at the Fininvest Group had escalated, leaving her no option but to remain in Milan for extended periods. Yet, it was not a grave matter. This was not the first time such a situation had arisen. Barbara's supporters were slightly more numerous, but some had infiltrated her sister's camp, rendering both sides evenly matched. Once she secured the majority of the high-ranking officials, Barbara planned to surprise her sister. On December 6th, Real Madrid faced Dynamo Kiev, resulting in a 2-2 draw. This marked Madrid's consecutive draw in 2 Champions League matches. Marca mockingly commented, after parting ways with Kevin, Capello has managed to remain unbeaten against any team, albeit barely, as he lacks the capability to overcome his opponents. The decision to rehire Capello was inherently flawed. Cruyff similarly penned in his column, Kevin's achievement of winning the Ballon d'Or for 2 consecutive years, mirroring my own, attests to his prowess. However, Capello, as a conservative coach, cannot facilitate the optimal performance of attacking players. Kevin's failure to transfer to Barcelona last summer was a monumental error. It is well known that Barcelona is the haven for attacking talents. Upon returning to Madrid, Capello opted to accept an interview with the television station. Damn it. Cruyff was attempting to drive a wedge between him and Kevin. Capello decided he would not tolerate it any longer. During the televised interview, Capello remarked without reservation, "Who is Cruyff? He was a decent player and seems to have been a coach. I find it difficult to remember the names of losers. When I managed Milan, we faced numerous injuries, and our situation was dire. Yet, with an incomplete squad, we defeated Barcelona 4-0 at the Olympic Stadium in Athens to secure the Champions League title. If memory serves, Cruyff was the coach of that Barcelona side. If I were him, I would refrain from commenting on victors. I choose not to critique Cruyff's coaching abilities. That is my personal decorum. However, it is undeniable that he suffered a substantial defeat to me, and his current remarks make me suspect that he remains embittered by that loss. Moreover, there was good news. The Spanish Football Federation decided to reduce Ramos's suspension from 7 matches to 3. Upon returning to Madrid, Ramos made a special trip to Hwang Kaiwan's home to celebrate. On December 7th, Hwang Kaiwan made a special trip to the Honor Compton's affiliated hospital for a physical examination. Such trivial matters hardly necessitate a flight back to Milan. The hospital is rather reliable, even more so than the medical room of Real Madrid. Kevin, you should be back on the pitch in about a week, the doctor smiled. Surely it won't take longer? Hwang Kaiwan inquired. On the contrary, it might be sooner. It certainly won't be later. You should be able to sense that you are nearly recovered, the doctor reassured him. All right, thank you. After signing the necessary documents, Hwang Kaiwan departed from the hospital. It seemed he would still make his home debut. Having secured the Ballon d'Or, merely making an appearance without playing felt somewhat lacking. Therefore, Huang Kaiwen took the time to call Kaká, Maldini, and Inzaghi, advising them to take care and avoid any unfortunate injuries. As long as a few of his closest friends remained injury-free, he, Huang, would recover on schedule. Previously, he had sought ways to get injured. Now, the King of Ball would eagerly anticipate his swift recovery. Huang Kaiwen couldn't help but marvel at how fortunate Real Madrid was. On December 10th, Real Madrid narrowly defeated Espanyol away, thanks to a goal from Raúl. This team, sharing the Catalonia region with Barcelona, had a name that clearly reflected its identity. In Catalonia, supporters of Barcelona outnumbered those of Espanyol. Huang Kaiwen watched the match from home, posting on social media as usual, and later shared a photo of Guti. Guti's passing at times was truly exceptional. The assist he provided for Raúl in this match was nothing short of a surgical pass. Guti's greatest flaw, however, was his inconsistency. When in form, his passing ability was world-class. When not, both his passing and dribbling faltered, and his physical disadvantages became magnified. Huang Kaiwen held a great admiration for Guti. Unlike Morientes, who sought opportunities elsewhere, Guti preferred to remain on the bench at Real Madrid rather than play for another team. The notion of one player, one city embodies the greatest romance of football. While it is fairly common for players to leave in search of playing time, Guti's choice made him stand out. With his capabilities, departing from Real Madrid could have secured him a starting position, yet Guti chose to stay in Madrid, even if it meant sitting on the bench. Having nearly fully recovered, Huang Kaiwen drove to Barajas Airport, dressed in a tailored black suit. He leaned against his black Mercedes S600, drawing the attention of numerous travelers. After managing the seventh wave of fans, he finally spotted Shakira pulling her suitcase. "Have you been waiting long?" Shakira inquired, approaching Huang Kaiwen in her high heels, exuding an aura that belied her height of under 1.6 meters. "Indeed. It has been quite a while," Huang Kaiwen nodded. He took the suitcase and tossed it into the trunk before returning to the driver's seat. Shakira, now seated in the passenger seat, turned to Huang Kaiwen and remarked, "I thought you might say it wasn't a long wait." "I have indeed waited for a considerable time. Why would I claim otherwise?" Huang Kaiwen chuckled. "All right, you are quite candid," she replied. "Our relationship has always been marked by honesty. There is no need for deceit," Huang Kaiwen stated as he started the engine and left the airport. Upon returning home, Shakira marveled as she surveyed her surroundings, exclaiming, "I never imagined your abode to be so vast. The life of the affluent is truly splendid." "Are you not wealthy as well?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "In comparison to you, I am certainly lacking. I could never afford such an expansive residence," Shakira replied. She had attained fame for a decade, yet her earnings had not been particularly substantial until the last 2 years, when her income surged following her triumph at the Latin Grammy Awards. "Truth be told, accumulating wealth is rather effortless. Each day as I awaken, the figures in my bank account ascend," Huang Kaiwen chuckled. His financial success had accelerated remarkably. His tea had captivated Italy and Spain and was now making inroads into the United Kingdom, Germany, and France. Furthermore, numerous personal sponsors and club endorsements were steadily contributing to his fortune. Coupled with the vast array of enterprises owned by his family, Huang Kaiwen found himself at a loss on how to spend his wealth. He even contemplated acquiring a gaming company to create games of his preferred genre. Shakira rolled her eyes playfully and produced a small box from her handbag, presenting it to Huang Kaiwen with the words, "This is a gift to congratulate you on your latest Ballon d'Or victory." Upon opening the box, he discovered a fountain pen. Although he was no connoisseur of pens, this one appeared exquisite and meticulously crafted. This is a Tibaldi pen, the most luxurious pen in the world, manufactured by Bentley Motors, with only 80 pieces produced globally. "It is truly befitting of your identity as a writer," Shakira elaborated. Huang Kaiwen had received numerous gifts before, yet this was the first time someone had bestowed upon him a pen of such high caliber. The mention of Bentley and its limited production indicated a price tag that was undoubtedly steep. Clearly, Shakira was quite pleased with Huang's performance in their previous encounter at the Bernabeu. "Shall we try out the pool at home, which overlooks the city of Madrid and boasts a heating feature?" Huang Kaiwen suggested. "Then what are we waiting for?" On December 17th, at the Bernabeu Stadium, Huang Kaiwen stood in the players' tunnel while Shakira performed Hipston Fly at center field. As he witnessed her sensuous movements, rhythmically dancing to the beat, he instinctively supported his lower back. Indeed, wielding a fountain pen worth over 40,000 was no trivial feat. It was only due to his robust physique that he managed to triumph, despite the pool overflowing with several tons of water. "Kevin, are you injured?" a club staff member inquired, waiting nearby. "No, I'm merely stretching," Huang Kaiwan replied. "That's a relief," the staff member sighed in relief. If Huang Kaiwan had sustained an injury, it would necessitate immediate notification to Capello for a substitution. "Good," Huang Kaiwan nodded, stepping out of the players' tunnel. The DJ at the Bernabeu announced, "Let us welcome the 5th Ballon d'Or winner in the history of Real Madrid." The stadium erupted with thunderous cheers as fans chanted, "St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin!" Huang Kaiwan entered the field, applauding the enthusiastic crowd surrounding the stands. After turning around, he approached Di Stefano and received the Ballon d'Or trophy from the hands of the Real Madrid legend, while the trophy from the previous year was displayed nearby. Huang Kaiwan raised the trophy with one arm, and the atmosphere in the Bernabeu Stadium grew even more fervent. After taking the microphone from a staff member, Huang Kaiwan expressed, "I am thrilled to win the Ballon d'Or for 2 consecutive years. My family and friends, fans and teammates, are the keys to my success. Newspapers often highlight how many goals I score, but the truth is, no one can play the game alone. The efforts of every teammate are the reason I stand here today, showcasing this trophy. I hope we can achieve even more championships together. St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin!" Amidst the cheers of the fans, Huang Kaiwan returned to the players' tunnel to change and prepare for warm-ups. Even in the locker room, the cheers of the fans resonated. "Feeling good?" Cassano inquired, leaning towards Huang Kaiwan. "Indeed, it feels wonderful," Huang Kaiwan replied while changing. "In the past, they also said I could win the Ballon d'Or." Cassano sighed, a rare moment of reflection for him. He was perplexed by the decline of his career. Having once been hailed by the media as one of the most talented players in Italy's history, now struggling to get on the pitch. "Today, we can play together, Kevin," Ronaldo said with a smile. "Yes, Ronnie, let us give it our all today," Huang Kaiwan responded as he tied his shoelaces. After such a long time at Real Madrid, it was his first opportunity to play alongside Ronaldo, primarily because Ronaldo had been recovering from an injury. "Don't worry, we are the strongest duo," Ronaldo grinned, displaying his excitement. Huang Kaiwan nodded, glancing at the 100-point expectation level, contemplating a draw. "Ding! You have obtained the single-match experience card for the Europa League Final 2010 to 2011. Porto vs Braga, featuring Falcao Garcia." Huang Kaiwan turned to Raul. Noticing Huang Kaiwan's gaze, Raul smiled and asked, "Are you playing as a forward?" "Yes. I wish to partner with Ronnie today," Huang Kaiwan affirmed. "Then I'll take the left flank," Raul replied. "Sounds good, buddy," Huang Kaiwan said, patting Raul on the arm. Ronaldo, filled with excitement, remarked, "Sevilla is in for a tough time today. We should be the strongest attacking duo in history." "You're absolutely right." Huang Kaiwan nodded in agreement with a smile. Sevilla is known as the king of the Europa League. Interestingly, Falcao holds the record for the most goals in a single Europa League season. Today's clash between the king of the Europa League and the top scorer promises to be quite intriguing. In his prime, Falcao was indeed at the level of the world's third best. His greatest challenge has been injuries, but he possessed few weaknesses otherwise. Standing at under 1.8 meters, he notably showcased strong heading ability, making him a physically gifted player with balanced skills in both feet. As a forward from South America, Falcao is not merely a finisher stationed within the penalty area. His dribbling skills are commendable, and he possesses the ability to advance with the ball. During the warm-up, Huang Kaiwan noticed Falcao's remarkable shooting prowess. "Coach Zhang, today Huang Kaiwan practiced heading again. Do you think he could play as a forward?" "Well, that's difficult to say. Hee. Last time I suggested Huang Kaiwan might play as a forward, he ended up playing on the wing. It's challenging to determine his position. In the match against Valencia, Huang Kaiwan scored 3 times on the right flank and once down the center. If you insist on labeling him as a left winger, it doesn't quite fit." Indeed, after joining Real Madrid, Huang Kaiwan has frequently exchanged positions with Raul, which differs from his time at Milan. Back then, he and Kaká would swap between the left and central positions, but now his exchanges with Raul are more between the left wing and forward roles. And Huang Kaiwan particularly enjoys this dynamic movement. I didn't anticipate Beckham's return to the starting lineup. Let us first examine the lineups of both teams. Real Madrid's 4-4-2 formation with double midfielders, goalkeeper, Casillas, defenders, Carlos, Cannavaro, Ramos, Salgado, midfielders, Huang Kaiwan, Emerson, Guti, Beckham, Forwards, Raul, Ronaldo. Sevilla's 4-4-2 formation with double midfielders. Goalkeeper, Andres Palop. Defenders, David Escudero, Julian Escud, Javier Navarro, Alves. Midfielders, Adriano, Renato, Christian Poulsen, Jesus Navas. Forwards, Luis Fabiano, Canut. Many fans might find Sevilla's lineup somewhat perplexing. Previously, Navarro had a confrontation with Real Madrid players. The Navarro from Valencia is David Navarro, while Sevilla's captain is Javier Navarro. Sevilla's left winger is named Adriano, not the one from Inter Milan. Sevilla is quite strong. Their right side player Alves has the potential to be the successor to Cafu. And together with the young Navas, they form Sevilla's most formidable attacking force. Spain currently boasts an abundance of talent. The young Silva from before, and now the 21-year-old Navas. Given the lineup, the Spanish national team should perform even better. At 6 p.m., referee Cesar Fernandez blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. Sevilla kicked off first. As Sevilla began their offensive, Juan Kaiwan was astonished by the ferocity of their attack. Today, he indeed played as a forward, otherwise, he would surely feature in the highlight reel after the match. Navas is inherently skilled at dribbling, possessing an impressive ability to change direction at high speed. Alves, behind him, is even more extraordinary. With his swift pace and technical prowess, his dribbling capability surpasses that of most wingers. It is no exaggeration to say that a Brazilian fullback can play as a winger. During this period, Brazil has produced two successors to Cafu. Maicon possesses exceptional physical prowess, excelling on both offensive and defensive fronts, truly embodying the essence of a player capable of independently commanding an entire flank. Alves exhibits superior dribbling skills. Although his explosiveness and physical attributes pale in comparison to Maicon's, nonetheless, he showcases commendable organizational abilities. Brazil is renowned for an abundance of outstanding fullbacks, a rarity in other national teams. The left flank of Raul and Carlos perfectly matches up against the right flank of Navas and Alves. From the outset, Real Madrid's left side was under considerable pressure. In the 9th minute, Alves executed a precise through ball behind Carlos, allowing Navas to receive the pass and skillfully advance into the penalty area. Cannavaro hesitated, adopting a low center of gravity as he awaited Navas' breakthrough. In a sudden display of agility, Navas flicked the ball through Cannavaro's legs, enabling Canut to receive the ball at the byline, only to be pressured by Ramos towards the edge. Standing at 192 meters, Canut executed a deft turn with his right heel, striking the ball with his left foot without adjusting his stance. Yet his shot was thwarted by Casillas' outstretched foot, deflecting the ball away from the near post. What a beautiful play. Canut's shot is truly exquisite. He does indeed resemble the typical African forward, possessing a refined technique that reminds me of the agile and tall Yunbi, who recently transferred to Milan. Real Madrid must remain vigilant against Sevilla's corner kicks, as they have numerous players adept at heading. Juan Kaiwan positioned himself beside Fabiano, who smiled and remarked, "Ricardo has spoken of you. He has mentioned you as well. You were teammates at Sao Paulo." Juan Kaiwan nodded in response. Fabiano, having failed to make the Summer World Cup squad, now finds himself on the periphery of the Brazilian national team. He perceives a decline in the caliber of Brazilian forwards, with Fabiano already appearing inferior to the duo of Ronaldo. However, upon observing Fred, Fabiano seems relatively impressive. Furthermore, with the likes of Elano and Robinho, one can hardly fathom them as forwards representing Brazil. "My defense is ineffective. I have yet to find my scoring touch in Spain," Fabiano chuckled. "The formidable ones are beyond my reach," Juan Kaiwan remarked. Fabiano's smile began to wane. He recalled Kaká's words about Kevin being a good person. Could this be the nature of that goodness? He resolved to call Kaká for clarification. Navas initiated the corner kick, and upon noticing the trajectory was not at the far post where he stood, Juan Kaiwan sprinted towards the edge of the penalty area. Ramos, positioned in front of Canut, leaped ahead to head the ball clear towards the outer edge of the box. The ball struck Christian Poulsen and rebounded to the left flank, where Adriano surged forward to unleash a powerful shot. The ball ricocheted off Cannavaro, who had leaped sideways and exited the penalty area. Emerson promptly advanced, delivering a long clearance towards the opposing half. Judging the ball's descent accurately, Juan Kaiwan accelerated forward once more. Adriano's attempt to retreat came too late, and upon seeing his teammate Renato rushing towards Juan Kaiwan, he exhaled in relief. Both Renato and Juan Kaiwan raced towards the ball's landing point. Renato lacked sufficient speed. Even though he was closer, Kevin Huang managed to seize the opportunity and reach the ball first. At the moment the ball descended, Renato was still nearly a meter away. Kevin expertly controlled the ball with his chest, while Renato, attempting to stretch his leg in a desperate lunge, appeared quite foolish. He had assumed that Kevin would bring the ball down to his feet, prompting him to execute a split to poke the ball away. Now that he had failed to make contact, there was no turning back. He could only watch as Kevin charged towards the penalty area. Kevin. The Sevilla defense is utterly exposed. They are bound to concede a goal. Given such ample space for Kevin to sprint, they have no chance of escape, declared Crudeli with certainty. The match for Milan had taken place yesterday. If he could make it in time, he would be eager to accept the invitation to commentate on Kevin's game. Javi Navarro surged forward to contest a header, while Alves had yet to return to defense, leaving only 2 defenders in Sevilla's backline. Julian Escude hesitated, waiting for Kevin to take a couple of steps forward before attempting to intercept. However, in his stride, Kevin executed a back heel, passing the ball to Beckham behind him. Beckham immediately launched a long pass, the ball soaring over Escude's head towards the right corner of the penalty area. Kevin accelerated forward, while Escude could only turn and pursue him. As the two drew closer to the ball, Escude realized he could wait no longer. The ball lay directly in front of Kevin, necessitating Escude to position himself a bit further ahead. He needed to seize the opportunity to poke the ball away or position himself to block Kevin. Observing Kevin's sudden burst of speed, Escude hastened to sprint diagonally alongside him. Even if he could not clear the ball, getting close would grant his teammates precious time to recover. Nearby, Real Madrid supporters held their breath, eager not to miss a single detail. Escude had closed the gap to Kevin, and many fans believed the opportunity had slipped away. Kevin stepped forward with his left foot, his right foot following swiftly to caress the ball beneath it, leaving Escude no time to react. With a thud, Escude, who thought he had successfully defended, could only turn and watch as the ball soared into the penalty area. Sevilla's goalkeeper, Andres Palop, had positioned himself too far forward. When Kevin unleashed his shot, Palop could not retreat in time. He could only leap from his stationary position, extending his arms desperately. Palop, glancing up, saw the ball soaring above his fingertips. But the sensation of contact never arrived. Turning around, he witnessed the ball transform into a parabolic arc, crashing into the netting behind the goal. Boom. St. Kevin. St. Kevin. St. Kevin. Less than an hour had passed since the unveiling of the Ballon d'Or trophy, and that name echoed once more throughout the Bernabeu Stadium. Kevin. Kevin, goal. I have said it before, Crudeli exclaimed excitedly. The moment I saw the vast space in Sevilla's defense, I knew they would concede. Kevin would not let such a splendid opportunity slip by. I just did not anticipate the manner in which he would score. The exquisite chip shot was a stroke of genius, the ball soaring over the goal line before bouncing, showcasing an impeccable mastery of distance and power. It gracefully passed over the opposing goalkeeper's head without veering off the crossbar. This is Kevin's right foot at work, even without relying on his dominant foot. His shooting technique remains of world-class caliber. From a distance of 25 meters, Kevin executed the chip with effortless finesse. After scoring, he exhibited no signs of exhilaration. For him, such a goal hardly warranted celebration. What I yearn for most is for Barcelona to be as formidable as Cruyff once proclaimed. Barcelona is already among the strongest teams in La Liga. If they cannot pose even a slight challenge to Kevin, I shudder to think how much longer he will continue to play. My greatest fear is that Kevin might seek new challenges and choose to retire, which would constitute an immense loss for the world of football. It is now imperative for someone to step up and create a little trouble for Kevin and his team, even if they cannot win the match. In the future, La Liga teams could feasibly send their second-string squads against Real Madrid, conserving their energy for the Copa del Rey or European competitions, as they are unlikely to prevail against a Real Madrid fortified by Kevin. It would be wiser to rest their key players and prepare for other matches. Beauty rushed over to embrace Huang Kevin, exclaiming with excitement, I thought you would play a combination, waiting for your pass. I never expected you to chip it directly. That goal was truly magnificent. If you had passed it to me, I wouldn't have needed to resort to such a challenging shot. I could have easily pushed it in from inside the box. Huang Kevin replied, placing an arm around Gudi's shoulder. He had noticed the opposing goalkeeper's advanced positioning and decided to take a chance. Not anticipating that it would actually result in a goal, Gudi was beaming with joy. Having a teammate who has won the Ballon d'Or twice affirm his passing skills was indeed a cause for celebration. This time, I won't blame you. Escud remarked, glancing back. The goalkeeper, Andres Palop, wore a look of confusion, unsure whether to take responsibility. The crux of the matter was that he had not anticipated Huang Kevin's audacious chip from such a distance. The Sevilla goalkeeper finally understood. It wasn't that the goalkeepers of other teams were inadequate. Rather, the newly crowned Ballon d'Or winner of Real Madrid was simply extraordinary. That chip was executed with such precision that it left him no opportunity to respond. Upon resuming play, Sevilla once again directed the ball towards the right flank. Few teams can genuinely achieve a balanced attack from both wings, and Adriano struggled to support Sevilla's offensive efforts on the left. Navas received the ball, deftly accelerating past Raul, who began to track back. Emerson joined Carlos in pressing forward. Navarro opted against a strong run, instead turning to make a backward pass. Alves seized the ball and surged diagonally from the right into the center. From the moment Alves gained possession, it was evident that Sevilla's entire front line was in motion. They were not a team that merely waited for the ball. Guti rushed forward to apply pressure, prompting Alves to deftly control the ball with his left foot and dash once more towards the right. As Emerson extended his leg, Alves cleverly flicked the ball to Navas, who, without pausing, executed a precise diagonal pass, allowing Alves to receive the ball successfully at the edge of the penalty area. With a splendid maneuver, Alves entered the penalty area, launching a relentless assault on Cannavaro, who found himself beleaguered by both Navas and Alves. Once Carlos ventured forward, he could not return, leaving Cannavaro in a precarious situation. As Carlos aged, his defensive shortcomings became increasingly evident. Cannavaro managed to clear the ball out of bounds. Alves, after a swift run, delivered the ball toward the front post. Canut. A goal has been scored. Real Madrid continuously offered Sevilla corner kick opportunities, and Canut seized the moment, leaping before Ramos to score. Sevilla has equalized. Casillas appeared to be appealing to the referee regarding Canut's goal, yet the referee remained unmoved, pointing to the center circle. Goal confirmed. Real Madrid's defense still harbors several issues. Their current strategy seems to rely on outscoring opponents rather than fortifying their defense. This approach may falter if the attacking players are not in optimal form. Indeed, Real Madrid's defensive performance this season has been rather lackluster, with few matches in which they did not concede a goal, far from the standard of a top-tier team. Sevilla's head coach, Juan de Ramos, exuberantly leaped along the sidelines, while Capello wore a smirk of derision, viewing his counterpart as lacking ambition. After all, a football match spans 90 minutes, and only those who endure to the end truly emerge victorious. He harbored no concerns about losing today's match. Adjusting his glasses with his index finger, Capello retrieved a notebook from his suit pocket. Compared to Sevilla, he was more concerned about Kevin Huang's injury. The notebook contained a list of names, including Riquelme, Puyol, Xavi, Rijkaard, and Flores, all marked with emphasis, along with several time-stamped annotations. Capello had been tirelessly attempting to discern a correlation between the opposing coach's magical rituals and Huang's injury timeline. However, the intricacies of such rituals were convoluted. Each nation boasted a plethora of origins and systems. Despite having perused numerous related texts recently, he remained at a loss. Glancing once more at the names in his notebook, Capello closed it and returned it to his suit pocket, exhaling a deep sigh. The path ahead was fraught with challenges. His career stood at a crossroads, and he pondered when he might traverse the road to success. Following the restart, Real Madrid organized their play from the back. Huang did not rush forward, as having Ronaldo ahead was deemed sufficient. Emerson, under pressure, quickly passed to Beckham. Prior to receiving the ball, Beckham had already assessed the situation on the field and immediately executed a right-footed long pass to switch play to the left flank. Huang, positioned on the left, caught the attention of the Sevilla players, with Paulson swiftly charging to assist defensively. Huang deftly maneuvered past Navas with a slick feint. Paulson followed Huang into the penalty area, using his shoulder to jostle Huang, attempting to push him toward the sideline. Such brief physical contact is often overlooked by referees and can disrupt the opponent's possession. Nearby, the Real Madrid fans were in a frenzy, hurling vehement curses. If given the chance, they would have stormed the pitch to confront Paulson. As Huang Kaiwen dribbled along the sideline, he suddenly executed a deft stop with his left foot, leaving the unsuspecting Paulson behind. With a keen eye, Huang Kaiwen turned and delicately lifted the ball with his left foot, sending a precise long pass soaring forward. The ball zipped swiftly towards the right flank. Huang Kaiwen's delivery was impeccable, allowing Ronaldo to dash forward and seize the ball, while Beckham anticipated a combination play. To their astonishment, Ronaldo required no assistance. On the right side, he deftly maneuvered the ball with his right foot. Alves, hesitant to challenge, bent low, poised for an opportunity. After tracing a circle over the ball with his right foot, Ronaldo suddenly flicked it towards the center with his left. Alves was a beat too slow, and as Xavi Navarro lingered at the edge of the penalty area, Ronaldo had already positioned himself for a left-footed strike. The ball arced between Navarro and Escute, heading straight for the lower left corner of the goal. Andres Palop, spotting the ball, dove but merely grazed it with his fingertips. The angle was too acute. The ball slipped past Palop's grasp, striking the inside of the post and nestling into the net. Ronaldo flashed a toothy grin, raising a finger and shaking it jubilantly. After a lengthy absence, he once again reveled in the adulation of the Real Madrid supporters. Ronaldo has scored. In the 32nd minute of the first half, Ronaldo's goal has restored Real Madrid's lead. This time, Juan Kaiwan drew the opponent's defensive attention on the left flank by the time he switched play to the right. Sevilla's defense was in disarray, with several defenders concentrating on that side, leaving Ronaldo's shooting angle unguarded. Indeed, Ronaldo's goal was exquisite, indicating his impressive recovery. However, Sevilla's defensive blunder was severe. Perhaps they were intimidated by Ronaldo's presence. Haha, any defender would feel nervous facing Ronaldo, even though he has just returned from injury. His reputation precedes him. Discussions erupted in the forums. That goal by Ronaldo was stunning, absolutely brilliant. He truly is my idol. Same here. I've been a fan of Ronaldo since the 1998 World Cup. Back then, I preferred Sucre. I had a collection of Little Tigers player cards. My mother would give me 2 yuan for lunch, and I lived on instant noodles, but I only managed to get Laudrup's silver card. I have Ronaldo's silver card. It says All-Star on it. It's so cool. Aren't you curious about one question? Zhang said defenders get nervous facing Ronaldo. But do you think they are more nervous seeing Juan Kaiwan or Ronaldo? That's obvious. They are definitely more anxious facing Ronaldo. Just now, I thought he was going to perform a pendulum dribble, but who knew he would simply flick it left for Kaká to shoot. Isnt Juan Kaiwan is formidable. Ronaldo's strike was indeed impressive, but Juan Kaiwan is arguably the most formidable star in recent years, isn't he? Who knows, but today, the striking duo of Juan Kaiwan and Ronaldo undoubtedly boasts the most formidable presence in the world, likely causing the Sevilla defense to curse. After celebrating, Ronaldo gave Juan a thumbs up from a distance, to which Juan responded with a cheerful applause. His passes were commendable, yet it was Ronaldo's handling that proved pivotal. The extraterrestrial talent lived up to his reputation, effortlessly dismantling a defense even after his recent recovery. It seems that today, Juan must also exert himself. Sevilla resumed play, attempting an offensive maneuver down the left flank. Adriano received a pass from Renato, deftly nudging the ball behind Beckham, accelerating along the sideline, forcefully breaking through with speed. Guti rushed to the right side to defend, immediately extending his arms to broaden the defensive coverage. Adriano, using his left foot, directed the ball towards the center, aiming for another 1-2, when Salgado, turning sharply, unleashed a powerful kick. The ball swiftly traversed from the right flank of the backfield, soaring across the halfway line towards the left side of the front field. Noticing Raul already sprinting into position, Juan instinctively darted into the penalty area. Alves and Raul observed for several seconds, continuously adjusting their positions. Raul, with a more accurate judgment, brought the ball down and surged forward. Following closely, Alves did not hesitate. As he reached out to poke the ball from a side angle, he also pushed Raul down with both hands behind his back. What a player! Alves' defense is truly thorough, leaving no room for both man and ball. Juan Kaiwan is charging forward rapidly, but Carlos intercepts him for a chat. Interestingly, during the World Cup, Juan visited the Brazilian team's base. However, at that time, Alves had yet to be selected for the national team, and they had little rapport. Alves made his national team debut in October during a friendly against Kuwait. Juan, bending down to help Raul up, inquired, "Are you all right?" Alves, known for his aggressive offense but weak defense, often loses his position and engages in numerous little fouls. In contrast, Macon's defensive prowess is significantly superior. "I'm fine. But it's a pity about this attacking opportunity," Raul replied, shaking his head. "There will be plenty of chances. It's fortunate you aren't injured," Juan reassured him. Emerson approached to take a throw-in. Juan positioned himself just outside the penalty area facing Emerson, while Raul stood ready along the sideline to receive. Alves lingered near the touchline, and Xavi Navarro stood at the edge of the penalty area. The location of the foul was perilously close to the penalty area, preventing them from marking closely, as it would leave the area behind unguarded. Emerson launched the throw-in with both hands. The ball landed beside Huang and continued towards the penalty area line. Huang turned to pursue it, and as the ball rebounded from the ground, he swung his right foot. Xavi Navarro, disregarding the possibility of a foul, charged straight at Huang. With a thud, Huang's right foot connected with the side of the ball, sending it swiftly towards the far corner of the goal, just as he was knocked to the ground by Escute. Team doctor, accompanied by Capello's frantic shouts from the sidelines. The ball cleanly zipped past Palop and struck the inside of the right post. The Real Madrid players refrained from celebrating and promptly rushed towards the penalty area. Huang Kaiwan stood up to block his teammates, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. "Be careful, you fool," Raul admonished, pointing at Escute. Huang Kaiwan gently pulled Raul aside, chuckling. "I thought you had a temper like a saint." "With age comes a tempered spirit. I wasn't always this composed," Raul replied earnestly. "All right, I concede. You do have a fiery temperament," Huang Kaiwan laughed. Raul, having played until now, had never received a red card, and Huang Kaiwan wished not to tarnish that record. Fortunately, Huang Kaiwan was uninjured. The Real Madrid medical staff had been ready to enter the field. But Huang Kaiwan stood up on his own, prompting Capello to exhale in relief. Huang Kaiwan scores again. As the first half approached its conclusion, Huang Kaiwan successfully netted a goal from a throw-in by Emerson. What a stunning goal. Initially, it was hard to see clearly, but with the replay, wow. After the ball bounced the second time, Huang Kaiwan executed a perfect volley. This shot, akin to a previous goal by Ronaldo, had an acute angle that the goalkeeper simply could not reach. Palop had correctly anticipated the direction twice, yet found himself unable to make contact. It's a matter of circumstance, for Real Madrid stars possess the uncanny ability to find the deadliest angles. Today, Huang Kaiwan's 2 goals have thoroughly showcased his opportunistic prowess. Sevilla's defenders granted him far too much space. Indeed, this remains the crux of the issue. Against players of Ronaldo and Huang Kaiwan's caliber, one cannot afford to grant such room. Huang Kaiwan's shooting range is expansive. Even a slight angle can present him with an opportunity. The broadcast then focused on Capello, whose expression showed no signs of fluctuation. For Kevin, this was merely routine. His earlier excitement stemmed from concern over Kevin's potential injury. As long as Kevin remained unscathed, there was nothing more for him to do. Who would have thought that his return to Real Madrid would reveal the essence of coaching? Sometimes, the simplicity of football tactics proves to be the most formidable. Capello turned his gaze towards the Sevilla bench. What was the merit of winning the UEFA Cup consecutively? For a coach, leading a team in such competitions was, in itself, a source of embarrassment. What legitimate coach would willingly guide a team in the UEFA Cup? Even winning the championship could be seen as a form of failure. Noticing Huang Kaiwan returning with his teammates, Capello immediately raised his hands in applause, a smile breaking across his face. The successive blows have altered the mentality of the Sevilla players. Yes, they must maintain their composure. Sevilla's attacking capability is formidable. Having secured the UEFA Cup for 2 consecutive years, they have amassed ample experience. What they need to do now is manage their emotions and hold on for the remaining minutes. After the halftime adjustments, they can return to the field in search of an opportunity to equalize. The Real Madrid players were evidently reveling in their performance. One could observe Ronaldo pressuring the opponent, while Guti and Beckham chased the ball into the penalty area. Sevilla must exercise caution as Guti surged forward, and a mispass from David Escudero fell directly to Beckham's feet. Ronaldo collided with Beckham, granting Real Madrid a free kick from the right side of the penalty area. Beckham promptly conferred with Huang Kaiwan about who would take the free kick, both of them possessing commendable skills in this area. Huang Kaiwan showed no intention of taking it, instead moving towards the penalty area. With Huang opting out, the discussion shifted to Guti and Beckham. A left-footed strike from the right side could prove advantageous, though it was not absolute. Their proficiency in free kicks allowed them to disregard the limitations of their dominant foot. Ronaldo positioned himself in front of the 6-yard box, flanked by Xavi Navarro and Alves in tight defense. Huang observed that David Escudero and Julian Escudero were not approaching him at all, despite Huang's more withdrawn stance. The absence of close marking from one Spanish defender and one French defender seemed to convey a lack of respect towards him. Huang shook his head slightly and performed a few preparatory movements, gearing up to leap into the penalty area for a header. As the referee blew the whistle, Beckham executed the free kick without delay, striking the ball directly towards the center of the penalty area without the customary curve. It sped past the defenders. Julian Escudero poised to jump, but Huang had already generated enough power to soar high, leaving Escudero a step behind. He could merely gaze upwards as Huang elevated above him, executing a header. With a resounding thud, Andres Palop, positioned against the left post, reached out just as the ball sailed into the net, nestled between the post and crossbar. St. Kevin echoed throughout the Bernabeu Stadium as the crowd rose to their feet. In just 45 minutes, Real Madrid's number 10 had decisively tilted the match in their favor. The scattered applause quickly merged into a unified cheer, the chants of Kevin resonating through the dusky night sky. Forgive me, for I find myself at a loss for words to adequately describe Kevin. He is the greatest player in the history of football. Kevin had transformed the art of shooting into sheer brilliance, a long-range lob that found the net without a bounce, showcasing his mastery over shooting power, combined with a header that struck the absolute corner of the goal. On the pitch, Kevin was a maestro, capable of scoring in any manner he desired. The halftime score of 4-1 was undoubtedly disheartening for Sevilla. However, Juande Ramos could reassure his players during the break, stating, "Today we are up against an invincible foe. Just relax, and don't let it weigh on your hearts." This might have been the most prudent course of action for the Sevilla manager at halftime. One cannot help but admire how fortunate Capello truly is. "Do you believe in light?" Raul dashed towards Huang Kaiwan, eager to celebrate together. Just a couple of steps in, he collided with Ramos, who was rushing towards Huang Kaiwan, causing him to stumble. "Come on, hop on, Kaiwan," Ramos exclaimed, squatting down with his back to Huang Kaiwan. Before Huang could react, Ramos had already lifted his legs onto his shoulders, carrying him towards the south stand of the Bernabeu. The other Real Madrid players in the penalty area exchanged bewildered glances. They were all set to celebrate, yet here was Ramos whisking away the goal scorer. Ramos reached the base of the south stand, slightly tipsy, and attempted to step over the advertising board. "No, please don't," Huang Kaiwan advised, prompting Ramos to begrudgingly abandon the idea. Carrying someone certainly made it difficult to leap over. "Kaiwan, Kaiwan, Kaiwan," as Huang Kaiwan raised his arms. The fans in the south stand erupted into ecstasy. At the Real Madrid coaching bench, Capello's face turned pale as he clutched his chest, his gaze fixed intently on Ramos's hands. Should Ramos dare to let go, he would never return to the first team. Another hat-trick for Huang Kaiwan. This is a goal scored in the dying moments of the first half's stoppage time. As the players returned to the center circle to resume play, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half. "I told you we're the strongest duo, Kaiwan. We should go out to celebrate later," Ronaldo said, striding alongside Huang Kaiwan, his spirits soaring. Huang initially glanced towards the VIP box, shaking his head and replying, "Forget it. I need to head home today." "Hey, brother. You should find some fun," Ronaldo continued to coax. "I read in the newspaper that your girlfriend is in Italy. I really have plans. Definitely next time." Huang Kaiwan assured him. "All right, Ronnie, if Kaiwan doesn't want to go, let it be," Raul interjected from Huang's other side. "How about coming to my place tonight, Kaiwan?" Ramos jogged over, looking at Huang Kaiwan. As they walked, Huang replied, "Let us celebrate together tomorrow. I have plans today." "Hee hee, I knew you weren't that innocent." Ronaldo chuckled, pointing at Huang Kaiwan. "It must be a woman, right?" Before Huang could respond, Capello pushed past Ronaldo and walked alongside Huang Kaiwan, asking, "How do you feel today, Kaiwan?" "Not bad, coach. It feels great to be back on the field after my injury," Huang Kaiwan smiled. "That is good to hear. After the match, would you like to come over to my place? Laura has been wanting to meet you. Her cooking is exceptional," Capello invited. "I have plans today. Perhaps next time," Huang Kaiwan quickly declined. He had seen Capello's recipes and found them a bit overwhelming. Even if he had been free today, he wouldn't dare to casually dine at Capello's home. "All right then, next time it is. If you wish to advance to the front during the second half, just give me a signal." "Understood, coach." Huang Kaiwan nodded in agreement. Although Capello's playbook was somewhat unconventional, it did not detract from his prowess as an exceptional coach. And collaborating with such a remarkable mentor was indeed a pleasure. "Very well, you may return now. I shall confer with the team physicians," Capello remarked, giving Huang Kaiwan a pat on the arm. He had grown thoroughly disillusioned with the Real Madrid medical staff. It was no secret among fans that many of the club's star players harbored doubts about the team's physicians. When injuries became even slightly more severe, these stars often opted to seek treatment abroad or hire their own practitioners. Ronaldo, for instance, had initially sought the services of the Brazilian national team's doctor, only to later find the AC Milan physician to his liking and underwent surgery in Milan. This incident was frequently derided by the world sports news, mocking Real Madrid's medical team. Indeed, the medical staff had become a glaring weakness for the club. Capello sighed, recalling his previous conversations with Calderon on the matter. Calderon had struggled to secure top talent. The renowned healer Wolfarth was reluctant to leave Germany, and Chelsea had retained Dr. Melserman at a high price. Without these elite sports injury specialists, it would be better to retain the current medical staff. Today's performance by the Real Madrid doctors had left Capello profoundly disappointed. While he did not expect them to expedite the player's recovery, their sluggishness in even lifting a stretcher was simply unacceptable. Capello had read in the newspapers that AC Milan's medical staff was evaluated on their response times, a policy he found entirely reasonable. The Real Madrid medical team could certainly benefit from some reform. "Who are you dating today?" Upon returning to the locker room, Ronaldo sat beside Hwang Kaiwan, eager to gossip. His curiosity was piqued. "Need you even ask? It's undoubtedly the woman who sings at the opening. She performed at the Bernabeu last time. And I heard from the club staff that Kevin specifically requested her return," Cassano replied. "Wow, is that true? No wonder. So you have overtime tonight. That rascal Kevin. Watching a private performance at home. No wonder he didn't invite us over after the match." Guti chimed in with a complaint. Raul interjected, "All right, enough about Kevin's private life. Our performance today has been lackluster. It was only thanks to Kevin and Ronnie scoring 4 goals that we are ahead. That goal we conceded was utterly inexcusable. In the second half, we must all perform better. We cannot always rely on Kevin to score." "Got it, Mom." Guti rolled his eyes, expressing his annoyance at Raul's nagging. As halftime was drawing to a close, Capello returned to the locker room. His expression indicated that his conversation with the Real Madrid doctors had been far from pleasant. With a stern face, Capello clapped his hands and declared, "All right, pay attention to defense in the second half. I do not wish to see you conceding inexplicable goals again. Go Madrid, go Madrid." 15 minutes passed, and the players returned to the field amidst the cheering at the Bernabeu. Shortly after the second half commenced, Wanda Ramos replaced Renato with Chavantin, a forward for a midfielder. Wanda Ramos is clearly prepared to go all out. It is difficult to articulate, indeed. Although this substitution demonstrates considerable courage, one must ponder whether it is somewhat audacious to further diminish the midfield presence in the face of Real Madrid's formidable attacking lineup today. Behind Hwang Kaiwan and Ronaldo, there are Beckham and Guti, one providing long passes and the other threading through balls, which can significantly bolster the forward line. With Sevilla replacing a midfielder, it becomes easier for Real Madrid players to deliver passes to their strikers. Sevilla continues to launch attacks down the right flank, with the young duo of Navas and Alves, both in their early 20s, pressing against the illustrious Raul and Carlos. This exemplifies the adage that youth can indeed intimidate the seasoned. Alves displays remarkable dribbling skills. It is hardly surprising that Raul, not primarily a defensive player, is bypassed. As Alves carries the ball past the halfway line, he does not continue down the wing, but instead cuts in deftly with his right foot, veering towards the center. Following Renato's departure, the need arises for other players to facilitate connections between the forwards and the defense, and Alves possesses the requisite capability. Emerson charges forward to press, prompting Alves to quickly distribute the ball to the left flank. Adriano, with a deft touch using his left foot, attempts to showcase his skills against Salgado, only to be dispossessed and sent out of play by Salgado's robust challenge. A yellow card is issued. Such an action could easily warrant a red card. Given the referee's relatively lenient standards today, Sevilla earns a free kick. They scored from a set piece in the first half, so let us observe this opportunity. Alves positions himself at the site of the foul. Upon the referee's whistle, Alves takes a run-up and delivers the ball towards the center of the penalty area. The 3 Sevilla forwards surge towards the ball's anticipated landing, but Ramos collides with Fabiano and fails to jump. Just as Canute appears poised to connect with the ball, Casillas rushes out from his goal and leaps into the small box, powerfully punching the ball away. It is perilous. Casillas acts decisively, and as the ball approaches the edge of the penalty area, a chaotic scramble ensues. Ramos dashes out of the area to clear the ball. The sphere swiftly travels from the backfield towards the center circle. Observing its descent, Hwang Kaiwan immediately accelerates forward. As the ball falls, Guti elegantly raises his foot, using his heel to pass it ahead. Javier Navarro raises his hand, signaling for offside, but upon hearing no whistle, he trails back with his teammates. In the midst of the run, Huang Kaiwen sidesteps to create space, and the ball lands perfectly in front of him. Without losing momentum, he deftly touches it with his left foot and surges towards Sevilla's penalty area. Navarro grits his teeth and sprints to catch up. Had he not raised his hand earlier, he would have launched forward without hesitation. Following closely behind Huang Kaiwen, Julian Escude finds himself 3 meters adrift. The two Sevilla players chasing him find little opportunity to regain possession. The crowd at the Bernabeu is already anticipating the next goal. As he approaches the penalty area, Huang Kaiwen exerts himself for a second burst of speed. Andres Palop, the Sevilla goalkeeper, awaits the opportune moment within the box, his disordered footwork betraying the inner turmoil of the keeper, who remains undecided about whether to advance from his area. As he brought the ball to the edge of the penalty area, Huang Kaiwen felt a sudden jolt beneath his feet. The ball slipped behind him. That damn pothole. The Sevilla players noticed Huang Kaiwen's deceleration and nearly simultaneously sprang into action. Palop chose to rush towards Huang Kaiwen, while Julian Escude, trailing closely behind, seized the opportunity to slide tackle from the side. Huang Kaiwen extended his left foot behind him, deftly pulling the ball from his left side to in front of him. And without a moment's hesitation, he struck with his left foot. Both Palop and Escude had anticipated that Huang Kaiwen would take another step forward. This minor miscalculation led to a collision between the Sevilla goalkeeper and defender, leaving Huang Kaiwen unfazed. The ball rolled effortlessly into the empty net. Following the goal, Huang Kaiwen raised his hands skyward, mimicking Kaka's celebratory gesture. Initially, Kaka had intended to postpone his engagement, yet during a previous away match, he was fervently proposed to by an enthusiastic female fan, prompting him to announce his engagement on the spot. This engagement was hastily arranged, and Huang Kaiwen was unable to attend. Now, he thought to send his congratulations, planning to have a gift delivered later. Uncertain about what to present for his child's engagement, he considered a pair of couples watches for Kaka and Beatrice, or perhaps even a small island. Huang Kaiwen scores another goal. The consequence of Sevilla's diminished numbers in the central area is evident. Huang Kaiwen's efficiency in counterattacks is truly world-class. His attacking partnership with Kaka once instilled fear across Europe. When given a chance for a counter, they were nearly guaranteed success. Indeed, whether in counterattacks or set plays, Huang Kaiwen's performance is exceptional. Of course, Gudi's pass was also exquisite, a backheel that accurately found Huang Kaiwen. Yes, their synergy is remarkable. It seems Huang Kaiwen can seamlessly collaborate with anyone. When he is on the field, Real Madrid's attack transforms entirely. Currently, Capello's greatest concern is Huang Kaiwen's injury issues. As long as he remains unscathed, everything else will fall into place. An intense discussion unfolded within the forum. Huang Kaiwen is not injured, he's just feigning it. Right. I feel he does it intentionally. Huang Kaiwen just doesn't want to train properly. Otherwise, how does he always manage to be fit for crucial matches? Shanshan is right. Huang Kaiwen times his returns perfectly. Who is Shanshan? Don't you know Shanshan? She has posted several insightful articles exposing Huang Kaiwen, and she's running for forum moderator. Once she secures the position, she'll post her photo. I hear she is a beautiful girl from a prestigious university. I wholeheartedly support Shanshan for the moderator position. After midnight tonight, we'll finally see Shanshan's photo. I'm genuinely excited to discover what a girl capable of such profound player analysis looks like. Recently, the most significant event in the Huang Kaiwen forum has been the candidacy of the previously technical-focused female fan, Shanshan, for the moderator position. The combination of football and female presence has undoubtedly resonated with these internet-addicted youths. Support for Shanshan the Great has remained consistently high. Be cautious. It seems Sevilla players are on the verge of committing a foul. As the match resumed, Raul reminded him, be cautious. No worries, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. He utilized an immunity card, making it nearly impossible to sustain an injury. Just be careful not to get hurt, Raul reiterated. Rest assured, I will be vigilant. Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. At that moment, amidst the chaos between Valencia and Real Madrid, it was quite surprising that no one targeted Huang. He felt a pang of regret. During the last match, he had left the field on his own, which felt rather unusual. Today, should anyone dare to resort to unsportsmanlike conduct, the esteemed Huang would not mind being injured and substituted. After the restart, the Sevilla players' morale visibly waned. A scoreline of 5-1 is rarely seen, even when a powerhouse faces a weaker opponent. having clinched the UEFA Cup title for 2 consecutive years. Sevilla's players had been riding high on confidence. However, today's match served as a stark reminder of the disparities in skill levels. Once play resumed, Sevilla's tempo of organization quickened, though their passing precision began to falter. Alves received the ball at midfield and swiftly delivered a long pass aimed at Real Madrid's penalty area. The execution lacked power, allowing Emerson to head it clear just outside the box. Guti turned to regain possession, deftly sidestepping Adriano's challenge while advancing the ball. Beckham, making a run down the right flank, called for the ball. Observing that Hwang Kaiwen was only guarded by a single defender on the left, Guti wasted no time in sending a delicate lob with his left foot. The ball arched across the field, heading towards Alves' blind spot. Seizing the moment, Hwang Kaiwen pivoted and sprinted towards the ball, while Raul and Ronaldo made their way into the center. Alves, slightly delayed in his turn, found himself trailing Hwang Kaiwen. As Hwang approached the penalty area, he skillfully directed the ball with his chest, accelerating once more to maintain his lead. Alves, ever close at his side, was engaged in a fierce race. Despite the boost from his title of King of the left flank, Hwang Kaiwen struggled to shake off Alves entirely. Though Alves was marginally quicker, he found himself boxed in, unable to surge ahead. The two players pursued the ball towards the left side of the penalty area. Hwang prepared to flick the ball, but Alves lunged in from the side with a reckless tackle. Caught off guard, Hwang was brought down by Alves. Hwang Kaiwen. Can he stand? He just recovered from injury. Alves has stirred a hornet's nest, drawing attention in his own half. Look at Guti. He's ready to retaliate. His temper is truly volatile, as seen during the match against Valencia. Raul restrained Guti while Hwang Kaiwen grasped Ronaldo's hand to rise, seemingly unscathed. Alves received a yellow card. Although I couldn't clearly see if he touched the ball first, the assistant referee must have had a clear view and discussed it with the referee. A free kick for Real Madrid on the left flank presents a promising opportunity. Beckham and Guti positioned themselves at the foul spot, while Hwang Kaiwen stood beside the wall. The Sevilla players appeared increasingly anxious, desperate to prevent conceding another goal. Before the whistle had even blown, tension gripped the players. The defensive wall was cautioned twice by the referee before finally positioning itself correctly. At the sound of the referee's whistle, Beckham took a running start, his arms swinging as he struck the ball. With a resounding thud, Hwang Kaiwen sprang into action, witnessing the ball deflect off Navarro and rebound to the left. He paused momentarily. Guti seized the ball on the left and swiftly passed it to Emerson. Noticing Hwang Kaiwen in an offside position, Emerson deftly turned and delivered a diagonal pass to the advancing Ramos. Ramos received the ball, effortlessly curling it with his right foot. The pass, although not powerful, had the perfect height, arching over Escude's head before beginning its descent. Escude spun around and desperately chased after it, but within the penalty area, Hwang Kaiwen had half-turned, using his chest to lift the ball. As it soared once more, Hwang Kaiwen prepared himself, leaping at an angle, his left leg pressing down as he faced Escude. With a powerful swing of his right foot, he struck the ball. The sound of the shot was crisp, though not particularly swift. The ball traced a parabolic arc, sailing over Palop's grasp before descending steadily, crossing the goal line with certainty. Kevin goal. Kevin has once again scored 5 goals in a single match. A splendid volley, leaving the Sevilla goalkeeper utterly helpless. It can now be proclaimed that the Ballon d'Or belongs to Kevin. The upcoming awards ceremony in Zurich, Switzerland, holds no suspense. If the recipient is not Kevin, then the title of World Footballer of the Year loses all significance. Football awards are given to 2 categories, those awarded to Kevin and those shrouded in controversy. And there exist 2 types of players. As a player, when you possess talent and dedication, you glimpse the legendary Dutch trio or the formidable German side. Upon achieving some success and basking in your own glory, you then see the silhouettes of Zidane and Ronaldo. Progressing further, you encounter Garrincha and Beckenbauer, and even the footsteps of Maradona and Pelé. Yet, upon reaching the pinnacle, you may feel as though you cannot advance any further. For you stand at the summit of football. Looking around, who could rival you? But that is a misconception. Raise your gaze, for beyond lies the realm of the divine. If fortune favors you to take one more step, enduring the relentless trials and tribulations, traversing countless arduous paths, amidst the fog you may stumble upon the celestial road. In the chaos, clarity may emerge, and only then, upon touching the divine, can you faintly perceive the distant silhouette of number 10, journeying forth in solitude. Football was birth for Kevin. On the verdant pitch, no one before him could be compared to Kevin, nor will there ever be a name that stands alongside his. To be born in this era is a tragedy for all players, as they will forever live in the shadow of Kevin's brilliance, yet it is also their fortune, for they have the rare opportunity to share the field with a god. Capello afforded Sevilla no opportunities whatsoever. Huang Kaiwan had just extricated himself from his teammate's embrace when the fourth official raised the substitution board. Following Raul's prompt, Huang approached the sidelines and exchanged a high-five with Robinho as he left the field. "Are you feeling all right?" Capello inquired, supporting Huang's arm. "I'm fine, just a bit hungry." Huang replied with a smile. He needed to replenish his energy during halftime. The locker room offered snacks such as bananas, oranges, and pizza. However, after a recent downpour, everyone's shoes had soaked in water, and with so many players removing their footwear during the break, the odor was quite overwhelming, so Huang chose not to eat anything. "You should hurry home for a meal. It's not good for your body to be hungry," Capello advised, patting Huang on the shoulder. "I'll have the team doctor cover for you. After the match, I'll say you went for a medical checkup." "All right then," Huang nodded and walked into the players' tunnel. He was indeed feeling famished. Huang Kaiwan went straight to the locker room, and the team doctor followed him in. Did he sustain an injury from that last shot? One commentator speculated. "Oh, Huang's physical condition is truly concerning. He walked off the field himself, and I thought it was nothing serious. But now that he has entered the tunnel, I cannot ascertain." Once Huang left, the atmosphere at the Bernabeu diminished. "It seems even the Real Madrid fans are worried about his injury," another added. In the online forum, discussions erupted. Is Huang Kaiwan injured? It seems like it. Yet it's hard to tell. Injuries involving Huang are always uncertain. I have a feeling he just wanted to show off on the field. And when he felt he had enough, he faked an injury to leave. I feel the same. Whatever, I'll create a secondary account to vote for Shan. Regardless of Huang Kaiwan, I wonder how Big Cousin is doing. Barcelona keeps boasting, but one team let him play. Playing? I bet Big Cousin is just faking an injury too. Big Cousin even scored against Real Madrid. He has talent. Are you talking about baseball? That was Little Cousin who scored. What does that have to do with Big Cousin? Meanwhile, far away in Barcelona, Li Changlong was living quite comfortably. He spent his days in the La Masia dormitory playing video games, occasionally jogging during training for the press, and every now and then enjoying the vibrant Catalan life with Ronaldinho. Recently, he discovered a new source of amusement. He purchased a phone card with a calling plan that included a certain number of international minutes, with additional charges for excess usage. This was of little concern, as he frequently called friends and family back home, earning $5 million a year if no one knew about it. It would be as if he hadn't earned it all. Just a few days ago, he finally reconnected with an old classmate from his math Olympiad days, chatting for half an hour just to show off how well he was doing. However, making too many calls had its downsides, as many requested him to bring signed jerseys when he returned to China in the summer. This was reasonable. As a player, acquiring a few signed jerseys shouldn't be too difficult, right? His parents alone should have dozens of jerseys of Ronaldinho, and with the ones he promised, the count is beyond measure. Furthermore, there are signed jerseys from Ronaldo, his cousin Huang Kaiwan, as well as a plethora of signatures from esteemed players like Maldini and Kaká. Li Changlong has finally realized that boasting comes at a cost. He is currently in a quandary. After all, these jerseys are not given for free, and he must pay for them. Having reached this point, if he doesn't bring something back for them, future relations would be strained, and he might even face public criticism in an interview. Li Changlong feels utterly overwhelmed. It's one thing to not know those star players, but even with Ronaldinho, he cannot expect to receive hundreds of signed jerseys, unless he could somehow play in place of Ronaldinho, locking him in a dormitory solely for the purpose of signing jerseys. Li Changlong gazes at the signed Ronaldinho jersey on the table, alongside a stack of pristine jerseys and a pen, and finally extends his guilty right hand. Since elementary school, he hasn't written this much. After signing dozens of jerseys, his mind is in a haze. In a moment of distraction, he accidentally wrote Ronaldinho's name in Chinese characters. These jerseys are rather expensive. How painful it would be to ruin one. Li Changlong smacks his forehead and decides to take them back anyway. Who says Brazilian stars cannot sign in Chinese? Next, he'll have Kaká and Maldini signing in Chinese as well. If anyone asks, he'll simply say it was a special request from his cousin for his teammates to write in Chinese, making it a limited edition. Wouldn't a renowned star signing in Chinese warrant a premium? Having left the Bernabeu early, Huang Kaiwen meets Shakira in the parking lot. They return home to dine together. And after a brief rest, they head out for some exercise. Whether for a concert or a match, maintaining good health is imperative. Not long after, Shakira's phone rings. Sweating profusely, she swats Huang Kaiwen's hand away, saying, "Stop it. I need to take this call." "You carry on," Huang Kaiwen replies. "Hello, what's the matter?" Shakira asks once she answers the phone. The voice of her agent comes through. "Don't miss your flight tomorrow. There are further engagements lined up." I understand." Shakira responds, glancing back with a hint of guilt. "That's good. Your voice sounds a bit off. Are you feeling unwell?" The agent inquires. "And no, I'm perfectly fine." All right, I'll hang up now," Shakira says before ending the call and tossing her phone aside. She shoots Huang Kaiwen a glare and resumes her belly dancing. The following afternoon, when Huang Kaiwen wakes up, the dancer has already left. He had intended to see Shakira off at the airport, but was too tired from the match to rise. Knowing that Albert would take Shakira to the airport, Huang Kaiwen refrains from asking further. He has full confidence in the old stewardess capabilities. After lunch, Ramos and a few others arrive at Huang Kaiwen's house to play racing games, thoroughly enjoying themselves. At the nearby cyber cafe, a young woman rapidly types on her keyboard, engaging in lively conversation with friends in an online forum. Li Huan unscrewed the green tea and handed it over, wearing a flattering expression as he remarked, Shan, in just a few minutes, you will be the moderator. They certainly suspect that you are a fan of Huang Kaiwen." "Humph," Shan sniffed, shaking her little fist as she declared, "It was merely a joke. They keep adding that nonsense. Once I become the moderator, if anyone dares to mention Kaiwen with that derogatory term, I shall ban their account." In a playful scene, the lively Yi Lianchen, also known as the Grave Love, once again intercepted Cannavaro. "Watch my special, Anton," Cassano shouted excitedly as he chased after the car. One cannot deny his prowess and enjoyment. Previously, Cassano had successfully modified his motor himself, and now his vehicle completely outpaced the two other Golden Retriever's cars. In the realm of mini four-wheel drive cars, achieving speed primarily hinges on the battery and motor. The other components merely enhance stability. Without a comparable level of power, competition is futile. Official races prohibit the use of modified motors. After completing 2 laps, Cassano, puffed up with pride like a victorious rooster, exclaimed, "I told you. No matter how many chances you get, you cannot defeat me." "Don't be so smug. I will enlist someone to help me modify my car," Ramos retorted defiantly. He simply could not accept losing to Cassano. "Even if you modify your car, you still won't be able to outpace my special, Anton," Cassano boasted. Beauty remained silent, his expression clearly conveying his dissent. Huang Kaiwen observed this scene with a smile of satisfaction. As a player from a top-tier team, engaging in healthy activities was essential. To prevent his good friends Ramos and Beauty from falling out, Huang Kaiwen invested considerable effort. This atmosphere was precisely what he wished to see. The competition could not be a complete rout. There must be hope for pursuit to sustain the fun. Thus, Huang Kaiwen exposed Cassano's secret, saying, "His motor is different. If you replace the motor, you can enhance your speed." "Hey, that is my secret," Cassano protested with discontent. "Nonsense secret, you shameless scoundrel," Ramos pointed at Cassano and declared. "No wonder your car is so much faster. Just wait until I replace my motor to race again." The 3 Golden Retrievers arrived at Huang Kaiwen's collection room. Beginning to select components, Huang Kaiwen noticed that Beauty and Cassano were engrossed in their tinkering and quickly handed Ramos a small box. Inside the box was a Tamiya top-tier motor, boasting a rotation speed of 32,400 revolutions per minute. Although it was a product from 1993, its limited edition status made it exceedingly rare. This motor, while average in climbing performance, excelled in straight-line speed. Most importantly, Huang Kaiwen's collection mainly consisted of competition-spec motors, not exceeding 27,000 RPM, making this top-tier motor one of the fastest in his collection. Feigning that he had chosen the motor himself, Ramos opened it and began selecting gears to modify his four-wheel drive car. Assembling toys brought immense joy. The exhilarating sensation of enhancing one's speed through personal effort is utterly captivating. The lack of enjoyment associated with four-wheel drives often stems from the fact that many could not afford tracks and accessories during their childhood, and as they matured, they found it challenging to locate companions for play. However, this predicament does not apply to the 3 Golden Retrievers, who engage joyfully in friendly competition amongst themselves. As the young lady mentioned, she would be arriving in Madrid that evening. Huang Kaiwen resolved to conserve his energy, lest he be drawn into the fray. At around 7 p.m., upon returning home, the young lady was taken aback to see the 3 golden retrievers engaged in their nocturnal activities, and she inquired, "Have they begun again?" "Indeed," Huang Kaiwen affirmed with a nod. The current situation had become somewhat intricate. None among Gyuri and his companions wished to concede their inferiority, leading them to run laps repeatedly. This was a matter of male pride. "Shall we retire to the bedroom?" the young lady suggested. Upon glancing at her 2 assistants behind her, Huang Kaiwen asked, "What is the situation here?" "The Valentino team hopes you will wear their attire when you win an award tomorrow, so I brought several pieces for you to try on," she replied with a smile. "Are you so certain I will win?" Huang Kaiwen queried, though he felt his chances were substantial. Unlike the Ballon d'Or, the FIFA World Player of the Year does not provide advance notification prior to the award ceremony, leaving him somewhat anxious until he received official word from FIFA headquarters. "Absolutely. Several of your primary competitors have recently received unfavorable reviews," she remarked cheerfully. "As you know, the World Player of the Year is determined by votes from national team captains and coaches, who are easily swayed by media narratives." Huang Kaiwen felt a chill. Although the young lady refrained from elaborating further, he grasped the underlying implications. It was no wonder that the newspapers had been rife with speculation about Zidane possibly being overshadowed by Inzaghi, Cannavaro's investment failures, and Ronaldinho's unexpected fatherhood. It was clear these were the young lady's machinations at work. Such tactics could indeed sway the selection for the World Player of the Year, as national team captains might divert their votes to others upon reading the news. Having witnessed such occurrences before, Huang Kaiwen had grown accustomed to the young lady's adeptness at manipulating media opinions. Once inside, he tried on over 10 outfits before the young lady was satisfied, ultimately selecting his attire for the awards ceremony. Observing her expression, Huang Kaiwen understood that the day ahead would be anything but simple. The young lady had invested considerable effort on his behalf, and he felt obliged to show her the utmost respect upon their meeting. The following morning, the young lady roused Huang Kaiwen from slumber. After he had washed and dressed, he descended the stairs only to find the 3 golden retrievers missing. Inquiring with Albert, he learned they had departed before midnight the previous day. Huang Kaiwen sighed in relief. Everything requires moderation, even playtime, lest it interfere with training. After breakfast, Huang Kaiwen and the young lady made their way directly to the airport. Cannavaro and the Real Madrid executives had already set out the day before, so they would not be traveling together. On board the private jet, the young lady opened her laptop and, using PowerPoint, presented to Huang Kaiwen, saying, "Now, Kaiwen's tea has made its way into the major countries of Europe and important cities of several other nations. Just do as you see fit." Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. He possessed a keen self-awareness. Although he was a commercial genius, adept at charting the broad course, he relied on Barbara and her assistant to manage the finer details. "I understand that in China, people prefer auspicious beginnings, so once this batch of stores opens, they will connect to form the Chinese character for Win in Europe." The young lady pressed the Enter key, and indeed, the small red dots on the screen formed the character for Win. Huang Kaiwen gave a thumbs up, yet he felt an odd sense of familiarity with the scene. "This feels quite promising. Shall we then venture into Asia and South America next?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "No, we will head to North America first. Besides, you can meet Lily while in the United States," the young lady suggested. "Ahem, as you say," Huang Kaiwen replied awkwardly. He frequently exchanged emails with Lily, not due to a lack of desire to call, but rather because of the 9-hour time difference with Madrid, making it challenging for both to find a mutual time to speak. The young lady chose not to dwell further on that topic and redirected the conversation, stating, "Kaka and the others have already arrived in Zurich. We are on the same floor as them." "That's great," Huang Kaiwen nodded. After more than 2 hours, the plane landed in Zurich, Switzerland. "Kaiwen, could I have your autograph?" "Ah, Kaiwen, I love you. This is my number, Kaiwen. When will you come to see me with Kaka?" "Kaiwen, you're the best. You will definitely win an award tonight." Upon exiting the airport, a car was already waiting. However, Huang Kaiwen and the young lady found themselves blocked at the airport entrance. The fans were incredibly enthusiastic, with many having traveled from other countries to support Huang Kaiwen. Naturally, he could not refuse their simple requests for autographs and photographs. After about an hour, they finally managed to get into the car and leave the airport. Upon arriving at the hotel, someone opened the car door. Just as Huang Kaiwen was about to offer a tip, he looked up to find Kaka standing there, his face beaming with surprise. "Kaiwen, you finally made it. Ricardo, what brings you here? Huang Kaiwan asked as he stepped out of the car. I heard you all were coming today, so I waited here for a bit, Kaka replied with a smile. Huang Kaiwan thought to himself that a bit seemed rather exaggerated. As Huang Kaiwan exited the car, Kaka immediately asked, You haven't eaten yet, have you, Kaiwan? Shall we go to the restaurant together? You all go ahead. I would like to rest for a while, the young lady said. All right then, but if you get hungry, just call room service, Huang Kaiwan advised. Barbara remarked. Watching as Kaka led Huang Kaiwan away, unable to suppress a sigh at her temples. Now that Kaka was engaged, he still behaved this way. And the young lady felt that even after Kaka's marriage, he would not easily shed this demeanor. Alas, it seemed she could only view him as an additional child to nurture. It's been a long time, Kaiwan, Perlo, already indulging in food, greeted him with a mouthful. We met during the Ballon d'Or ceremony not long ago, did we not? Huang Kaiwan remarked, playfully patting Perlo on the shoulder. Ease up a bit, young man. Perlo protested with a grimace. Stop pretending, Huang Kaiwan retorted mercilessly as he took a seat. I didn't realize you had aged so much during our vacation together. Back then, Perlo had been thoroughly enjoying himself with a university student. I've been aging rather rapidly lately, Perlo defended himself. Well, you're still an old man under 30, Huang Kaiwan acknowledged. Picking up the menu to order for himself and Kaka. Let me congratulate you in advance, Perlo shifted the topic. I still don't know if I will win. Huang Kaiwan responded. Don't lie to me. The FIFA World Player of the Year is far easier to predict than the Ballon d'Or. Fabio Cannavaro has no chance of winning, and Paul's performance in the World Cup will dilute his votes. Even without Paul, he couldn't possibly surpass you, Perlo asserted confidently. The voting for the World Player often relies heavily on personal connections and whims. Beyond personal favors, which depend on social networks, many players do not thoroughly analyze the candidate's performances. As players themselves, they have limited time to watch numerous matches. Their votes are largely based on impressions and reputations. Huang Kaiwan's prominence in European football, bolstered by media coverage and endorsements from various legends, far eclipsed that of typical competitors, which is why Perlo held such a conviction. Well, if I do win, let us celebrate together during the holidays, Huang Kaiwan invited. Let us not. We already have plans, Perlo replied. With prior arrangements in place, Huang Kaiwan refrained from further persuasion. During dinner, they exchanged stories about the latest happenings in the Milan locker room, and just as they were finishing, the young lady descended the stairs to find Huang Kaiwan. Would you like something to eat? He inquired. I have no appetite. I'm not eating, she replied, shaking her head. Huang Kaiwan noticed her noticeably slimmer waist and immediately understood the reason. It was all that wretched Inzaghi's fault. The timing of their shared injuries had prompted Barbara to consider dieting. After their meal, the group prepared to return to their rooms for a brief rest. Kaiwan. Just as he stood up, he heard someone call out. Mr. Wenger, Thierry. What a coincidence. Huang Kaiwan turned to see the newcomers. Indeed, quite the coincidence, Wenger smiled elegantly. In terms of Asian culture, one might say this is fate. Quite clever, isn't it? Perhaps it is destiny guiding you to play for Arsenal. Wenger, during his time coaching in Japan, had absorbed a great deal of Asian culture and was among the more knowledgeable coaches in football. Let us not. Let us discuss bringing Fabregas to Milan instead, the young lady firmly interjected, stepping in front of Huang Kaiwan. Barbara was already displeased with his move to Real Madrid. Now there were those attempting to take advantage without proper compensation. Although she believed her Kaiwan was astute, what if he were to be deceived by Wenger? Wenger appeared to possess a remarkable knack for deceiving the youth. He was taken aback and coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment, stating, We have matters to attend to. We shall meet again this evening. Such was his habitual response, for Arsenal simply could not afford the exorbitant buyout clause for Huang Kaiwan. With 200 million at stake. How many captains would Arsenal have to sell? Henry shrugged at Huang Kaiwan and followed Wenger out. You ought not to have spoken so. Huang Kaiwan remarked softly upon their return to the room. He held a considerable admiration for Wenger. Not only was he exceptionally skilled, but he also maintained an unblemished reputation. A rarity in the football world, akin to his own status as a football king. But the young lady had yet to finish her thought when Huang Kaiwan covered her mouth. I understand you mean well, but there is no need for such agitation. I shall handle it, he reassured her. When it came to matters concerning him, the young lady often resorted to more fervent measures. G2 was still in Africa, researching the origins of curses. With bodyguards in tow, slipping away to Europe was out of the question. Only when a solution to the sorcery that plagued him was found could G2 finally leave Africa. Very well, the young lady pouted. Huang Kaiwen gently guided the displeased maiden into the room, where she soon began to reminisce about the distant Beizong. During their afternoon rest, Kaka faintly heard Barbara seemingly on the phone, repeatedly calling for her father. By around 5 p.m., the group arrived at the Zurich Opera House. Kevin, how are things in Madrid? Upon their reunion, Ancelotti warmly embraced Huang Kaiwen and inquired. He had been shopping in Zurich that afternoon and had not seen Huang Kaiwen immediately. Quite well, the staff and players at Real Madrid are exceedingly welcoming and amiable, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Do not speak falsehoods merely to assuage our concerns. Ancelotti retorted with a playful glare. I know Capello. He is nothing but a humorless curmudgeon. I find him rather agreeable. Huang Kaiwen continued to smile. Regardless of Capello's demeanor towards others, he had treated Huang Kaiwen well. Very well, then he has some sense, Ancelotti said excitedly. There have been groundbreaking advancements in our recent research. You must have noticed during Milan's matches that Kaka has made significant progress this season. Ancelotti, oblivious to Huang Kaiwen's expression, continued, once I figure out how to launch across borders, I shall provide you with a receiving device. While I wish to assist you, I absolutely refuse to entrust my number 4 machine to that scoundrel Capello. Agreed. Just have Barbara deliver it to me when the time comes, Huang Kaiwen nodded. There was no need to engage in a debate with Ancelotti over such matters. They had known each other for far too long for that. At 6:20 p.m., the awards ceremony commenced officially. The opening featured a cultural performance, with instruments distinctly infused with African flair. UEFA and FIFA, eager to expand, had turned their attention to regions they had previously overlooked. Kevin Huang felt drowsy. To be honest, he held little interest in such rhythmic dance performances. It was only when the guest performer appeared that he perked up. Britney Spears, strutting confidently, microphone in hand, began to sing. Baby, can't you see I'm calling? A kind like you should be warned. It's quite dangerous. The pulsating rhythm of Toxic was undeniably compelling, causing the stars in attendance to sway to the beat involuntarily. Over the past few years, Britney Spears had emerged as the most prominent pop idol, a true global sensation. Her unique and refreshing voice, imbued with magnetic charm, rendered her songs endlessly enjoyable and memorable. There was once a time when Kevin had purchased Britney's album. Shall we invite her to celebrate tonight? A young lady turned to him and whispered. Kevin playfully tapped her knee, bemused by her incessant chatter. Although King Huang enjoyed playing cards, he was quite discerning about his competitors. Britney belonged to the less astute category of individuals, and Kevin had no desire to engage with her. In contrast, her former teammate Aguilera was undeniably clever. After departing from the Mickey Club, Britney soared to fame, while her trajectory became tumultuous. Aguilera, however, steadily progressed and surpassed her. The entertainment industry is intricate, and Kevin, not being a direct participant, could not elaborate. Yet, it was certain that Britney lacked intelligence, and associating with her would inevitably lead to complications. Upon Britney's exit, Blatter took the stage to address the audience. The first award announced was the FIFA World Player of the Year, awarded to Brazilian footballer Marta. Marta is an exceptionally skilled player, her technical prowess rivaling that of elite male footballers. Overwhelmed with emotion upon receiving the award for the first time, Marta embraced the presenter, Pelé, twice before making her way to the podium to speak. She expressed, I truly don't know what to say, for this is a marvelous moment. This award affirms my efforts. I have watched many players, Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, Rivaldo, and even Pelé's footage, but recently, I have been following Kevin's matches. The camera panned to Kevin, who could only return the applause directed at the stage. Kevin's matches inspire me. His style is always versatile, making it difficult for opponents to anticipate. This is truly remarkable. We all know how challenging it is to alter one's style of play, yet Kevin accomplishes it effortlessly. I aspire to follow in his footsteps, hoping that one day, I too will become a player like Kevin. Kevin nodded, feeling that Marta's praise might have been understated. Her vision surpassed that of many. After Marta descended from the stage, she approached Kevin, who warmly embraced the elated player. They remained in that embrace for nearly a minute before Marta finally released him. Now, we move on to the award for the best goalkeeper, the host announced. There was little doubt that Buffon would take the honor. Several goalkeepers had showcased outstanding performances over the past year. However, the additional points awarded for winning the World Cup are of paramount importance for goalkeepers, allowing Buffon to effortlessly outshine his competitors. Following this, the impeccably attired Mourinho ascended the stage alongside Blatter. In terms of presentation, Mourinho stands as a top-tier coach, having secured endorsements of luxury brands in his capacity as a head coach. Upon opening the envelope, Mourinho proclaimed, in the past 2 years, one manager has led his team to consecutive League and Champions League victories. He is truly deserving of this award. Carlo Ancelotti. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. After taking the stage and shaking hands with Mourinho, Ancelotti adjusted the microphone at the podium and stated, "Many have asked me why I have achieved success. I would like to convey that success is a relatively straightforward endeavor. One simply needs talented players. I am grateful that Milan was robust at that time, boasting stars like Maldini, Nesta, Pirlo, Kaká, and Shevchenko. When a coach has such a formidable lineup, success is within reach. I merely executed my responsibilities. If you are curious about what I did, you may await the completion of my autobiography, Consciousness, Spirit, Competition, and Will, The Power of the Human Heart, where you will find your answers." After stepping down from the stage, Ancelotti embraced several Milan players in succession. Finally, when he hugged Kevin Huang, he briefly remarked, "Thank you. No need for thanks." Kevin Huang replied with a smile, patting Ancelotti's back. Upon returning to his seat, Mista exclaimed excitedly, "Darling, you are simply marvelous. Every world best player owes you gratitude. Stay humble, stay humble." Kevin Huang reassured her with a gentle grasp. Such sentiments should not be expressed lightly. While Huang's performance has indeed been commendable, his experience remains limited. His career has spanned merely 2.5 years, and it is far too early to draw definitive conclusions. Next, the large screen displayed 3 photographs: Kevin Huang, Zidane, and Ronaldinho. Everyone present recognized that the main event was about to commence. Kevin Huang nodded in acknowledgement, confirming that Pirlo's predictions were indeed accurate. Maldini's outstanding performance in the World Cup had diverted votes from Cannavaro. Despite Cannavaro's exceptional showing in the tournament, he still failed to secure a spot among the top 3 nominees. Ultimately, these selections tend to favor attacking players. For a defender to claim the Ballon d'Or, not only must they excel, but their rivals must also falter. The screen showcased highlights of the 3 players, with Kevin Huang's leaping header and volley in the Champions League final eliciting gasps of awe from the audience. Even those who had witnessed it before were struck anew by the beauty of Huang's goals. The many stars present could only marvel at his exquisite strikes. Mista, overhearing their whispers, could not suppress her smile. Blatter, foregoing suspense, opened the envelope and announced, "The 2006 World Footballer of the Year is Kevin." The venue was filled with thunderous applause. As Kevin Huang rose, he was embraced by Kaká and Barbara on either side. The previously solemn atmosphere was now lightened with good-natured laughter. All right, I must go up to accept my award," Kevin Huang urged. Kaká and Barbara released their hands as Huang Kaiwen ascended the stage. "Congratulations, my child," Blatter remarked. "Thank you," Huang Kaiwen nodded in response. The seasoned Dutch player, Davis, handed the gleaming trophy to Huang Kaiwen, stating, "Your performance merits every accolade. Congratulations, Kaiwen." After expressing his gratitude, Huang Kaiwen approached the podium, placed the trophy upon it, and adjusted the microphone, declaring, "I have previously expressed my thanks to many, so today I shall refrain. It suffices that you understand my sentiments. What I wish to emphasize today is the significance of teamwork. Whether at Milan or Real Madrid, I have had remarkable teammates and coaches, which is the reason I stand here today. My success is inextricably linked to the support of my teammates. I extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone who has believed in me. It is you who have transformed me from an ordinary individual into an extraordinary one." With that, Huang Kaiwen raised the trophy once more. The system then chimed with an alert. Ding, successfully intercepting Cannavaro's singular World Footballer of the Year title. Skill activation successful. Traits successfully replicated. Tears welled in the eyes of the young lady as she covered her mouth, gazing at Huang Kaiwen's upright figure. Her Kaiwen was indeed a humble person. Even as the best player in the world, he never forgets those who have aided him. To Barbara, teammates and coaches seemed insignificant. Yet her Kaiwen chose to acknowledge those seemingly inconsequential individuals. This invaluable trait deserved to be reported in the newspapers, so the world could recognize her Kaiwen's excellence. Huang Kaiwen posed for a few photographs alongside Zidane and Ronaldinho, marking the formal conclusion of the award ceremony. Holding the silver trophy, Zidane remarked to Huang Kaiwen, "I somewhat regret retiring so early. It would have been a joy to play alongside you." "Well, you could announce your comeback," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. No, I think I'll pass. I have grown accustomed to the comforts of retirement. Zidane shook his head. He lacked neither honor nor wealth, and after years of relentless play, fatigue had set in. Very well. Should you wish to return, I am confident that both the club and its supporters would welcome you back. If I ever wish to return, Zidane nodded as he departed hastily. He had yet to fully emerge from the shadow of the World Cup disappointment and was not keen on participating in football events at this time. Ronaldinho flashed a grin at Huang Kaiwen, saying, "We should celebrate. Perhaps another time. My girlfriend is here," Huang Kaiwen replied. "Then we shall wait for another opportunity." Ronaldinho nodded in agreement. With the league still ahead, he inquired out of habit. Huang Kaiwen and the young lady returned to the hotel with the Milan star. Following the awards, Real Madrid had only one away match against Almeria, scheduled for the day after the ceremony. Both he and Cannavaro had been informed that they could skip the away trip. Milan's schedule was a bit more hectic, with Serie A starting later and naturally concluding later as well. While Huang Kaiwen dreamt peacefully, the land of China was already ablaze with excitement. In a historic achievement, Chinese player Huang Kaiwen has become the 8th individual to secure both the Ballon d'Or and the FIFA World Player of the Year within a single year. Huang Kaiwen triumphed over Zidane to claim the award. Ronaldinho lauded Huang Kaiwen as the best in the world, conceding defeat with grace. Ancelotti attributed his success largely to Huang Kaiwen. Pelé expressed his delight upon witnessing Huang Kaiwen's accolade during an interview. The newsprint and internet are inundated with stories about Huang Kaiwen. The morning news featured brief segments of interviews, all unanimously praising him. The evening broadcast is expected to devote considerable time to his achievements. Tickers on several national television stations have begun to promote the upcoming segments of Football Night and World Football, both of which will showcase specials dedicated to Huang Kaiwen. After waking, Huang Kaiwen joined the entire AC Milan team on their flight back to Milan. Upon returning home, he recalled the moment he had inadvertently intercepted Cannavaro's attributes. Primarily, the characteristic granted was temporarily of no use, and thus it slipped his mind. Characteristic, key player, Cannavaro, enhances positional awareness in crucial matches, significantly improving tackle precision within one's own penalty area. This characteristic cannot be deemed outstanding or lacking. However, Huang Kaiwen still preferred offensive traits. Cannavaro had been intercepted twice, and the rewards he received paled in comparison to the glory of snatching a Ballon d'Or from Ronaldinho. That evening, Huang Kaiwen made a point to watch the match, only to find Real Madrid unexpectedly defeated 3-0 by Walva, with goals scored by players he had no recollection of. Conversely, AC Milan, starting half an hour later, secured a victory, with Kaká delivering a performance worthy of the Ballon d'Or with 2 assists and a goal. On December 23rd, Milan triumphed 3-0 against Udinese in an away match, concluding their 2006 campaign. Upon returning to Milan, Kaká visited Huang Kaiwen's home with his girlfriend, intending to celebrate Christmas together. As the clock struck 02:04, Huang Kaiwen jolted awake from his dreams. A familiar pain surged through his left arm, prompting him to exclaim, "Filippo Inzaghi." The only person capable of injuring him on a non-match day was none other than Inzaghi. Kaká and Maldini did not share such a penchant for mischief. Huang Kaiwen retrieved his phone and dialed. "Hey brother, your timing is impeccable. I desperately need your assistance," Inzaghi wheezed on the other end. "Damn it. Do not answer calls while engaged in such antics. How did you get hurt again?" Huang Kaiwen queried, exasperated. "How did you know I was injured?" Inzaghi continued to gasp. "Never mind. This is not the time for small talk. Brother, I am being chased by 3 dogs. You must come quickly, or I might end up as their meal. I feel like they are about to bite my backside. What is the address?" Huang Kaiwen inquired with a scoff. He hoped he was mistaken, but there was no doubt that Inzaghi was up to no good, or he wouldn't be pursued by dogs. Rising to his feet, Huang Kaiwen stretched his arms, determined it was nothing serious, and headed downstairs to drive. Regardless of his connections, Inzaghi ought to maintain some decorum, especially when faced with potential embarrassment. Best not to have the butler or bodyguard witness such moments. After approximately half an hour, Huang Kaiwen arrived at Studi. The vicinity of Studi is home to numerous universities, including the Polytechnic University of Milan. This neighborhood is predominantly youthful, bustling with entertainment venues favored by the younger generation. Huang Kaiwen harbored grave suspicions that Inzaghi was engaging with university students and had been caught by their boyfriends. Otherwise, it seemed out of character for Inzaghi to be present at Studi, as its low cost of living did not align with his usual preferences. Upon reaching their designated meeting point, Huang Kaiwan spotted Inzaghi attempting to impress a group of female students from a distance. However, his lack of shoes detracted from his charm. As Inzaghi noticed Huang Kaiwan's vehicle approach, he hastily abandoned his flirtations and awkwardly rushed to the car, flinging open the door to slide into the passenger seat. Huang Kaiwan turned to assess Inzaghi, who, despite it being December, was clad in a suit, little different from winter attire. As Inzaghi settled into the passenger seat, he exclaimed, "Turn up the heat, I'm freezing. I noticed you seemed quite lively chatting with those young ladies." Huang Kaiwan teased with a smile. "I was primarily concerned about maintaining our trio's reputation. One must always uphold a certain elegance in public." Inzaghi replied, adjusting his suit in the rearview mirror. "Let us keep today's events between us. Why are you dressed so lightly and in such a disheveled state?" Huang Kaiwan inquired with curiosity. Surely, even if Inzaghi wished to show off, he wouldn't wear a suit in such chilly weather, right? "Let us not delve into it," Inzaghi sighed. "I recently met a lovely female professor, charming and cultured. We had a delightful evening together. And then," Huang Kaiwan pressed, "when I was getting dressed to leave in the morning, someone returned unexpectedly. You understand. I don't comprehend. I've never experienced anything so humiliating." Huang Kaiwan chuckled, suppressing laughter. Inzaghi truly had a short memory. This was now the second such incident he was aware of. That brute had a face like a bulldog. The moment I spotted him, I scrambled down the window ledge, not even pausing to grab my shoes or coat, Inzaghi lamented. Suddenly, Huang Kaiwan made a realization and asked, "From which floor did you descend?" "Sixth floor," Inzaghi replied, a proud grin on his face. "Let me share a secret I haven't even told my parents. I believe I might be Superman. Surviving a descent from the sixth floor certainly sets you apart," Huang Kaiwan remarked, bemused. Did this fool not recognize how precarious his situation was? Perhaps he should seek sponsorship from Red Bull. "I'm not joking," Inzaghi insisted earnestly. "I've noticed that whenever I get injured, I recover swiftly and most remarkably. It doesn't impair my athletic performance. Isn't this akin to the super healing abilities depicted in comics? Today I contemplated jumping directly from the sixth floor, but fear held me back, so I climbed to the third before leaping down. That is how I ended up with this injury on my arm." Huang Kaiwan. It seems that Huang, the king of the ball, has stumbled upon an extraordinary revelation. He has finally discerned the reason behind Inzaghi's incessant injuries. Previously, Huang had read online that pain serves as a vital alert, warning humans of potential harm and prompting immediate escape from perilous situations. The absence of pain could indeed be perilous. Now, with Huang sharing the burden of Inzaghi's injuries, the latter's recovery accelerates, and his professional career remains unscathed. Akin to those devoid of the sensation of pain, Inzaghi, believing himself invincible, remains unafraid of injury, inadvertently dragging Huang into the fray. At this rate, Inzaghi may one day leap from the sixth floor, necessitating Huang's own recuperation. "Huang, you ought to be cautious," Huang Kaiwan advised. "Even if your recovery is swift, it cannot guarantee perpetual healing. You wouldn't wish to spend your next life confined to a wheelchair, would you?" Huang, having taken the fall for Inzaghi, could begrudgingly accept this arrangement, given their brotherly bond and the substantial winnings from Inzaghi. However, he could not perpetually shoulder the weight of Inzaghi's injuries. "It's fine, don't worry. I'm fully aware," Inzaghi replied nonchalantly. "Very well then," Huang Kaiwan conceded, unsure how to further persuade Inzaghi. He resolved to revisit the matter at a later time. As he prepared to leave, a thought struck him. Wait, how could you be chased by a dog after jumping from the sixth floor? Even if you had a dog, it wouldn't keep up with you, would it? Hee, Inzaghi chuckled, a mischievous grin on his face. "When I leapt from the third floor, I caught a glimpse of the lady of the house bathing, and coincidentally, her husband was outside walking the dog." Huang Kaiwan felt a profound sense of speechlessness at that moment. Inzaghi, ever convinced of his good fortune, failed to realize that whether at cards or during escapades, he perpetually found himself the unluckiest of all. Huang drove Inzaghi home, as the latter planned to celebrate Christmas at his abode. Upon arrival, they found Kaka and Beatrice dining together. Upon seeing Inzaghi, Kaka immediately remarked, "This troublemaker must have caused quite a ruckus. Waking you up, Kevin?" He knew Huang typically slept until he awoke naturally, making this early rise unusual. "Hey, Ricardo," Inzaghi said, pulling a chair beside Kaka and affectionately draping an arm around his neck. "How can you speak to me like that? I am the leader of the Three Musketeers. Kaka swatted Inzaghi's hand away. Keep your hands to yourself. I prefer my girlfriend not to misunderstand. Beatrice, holding a glass of milk, glanced at Huang Kaiwan and then at Kaka, remaining silent. This guy spent the night at someone else's house and got caught. He climbed down from the 6th floor, accidentally fell into someone else's yard from the 3rd, and was chased several streets by a dog, Huang summarized succinctly at the dining table. Kevin, you scoundrel. Inzaghi protested in discontent. Did you not promise to keep this a secret? They are not outsiders, so there is no need for secrecy, Huang Kaiwan remarked with a smile. Kaka assisted Huang Kaiwan in setting the table and nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, Kevin is right. Filippo, I will call a doctor to attend to your injuries later. I have an award ceremony to attend this afternoon, Huang Kaiwan stated. Are you receiving another award? Inzaghi asked, his eyes widening in surprise. Yes. I have been named an honorary citizen of Milan, Huang Kaiwan confirmed with a nod. It was not unusual for him to receive accolades. As the king of football, he was destined for such honors, and it would be no surprise if he were to win the Wimbledon or the Snooker Masters Championship one day. What a damn lucky guy. Having a wonderful girlfriend is impressive. I believe I deserve to be an honorary citizen of Milan as well, Inzaghi grumbled while having breakfast. As soon as he finished speaking, the other three ceased their meals and turned their attention to Inzaghi. Beatrice sensed an underlying implication in Inzaghi's words. As he was directly addressing Huang Kaiwan, Kaka felt he was caught in a double bind. Inzaghi, realizing the awkwardness of the atmosphere, quickly attempted to rectify his statement. I didn't imply there was any issue with your award, but my own capabilities are formidable. That Maratti must have poor judgment. I detest every Maratti. Inzaghi referred to the mayor of Milan, Letizia Maratti. This Maratti is a woman and bears no relation to Massimo Maratti, the owner of Inter Milan. They merely share a surname. Kevin has made significant contributions to the city of Milan. It is far too early for you to consider becoming an honorary citizen. Kaka retorted to Inzaghi. Inzaghi pouted, saying, Ever since you met Kevin, you've changed, you little rascal. Perhaps you are simply too bothersome. Kaka shot back. Huang Kaiwan, uninterested in their quarrel, shifted the conversation. Ricardo, when do you plan to get married? I'm not quite sure, Kaka replied, feeling a bit shy. He wants to wait for a meaningful moment, Beatrice interjected. Well then, do not rush it when the time comes, Huang Kaiwan advised. Kaka, filled with a romantic bourgeois fantasy about the world and cherishing the significance of rituals, found such a choice unsurprising. Don't worry. I will definitely have you as my best man, Kaka said with a smile. Shouldn't that role belong to me? Inzaghi complained, pointing to his handsome face. Look at this face. Am I not more dashing than Kevin? My presence as best man would undeniably bring you glory. Beatrice and Kaka exchanged glances and nodded in unison, saying, Quite nice, but just a tad less than Kevin. What kind of eyes do you have? Inzaghi protested. Having finished his meal, Huang Kaiwan rose, and Kaka and Beatrice followed suit, leaving Inzaghi seated at the table. Is it this afternoon? Beatrice inquired. Indeed, Huang Kaiwan confirmed with a nod. It must be noted that Huang Kaiwan held considerable influence. The full title of the Honorary Citizen Award from the city of Milan is a Ragionadoro, which is bestowed upon individuals, organizations, and associations that bring prestige to the city. Originally, the award ceremony was scheduled for early December, but it was postponed due to Huang Kaiwan's busy schedule at that time. The young lady would attend the ceremony at the city hall directly from the company. Yet Huang Kaiwan was still unable to escape the whims of fate. After a leisurely lunch, Beatrice summoned a makeup artist and a stylist, bringing along a considerable array of garments from her family's collection. Truly, as the daughter of the Valentino owner, she never forgets her family business. These capitalists are exceptionally shrewd. Huang Kaiwan, with a smirk, realized something. It appeared he too possessed a fair amount of wealth, along with numerous enterprises and a significant number of employees. Surely, he could not be classified as a capitalist, could he? Huang Kaiwan believed he was quite commendable. His employees enjoyed salaries and benefits exceeding the local average. He, the king of the ball, was not profiting from the exploitation of others. Thus, he was not a capitalist, but a dreamer. His endeavors were not driven by the pursuit of profit, but rather the realization of dreams. With this thought, Huang Kaiwan felt a wave of comfort wash over him. After more than 3 hours, the makeup artist and stylist finally completed their work. The group then departed for the city hall in a single vehicle, with Inzaghi reluctantly assuming the role of the driver. Isn't it better to have the bodyguard drive? A handsome fellow like me shouldn't be behind the wheel. Inzaghi complained as he drove. Be quiet. I picked you up just this morning. Huang Kaiwan retorted. Inzaghi, that rascal, sought to claim credit for merely doing some work. Huang Kaiwan suspected Inzaghi was trying to entice him into a night out with Kaka. Since you've received the honorary citizenship of Milan, let us celebrate tonight, Inzaghi suggested. Turning his head. Not going. Huang Kaiwan promptly declined, as he had anticipated. You dullard, life requires a bit of spice. Look at me, still young at over 30. Thanks to my frequent relaxation, Inzaghi rambled on. But you're a substitute, Kaka interjected, delivering the final blow. Inzaghi could only resign himself to driving. This situation, aside from the prowess of Tony and Inbu, was also a consequence of Inzaghi's own circumstances. In a dual forward formation, having two forwards was simply insufficient. Inzaghi had his chances. However, he was perpetually injured, often finding ways to hurt himself, thus missing opportunities. Upon arriving at the city hall, the young lady's vehicle was already waiting. Spotting Huang Kaiwan and his companions alight from the car, she too descended and approached them. Darling, let us proceed, she said, linking her arm with Huang Kaiwan's as they moved forward. Beatrice followed closely, entwining her arm with Kaka's. Inzaghi stood frozen, clutching the car keys. Damn it. It would have been better not to come at all. Milan's City Hall, known as Palazzo Marino, is a 16th-century edifice located in the heart of Milan, serving as the city's municipal seat since September 19, 1861. In the courtyard of Palazzo Marino, statues depict the grand exploits of Hercules and his transformations. The main hall, now referred to as the Sala Alessi, features a ceiling adorned with murals and stucco depicting the marriage of Cupid and Psyche. Upon entering the main hall, Huang Kaiwan became the center of attention. Hi, Kevin. Long time no see, Kevin. Congratulations on receiving the title of World Footballer of the Year, Kevin, someone remarked. Kevin's tea is exquisite. I've even acquired a membership card. We can discuss business when time permits, Huang Kevin greeted with a smile. Most attendees did not leave a strong impression on him, but fortunately, the young lady beside him made introductions. This year, 6 individuals were honored as honorary citizens of Milan. And with Kevin in attendance, the other 5 awardees faded into the background. Kevin, your perspective is rather impressive, Michel Ferrero noted with a grin. Thank you, Mr. Ferrero. I have much to learn in the realm of business, Huang Kevin replied, smiling. He had encountered the Italian magnate a few times before. Do not be overly modest. Excessive humility can be a form of pride, Ferrero remarked. All right, then I shall admit my excellence, Huang Kevin shrugged, eliciting hearty laughter from Ferrero. Once Mayor Moratti took the stage, the venue fell silent. I appreciate everyone taking the time to be here today, so I will keep my remarks brief, Milan's mayor, Lazzaro Moratti, stated. Following our deliberations and evaluations, we have finalized the list of award recipients. Each of these 6 individuals has made outstanding contributions to Italy and Milan in their respective fields. Now, let us welcome our first awardee, the highly anticipated Kevin. Huang Kevin rose to the applause and made his way to the stage. Having received numerous awards in recent days, he felt a sense of familiarity. After embracing Moratti, Huang Kevin stood at the podium and expressed, I sincerely thank the Milan city government for this recognition. It is a great honor, and I will continue to strive for excellence. Thank you. Upon returning home that evening, Albert had prepared dinner. It was impossible to leave the old butler alone in Madrid during the festivities. Albert had only one son with whom he seldom communicated. Let us raise a toast to Kevin, this fortunate rascal, Inzaghi exclaimed. To Kevin. After dinner, Huang Kevin intended to play games with Kaka. He had entrusted the game legend to a professional player for some time, and without participating in combat, what was the point of leveling up? However, Inzaghi insisted on playing a different game. Huang Kevin narrowly avoided joining, but Kaka was not so fortunate, and Albert was dragged into the mix. Noticing the young lady and Beatrice watching television on the sofa, Huang Kevin opened the forum dedicated to him. After browsing through several posts, he was astonished to find that there was not a single derogatory comment about him that day. He examined the forum closely. It was indeed the Huang Kevin forum. What was going on? Had those detractors turned over a new leaf? The more he read, the more surprised he became. He never anticipated that his charisma could inspire these internet-addicted youths to reform. Huang Kevin felt this was an achievement in itself. Perhaps he could even be nominated for the 10 Outstanding Youths Award. He attempted to post a comment stating, Huang Kevin is a jerk, but was banned shortly thereafter. Surprisingly, Huang Kevin felt pleased about the ban. It seemed the forum moderators had discernment. After creating a new account, and spending some time browsing the forum. Huang Kevin finally understood the situation. Huang's girlfriend, Shanshan, is an avid fan of Huang. She persuaded Huang to assist her in crafting a technical post to discredit Huang, successfully infiltrating the inner circle. Subsequently, she campaigned for the position of forum moderator and ascended to become the leader of the Huang Kaiwan fan club. She then unleashed her wrath upon those who had voted for her, banning numerous accounts. Presently, the Huang Kaiwan forum has transformed into a conventional fan club for the athlete. Some dissenters remain, while others have shifted their allegiances to the Huang Kaiwan This Guy and Black Kevin forums, where these critics now congregate. It seems akin to the mythical Hydra. When one head is severed, two more emerge in its place. Upon entering the Huang Kaiwan This Guy forum, Huang finally found a familiar ambience. Huang Kaiwan has won yet another award, an honorary citizen of Milan, as the news just broke on Weibo. Goodness. If he is an honorary citizen, does that mean I must be among the top 10 outstanding youth in the world? Oh. I knew from Shanshan that Huang Kaiwan's fans were just as cunning as he is. Damn, don't think I wouldn't recognize you. It was you who rallied votes for Shanshan, leading the brothers to fall for it. Who would have imagined that Shanshan was an undercover? Huang sold everyone out for his girlfriend. Don't act as if you were ever kind to Huang. Weren't you always urging the moderators to ban him? I've always suspected that Huang was a fan of that Huang Kaiwan, and I believe Shanshan might have been deceived. He pretended not to like Huang Kaiwan in front of her, changing for her sake. No way. Can that fool Huang possess such intelligence? Huang is a student at a prestigious university. How dare you underestimate his intellect? He is living the good life now, boasting without the need to deliver, and has become a privileged dog, and a dog with a girlfriend, no less. Huang chuckled at this. He recalled the name Li Huan and was surprised to learn he was a fan of Huang. Even more impressive was Li Huan's girlfriend, who had single-handedly seized control of the Huang Kaiwan forum. Huang felt inclined to reward this young lady. He, the king of football, was never one to be stingy. Once more, he entered the Huang Kaiwan forum and sent a private message to Shanshan the Great Demon. Are you there? This is Huang Kaiwan. Please send me your address. I would like to gift you a signed jersey. Shanshan the Great Demon. Trying a new trick again? Get lost. Huang, damn it. Feeling frustrated, Huang closed the forum. Without a verification feature online, he would not have endured such verbal abuse from his own fans. Huang celebrated a vibrant Christmas at home, with Inzaghi around. It was impossible for the atmosphere to be dull. After spending the holidays in Italy, Capello packed his bags and embarked on a new journey. Fabio, promise me you will take good care of yourself, Laura Capello said, her eyes brimming with tears as she bid farewell. Don't worry, I'm not headed to Africa. Capello replied, nodding as he turned to enter security. Since he could not find anyone in Europe to assist him, he resolved to venture to Asia. Capello has always had a penchant for travel, having previously explored numerous historical sites and museums alongside Laura. Long journeys pose no challenge for him. This time, he is set to visit the homeland of Huang Kaiwan. With luggage in hand, Capello adjusted his glasses with a flick of his finger, his eyes gleaming with determination. He was resolute in his quest to uncover a remedy for the curse afflicting Huang Kaiwan. After a grueling flight exceeding 10 hours, Capello finally disembarked the plane. Consulting his travel guide to confirm his destination, he purchased a ticket for the next leg of his journey. He had once heard the adage that the world's martial arts stem from Shaolin, and he believed that there he would find the answers he sought. Although he was a stranger in a foreign land, Capello's grasp of the Chinese language was adequate, supplemented by a dictionary and travel manual. After traversing by plane, bus, and tricycle, he arrived at the foot of the majestic mountains, gazing up at the towering peaks and the resplendent gates before him. Capello knew he had reached his destination. As a successful coach, his mind was abuzz with thoughts. Instead of immediately ascending the mountain to seek assistance, he chose to observe incognito like a tourist. After a period of observation, Capello felt a twinge of disappointment. It appeared that this place might lack the sage he was searching for, resembling more a corporate operation than a sanctuary of wisdom. Nevertheless, having arrived, he resolved to continue his observations. Capello settled in the vicinity, eager to discern whether Songshan indeed harbored any eminent figures. After Christmas, Huang Kaiwan was honored with the annual Best Player Award from the English magazine World Football. The year 2006 could be described as a bountiful one for Huang Kaiwan. In addition to receiving multiple accolades, he had embarked on his own small business venture. Huang Kaiwan also aspired to maintain his momentum into 2007. In the following days, he remained in Milan, enjoying games with Kaka. The two reveled in their gaming endeavors within Legend, particularly in the 100 districts. On the evening of December 31st, Huang Kaiwan deliberately awaited the stroke of midnight. Upon the clock striking 12, he accessed the system and discovered an increase in his fate points. Previously, he had received a boost of 50 points due to Inzaghi's unfortunate leap, followed by another notification, ding, significantly altered Inzaghi's fate, earning 500 fate points, which catapulted his total to 610 points, drawing ever closer to the coveted 10,000. Huang Kaiwan decided to check the shop's refresh. The special template read, Blackfoot Sanji, 1,000,000 fate points. Other templates included Neskins, 10,000 points, Cruyff, 10,000 points, Memphis Depay, 4,000 points. Skills available were Cruyff Turn Mastery, 1,000 points, and Go Mastery, 100 points. Items included 24-hour injury immunity card, 20 points, and a special item, Davis's Goggles, 200 points. The special templates this time were combat-oriented. While Sanji's foot was indeed suitable for football, his combat prowess was difficult to assess, and Huang Kaiwan suspected he might not prevail against Nobarashino. None of the templates particularly piqued Huang Kaiwan's interest. The two premier templates featured globally renowned football stars, yet the abundance of choices at the 10,000 point mark dissuaded him from the thought of having Cruyff write about how Huang's playing resembled that of the legendary figure. Thus, it is improbable for the king of yellow balls to acquire the Cruyff template. Depay embodies the archetype of soaring expectations followed by a decline, reminiscent of Huntelaar. Both were heralded with great anticipation prior to their departures from the Netherlands. However, despite decent performances in mainstream leagues, they have fallen short of the aspirations their clubs held for them. Huang Kaiwan expended a mere 120 points to obtain the Go Mastery and Immunity card. Skill, Go Mastery. From today onwards, you shall be the Battle Eagle. Although Huang Kaiwan possesses no knowledge of Go, the majority of 100-point skills offer exceptional value. Subsequently, the King of Yellow Balls may seek out Lee Sedol for some spirited exchanges. In the end, Huang Kaiwan activated his fate display. Instantly, a scene unfolded. Inzaghi was injured. But thanks to your assistance in sharing the burden, he miraculously recovered. Inzaghi encountered another injury and discovered a secret. He could always return to peak condition. Inzaghi leapt from the 3rd floor, landing on his arm and injuring himself, yet still managed to regain his prime state. Inzaghi believed he was a superhero. To validate this, Inzaghi experimented with a knife on his body, and once again healed, filling him with joy as he began to test his superpowers by frequently engaging in perilous sports. You found the inexplicable injuries to be quite vexing, and fearing that not invoking the High Priest Inzaghi might lead to dire consequences. You could only passively accumulate a substantial amount of fate points. Due to aiding Inzaghi and bearing his injuries, you missed all the matches of the 0809 season. Upon the season's conclusion, fortune smiled upon you, granting you the special template Mayalan, for which you were profoundly grateful to Inzaghi, wishing to see him once he recovered. Before you could meet him, Inzaghi, fully healed, sought to challenge himself once more. This time, he attempted to jump from 390,000 meters back to Earth. As he neared the ground, Inzaghi unexpectedly released his parachute, aiming to showcase a no-parachute landing survival act. However, the now-retired Inzaghi would not benefit from the distribution of the High Priest's skills, resulting in a disastrous fall, leading to his demise at the age of 37. Huang Kaiwan foresaw this outcome. Previously, he could turn a blind eye to such recklessness. Now, for the sake of Inzaghi's safety, Huang Kaiwan felt compelled to impart some lessons to him. Otherwise, that rogue was bound to meet an untimely end. As January began, it heralded the opening of the winter transfer window. Even before it officially commenced, Real Madrid had already secured 4 players, Gago, Higuain, Marcelo, and De Jong, totaling an expenditure of €47 million. On the morning of January 1st, Real Madrid announced several new signings, and in the afternoon, Huang Kaiwan received a call from Calderon. Kevin, negotiations with Porto are still ongoing, so for now, we have only signed De Jong, Calderon communicated from the other end. Mr. President, I understand, it poses no issue. Huang Kaiwan replied, call me Ramon. Very well, Ramon. By the way, Kevin, can you attend the unveiling ceremony of several players? Calderon inquired. I shall check my schedule. If time permits, I will certainly attend, Huang Kevin responded before concluding the call. He indeed had the time, yet he was reluctant to partake in the unveiling ceremony. To be precise, Huang Kaiwen is reluctant to associate himself with the transfers involving Yin Guan and others. The cost of De Jong remains unknown to Huang Kaiwen. However, according to Milan scouts' estimations, the transfer fee for De Jong should not exceed 3 million euros. Previously, the market value of both Yin Guan and Gago hovered around 5 million, while Marcelo was even less expensive. Nevertheless, these four individuals astonishingly drained nearly 50 million euros from Real Madrid, with the surplus funds primarily benefiting Mijatovic, Calderon, and Mijatovic sycophant. Becerro, Huang, the king of yellow, wishes to steer clear of such entanglements. The entire transfer period under Calderon was rife with suspicion, characterized by fees exceeding the seller's demands and sudden spikes in agent commissions becoming commonplace. Such matters will inevitably surface one by one in the future. Therefore, Huang Kaiwen certainly refuses to support Calderon. It is akin to endorsing a half-finished building. And Huang does not wish to be pursued and scolded by fans during the Royal Somalia era. On January 3rd, Huang Kaiwen departed for Madrid. In the European transfer market, apart from Real Madrid, other major clubs have made little significant movement. Manchester United and Bayern are embroiled in negotiations regarding Hargreaves. Having lost Ballack, Dyler, and soon to lose Salahamidzic, Bayern, which had agreed to a £20 million transfer fee, is unwilling to let Hargreaves depart during the winter. If he wishes to leave, it must wait until summer. Messi and Eto'o have sustained serious injuries. However, Barcelona's president Laporta and sporting director Begiristain jointly denied any intention of making new signings, with Laporta reiterating that Lee Chong-long will shoulder the burden of scoring. The mysterious Barcelona striker Lee Chong-long is akin to AC Milan's Mr. X, with no one knowing when he might recover. Inter Milan has also been linked to several names, having previously acquired Cambiasso, Samuel, Figo, and Solari from Real Madrid. They are now associated with Beckham and Cassano. Overall, most major clubs are making a lot of noise with little action. Currently, the most significant expenditure in the Premier League is Aston Villa's £9 million acquisition of Ashley Young. Huang Kaiwen remains at home in Madrid, watching television, as the host incessantly analyzes the European winter transfer window, while he is unaware of other teams. The rumors surrounding AC Milan are entirely unfounded. Claims of AC Milan attempting to poach Messi from Inter Milan or showing interest in West Ham's Tevez are baseless without his approval. At present, AC Milan's primary concern is the inadequacy of forwards. Acquiring a quality striker in winter proves to be quite challenging. I have discovered the key. Henceforth, Real Madrid's performance will remain stable, Capello stated to the camera as he exited the airport. His appearance seemed somewhat haggard, yet his spirits were remarkably high. Huang Kaiwen speculated whether Capello's wife was expecting again, as it was unusual to see him so jovial. Alberto entered the house with Ronaldo. Ronaldo retrieved a bottle of water from the refrigerator, settled onto the sofa, and said, "Kevin, I have decided to transfer." "You are leaving?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "Capello does not particularly fancy me, and I reciprocate that sentiment. Remaining here offers little advantage," Ronaldo remarked, shaking his head as he watched Capello on television. Ever since he decided to undergo surgery, Capello's demeanor towards him had soured. As an extraterrestrial talent on the pitch, he found it intolerable to be treated like an ordinary player. "Perhaps you should consider AC Milan," Huang Kaiwen suggested. "Milan is currently in need of a forward." "I might contemplate that. Inter fans may not take it well," Ronaldo replied. "You should genuinely consider Milan. Their strength is formidable, and most importantly, since you missed this season's Champions League due to your surgery, joining Milan would allow you to participate in the Champions League. If fortune smiles upon you, you might even help Milan secure the runner-up position," Huang Kaiwen stated earnestly. Ronaldo playfully punched Huang Kaiwen and grinned. "You are quite the optimist." Huang Kaiwen shrugged and smiled in silence. Did he truly need to worry about accolades? After a brief moment, as Ronaldo prepared to leave, he expressed sincerely, "Thank you for previously connecting me with Milan's doctor. I will seriously contemplate joining AC Milan." "That sounds promising," Huang Kaiwen nodded, escorting Ronaldo to the door. Ronaldo's potential transfer to AC Milan represented a mutually beneficial arrangement. Before any alterations to the Champions League rules, players were permitted to represent only one team per season in the tournament. Thanks to the surgery performed by Milan's medical staff, Ronaldo was recovering remarkably. By missing Real Madrid's Champions League matches, he could now compete alongside Milan. This season, his close friend Kaká had been exceptional, performing brilliantly in the Champions League. By the season's end, a dramatic showdown in the finals between the two friends could very well occur. Moreover, Ronaldo possessed significant commercial value. Joining Milan would enable him to maintain his endearing persona both on and off the field, maximizing the potential of this extraordinary talent. Hwang Kaiwan resolved to call the young lady later. This dual opportunity for Ronaldo, both to play and endorse, was indeed a lucrative prospect. The benevolent Hwang, King of the Yellow, thrived on aiding his friends in realizing their self-worth. On January 5th, Real Madrid finally secured Pepe, with a transfer fee soaring to €30 million. Although a substantial portion of that may have been siphoned off, Hwang Kaiwan felt a sense of satisfaction. At the very least, the bodyguard was in place. The absence of the incapable Diego Costa had little impact. Previously contemplating Costa was due to the scarcity of exceptional forwards. Few players in the annals of football possessed the prowess to disrupt defenses like Costa, but alas, he had not progressed swiftly enough to seize the opportunity to join Real Madrid. In the afternoon, Hwang Kaiwan intended to attend a commercial event for Real Madrid. However, Inzaghi gifted him an additional 50 fate points, and with his foot injury, Hwang Kaiwan opted to stay home. He had resolved that next season, regardless of how many fate points he accumulated, he would not deploy the High Priest card. He wanted Inzaghi to experience some hardship, understanding that reckless behavior could ultimately lead to dire consequences. A day later, Hwang Kaiwan hosted a simple reception for the football night program at his home. After presenting several jerseys, they departed. The group from Football Night arrived at Real Madrid's Valdebebas, akin to Lou Laulau entering the Grandview Garden. During Calderon's tenure, Real Madrid faced various challenges, yet when compared to others, their foundation as a European powerhouse remained unparalleled, starkly contrasting with the infrastructure of Asian teams. De Benzi observed Capello timing the players from the sidelines and remarked with astonishment, "Indeed, the foremost club of the last century is distinct. Even the stretcher-bearers are timed." Absolutely, every detail is meticulously attended to. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative transformations. While critics outside claim a strained relationship between Capello and the stars, it is evident from this that Capello's methods contributed to AC Milan's remarkable 58-match unbeaten streak. Liu Jianhong reflected. Each visit to European clubs felt like entering a different realm. Intrigued, Liu Jianhong engaged the young translator in conversation and inquired of Capello, "We noticed the stretcher material is different. Is there a particular significance to this?" With arms crossed, Capello, in deference to the illustrious Huang Xiaowang, managed a smile and explained, "This is custom-made for us. Designed ergonomically to minimize the risk of secondary injuries and significantly enhance comfort." "And what is the purpose of timing the entry?" Liu Jianhong pressed. "The speed at which the medical team enters is crucial for the player's immediate treatment. Real Madrid stars are world-class. They deserve the utmost care," Capello affirmed. After a few more inquiries, Liu Jianhong stepped aside. When club president Valdano arrived with Stefano, they commenced a systematic tour and filming. Real Madrid places great emphasis on developing the Asian market. The Galacticos had previously visited China in 2003. Although Florentino was no longer at the helm, Calderon continued to prioritize the Asian market, as Asian sponsors invested substantial amounts to tap into this lucrative opportunity. As the production team followed Valdano's lead, Capello glanced at the stopwatch, his expression stern as he exclaimed, "5 seconds? You took 5 seconds to enter? Damn it, with that time, a child could have been born. My minimum requirement is 3 seconds. If Kevin is injured again and you cannot enter within 3 seconds, each of you can leave." On January 7th, the production team had departed. They had hoped to capture footage of Huang Kevin playing, but unfortunately, the illustrious Huang Xiaowang had just taken the blame for Inzaghi and was still recovering from injury. As La Liga resumed, Real Madrid suffered a 2-0 defeat against Deportivo La Coruña. The once mighty Deportivo, now on a downward trajectory, climbed to 13th place after their victory over Real Madrid. Losing to a team ranked 14th further fueled doubts about Capello's leadership. Marca reported, Real Madrid spent $77 million during the winter. Yet Capello has no significant achievements to show for it. Perhaps they should be renamed the Kevin Victory Team, as victory seems elusive without him. As Kevin remains sidelined due to injury, Capello must identify other players to rely on. Such performance fails to meet the expectations of Real Madrid's fans, noted as. At home resting, Huang Kevin welcomed an unexpected visitor. "Long time no see, Pele," Huang Kaiwan exclaimed as he embraced the legendary footballer warmly. "Indeed, it has been a while." "Kevin," Pele replied with a smile. "I am in the UK to see a doctor and thought to catch one of your matches, but alas, due to your injury, I shall remain in Madrid a little longer." "Madrid is delightful, with splendid weather and charming ladies," Huang Kaiwan teased. Pele, known for his charismatic nature, openly acknowledged his romantic escapades throughout his life. Currently, he is in his second marriage with Brazilian singer Asiria Lemos. "I assure you, I am a good man," Pele added. At least now. Huang Kaiwan chose not to delve further into the topic. Pele's private life was as colorful as Carlos's, with numerous children born out of wedlock. His first divorce was prompted by his wife discovering an affair with a nanny that resulted in a daughter. "What did the test results say?" Huang Kaiwan inquired, handing Pele a glass of water. "It is satisfactory, but why offer me water? Wine is far superior," Pele protested, shaking his cup. Huang Kaiwan shook his head, advising, "Those in poor health should refrain from alcohol. You must live longer to witness Brazil's next championship victory. I, too, hope to see Brazil crowned once more." Pele responded with a smile, believing that the current roster was promising and that the wait would not be long. "Then you must take good care of yourself. We wouldn't want you to leave us suddenly and have Santos retire the number 10 jersey," Huang Kaiwan remarked. "What do you mean by retiring the number 10? You've just reminded me. I will inform them in advance not to retire the number 10 shirt, for that would stifle the dreams of the children," Pele stated, shaking his head. "The jersey itself is not important. It is the player who wears it that matters. If those children don the Santos number 10, it will inspire them to strive for my level, which I believe is a wonderful thing." "I concur," Huang Kaiwan nodded. Unfortunately, the number 10 jersey at Milan remained temporarily retired, as the lady in charge was rather stubborn, and Huang Kaiwan could not persuade her otherwise. "How long until you return to the pitch?" "I would hate to visit Europe without seeing you play," Pele inquired with a smile. "It should be soon." "This injury is not severe," Huang Kaiwan replied. "That is reassuring." On January 11th, Real Madrid drew 0-0 against Real Betis in the round of 16 of the Copa del Rey, with a second leg yet to be played. The newspaper Marca mocked. As the match reached the 72nd minute, the score remained 0-0. If this score holds until the end, Real Madrid will be eliminated on away goals. "Kevin, you must take the field," the impatient Capello urged, harboring grand ambitions for the championship and even dreaming of a treble. Capello had initially thought it unnecessary for Huang Kaiwan to play against such an opponent, but reality proved otherwise. Reflecting on his challenging week in China, Capello felt confident in Huang Kaiwan's safety on the pitch. "After a rather tumultuous escape, I finally encountered a master, making the journey worthwhile." "All right," Huang Kaiwan nodded. Initially, he had not planned to take the field, but in such circumstances, everyone was relying on him, the king of the ball. He could not disappoint the fans and his teammates. As he stripped off his shirt to warm up, Huang Kaiwan opted to draw a card. Ding! Obtained the experience card for the match between Manchester United and Nottingham Forest in the 19th round of the 2022-2023 Premier League season, featuring Case Moreau. The robust Case Moreau is an exceptional defender, with his strengths and weaknesses distinctly apparent. His advantages lie in his one-on-one defensive prowess and balanced offensive capabilities, while his drawbacks include a slower running frequency and limited coverage area. Playing in the midfield, he requires the assistance of his teammates to maximize his effectiveness. However, Huang Kaiwan believed he would manage well on the wing. After a high-five with Robinho, he stepped onto the field. "Kevin, Kevin, Kevin!" The Bernabeu Stadium erupted with fervor. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the fans, Huang Kaiwan applauded the surrounding stands before sprinting towards the left flank. During Huang Kaiwan's absence in the last 5 matches, Real Madrid had only secured 2 victories, leaving the fans yearning for the days when he graced the pitch. His presence would surely bring them solace. As Real Madrid resumed play from the back, Guti still sought to find Huang Kaiwan. Noticing that Huang Kaiwan was heavily marked, Guti made a direct pass to the forward Van Nistelrooy. Van Nistelrooy, receiving the ball in a crowded area, found himself unable to break through due to his limited dribbling capabilities and could only turn back to pass to Cassano. Cassano, taking possession on the right, quickly nudged the ball with his right foot to evade the challenge from Repletos and immediately surged down the right flank. Since the last time Huang Kaiwan had spurred him on, Cassano had put in considerable effort. Capello, appreciating his rapport with Huang Kaiwan, decided to grant Cassano another opportunity. With renewed determination, Cassano was gradually regaining his form, although he may not have dazzled as he did upon his debut. His current level of effort surpassed anything he had previously exhibited. Approaching the penalty area, Cassano attempted to feint past a defender with a right-footed touch, only to be intercepted by Batiste fullback, Meili. Meili quickly advanced the ball forward, but Alberto Rivera mishandled his control, sending the ball a couple of meters away. Hwang Kaiwan, who had just made his way into the center, dashed forward to seize the ball, advancing a few meters before delivering a diagonal pass. The ball slipped past both David Rivas and Enrique Romero, finding its way to the on-rushing Marcelo on the left. Without pausing, Marcelo executed a precise shot towards the far corner, the ball slipping past Batiste goalkeeper Tony Doblas and into the net. Hwang Kaiwan, making an immediate impact upon his entry. He secured a steal and provided an assist, helping the young Marcelo score Real Madrid's opening goal. No wonder the fans eagerly anticipated Hwang Kaiwan's return. His presence is undeniably effective. Hwang Kaiwan's movement is elusive, making it difficult for defenders to track him. Just moments ago, Maldonado was focused on Hwang Kaiwan, and in a fleeting lapse, Hwang Kaiwan darted into the center. His match-reading ability is truly exceptional. He always appears in crucial moments. After the exhilarating goal, an elated Marcelo rushed to Hwang Kaiwan, enveloping him in a warm embrace. The king of the yellow ball enjoys immense fame in Brazil, perhaps even surpassing that of the average Brazilian player. Marcelo had previously hesitated to get too close to Hwang Kaiwan, but he finally seized the opportunity. Capello smiled and applauded, retrieving a copy of the Tao Te Ching from his pocket. Although the Taoist had claimed to lack martial prowess and mystical knowledge, Capello still gleaned much wisdom from it. As the second half commenced, Capello brimmed with confidence. After Batiste resumed play, they launched a vigorous assault on Real Madrid's half. The Copa del Rey holds significant importance for teams of their stature. For smaller clubs, domestic cup competitions represent their sole pursuit of glory. Regrettably, Hwang Kaiwan's defensive performance was nothing short of exceptional today, as he thwarted several incursions into the penalty area and executed a crucial tackle. As the match concluded, neither side managed to score again, and the final score remained 2-1, propelling Real Madrid into the quarterfinals. "Well done, Kaiwan," Capello remarked, handing him a towel. "Just doing my duty," Hwang Kaiwan replied with a smile. He found Casemiro to be even more formidable than he had anticipated. Brazilian players possess remarkable ball skills, and with enhancements in their abilities and characteristics, an augmented Casemiro can achieve even greater feats. Hwang Kaiwan increasingly looked forward to encountering top-tier templates. His previous goal-scoring success had its reasons. Often, it was due to the inferior quality of opponents who fielded second-rate defenders. When he faced peak defenders like Ferdinand, Nesta, and Terry alongside their elite teammates, the disparity between standard and elite templates would become apparent. A mere tenth of a second in speed, or a slightly quicker rhythm of movement, or superior ball control could determine the outcome of confrontations. At the post-match press conference, Capello beamed as he stated, "Real Madrid can perform without Kaiwan, but he is undeniably one of the leaders of the team. Today, he provided an assist and demonstrated tireless defense. This relentless pursuit of victory is a lesson for all. Even players who have won the Ballon d'Or consecutively for 2 years exhibit such dedication. The other players have no excuse for complacency. Moving forward, I will ensure that both first-team and youth players comprehend this ethos." Capello had already devised a plan to display images of Hwang Kaiwan's tackles throughout the various youth training camps and the first team. For anyone disinclined to defend, they should first assess how many Ballon d'Or awards they possess. If only they had exerted themselves a bit more today, there would have been no need for Kaiwan to sprint back desperately. After the match, Hwang Kaiwan changed and awaited Pelé, who had come to watch the game at the Bernabeu, so they could return home together. As soon as they got into the car, the legendary player lamented, "You had too little playing time and barely contributed to the offense. It was quite unsatisfying." Pelé had always hoped that Hwang Kaiwan would showcase his samba steps on the pitch, using his technical skills to dismantle the opposing defense. However, Hwang Kaiwan's active participation in defense did not sit well with Pelé, who regarded it as a misallocation of talent. "The coach is concerned about my injury risk, especially with a busy schedule ahead," Hwang Kaiwan explained. After all, no marquee player can be expected to participate in every match. A player like Hwang Kaiwan, whose history of injuries is as thick as a tome, necessitates substantial rotation. Hwang Kaiwan harbors no objections. With limited playtime, he anticipates generous rewards at the season's conclusion. Presently, his immunity cards are running low. Since the removal of the injury modifier, he has become less susceptible to injuries. However, this does not equate to immunity, given his prominence. He endures numerous fouls each match. Even without the immunity cards, the risk of injury remains considerable. Today, while facing Batiste, he scarcely touched the ball, only to discover 3 gashes on his leg while changing his socks. Upon returning home, Huang Kaiwen tended to his wounds. Later that evening, he conversed briefly with Pelé before retiring for the night. Pelé recounted the tumultuous relationship he had with Maradona, detailing how Maradona transitioned from being a fervent admirer to a rival. Pelé's account was somewhat subjective, and Huang Kaiwen absorbed the essence of the tale. The crux of the matter revolved around the 1982 World Cup, where Maradona received a red card for a malicious foul against Brazil, leading Pelé to harshly criticize the then 22-year-old Maradona in the press. Their animosity solidified from that moment onward. On January 21st, Huang Kaiwen, along with most of the key players, was omitted from the squad list. The heavily rotated Real Madrid narrowly secured victory thanks to a goal from Reyes. A week later, on January 28th, it was finally time for Huang Xiaowang to shine. The long-standing rivalry with Villarreal would not deter him from participating, even in an away match. Coincidentally, Pelé planned to watch this match before heading back to New York. His greatest desire during this trip to Europe was to witness Huang Kaiwen play a complete game. As they traveled to the away venue on the team bus, Pelé advised Huang Kaiwen, "Make sure to perform well today. Don't let my trip to Europe be in vain." Huang Kaiwen could only nod in response, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. Who could predict which experience card he might draw? Seizing a moment when Pelé was distracted, he scratched off a lottery ticket. When the grand prize illustration appeared, Huang Kaiwen exhaled in relief. It seemed that he could not escape the fate of bloodshed on the pitch. It had been quite some time since he had drawn a significant reward. The appearance of such a prize clearly indicated that their rivalry was about to deepen once more. Upon reaching the away dressing room and donning his jersey, Huang Kaiwen activated his immunity card. His anticipation meter, now at maximum, prompted him to draw a lottery. Ding! You have received the experience card for the 1958 World Cup semifinal, Brazil vs. France, featuring Edson Arantes do Nascimento. The name sent a jolt through Huang Kaiwen's mind. He recognized several individuals named Edson, yet the most legendary among them bore the nickname Pelé. Exiting the dressing room, Huang Kaiwen glanced at the away supporters stand and waved to the old king. Since you wish to witness it, prepare to behold the essence of Brazil's greatest number 10. Wow! Huang Kaiwen exhibited an outstanding performance during warm-up. It has been a while since we have seen him this exhilarated. Villarreal is in for a challenging encounter today. Bailey has been following several matches of Real Madrid, and today, Huang Kaiwen's style of play evidently exudes a Brazilian flair, yet it appears even more flamboyant than before. I find myself eagerly anticipating the commencement of the match. Recently, there have been whispers suggesting that Real Madrid's acquisitions hinge upon Huang Kaiwen's approval. However, such rumors are likely unfounded. A prestigious club like Real Madrid would never acquiesce to such demands, regardless of the individual in question. It seems these fabrications are merely the handiwork of Madrid's rivals, and one should not entertain such notions. Real Madrid has made significant signings lately, and we shall see how Capello arranges his lineup today. For Huang Qian's 4-3-3 formation with dual defensive midfielders, goalkeeper, Sebastian Vieira, defenders, Jose Enrique, Shaun, Fuentes, Josemi, midfielders, Josico, Martins Fernandez, Senna, forwards, Maquitos, Diego Forlan, Ruben Garcia. For Real Madrid's 4-3-3 with dual defensive midfielders, goalkeeper, Casillas, defenders, Miguel Torres, Pepe, Elgra, Ramos, midfielders, De Jong, Guti, Diarra. Forwards, Huang Kaiwen, Raul Cassano. Upon witnessing Real Madrid, it was noted that the media previously referred to Pepe and others as the new Five Eagles to mock Capello. Yet Capello has once again incited a loss of composure among them, as Josemi recklessly lunged at Huang Kaiwen from behind. A penalty, undoubtedly. The referee points to the 12-yard mark. Only a yellow card? Isn't that a rather lenient judgment? My goodness, the Real Madrid players are quite spirited in their brawls. Once Huang Kaiwen fell, a throng of defenders rushed to his aid. Huang Kaiwen hastily rose to intervene. He feared that De Jong, Ramos, and Pepe might inflict serious harm upon Josemi. The true strength of these guardians should be reserved for the derby, Huang Qian is not worth such a display. Huang Kaiwen spread his arms to shield his teammates, enduring a couple of blows before they regained their composure. Huang Kaiwen, clutching his face, had a premature taste of the ferocity exhibited by these formidable warriors. Kevin, it was not intentional, Pepe said, patting his bald head. Be careful, if anything happens to Kevin. You won't escape unscathed, Ramos retorted with displeasure. Forget it, I'm fine, Huang Kaiwen urged. Being compatriots, how could there be infighting among the Huang nation's valiant warriors? Huang Kaiwen glanced back at Jazami, who had taken several hits and was still crouched on the ground. Referee Gomez approached, preparing to issue cards, and Huang Kaiwen quickly interjected. They were merely too excited. They are usually quite amiable. You should give them a chance. Gomez rolled his eyes and brandished yellow cards at Ramos and Pepe. Who doesn't know Ramos? Had it not been for your plea, he would not have concluded his suspension so swiftly. Unexpectedly, the newcomer, appearing quite docile, also possesses a fierce streak. He nearly acted upon it moments ago. Gomez fixed his gaze on Pepe for a couple of seconds, intending to memorize his face. He had a premonition that this individual would undoubtedly become a frequent recipient of cards. De Jong, due to his proximity and swift action, evaded Gomez's scrutiny. Real Madrid has been awarded a penalty. It remains to be seen who will take the shot. Perhaps it will be Huang Kaiwen. Kevin Huang waved at Guti and said, Come on. Me? Guti inquired. Yes, it's your turn. You haven't scored yet this season. Kevin Huang nodded. All right, I'll do it, Guti exclaimed, then made his way to the penalty spot. After the whistle blew, Guti made his run and with his left foot sent the ball into the upper right corner of the goal. Within just 1 minute of the match, Kevin Huang created a penalty and Guti converted it, giving Real Madrid the lead. It is no wonder Kevin Huang is so popular at Real Madrid. He even helps Guti break his goal drought at such a crucial moment. Indeed, Kevin Huang excels in this regard. Guti, visibly elated, embraced Huang as they celebrated in front of the away fans. It seems Guti will likely take the lead next time as well. Capello clapped with a smile. It appeared he had overthought the situation. Such a Kevin is not a player who would falter without the support of his teammates. Hence, he is all the more worthy of reliance. Those scoundrels who claim Kevin suffers from dependency might find themselves outmatched if Kevin were to truly shine. Capello scoffed at the thought. After the kickoff, Huang quickly organized an attack. Senna suddenly sent a long pass to Fran, who cleverly threaded the ball into the penalty area. Ruben Garcia received the ball near the byline, pursued relentlessly by Ramos, and ultimately had to force the ball off Ramos to earn a corner kick. Real Madrid should be cautious. They have conceded several goals from set pieces. Yes, opponents are now aware of exploiting the height of Real Madrid's defense. Although Carlos and Cannavaro are absent today, Pepe and the young Torres are still relatively inexperienced and lack cohesion with their teammates. Real Madrid must tread carefully. Maquitos executed the coach's instructions with resolute determination. Kevin Huang remained stationary, standing his ground. Fernandez made a run, aiming for a long pass down the center, and the ball sped through the air. Pepe, at the near post, timed his jump perfectly, heading the ball out of the penalty area. Seizing the opportunity, Kevin Huang immediately angled his run toward the right. Maquitos realized Kevin had sprinted several meters ahead and could only stand there, hands on his hips, sighing. It was not a lack of effort on Maquitos' part, but rather the cunning of the opposing players. Standing at the edge of the penalty area, Gago received the ball and quickly turned, delivering a direct pass to the advancing Guti. As Guti received the ball with his back to the play, Hocico surged in from behind. Sensing the presence of an opponent, Guti deftly controlled the ball with his left foot, pivoting in place. Facing the opposing half, he spotted Kevin Huang charging toward the goal from the right flank. Without a moment's hesitation, Guti sent a long rolling pass with his left foot. Kevin Huang, already well aware of the ball's trajectory as he sprinted from the right toward the center, noticed the opposing goalkeeper, Vieira, rushing out. In a flash of inspiration, as he approached the ball, Vieira opted to dive for a challenge. However, Huang, running from right to left, did not take possession of the ball. Instead, he allowed it to continue rolling. He darted into the penalty area from the left side of Vieira, as the ball rolled past the goalkeeper's right into the box. As Huang Kaiwen entered the penalty area, he surged to the right side of the box, skillfully maneuvered, and unleashed a powerful right-footed shot. The ball soared over the sliding Jazami and nestled into the net. Kaiwen, 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 Kaiwen goal. He is a man of limitless creativity, a precious gift bestowed upon the world by the divine. When he plays, He is always brimming with fresh ideas. And no one can predict how he will handle the ball. Even if he weren't a footballer, he could easily become a scientist akin to Einstein or a musician like Beethoven. It is Kaiwan who chose football, not the other way around. Today, Kaiwan's performance was nothing short of exceptional. I declare that the best version of Kaiwan has returned. The only pity is that Riquelme is absent, which deprived Kaiwan's performance of an important audience. Otherwise, witnessing Kaiwan's display may have left Riquelme feeling a twinge of shame, as he almost overshadowed a football deity 100 times greater than himself. After scoring, Huang Kaiwan ran towards the away fan stand, giving a thumbs up to Pelé, who was beaming with joy and reciprocated with 2 thumbs up. "What a beautiful goal," someone remarked. Huang Kaiwan managed to evade the defender without touching him, reminiscent of Pelé's famous moment against Uruguay in the 1970 World Cup. Although this time, Huang's shot found the back of the net, unlike Pelé's. Pelé surely doesn't mind. Just look at how happy he is. The kings of the number 10 jersey from 2 different eras interacting from a distance of 20 meters. This is the essence of legacy. Wow, it has been a while since I've seen such an impressive Huang Kaiwan. Indeed, ever since joining Real Madrid, although he has scored many goals, it often felt as though he merely positioned himself to shoot, winning matches through the most pragmatic means. But today, Huang Kaiwan seems to have returned to his roots, showcasing his exquisite footwork once more. Kaiwan is truly the best. "Oh my husband is so handsome." Pelé giving a thumbs up must surely indicate his acknowledgement that Huang Kaiwan surpasses him. Let us not get carried away. Excessive praise may breed resentment. Kaiwan's career is only 2.5 years in. Comparisons with Pelé can wait until his retirement. However, there is no denying Huang Kaiwan's strength. He was hailed by Pelé shortly after his debut. That is the nature of genius. He excels at football, can win literary awards, create art worth millions, and his worn jersey can fetch astronomical prices. I truly hope to see him play in the Chinese Super League one day. Wow, is that a troll? The moderators are doing their job. Did you actually touch the ball? Upon Huang Kaiwan's return to the center circle, Beauty curiously inquired. "I didn't touch it. It was intentional," Huang Kaiwan replied with a smile. "Wow, you are a genius," Beauty exclaimed in admiration. "You are one too," Huang Kaiwan responded. Beauty may have many weaknesses, but his vision and imagination are exceptional, and when in form, his passing is world-class. Top-tier teams place a premium on the stability of their players, and the capacity for confrontation is equally vital. Thus, Beauty finds himself at a disadvantage. He is better suited to a mid-tier team where he can serve as the linchpin, akin to Riquelme's role at Villarreal, where the entire squad revolves around a singular talent. In such an environment, Beauty might exhibit greater consistency, benefiting from dedicated support while also allowing him to exploit his strengths and mitigate his weaknesses. His career would undoubtedly flourish in such circumstances. However, Beauty is one who would rather remain on the bench at Real Madrid than seek opportunities elsewhere. His technical prowess is commendable, yet he lacks distinctive advantages. In a moment of skill, he deftly maneuvered the ball with his right foot to deceive Torres, but as he attempted to accelerate and break through the center, Torres swiftly caught up with him. 2 players, neither particularly swift, surged toward the penalty area. Miguel Torres relentlessly pressed Ruben Garcia with his physicality. Garcia, upon stepping into the penalty area, could no longer maintain his balance and fell to the ground. Torres quickly raised his hand, fear evident on his face, exclaiming, "I didn't push him, he fell on his own. That's not a penalty." He had finally earned a chance to feature in the first team, and if a penalty were awarded, Capello would not let him off lightly. "You scoundrel, you diving piece of trash." Ruben Garcia glanced up, only to find himself encircled. De Jong, positioned as a left defensive midfielder, approached swiftly, joined by Pepe and Ramos, who was also sprinting in that direction. Garcia felt a chill run down his spine, recalling the fate of his teammate, Josemi. Sitting on the grass, Garcia pressed his feet against the ground and supported himself with his hands, retreating while shouting, "Calm down, everyone. You've all received yellow cards. If you resort to violence, you'll surely be sent off. Stay composed. Watch yourself." Pepe grinned, revealing his white teeth. Despite the laughter, Garcia sensed a foreboding chill. "Everyone step back. Anyone who dares to act out will be shown a card," warned the tardy referee, Gomez. Seeing that the Real Madrid players remained silent, he pointed at Garcia, saying, "Get up, that is not a penalty." But Garcia began to protest. However, upon witnessing Pepe's grin, coupled with the stern expressions of Ramos and De Jong behind him, he withheld his words. It felt as though the current Real Madrid was entirely different from the previous season. Now, uttering even a single word could provoke these Madrid players to retaliate. Rising to his feet, Ruben Garcia hastily retreated from the right side of the penalty area. Casillas executed a short pass to Ramos, who, while receiving the ball, surveyed the left flank, mentally devising several strategies to deliver the ball to Juan Kaivan. Ramos advanced slowly along the right side with the ball. Marquinhos lunged toward Ramos. Stretching out his foot, Ramos deftly maneuvered the ball with his right foot, forcefully pushing forward, resulting in a collision that left Marquinhos reeling. Goodness. Ramos' style is truly audacious, one observer remarked. Ramos possesses commendable technical skill. During his time at Sevilla, his offensive capabilities were remarkable, coupled with his exceptional physical attributes. He often gains the upper hand in confrontations, making it commonplace for him to carry the ball into the attacking zone. Ramos himself progressed to the halfway line, and Josico quickly approached to apply pressure. Although today their defensive focus was on Real Madrid's left flank and central area, they could not allow Ramos to charge into the penalty area unimpeded. Pass the ball, Capello shouted from the sidelines. Ramos feigned ignorance, continuing his advance with the ball. Suddenly, the low-centered Josico extended his foot to poke the ball away, tripping Ramos momentarily, yet he still managed to retain possession. Just as Jose Enrique rushed towards Ramos, he executed a diagonal pass. Beauty was closely marked, so Ramos opted to send the ball to the more advanced Raul. Raul, without pausing, effortlessly directed it to the left flank. Juan Kaiwan surged forward rapidly, darting past Senna to seize the ball. Senna instinctively reached out to tug Juan Kaiwan's jersey. But Juan Kaiwan's speed surpassed his expectations. He felt a slip of his grip as Juan Kaiwan broke free. He could only trail behind Juan Kaiwan as they raced back. The stadium erupted with various curses. The Villarreal fans dreaded the sight of Juan Kaiwan receiving the ball on the left flank. Each instance he touched the ball posed a significant threat. Josemi, without hesitation, lunged towards Juan Kaiwan with a slide tackle, completely disregarding his existing yellow card. In motion, Juan Kaiwan stepped forward with his right foot, planted it, and with his left foot, nudged the ball to Raul before continuing his advance. Fuentes, noticing Juan Kaiwan drawing closer to the penalty area, dared not be complacent. Even though Juan Kaiwan had yet to receive the ball, Fuentes sidestepped and retreated, preparing to use both hands and feet. South American players typically exhibit subtle tricks. Raul received the ball with the inner instep of his left foot, swiftly switching to his right foot to deliver a pass, thus maintaining speed without needing to adjust, though the power was slightly diminished using his non-dominant foot. Juan Kaiwan, already aware of this nuance, gauged the ball's speed. Suddenly, he decelerated and spun around, back against Fuentes, extending his right foot to lower the toe. As the ball rolled past his foot, he slightly raised it, altering the ball's trajectory, guiding it into the penalty area from the left side. Immediately, Juan Kaiwan completed his turn, circumventing Fuentes to receive the ball again. Fuentes, following suit, lunged with a slide tackle. But Juan Kaiwan deftly pulled the ball left to evade him. With another step, Juan Kaiwan executed a precise shot towards the far corner. Sebastian Vieira, stationed on the left, dove to extend his arm, but could only watch as the ball slipped past him into the right side of the net. Silence fell. The Villarreal fans were so drained they lacked the energy to curse. They gazed at the beaming Juan Kaiwan, feeling the chasm between players akin to that between man and dog. Kaiwan goal, with a backheel pass followed by a perfectly timed run. Slowing down while shielding the ball, Kaiwan has successfully replicated Bergkamp's iconic turn. His movements were even more graceful than Bergkamp's, and his shot more composed. If Kaiwan desires, he can score in any conceivable manner. I understand now. Kaiwan aims to emulate the classic goals of legendary number 10s, from Pelé to Bergkamp. Who will be next? Kaiwan truly embodies the essence of artistry on the pitch. While other players toil for victory, he contemplates how to delight both the fans and himself. The British philosopher Schiller once remarked that no genius can flourish in solitude. This is merely because he has yet to encounter Kevin. On the field, whether it be the former Kaká or the current Raul or any other player, they can only struggle to keep pace behind Kevin, for none can match his prowess or advance alongside him. On the path to victory, Kevin has always stood alone, regardless of the team he graces. His greatness eclipses the brilliance of his teammates. In the past 2 years, Milan was a team of Kevin and his companions. And now Real Madrid is another stage for Kevin and his new allies. After scoring, Juan Kevin opens his arms wide, embracing the teammates rushing towards him. Ramos and Raul are the swiftest, while Guti and the right winger Cassano can only squeeze in from the periphery. Whenever Juan Kevin scores, it is invariably the case that the most teammates surge forward to celebrate with him. Goodness, how is it that Juan Kevin is so adored? I've come to realize that Europeans are quite foolish. They cannot see through Juan Kevin's true nature. To be honest, Juan Kevin has few shortcomings. Oh, that seems to be the case, but I've grown accustomed to it. My input method refuses to let me type anything but Juan Kevin. No doubt. Honestly, I feel uncomfortable unless I include that term. Yet another day of watching Juan Kevin put on a show. I watch his matches hoping he will falter. But when will that ever happen? Damn, I suspect he might be on something. Previous stars have had their low points, but look at Juan Kevin. He performs consistently well, even making tackles in the penalty area. I can't fathom it. He never underwent formal football training, yet plays so brilliantly. Honestly, expecting Juan Kevin to underperform is less reliable than hoping that the cousin won't play well. It's been half a season, and he has only managed to play 3 minutes and coincidentally score. You can criticize Juan Kevin all you want, but are you really going to disparage the cousin? That goal was not just any goal. It was one of the greatest of this century. Truth be told, I measured the cousin the other day, and he seems to be less than a centimeter tall. What good is his wealth? Come on, man, save some data and use your brain. Measuring against the screen? Your intellect is surely suited for transplanting rice. Pellegrini has returned to the coaching seat, grimacing as he inhales sharply. He has now come to a harsh realization. Juan Kevin does not require his teammates to deliver perfect passes. He simply needs to find an opportunity to receive the ball and will devise various breakthroughs or combinations. A superstar alters the dynamics of the game through sheer individual ability. This is a sin of no consequence. His disciples have performed admirably, yet the opposing core players are exceedingly formidable. Are they to have 5 players shadowing Real Madrid's number 10? The other players would surely find it laughable. Pellegrini has made the most suitable tactical adjustment, adopting a strategy of steadfastness amidst chaos. After conceding 3 goals, he has decided to let loose. Following the restart, Huang Qian begins to pass the ball back to the defense. The pace of the offensive organization has significantly diminished. Villarreal's morale has taken a hit. Indeed, especially with the second and third goals occurring in quick succession, this psychological fatigue is far more arduous to bear than physical exhaustion. They need to steady themselves and seize the opportunity to retreat to the locker room for rest and adjustment. In the backfield, Nishioka is pressured by Raul. He nearly passed to Cassano, and Joseko is hesitant to hold the ball, quickly passing it forward. This illustrates the issue we discussed earlier. Does Villarreal possess the strength to reverse the situation? Certainly. Even if they struggle to contain Juan Kaiwan, they are still capable of scoring. The crux of the matter now is that after conceding consecutive goals, they appear flustered. Players are hastily passing the ball to their teammates, fearful of taking responsibility. This approach is untenable. Young Maquitos is advancing on the left flank, pressured by Diarra. He passes to Fernandez in the center, who attempts a diagonal pass to the left, aiming for a 1-2, but is intercepted by Ramos. Alas, this ball should not have been played so carelessly. Although Maquitos and Ramos are only a year apart, their experience and skill levels are worlds apart. Ramos' intervention left Maquitos unable to regain possession. Ramos sends a long ball toward the center, where Guti, facing pressure from Senna, showcases his prowess by managing to pass the ball even as he falls. Young Torres breaks through on the left flank. Miguel Torres crosses the halfway line, but is closely marked by Senna. As Torres attempts to turn, Senna stretches out a foot to intercept, but fortunately, De Jong timely clears the ball out of play. Capello, with a stern expression, exclaims, "Is there glue on your feet? Who has stuck the ball to your shoes? Did you not see that Kevin had only one defender near him? What are you waiting for to pass the ball?" Observing Torres' effort to track back, Capello refrains from further reprimands. He shakes his head from the sidelines, muttering, "Today's young players seem to lack fundamental skills. Each generation appears to be worse than the last. Playing for Real Madrid should be straightforward, yet these players fail to grasp the essence of tactics." Capello believes he should acquire a few players who can comprehend instructions before the winter transfer window closes. For a period, Villarreal's performance on both offensive and defensive fronts has been subpar, yet they have managed to avoid conceding further goals. Gradually, they have stabilized. In the 37th minute, Jose Enrique once again initiates an attack from the left flank. Noticing the laxity in Real Madrid's defense, Enrique decisively launches a long pass. Fran sprints to the left side of the penalty area, controls the ball with his chest, takes a step forward, and unleashes a powerful long-range shot. It's a goal. Fran, what a spectacular strike. A breathtaking shot from 30 meters out. Sometimes scoring is as simple as that. Long passes from the backfield to the front, culminating in a long-range effort. Since Riquelme's departure, Fran has become the pivotal figure. This goal is truly magnificent. The long silent El Madrigal erupts in jubilation. With only 20,000 home supporters, the atmosphere is electrifying. Diego, Diego, Diego. Interestingly, Fran shares the same name as Maradona. Naples boasts its own Diego, while Villarreal has one of its own. A stunning strike ignited hopes of equalizing for Villarreal, crucially uplifting the morale of both fans and players, rekindling their confidence. On the sidelines, the legendary Pelé smiled and applauded. The goal was indeed magnificent. He, not participating in the game, could appreciate it from a spectator's perspective, unconcerned about Real Madrid's potential defeat. The only uncertainty of the day was merely by how many goals Villarreal might lose. Upon the restart, Villarreal fought tenaciously. After several back passes, De Jong seized the ball. He and Diarra exchanged passes in the backfield, stretching Villarreal's formation. Maquitos collaborated with Fran to press forward, and Diarra quickly returned the ball to De Jong. Ruben Garcia charged towards De Jong, who deftly controlled the ball with his right foot and turned, entangled with Garcia. As they spun out of the referee's sight, De Jong swiftly lifted his left arm, elbowing Ruben Garcia in the ribs. Successfully evading Garcia, De Jong executed a 360-degree turn, advancing with the ball. Goodness, De Jong is combining skill with martial arts. Previously at Hamburg, De Jong was known as the lawnmower for his fierce tackles. Who would have expected his dexterity to be equally impressive? De Jong looks up for Kevin Huang, and Senna quickly closes the gap. Noticing the opportunity had vanished, De Jong carried the ball across the halfway line. Josico focused only on Guti, which De Jong found insulting. As a product of the prestigious Dutch club Ajax, De Jong's technical prowess is formidable. After a few more strides, Josico had no choice but to abandon Guti and sprint towards De Jong. Anticipating this, Josico refrained from a full sprint, watching as De Jong passed to Guti before quickly pivoting again. Guti received the ball and swiftly distributed it to the advancing Ramos. Cassano helplessly observed Ramos's forward run, bewildered about who precisely was playing as the winger. Jose Enrique was quick to challenge, but Ramos deftly nudged the ball away, accelerating past Enrique towards the baseline. Without allowing Enrique to intercept, Ramos turned and delivered a cross. The ball sped towards the left side of the penalty area. Kevin Huang, who had been lurking just outside the box, surged into the penalty area amidst defenders. Jose Mi and Fuentes attempted to sandwich Huang, yet he managed to secure the ball. Huang turned sideways, using his chest to lift the ball, gauging its descent perfectly. He nudged it twice with his shoulder as Fuentes lunged for it. Huang then flicked the ball over Fuentes' head and headed it again. Gasps filled the stadium. Even Villarreal fans were astonished to witness such a spectacle. Yet, Huang's performance was not over. He quickly stepped back, leaning against Jose Mi, and with a deft flick of his left foot, sent the ball out of the penalty area. Kevin, 6 consecutive touches without letting the ball touch the ground, effortlessly toying with 2 defenders before passing to Guti, who likewise flicked the ball into the penalty area without stopping. 7 times, and it's still not over. Kevin expertly controls the ball with his chest, a beautiful display. He deftly flicks it over the advancing Fuentes and executes a spectacular volley. Kevin scores. Goal. With 9 consecutive touches. Not allowing the ball to touch the ground, Guti participated in a magnificent performance. I once encountered a notion suggesting that as football has evolved, the Rin style of play has become obsolete. Yet today, Kevin has unequivocally demonstrated that, should he desire, the Rin style can indeed shine anew in modern football. The eternal number 10, Huang Kevin, who has just completed a hat trick, races towards the corner flag, executing another stunning backflip. The Real Madrid players swarm around Huang Kevin, celebrating exuberantly. In the stadium, only a handful share in the joy. The cruel reality for the fans is that the valiant player dons the opponent's jersey. Fuentes glances at Josemi. Moments ago, Huang Kevin was in the penalty area, while Josemi merely served as a backdrop. Josemi shrugs, saying, "If I move, he will surely find an opportunity to turn and shoot. Being behind him serves a purpose. Be more vigilant." Fuentes retorts with a cold snort. As the first half draws to a close, Huang Kevin alters the score to 4-1. Coach Zhang chuckles. Fran stands still with his hands on his hips. His scoring pace simply cannot match the rapidity with which his teammates concede goals. That is not entirely fair. Having Villarreal defenders contend with Huang Kevin today is indeed a challenge. Veteran Siga, aged 33, assumed that the physicality would lessen upon arriving in La Liga, yet he finds himself up against Huang Kevin. The primary issue lies in that flank. Fuentes has been utterly overwhelmed today. Villarreal resumes play, Seno advances, but Garcia's dribble is intercepted, and the referee sounds the whistle for halftime. Upon returning to the locker room, Pellegrini has much to address. As they approach the sidelines, Cassano turns and remarks, "You seem completely different today." "You're overthinking it," Huang Kevin replies with a smile. "It's merely a matter of form." "No, that's definitely not it." Cassano shakes his head vigorously, oblivious to his right shoelace being untied. His left foot inadvertently steps on it, causing him to lose balance and crash into Huang Kevin. In an instant, two figures blur past. Capello, displaying an agility not seen in his youth, pulls Huang Kevin aside to avoid Cassano. "Thanks, you jerk," Cassano exclaims, sprawled across Ramos's legs. He never expected that the guy he often found irritating would show such urgency in a critical moment. Cassano resolves to treat Ramos better henceforth. Ramos huffs, "Be careful." Had Capello not pulled Huang Kevin away in time, he would have been prepared to kick Cassano. What if Kevin had been injured? However, since Cassano has misunderstood the situation, Ramos can't be bothered to explain. Back in the locker room, Cassano sits beside Huang Kevin and says, "Pass the ball to me more. Let them see my prowess in the second half. We'll see if the opportunity arises." Huang Kaiwan said with a smile. Bailey was not at the game to watch Cassano. If there weren't any significant opportunities, Huang Kaiwan would not be able to transition from the left flank to the right. "All right, just remember that," Cassano quickly remarked upon seeing Capello enter. He dared not let Capello notice his desire for possession. Even elementary school children now understood the tactics Real Madrid employed when Huang Kaiwan was on the field. Anyone who dared to demand the ball from Huang Kaiwan would find themselves substituted. Cassano had no intention of returning to the bench. Capello, with a stern expression, stood at the center of the locker room and stated, "Among us, someone is experiencing a lapse in judgment. When you have the ball, you should carefully observe the situation around your teammates. If there are few defenders near Kevin, you should definitely pass the ball when Torres is substituted. You will go on." Capello pointed at Marcelo, who nodded eagerly. The few who had joined Real Madrid in the winter transfer window, particularly the South American players, currently held little significance in the team. They had to seize every opportunity. Raul comforted Miguel Torres with a few words, yet Torres's face remained grim, as he feared he might have landed on Capello's blacklist. The overall atmosphere in the locker room was relatively relaxed, after all, leading by 3 goals. Which team would allow a 3-goal advantage to be equalized? Stepping out of the locker room once more, the Huangqian players wore serious expressions. With the second half just beginning, Pellegrini substituted Thomas for Ruben Garcia to further bolster the offensive capabilities. After the adjustments made during the halftime interval, Huangqian had regained their confidence. Their attacking organization was calm. One could hardly tell they were trailing by a considerable margin. Jozico delivered a precise through ball to the front. Fernandez, upon receiving the ball, attempted to deceive Guti with a feint but failed. Guti turned and engaged in a tussle with Fernandez, looking for an opportunity to intervene. Fernandez shielded the ball and turned, discreetly throwing an elbow backward. Guti, having taken the unexpected hit, clutched his abdomen as he watched Fernandez carry the ball forward. Fernandez had only advanced a few meters when Marcelo surged up from the left flank to press him. Fernandez once more executed a feint, but De Jong swiftly tackled the ball away. Marcelo is charging forward to seize the ball. A counterattack opportunity for Real Madrid. Huang Kaiwan sprinted forward, and Marcelo delivered an immediate pass. Having observed from the substitute bench during the first half, he understood clearly why Torres had been substituted. As Huang Kaiwan received the ball on the left flank, Senna positioned himself in front of him, while Jose was lurking behind, eyeing the situation intently. Thomas was also tracking back. Huang Kaiwan glanced around and noticed Guti was marked. It seemed he would have to rely on his own abilities. With his right foot, Huang Kaiwan deftly nudged the ball outward, and Senna, assuming it was a feint, failed to follow through. However, Huang Kaiwan then surged forward, diagonally from the left towards the center, prompting Senna to chase after him. With the advantage of Bailey's long-distance dash, his speed had reached remarkable levels. Although Senna turned almost instantly, the distance between him and Huang Kaiwen visibly widened. Fuentes charged directly towards Huang Kaiwen. Noticing the space next to Raul, Huang Kaiwen immediately executed a precise pass. After making the pass, Huang raced towards the right flank, prompting Cassano to quickly yield his position. As Raul received the ball, he turned, swiftly returning it to Huang's position on the right. Hoshiko lowered his center of gravity, positioning himself before Huang, who began to dribble diagonally towards the center of the penalty area. Hoshiko promptly angled his body to follow him back. Huang Qian's defense retreated alongside Raul towards the goal. Upon reaching the edge of the penalty area, Huang Kaiwen suddenly deftly flicked the ball with his left foot, taking 2 steps to the right before delicately chipping the ball with his right foot. With a thud, Hoshiko collapsed in an attempt to block the shot. But as the ball soared, he realized his error. It was not a low shot, but a delicate lob. The ball soared over Hoshiko, and the defenders Fuentes and Shigong were unable to leap in time, merely watching as the ball sailed into the top right corner of the net. Huang Kaiwen. A magnificent 4th goal. Not long into the second half, Huang Kaiwen has scored again. At this point, the outcome of the match seems all but certain. Huang Kaiwen, with 4 goals and 1 assist, is simply unstoppable. With a sudden burst of speed and a deft chip just outside the penalty area, Huang's touch today is truly sublime. Look at Huang Kaiwen's positioning, moving from the left flank to the right, then into the center. It's a challenge for any team to defend against. They can't just abandon their positions to follow Huang. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen's tactical freedom poses a severe test for the defenders. Even if they keep pace with him, they must also ensure they don't hinder their teammates. The Song of Love Stadium boasts the most romantic name, yet at this moment, that romance has been brutally extinguished. Some Huangqian fans have already begun to leave. Their players may score, but a comeback seems utterly implausible. Capello turned to his assistant Baldini and inquired, "How about substituting Kaiwen now?" That might not be wise. Today, with Pele on the pitch, Kaiwen is quite exhilarated. "If we substitute him, he might not take it well," Baldini replied. "Then let us wait a bit longer. At most, we'll let him play for 85 minutes. No, 75 minutes, Capello nodded. Given the situation, the outcome appears determined, and there is no need for Huang Kaiwen to remain on the field risking injury. One wonders what has happened to La Liga. Compared to a decade ago, players today seem far more willing to commit fouls. In the post-match press conference, he planned to strongly criticize Villarreal, urging the Spanish Football Association to take measures to protect their outstanding players. Huang Kaiwen walked back to the center circle with his teammates. Thomas remarked, "That was a beautiful goal, Kaiwen. It's been a while, mate." Huang Kaiwen smiled. When he first signed with Milan, Thomas was still a player there. They played together for a year before Thomas was sold to Stuttgart. The free transfer yielded a profit of €7.5 million over 3 years. Galliani certainly has a knack for this kind of business. Huang Kaiwen contemplated the prospect of acquiring a satellite club in the future, envisioning the return of Jadou from Africa, thereby replicating the Red Bull model to cultivate talent in lower leagues, ultimately providing a lifeline to Milan. Indeed, it has been quite a while, Thomas remarked with a wry smile. During his time at Milan, he had come to appreciate Huang Kaiwen's formidable prowess, having twice celebrated UEFA Champions League victories with Milan. The second occasion left an indelible impression on him. Huang's performance in front of the goal was something that no other attacking player could ever hope to replicate. If given the choice, Thomas genuinely preferred not to stand as Huang Kaiwen's adversary. "Do your best," Huang Kaiwen encouraged with a smile. Thomas managed a bittersweet grin. Today he found himself matched against Huang Kaiwen. During halftime, the coach had instructed him to keep a close watch on Huang. Could he truly contain such a relentless force, one capable of outmaneuvering the entire team during training? As the match resumed, even when his own team possessed the ball, Thomas remained beside Huang. As a former teammate, he understood Huang all too well. To defend against Huang, one could not afford even a moment's lapse in concentration, even with complete mental focus. The effectiveness of his defense also depended on the support from his teammates. Pellegrini concurred with Thomas's approach. Given that his own attack could not match Real Madrid's speed, it was wiser to restrict their offensive plays. The absence of contributions from the right flank significantly diminished the quality of Villarreal's attack. Youngster Maquitos, though promising, was not a prodigy. His performance in attack lacked brilliance, and he was nearly stifled by Ramos, while Fran found himself exhausted on the front line. In the 67th minute, Pellegrini made a substitution. Guillermo Franco replaces Fernandez. Franco, hailing from South America, is one of the few high-caliber players in the Mexican team. He is a late bloomer, having showcased commendable performance since joining Villarreal. His playing style bears resemblance to Kaká, characterized by his explosive pace. He is physically stronger than Kaká. Yet injuries plagued him last season, limiting him to just 12 appearances, and he has continued to grapple with injuries this season. As Franco stepped onto the field, he swiftly received a pass from Senna and surged past the halfway line with remarkable speed. His exhilarating ball control drew admiration. And despite his less striking appearance compared to Kaká, he enjoyed considerable popularity among Villarreal fans, even without scoring. His dribbling past Guti elicited cheers from the supporters at El Madrigal, chanting his name, Guillermo, Guillermo, Guillermo. As Franco advanced into the attacking third, he clearly struggled to maintain his momentum and, upon sensing De Jong closing in, executed a swift through ball. Fran received the ball at the edge of the penalty area, turned, and took a shot. The ball struck Elgra and went out for a goal kick. Thomas remained steadfast, closely shadowing Franco, while Senna lingered nearby, leaving Huang Kaiwen with little opportunity to receive the ball. Observing the opponent's corner kick, Huang Kaiwen retreated to his own penalty area. Ramos is defending against Fran. The Villarreal players hesitated to push into the penalty area, wary of a potential counterattack from Real Madrid. Franco initiated a corner kick, and Ramos directed the ball towards the right flank. Positioned at the edge of the arc, Huang Kaiwen surged forward, seizing the ball before Marquinhos could intervene. As Marquinhos extended his leg, Huang deftly maneuvered the ball away, then with a flick of his toes, accelerated along the right sideline. The serenade of thunderous boos echoed through the stadium once more. Even though Huang was retrieving the ball from the backfield, the crowd was averse to witnessing it, fearing he might carry the ball into the attacking zone and score. Nearby, Hosiko charged directly at Huang Kaiwen. Huang raised his right foot, feigning a pass to evade him. In that fleeting moment of hesitation from Hosiko, Huang executed a subtle inward motion with his right foot, pulling the ball back and darting past Hosiko. Grasping Huang's jersey from behind, Hosiko stumbled after just 2 steps, losing his balance and falling to the ground. Witnessing such disarray from a key player, an unsettling premonition began to brew among the Yellow Submarine supporters. Once again, individuals in the stands began to rise, slowly vacating the stadium. As Huang was momentarily slowed by the tug, Senna had already surged to the midfield, awaiting Huang's arrival. Just as they were about to meet, Huang sent the ball forward with his left foot, prompting Senna to move in the opposite direction, guarding against a potential breakthrough. Observing Senna's reaction, Huang skillfully hooked the ball back between his legs, swiftly shifting his weight onto his left foot. He then maneuvered his right foot around his left leg, tapping the ball with finesse, executing a delicate nutmeg. Kaiwen, Senna, unable to decipher Huang's intentions, found himself on the ground despite his valiant efforts as one of the finest midfielders of the present day. Kaiwen slowed momentarily to catch his breath. Although this would grant the opposition a chance to recover, it posed no dilemma for him. As Huang ran, he inadvertently inhaled a gulp of air. Realizing Senna had advanced ahead, while Hosiko was also retreating, Huang understood he could not afford to delay any longer. As Hosiko closed in, Senna charged toward Huang once more. Huang deftly nudged the ball towards the center, swiftly maneuvering past Hosiko. Just as he received the ball, he felt a slight trip from Nishigo's outstretched leg, causing him to bend slightly but regain his composure, continuing his advance into the center. Huang lifted his right foot, feigning a shot, as Fuentes lunged to block. With a gentle touch, Huang nudged the ball behind him, entering the penalty area, while the 2 fullbacks, Jazami and Jose Enrique, sprinted towards the center. Just as Jazami reached the middle, Huang swung his left foot. Bang! The blade of the sword did not falter. The moonlight shone ever brighter. Sebastian Vieira leaped to the ground, but failed to thwart the ball as it nestled into the net, kissing the inside of the left post. Kaiwen. A goal for the ages, a strike heralded as the greatest of this century. Huang Kaiwen had danced past 2 defenders starting from the backfield, and in truth, he had even bypassed the supporting Guti earlier in his run, completing a remarkable feat of dribbling past 10 players. Bailey on the stands gaped, his expression a true reflection of his emotions. He is a magnificent number 10, yet Kevin is the greatest number 10. Someone inquired why, at the age of 63, I still strive so fervently, often rushing to conclude Milan's matches in order to commentate on Real Madrid. Such a question is utterly laughable. My commentary on Milan stems from passion, while my narration of Kevin's games arises from my devotion to football. Even the divine would bow in reverence upon witnessing Kevin on the pitch. In less than a season with Real Madrid, Kevin has already performed the remarkable feat of scoring 5 goals in a single match for the 3rd time. To include Kevin in a player selection alongside others is inherently unjust and a sacrilege to his prowess. No one in this world possesses the right to cast a vote for Kevin. Unbelievable, Raul began to express, but was abruptly interrupted as Ramos collided with him. Ramos pulled Kevin along the sideline, turning him to face the camera. Pointing at Kevin's name on his jersey, Ramos shouted, "See this? This is the universe's greatest talent. No one surpasses him." Capello, who was prepared to make substitutions, also stood wide-eyed. After a brief pause, he removed his glasses and rubbed them vigorously, putting them back on while shaking his head in disbelief. "Substitute, immediate substitution." Capello gestured, urging Robinho to hasten to the 4th official. Real Madrid is making a substitution. Robinho is replacing Kevin. The entire crowd at the Song of Songs stadium rose in unison, applauding Kevin. Villarreal had nearly reached the European finals last season, but Kevin's return in the second leg extinguished their dreams. In 2 encounters against Villarreal this season, Kevin has netted a total of 10 goals, earning him the title of the true killer of the Yellow Submarine. The Song of Songs stadium has been conquered by Kevin. He clapped his hands towards the surrounding stands as he slowly descended from the pitch. Even the Villarreal players refrained from urging him to hurry. After nearly a minute, Kevin reached the sidelines. "Awesome job, mate," Robinho exclaimed with a smile, giving Kevin a high five. "Keep it up," Kevin replied as he stepped off the field. "Kevin, are you hungry? Are you tired? Would you like the team doctor to give you a massage on the sidelines?" Capello asked with a towel in one hand and a water bottle in the other, smiling. "I'm fine, don't worry, coach," Kevin responded with a grin. That's good, Capello nodded. In the chat about Kevin, the comments flowed. "Wow, Kevin's goals are absolutely incredible." Others are fortunate to have one long run past a few players in their careers, but he just weaves through as he pleases. There's no denying Kevin's extraordinary talent. Why can't football produce a few defensive geniuses to curb Kevin's arrogance? Indeed, even if there were defensive prodigies, they likely wouldn't be able to stop him, unless the entire lineup from defensive midfield to goalkeeper were all super geniuses. Sometimes I ponder whether Juan Kaiwan, who has received no formal training, merely graduated from university to play football, might possess some undiscovered talent within himself. Indeed, you certainly have talent. I can see it. What talent, my friend? You have a remarkable knack for boasting. Before the final whistle, Fran scored twice, and Ramos netted a header. The final score settled at 7-2. During the post-match press conference, as Juan Kaiwan was absent, Capello found himself the center of attention among reporters. Is it true that Kevin's absence from the press conference is due to his displeasure at being substituted early? Some say your Real Madrid team suffers from a dependency on Kevin. Considering today's match, what is your take? Fabio, could you elaborate on the 5 Eagles of Real Madrid? Why was Cassano reinstated in the starting lineup? In good spirits, Capello responded to the reporters' pointed inquiries with a smile. "My relationship with Kevin is far better than you might assume. He is an exceptionally professional player. So please refrain from reckless speculation. As for dependency issues, let them speak. Would I bench Kevin simply because you claim so? Every coach desires a player like Kevin. As for Cassano and the so-called new 5 Eagles, I have little interest in that. A player's opportunity arises from their form and dedication in training." Mr. Capello, with Beckham announcing his move to LA Galaxy at the end of the season, will he still have opportunities to play? As I mentioned, a strong work ethic and good attitude will provide chances to play. Capello shook his head as he stood up, exiting the press conference. He was growing weary of Beckham's celebrity spouse. Although Beckham possessed talent, he was evidently influenced by his family. What Capello needed was a player version of Beckham, not a celebrity version. The legendary Pelé savored the moment. As he departed with Real Madrid fans, he was intercepted by reporters. "I'm in a hurry," Pelé stated, as he intended to leave with Real Madrid and then fly back to New York. The reporter pressed, "Just one question. Can you tell us who is more outstanding between you and Kevin?" The question of who is more outstanding is irrelevant. I will retire, and one day, so will Kevin. However, just as there was a remarkable player like Kevin after me, others will emerge after Kevin retires. Comparing such matters is utterly tedious. As long as dreams endure, the number 10 jersey will never fade. Pelé smiled and gave a thumbs up, saying, "If you ask me who the greatest number 10 is, I can only tell you, it's the next one. The love of morning, Yi Liangshan 0208 Yellow Reconnaissance Aircraft, Marca, with 10 goals and 1 assist. Achieving double victories over Villarreal, Kevin is hailed as the greatest torpedo in history. A.S. Pelé, in an interview, stated that there is no need to compare his prowess with Kevin's. As football evolves, even greater number 10s will emerge. The World Sports Daily reports that Ronaldo's departure from Madrid for €7 million signifies the onset of decline for Real Madrid. Capello relies heavily on Kevin. Yet even he cannot shatter the iceberg that threatens to engulf the nearly capsizing ship of Real Madrid. In stark contrast, the formidable trio of Ronaldinho, Lee, and Messi is poised to unite, heralding the official commencement of the Dream 3 dynasty once they recover from their injuries. According to the Times, a survey reveals that Kevin is the wealthiest football player in the world. During his 2-year tenure in Milan, his salary and bonuses exceeded €10 million, complemented by approximately €40 million from endorsements. Upon his departure, Milan awarded him a loyalty bonus of €20 million alongside a transfer share of €10 million. Following his move to Real Madrid, Kevin's commercial revenue surged significantly, nearly equating his earnings from Milan over 2 years. Furthermore, his stake in the e-commerce company co-owned with Barbara has garnered substantial attention, though Kevin's personal share remains undisclosed. The optimism on Wall Street regarding Lavin e-commerce suggests that once the company goes public, Kevin's fortune could potentially surpass $2 billion, far exceeding that of the average player. Upon reading this news on his computer, Kevin found their estimations quite accurate. He considered himself exceptionally fortunate. As a prominent figure in Asian football, Huang dominates this vast market, and his acceptance in Europe and America is commendable, were it not for the careful selection of endorsements by the young lady. Earning a decade's worth of salary in endorsement fees would pose no challenge for him. As for the e-commerce company, Kevin was less informed. With the young lady and her secretary managing affairs, the company was initially established with the intent to go public for profit. Yet multinational e-commerce ventures are inherently challenging due to high labor costs in Europe and diverse national policies, presenting numerous complications. Unlike American companies, they lack the ability to thrive uniformly across Europe. Lavin e-commerce currently employs strategies akin to Luckin Coffee, offering substantial subsidies and employee incentives to build a positive reputation, with the ultimate aim of going public and reaping high returns, leaving Wall Street to foot the bill. Subsequently, Kevin browsed the Sun's website. Reading news without perusing the Sun is akin to neglecting the news altogether. Their insider gossip can be rather entertaining. Though Kevin typically offers simple critiques of the third page, as he has little interest in the sensationalism surrounding artificial beings. On the front page, he encountered news about Beckham. A few years prior, Rebecca, Beckham's former personal assistant, publicly confessed to having had an intimate relationship with him, revealing that Beckham frequently sent her suggestive messages. This woman has amassed a substantial income by disclosing Beckham's private matters, and it appears she may be in need of money again, prompting her to share more revelations. Kevin shook his head and closed the webpage, reflecting that Beckham's life seems to have been marred by his associations with women, none of whom appear to be without their own complexities. After lunch, Kevin joined his teammates for a new event hosted by their sponsor. Despite it being a day off, attendance at such events, particularly with a sponsor like Audi, remained obligatory. Each star player had the opportunity to select a vehicle from the sponsor, and when not in use, they could exchange it for a newer model. It is said that there exists a class distinction even in the selection of vehicles. Players of lesser standing within the team are discouraged from choosing extravagant cars. Huang Kaiwan encountered this information in a newspaper, though he has yet to witness any teammate being denied a vehicle. The automotive sponsors also request that players endeavor to use their cars when traveling. After an hour-long event concluded, Huang Kaiwan gathered the 5 key players and addressed the photographer. "Please take a picture of us." He estimated that it would be challenging to assemble such a formidable and dynamic lineup again in the future. Huang Kaiwan felt it was essential to capture this moment for posterity. The players' personalities could be discerned from their poses during the photo session. Pepe was notably quiet off the field, while De Jong, the highly educated butcher, remained modest. The northern and southern champions stood silently, making it difficult to perceive their commanding presence on the pitch. Guti struck a cool pose with his hands in his pockets, while Cassano made silly faces to attract attention. Ramos stood alongside Huang Kaiwen in the center, and as the flash illuminated the scene, a precious moment was eternally captured. Let us visit Kevin's house, Ramos suggested. Recently, he had invited those who participated in the match to assist in modifying his racing car and was eager to test it out. Sure, I have no plans for today, Cassano exclaimed. He still reigned as the king of racing, at least able to outpace a few teammates during their leisure pursuits, regaining some pride lost as a substitute. Huang Kaiwen addressed the other teammates. Let us all go. If your families are free, invite them over for dinner. In Spain, dinner is served late. So it was perfectly timely to call Albert for preparation. All right, I'll inform my family, Raul replied with a smile. Wait a moment, Kevin, Calderon approached, saying, you are immensely popular in Japan, and our sponsors hope you can find time to participate in events whenever you are injured. We shall discuss it later, Huang Kaiwen nodded. His popularity in Japan was unsurprising, given the admiration for excellence there. It would indeed be odd if he were not well received in such a context. Huang, the king of football, believed that it would be beneficial to cultivate a fan base there. As he heard of white-collar workers diving into the nightlife to support entertainers, such loyal fans were precisely what a quality idol like him needed. That evening, the teammates arrived at Huang Kaiwen's residence with their families. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he realized that despite his good rapport with Raul, it was his first time meeting Raul's two sons. The eldest, Jorge Blanco, was a little over 7 years old, while the younger, Hugo Blanco, was just over 5. Huang Kaiwen entertained the two children with video games, playing several rounds of Mario. Jorge tossed the controller to his brother and exclaimed, Uncle Kevin, you are amazing. Not only are you skilled at football, but you also excel at gaming, far surpassing my father. Your father is quite impressive as well, Huang Kaiwen replied. I've decided. I no longer want the number 7 jersey from Real Madrid. I want to wear the number 10. Jorge exclaimed with excitement. There's no need to rush. We have plenty of time ahead. Huang Kaiwen shook his head, noting that Raul's children lacked talent, even compared to Daniel from the Maradona family. I love playing football. One child declared. So do I. The other chimed in. Do you enjoy playing video games? Huang Kaiwen inquired. Yes, they replied eagerly. That's wonderful. Gaming can also lead to competitions, Huang Kaiwen encouraged. If one lacks talent, perhaps they should reconsider pursuing football. In professional football, even mainstays in the second division emerge from a sea of competitors, each typically a standout from youth teams. Although the offspring of these stars may progress through youth leagues, their later developments often reveal that many owe their positions to their parents' legacies. It is nearly miraculous for a family, like the Maradonas, to have 3 generations compete at the highest level, and it is exceedingly rare for both father and son to play in elite leagues. Huang Kaiwen had little impression of the two children, indicating their football aspirations had not flourished. Why not pursue gaming instead? Once Uncle Kaiwen acquires a gaming company, he could facilitate their professional endeavors in Europe, and if necessary, he could arrange for someone to help them disconnect from the internet during tough times. My apologies for the trouble, Kaiwen, Raul's wife, Maman, remarked. It's no trouble at all. I enjoy playing with the kids, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. They both really enjoy watching you play, Maman added with a grin. They deserve my gratitude for their support, Huang Kaiwen nodded in acknowledgement. His popularity among the next generation of footballers was not unfounded. Nearly all the second-generation players in Milan were his fans, and the Maradona sons were particularly devoted. Huang Kaiwen now feared that should a third child be born into the Maradona family with talent, they might relentlessly pursue the number 10 jersey, leaving no one to inherit the number 3 jersey, which would be a travesty. You two need to stop playing and rest your eyes, Maman instructed the children. Mom, they pleaded. No. As he watched the children being taken away, Huang Kaiwen reflected on how parents around the world are the same. When he was a child, his parents restricted his playtime with the family computer. They would even hide the controller when leaving the house. Whenever he found it and played for a bit, he had to quickly cool the television with items from the fridge to avoid his parents discovering its warmth upon their return. As he grew older and frequented internet cafes, he sought places to play briefly, trying to rid himself of the lingering smell of smoke. Contemplating his future role as a parent, Huang Kaiwen felt uncertain about the best way to educate his children. After sitting indoors for a while, he decided to join everyone else to watch the match. The 3 children played enthusiastically, bringing joy to the audience. Is there a mountain higher than this one? Or is there another peak that surpasses even the skies? In this world, there are mountains that exceed this one, yet kindness finds no greater than you. Capello sat on the sofa watching the videotape. He had been studying Chinese for over a year, but had only scratched the surface of the language. Language is an entity that flourishes within a conducive environment, particularly as Mandarin is entirely distinct from the Italian linguistic family. Currently, he possesses the ability to engage in simple dialogues. His reading skills are adequate, yet his writing leaves much to be desired. Previously, when borrowing a video cassette, he learned of a certain study on Taoism, prompting the shopkeeper to recommend this particular film. As he watched, Capello felt that the Taoist figures depicted lacked prowess, starkly contrasting with the profound wisdom he had encountered in prior literature. Upon encountering the celestial and northern dipper formation, his interest was piqued. At last, a formidable concept, with the addition of the new 5 eagles and a couple of others. Could they not perhaps form a formation? Could such a formation be integrated into their tactics during a match? Might it restrict their opponents? Could it ensure Kevin's safety from injury? The mere contemplation of these possibilities rendered Capello restless. Just before his departure from China, he had purchased several volumes of ancient Taoist texts at the market, which were now poised to prove useful. Hastily, Capello rose and made his way to the study. Seizing an ancient tome from the desk, most of the characters before him were unfamiliar. He understood that translation could potentially obscure the original meaning. Methodically, he perused various dictionaries, and after 2 hours, he finally grasped the pronunciation and general meaning of the opening passage. Capello slowly recited the words on the A4 paper. The way of heaven diminishes the excess and replenishes the insufficient. Thus, the void prevails over the solid, and the insufficient triumphs over the excess. On January 29th, Huang Kaiwan returned to team training. With new teammates arriving, it was essential to foster camaraderie. Due to the rumors surrounding Beckham, an influx of journalists had gathered at the training facility's entrance. That guy should head to Hollywood sooner rather than later, Cassano complained during a break in training. The increased media presence made it easy to attract unwanted attention, disrupting his lifestyle as a young Madrid dandy. We are all teammates. Let us not speak ill of one another, Huang Kaiwan interjected. I'm not worried about him hearing it. The number of reporters at the gate is akin to that at the Oscars. Cassano continued his lament. Huang Kaiwan remained silent, recognizing that he too was enjoying media attention. Such matters should not be a source of mockery among brothers. All right, Kaiwan has a point. We must support each other as teammates, Raul advised. Our situation is precarious. We have opportunities across 3 fronts, and unity is paramount at this juncture. Huang Kaiwan nodded in agreement. His commendable performance had contributed to Capello's slightly elevated success rate. Real Madrid remained in a leading position, albeit by a slender margin, which was still sufficient. As training concluded and he prepared to return home, Huang Kaiwan sat in the driver's seat, hesitating to start the engine. Reflecting on his fortunate circumstance, training with the team without injury and playing even without an immunity card, he realized he was a model of professionalism. Upon returning home, he resolved to discuss with the young lady the possibility of requesting a salary increase from Calderon. If his average wage were to fall below 1 million euros, it would indeed be ludicrous. Having formed this plan, Huang Kaiwan finally started the car. In his haste today, he had opted not to have anyone escort him. After Kaka and Beatrice became engaged, they began living together, and their time spent playing games dwindled, as is often the case in the throes of romance. One evening, after dinner, Huang Kaiwan received a call from Kaka, who implored him to log on and play games. Naturally, Huang Kaiwan welcomed the invitation with open arms. The two of them played until the early hours of the morning before finally logging off. On January 31st, Real Madrid faced Sevilla in the Copa del Rey, this time as the visiting team. Capello, believing that the morale of Sevilla, who had previously suffered a crushing defeat to Real Madrid, had not yet recovered, made some rotations in the lineup. Huang Kaiwan watched from home as the match ended in a goalless draw, 0-0. Despite the efforts of Van Nistelrooy and Higuain alternating on the field, Real Madrid failed to score. Later that evening, Huang Kaiwan awaited the shop refresh. The special template was as follows: Mike Tyson, with 1,000,000 fate points. Other templates included George Best, with 10,000 points, Eric Cantona, with 8,500 points, and Anthony, with 4,000 points. Skills available were Free Kick Master at 3,500 points and Sprinting Proficiency at 100 points. Items included 24-hour Injury Immunity Card at 20 points. It was a true clash of titans, Huang the King versus Kai the Emperor. If possible, Huang Kaiwen would very much desire the Mike Tyson template. The stylish Guardiola truly was handsome. Throughout the animated series, he was the one who achieved the highest accolades through sheer effort. He almost kicked his way to the grand finale. Just like Huang, everything he had now was earned through hard work. Even if he could acquire the Mike Tyson template, there would be no need to open all 8 gates. His physical skills alone would suffice to complement his Rinjayadafa. The first 2 matches in the Manchester United special were quite satisfactory. Huang Kaiwen gazed at his 7,590 fate points, realizing he was not far from Cantona. Unfortunately, Cantona lacked strong winger attributes. Huang Kaiwen distinctly sensed that the system valued offensive players significantly higher than defensive ones. Acquiring a similarly ranked defensive player might require around 5,000 fate points. As for the 4,000 point spinner, it was best left unmentioned. As customary, Huang Kaiwen utilized 120 points to acquire sprinting proficiency and the immunity card. The skill of sprinting proficiency slightly enhances speed, allowing one to excel in all aspects from the starting line to acceleration, achieving a level comparable to professional players. Over time, skills costing 100 points had provided minimal assistance on the pitch, most merely enhancing finger dexterity. However, this sprinting proficiency was exceptional. Even a slight increase in speed could be immensely beneficial on the field. In fact, it held greater significance than many other skills, as technical movements could be practiced. But speed was much harder to enhance. Huang Kaiwen was thoroughly satisfied with this month's shop refresh. On February 4th, Real Madrid hosted Levante. A healthy Huang Kaiwen took to the field once again. Raul received the ball just outside the penalty area, deftly turning and passing it to Cassano. Cassano swiftly evaded Ruvalcaba and delivered a cross from the byline. Huang Kaiwen surged forward from the center, bending down to head the ball. The Levante goalkeeper, Molina, attempted to intercept but collided with Huang Kaiwen, sending him tumbling. Almost immediately, the sound of the ball striking the post echoed through the stadium. Huang Kaiwen's header struck the crossbar and bounced out, prompting Alex Jose to swiftly clear the ball. As Huang Kaiwen pulled himself up, he grasped the opposing goalkeeper's hand. The approaching Cassano, relieved to see Huang unharmed, inquired, "What happened to you today?" "I don't know," Huang Kaiwen replied, somewhat at a loss for words. Even a reconnaissance aircraft should have completed its mission after 2 hits on the post. Applause erupted from the Santiago Bernabéu Stadium as the fans encouraged Huang Kaiwen. His performances were predominantly exceptional, and even when he hit the post occasionally, the Real Madrid supporters would not directly criticize him. In the 23rd minute, the team organized from the back. Higuaín collaborated with Huang Kaiwen to intercept on the left flank. After gaining possession, Huang Kaiwen surged into the penalty area. Huang Kaiwen is on the move again. What a display. Huang Kaiwen's speed and dribbling are remarkable. He dodges the tackle. And now he is dancing the waltz in the penalty box. Shoot. Oh no, another strike on the post. The ball rebounds to Higuaín, who calmly slots it into the empty net. Huang Kaiwen is truly lacking in luck today, hitting the post 3 times in a row. Laughter erupted in the online forum. Wow, Huang Kaiwen's luck is truly abysmal today. It's hilarious. 1 left, 1 right, and 1 in the middle. Is Huang Kaiwen putting up Spring Festival couplets? That is a vivid description. Perhaps we should invite him to the Spring Festival Gala to showcase his talent for hitting the post. It's rare to see Huang Kaiwen in such a streak of bad luck. I might have to add an extra packet of noodles when the internet manager serves me later to celebrate. February 5th, right? I declare today our bar's commemorative day for Huang Kaiwen's poetic tributes on the field. Capello frowned as he observed the match and motioned for Ramos to come to the sidelines. Tell them to pass the ball to Kaiwen more. He must score today. Capello instructed sternly. Hitting the post repeatedly can dent a player's confidence, and Capello could not bear to see Huang's morale falter. Ramos nodded with a smile. Understood, coach. Capello, usually stern, surprisingly understood the game well. Ramos believed Capello's approach was commendable. In such circumstances, it was indeed vital to feed Huang Kaiwen the ball. Once play resumed, Real Madrid sought to find Huang Kaiwen with every possession. Beyond Capello's directive, most players felt it was appropriate to pass to Huang, whose prior performances had earned their trust. Furthermore, Huang's amiable nature fostered good relations among teammates. Previously, tensions existed between the Brazilian contingent and local players. Capello disapproved of the Brazilians' lax attitudes, leading to Ronaldo's departure. While Roberto Carlos had seen limited playtime due to a severe injury sustained earlier in the Copa del Rey, Such decisions exacerbated the issues within the Real Madrid locker room. Capello's strategy of not altering the Brazilians' character meant he would rather let them go than tolerate insubordination. The conclusion of the first phase of the Galactic battleship marked an inevitable turn of events following the Zinedine Zidane era, a situation that only a benevolent figure like Carlo Ancelotti could navigate with finesse to placate the players. Otherwise, any typical coach taking over Real Madrid at this juncture would face considerable challenges. With Juan Caiwan's presence, the locker room's sense of division was significantly mitigated. Upon hearing Capello's tactical directives, the entire team focused on delivering passes to Juan, leaving no room for alternatives. In the 27th minute, after receiving the ball on the left flank, Juan accelerated and made a powerful run against Mustafa Rica. Given that Werner's strength lies in speed, Juan maximized this advantage, demonstrating that sheer velocity could surpass technical skill in outmaneuvering opponents. As Juan broke through Rica, Camacho darted towards the sidelines, lowering his center of gravity to execute a flying tackle. The rapidly advancing Juan could not evade in time and was sent crashing out of bounds, both player and ball. Team doctor! Team doctor! Accompanied by Capello's anguished cries, the medical team rushed onto the field, carrying medical supplies and a stretcher. The Mellinger squad experienced a fleeting illusion, perceiving their medical team as remarkably well-trained. Regardless of the treatment efficacy, their speed of entry onto the pitch was undeniably among the finest in European football. Lying on the sidelines, Juan realized he had sustained an injury. The limitations of the immunity card resulted in such an occurrence. The once aspiring player, desiring to participate in more matches, found that a judiciously arranged schedule would have been more beneficial. Uncertain whether this injury would impact the upcoming Champions League knockout stage, Juan called his old steward to arrange a flight. Milan's medical team was renowned for their expertise in sports injuries. With Juan's exit, Capello's focus shifted away from the game. And in the second half, Levant's forward Sebastián Pinera scored an equalizer. In the 77th minute, Levant earned a corner, during which Camacho endured unsporting conduct from several Real Madrid players, resulting in a broken nasal bone from an elbow strike, while Pepe received merely a yellow card. Ultimately, Real Madrid concluded the match with an 1-1 draw against Levant. In the post-match press conference, Capello sternly remarked, "I have repeatedly addressed the issues surrounding players in La Liga. Today, Kevin has once again been injured by a foul. The Spanish Football Federation must reinforce their oversight in this regard. The player responsible for injuring Kevin must face severe consequences, and such incidents must not occur in future matches." Capello's insistence on must 3 times conveyed his palpable indignation to the reporters. A journalist from the World Sports Daily queried, "With Kevin hitting the woodwork 3 times today, does that indicate he is entering a slump?" Capello could not contain his frustration and hurled the microphone at the reporter, subsequently being escorted away by the Bernabeu's press officer. Upon returning home, Capello was restless, but relief washed over him when Juan called to inform him that the ligaments and muscles were unharmed and that he would be able to resume training in about a week. The Spanish Football Federation acted promptly, announcing disciplinary measures for certain players the following day. Camacho received a 3-match suspension for malicious foul play, while Pepe was handed an additional 2-match suspension for his intentional elbow strike against an opponent. Ramos has committed numerous retaliatory fouls, eluding the watchful eyes of the referee. Yet he ultimately received a 1-match suspension due to a red card. This marks the 3rd time this season that Ramos has been sent off. Curiously, he has not faced any internal disciplinary action from Capello. It is evident not only to reporters, but also to fans that within Real Madrid, aiding Juan Caiwan and receiving a red card does not attract the coach's ire. On February 10th, Real Madrid triumphed over Real Sociedad with a score of 2-1. A week later, they faced Real Betis at home, resulting in a goalless draw. Including their previous encounters in the Copa del Rey, Real Madrid has faced Real Betis 3 times this season, securing only 1 victory. On February 19th, Juan Caiwan returned to the team for a brief training session in preparation for the upcoming Champions League home match against Bayern.